Bai Guo, sold by her adoptive parents to a wealthy family for a ghost marriage at a young age, remained oblivious to her own demise after her tragic passing. Yet, fate played a cruel trick. In death, she found the true sanctuary that eluded her in life. The ghost marriage, which should have been steeped in resentment, unfolded into a connection that transcended the boundaries of life and death. In a realm inaccessible to ordinary beings, she finally attained the warmth and reverence she had long sought, embarking on a peculiar, yet heartwarming journey through the underworld. Chapter 1. Encountering a madman, Bai Guo strolled leisurely by the riverbank, her hands tucked into the sleeves of her other arm, humming a tune while enjoying the springtime and observing the fish. Though she had not felt the chill since marrying her husband, she still found this posture exceedingly comfortable. However, in the next moment, she released her grip and began to retreat hastily. A tall man had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, blocking her path. Before Bai Guo could voice her confusion, the man, panting heavily with a flushed face, stammered, "Come with me. I can help you break the curse that binds you and restore your freedom." Bai Guo gazed at the man, bewildered by his nonsensical words delivered with such certainty. Tilting her head to scrutinize him, she chuckled softly. "Oh, is that so? Thank you." Suddenly, her words trailed off as she turned to shout joyfully at someone behind the man. "Husband! Husband!" The man frowned and glanced back, seeing no one but feeling a gust of wind beside him. When he turned back, the ghostly figure had vanished, fleeing as if for her life into a nearby house. He contemplated pursuing her, but it was time for him to return. Bai Guo sprinted to her doorstep, peeking back as she opened the door, only to find the imposing figure had disappeared in broad daylight. She felt as if she had encountered ghosts. A shiver ran down her spine as she hurried inside, securing all the doors and windows tightly, fearful that a madman might invade her home in her family's absence. She knew instinctively that she could not overpower such a large man. Anxiously awaiting her family's return, Bai Guo's racing heart finally began to settle. She contemplated sharing her encounter with her husband and the family, but hesitated, fearing it might frighten them. Ultimately, she forced a silly smile and said, "Husband, guess what I encountered today?" Bai Guo endeavored to grin, baring her teeth. Her parents-in-law merely smiled slightly before returning to their tasks, but her husband, Huang Yuanji, looked at her with a playful seriousness. "What did you see?" "I encountered a madman," she replied, striving to maintain her composure, though her face contorted in a comical manner. The moment she spoke, her family paused, exchanging glances before turning their attention back to her. Huang Yuanji, sensing something amiss, stepped closer and embraced her, resting his chin atop her head while asking, "How did you know he was a madman?" Bai Guo squirmed, wanting to turn and meet his gaze, but unable to free herself from her husband's grasp. She pouted and leaned against his shoulder, murmuring, "You didn't see him." He rushed out, insisted I follow him, spouting nonsense about being bound and cursed. She scoffed. He claimed he could help me. However, she paused, observing Huang Yuanji's furrowed brow. "Now that I think about it, I felt very uncomfortable when he appeared. I felt fine once he disappeared." She turned, wrapping her arms around her husband affectionately. "Husband, why do you think that is? It's quite strange." Huang Yuanji lowered his head, pulling her closer, their foreheads touching as he pondered. "I believe, my lady, that you need not concern yourself with him. Just be vigilant when you go out. If he approaches you again, inform me, and we shall confront him together." "All right, husband," Bai Guo replied, giggling as she nestled her chubby cheek against his chest, occasionally rubbing against him. In the following days, Bai Guo intended to limit her outings to avoid encountering that madman again. To her surprise, Huang Yuanji, who usually spent long hours with his parents, began to stay home more often, returning promptly whenever he needed to leave, as if he were deliberately keeping her company. Bai Guo was touched, but worried that her parents-in-law might struggle with the extra workload. Without Huang Yuanji accompanying her, she found little opportunity to see her family at home. Thus, the once timid Bai Guo decided to take Huang Yuanji out, leading him to the riverside. "Husband, I encountered that person right here last time." She began, then corrected herself. "I mean that man. Let's stroll around. If he's still here, he should show himself. If not, you needn't worry about me." Huang Yuanji, brow furrowed, accompanied Bai Guo as they walked, keeping a firm grip on her hand and scanning the surroundings for any signs of trouble. However, no suspicious activity was detected In the following days, Bai Guo continued to be accompanied, and her anxiety eased as she and Huang Yuandi strolled by the river without incident. Eventually, her family felt reassured, and Huang Yuanji resumed his daily outings with his parents. Though Bai Guo enjoyed some time alone, she found herself drawn back to the riverbank but ultimately decided to explore a nearby park instead. While reassuring her family that everything was fine, she couldn't shake the desire to avoid the river. However, within mere minutes of entering the park, she was confronted again by that man. Just as she considered fleeing, a woman blocked her path. Bai Guo forced herself to remain calm. Upon closer inspection, she recognized the woman as the new bride from the neighboring family, who had married just a month prior. Bai Guo's demeanor shifted instantly. Oh no, they must think I witnessed something I shouldn't have, prompting them to confront me. Why would a madman obstruct my path? What an injustice! Bai Guo knew nothing of their affairs. Suddenly, the new bride spoke. Miss, we were all alive and cruelly slain, betrothed to the deceased, to be tortured in life and to remain forever as mere pawns of our enemies in death. Are you truly willing to accept this fate? Bai Guo stood in shock, finding the words absurd yet chilling. Yet, she could not muster a smile, her body trembling. Hearing her own voice quaver, she stammered, "What do you mean, betrothed to the deceased?" Chapter 2. The Lady She? Upon uttering these words, Bai Guo regained her composure. She recalled the peculiarities she had encountered since her arrival, but remained silent. Gazing intently at the woman before her, she observed the woman's bewilderment as she exchanged glances with the man. Her lips parted several times, yet no words emerged. After a prolonged silence, the woman seemed to regain her senses or perhaps comprehend something profound. She let out an unexpected burst of laughter, as if the situation were utterly absurd. With an expression of someone unaccustomed to the world, she circled around Bai Guo, examining her with astonishment from head to toe. Bai Guo felt a surge of discomfort. She clenched her fists tightly within her sleeves, furrowing her brow as she coldly inquired, "Is it truly that beautiful?" The woman halted, smiling. "That is of little consequence. However, you appear to be oblivious to your current predicament. Allow me to enlighten you." Bai Guo glared at the woman, remaining silent. Yet the woman seemed to expect this and continued unperturbed. "You are now a ghost, bound eternally to your deceased husband's family as a pitiful female spirit due to a ghost marriage." The woman cast a sympathetic glance at Bai Guo before elaborating. Perhaps she feared Bai Guo did not realize her own misfortune, considering she was a fool who did not even know she was dead. At this moment, you lack the qualifications for free reincarnation. The woman could not suppress her laughter. Bai Guo, witnessing her manic mirth, felt perplexed. However, the woman's venomous tone soon clarified matters. Since they have gone to the trouble of conducting this ghost marriage, they will certainly not permit us to leave. Hence, to attain complete freedom, we must devise a plan to dissolve this marriage contract ourselves. Bai Guo was at a loss for how to respond, as what these two were saying was utterly outrageous. Noticing Bai Guo's prolonged silence, the duo leisurely approached each other again. The man spoke, "Let me introduce myself first. I am a practitioner of the Tao. You may call me Chen Daoling. This is my junior sister, Bao Zi. Her naivety has led her into trouble, resulting in her current state. I wish to rescue my junior sister, but the only way to unravel this ghost marriage's constraints is to gather 81 souls. Only female spirits similarly ensnared by ghost marriages can enter the formation, activating it together." Chen Daoling glanced at his junior sister before continuing. "As a token of gratitude for helping me activate the formation," he stated, "you two may use it to free yourselves from the bonds of your ghost marriage and regain your freedom." Bai Guo exhaled deeply. "Why should I trust you?" "Haha." Bai Guo heard Bao Zi's delicate laughter. "Oh dear, little sister, do not rush. Take a moment to collect your thoughts. Observe closely. The realms of the living and the dead are vastly different." She turned and gestured toward the house beside them. "See, I am currently residing here. Whenever you have made up your mind, feel free to seek me out." Bai Guo silently watched the two depart, ultimately failing to recall how she returned home. When Huang Yuanji and his family returned, they found Bai Guo lost in thought, seated in a corner. This was a Bai Guo they had never encountered before, markedly different from the quiet girl who had first arrived. At that time, she had been shy and awkward, but now, Huang Yuanji immediately set aside what he was holding, furrowing his brow as he hurried toward Bai Guo. Unlike his usual self, he did not embrace her tightly. Instead, he gently sat beside her. He reached out, wrapping his arm around her in a tentative manner, inquiring, "Guo Guo, what troubles you?" Bai Guo turned at the sound of his voice, her eyes filled with confusion. Upon seeing Huang Yuanji, she instinctively smiled. Yet her body involuntarily shivered, causing her smile to falter. She subconsciously wished to embrace Huang Yuanji and act coyly. However, the words of the woman echoed in her mind, freezing her hand in place. Nevertheless, she still leaned into Huang Yuanji's embrace, that he noticed her intention and wrapped his arms around her, unaware of her momentary stiffness. However, watching from distance, Huang's father and mother observed the scene intently. Bai Guo trembled, burying her head against her husband's chest. She wrapped her arms tightly around him, as if he were a lifeline. Yet, she was also trembling in fear, as if clinging to a mere straw of salvation. When Bai Guo finally released him, it felt as if an eternity had passed. She took a deep breath and looked up, her eyelashes quivering violently. "Husband, are we both ghosts?" Huang Yuanji's hand, which had been gently caressing her back, stilled. Her words perplexed him. "If we are not ghosts, then what are we?" Bai Guo's eyes widened. A grim smile appeared on her face, one Huang Yuanji had never seen before. "What about our parents?" The elder couple exchanged glances, their expressions grim. "We too are naturally ghosts." Bai Guo gasped, her mind blanking in an instant, unsure where to direct her gaze. Yet she felt a gentle pat on her back and turned to look at her husband. What is it?" Huang Yuanji inquired cautiously. "Guo Guo, have you truly been unaware that we are all ghosts?" Huang Yuanji did not receive a response, but saw the glimmer of unshed tears in Bai Guo's eyes, filled with grievance. Seeing her like this, he chuckled softly. "Why, lady?" But before he could finish, a realization struck him, and his expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Bai Guo. "Do you recall the circumstances of our marriage?" Huang Yuanji observed Bai Guo's sudden tension, his expression growing more serious. He struggled to ask, "Were you compelled to marry me?" Upon hearing this, Bai Guo unexpectedly relaxed. She tentatively shook her head, watching as her husband's expression softened. "However, then why does my lady not know we are ghosts?" Huang Yuanji was perplexed. He had almost believed that Bai Guo had been forced into marriage. He knew that families conducting ghost marriages were not always benevolent. Thus, some young women might have been unconscious during the marriage ceremony and later believed they had been rescued upon arriving in the underworld, remaining unaware of their situation. Yet this was only the initial phase. With an inexplicable husband and the stark differences between the realms, they would eventually realize the truth over time. But it seemed that his lady was not in such a situation. Contemplating this, Huang Yuanji, with a serious expression, gently pulled Bai Guo from his embrace, adjusting her shoulders firmly. "My lady, Guo Guo, please be honest with me. On the day of our marriage, what were you doing?" Bai Guo sat upright, staring blankly at her husband, hardly daring to breathe. I seem to have forgotten." Bai Guo noticed Huang Yuanji shiver, his face momentarily contorting. Huang Yuanji took a deep breath, maintaining a facade of calm. Yet when he spoke again, his voice trembled. "Guo Guo, even if it's just a fragment, do you remember anything? Dearest, do you know? Mother mentioned that she exerted great effort to seek those remedies for me. She was concerned that I might fall ill on the day of our wedding." Oblivious to the hidden expression of Huang Yuanji, Bai Guo lowered her head and reminisced. "Mother said that if I take all the medicine at once and then sleep, I shall awaken completely healed." That a melodious laugh escaped Bai Guo's lips. "You know, dear husband, initially I truly believed that mother might have been deceived. Though I have never handled medicine, the sheer amount was daunting. Yet, I was astonished to find that by the next day, when I saw you, I felt entirely well." Bai Guo gazed at Huang Yuanji with sparkling eyes. "Husband, do you think mother has encountered a miraculous healer?" Huang Yuanji's face stiffened, and he forced a smile that resembled more of a grimace than joy. "Ah, Guo Guo, why have you suddenly turned the conversation toward me? You haven't mentioned our wedding yet." Bai Guo's joyful expression faltered, and she awkwardly replied, "That's all I remember." Finally, unable to maintain his composure, Huang Yuanji's face twisted in exasperation. "But Guo Guo, meeting me means you have already passed." Suddenly, Huang Yuanji pulled Bai Guo into his embrace, holding her tightly as if wishing to fuse their beings together. However, he turned his head to glance at his parents, whose expressions were equally grim. Looking for him, Bai Guo heard Huang Yuanji's disjointed inquiry and responded with confusion. "What do you mean?" Huang Yuanji regained his senses, loosening his grip on Bai Guo and gently patting her head. I was speaking to my parents. Oh, Bai Guo replied innocently, nestling comfortably against her husband's chest. Regardless of how their union came to be, her husband cherished her, and that was all that mattered. Out of Bai Guo's sight, after some contemplation, Huang's father and mother nodded in agreement. Huang Yuanji turned back to Bai Guo, ruffling her hair. Guo Guo, your sudden inquiry today, is it because that man approached you again? Nestled comfortably in her husband's arms, Bai Guo's pupils widened at the question, and she looked at him helplessly. I did encounter them, but I hardly paid them any mind. Them? More than one? Huang Yuanji asked, disregarding Bai Guo's embarrassment. Yes, there was also a woman, the new bride from the neighboring building, who recently married but was reluctant, causing quite a stir, Bao Zi. Huang Yuanji looked questioningly at his parents, but they shook their heads. He then turned his attention back to Bai Guo. Do you know what's going on? Bai Guo rolled her eyes as she pondered how to explain the situation. Essentially, that woman did not willingly marry, but was forced into this predicament. So her senior, Cheng Daozhong, came to rescue her. Yes, that's about it. After recalling the details, Bai Guo looked at her husband. Why do you ask, dear husband? Huang Yuanji smiled gently, stroking Bai Guo's head. Did you not mention last time that the man claimed he could grant you freedom? Perhaps he could also reveal how we came to be wed. And then what? Bai Guo found her husband's focus peculiar. What significance did this knowledge hold? Huang Yuanji's smile waned, and he spoke earnestly. Our Guo Guo is such a wonderful person. I do not wish for you to be coerced into marrying me. If that were the case, I would set you free. Unexpectedly, Bai Guo's eyes welled with tears. So, are you looking for a reason to divorce me? His hand, which had rested on her waist, quickly moved to her face, wiping away her tears. What nonsense, Guo Guo. You are so adorable. How could I ever bear to part with you? Before Bai Guo could respond with laughter, Huang Yuanji's next words chilled her to the core. We can simply part ways. Bai Guo rolled her eyes dramatically and ceased her tears. With a forceful shove, she sprang to her feet and dashed into the room. Recalling the tales of formidable women who reprimanded their husbands, she slammed the door shut with a resounding thud, glaring fiercely. You sleep outside tonight. Do not dare to share my bed. Upon uttering those words, she slid down against the door, sobbing inconsolably. Huang Yuanji, listening to his wife's soft protests and low cries, felt an overwhelming urge to enter and comfort her. Yet, no matter how he coaxed, Bai Guo remained resolute in her silence. With no other recourse, he began to explain through the door, Guo Guo, please do not be upset. My words were not meant as you interpreted. The clumsy man, flustered, scratched his head anxiously. I do not wish to lose you. I simply hope that such a wonderful girl like you is not forced to be by my side. I want what is best for you. As he spoke, a faint blush appeared on his fair cheeks. Of course, if you are willing, then I would desire nothing more than for us to remain together. Suddenly, the door swung open, startling Huang Yuanji, whose face was still flushed with embarrassment, revealing his expression to Bai Guo. You said that. What? Huang Yuanji was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend Bai Guo's words. You just said, if I am willing, then we shall remain as husband and wife. Bai Guo, with her red-rimmed eyes, asserted fiercely. Yet, Huang Yuanji fell silent, and as Bai Guo contemplated shutting the door again, he broke into a foolish grin. Yes, we are indeed husband and wife. Well then, let us seek them out and discover how we became wed. Bai Guo scrutinized her husband, who continued to smile foolishly, furrowing her brow. What are you laughing at? Huang Yuanji chuckled, tentatively reaching out to embrace Bai Guo. With her anger dissipated, Bai Guo welcomed his embrace, and soon a silly smile appeared on her face. Even when angry, my dear wife is utterly charming. Chapter 4. The death of Bai Guo on the following day. When Bai Guo's eyes were no longer swollen, she, accompanied by Huang Yuanji, sought out Bao Zi. Initially, upon seeing Huang Yuanji, Bao Zi cast a fierce glare at Bai Guo, only to later realize that this man was indeed an ally. Bao Zi's suspicious gaze darted back and forth between Huang Yuanji and Bai Guo. Surely, you do not intend to conspire against me, do you? Even if the people in this establishment were to discover my actions, it would not alter the outcome, merely create additional troubles. Bai Guo exchanged a glance with her husband and chuckled softly. Miss Bao, you worry too much. We merely wish to inquire about certain matters. If you assist us in uncovering the truth, I shall cooperate with you in activating the grand formation, thus establishing a mutually beneficial arrangement. Raising an eyebrow, Baozi scrutinized the two. What is it that you wish to know? Bai Guo tilted her head to organize her thoughts, but Huang Yuanji spoke up beside her. Our marriage process. Your marriage process? Baozi exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, Bai Guo affirmed with a nod. Baozi gazed intently at the pair, puzzled. Is that all? That is indeed all, Huang Yuanji responded calmly, then inquired, will it succeed or not? It will succeed. Baozi clapped her hands joyfully. Isn't this simple? To enter the formation, we must first guide the bound individual through the marriage process again, leaving behind the formation's essence during the ceremony. However, my wife does not recall the event of that day. Huang Yuanji's brow furrowed deeply. That is of no concern, although she may not remember. She did indeed experience it, and the grand formation will guide her soul to relive those moments. Baozi hesitated for a moment, casting a glance at Bai Guo before continuing. However, if she suffered abuse in her past and lost consciousness, she will endure similar torment this time without losing awareness. The gravity in Baozi's expression deepened. Within this grand formation, she must bear it all. Baozi frowned at Bai Guo. Once we begin, there is no stopping. You should prepare yourself mentally before seeking to enter the formation. Bai Guo and Huang Yuanji exchanged a knowing look, and she replied softly, I understand. I will prepare myself mentally. Is there anything else I need to prepare? With the assurance given, Baozi's frown relaxed. No, there's nothing else. My senior brother and I will handle the arrangements. You just need to come to me mentally prepared. She then turned to Huang Yuanji. If you wish to know about your marriage, you may join her, and with her permission, you will also witness her experiences within the grand formation. Thank you, miss. Huang Yuanji replied absent-mindedly. His wife's condition was evidently unusual. He was uncertain if she would suffer as a result, and he wished to prevent it. Yet, he was more eager to ascertain whether she had been coerced, and if so, he would grant her freedom. That evening, Bai Guo and Huang Yuanji informed Huang Fu and Huang Mu of the situation, then communicated to Baozi that they were ready to begin at any time. Early the next morning, Baozi arrived with her senior brother at Huang Yuanji's residence, leading the couple to a place shrouded in mist. The fog here is quite dense, Bai Guo remarked as she stepped in the mist, quickly retreating into Huang Yuanji's embrace. Chen Daozhong, noticing this, explained, what we are about to do involves disrupting the bonds formed by the heavenly order, and this place effectively shields us from celestial insights. Baozi added, there is no need to fear. There are no dangers or obstacles here. Even if you were to stumble, it would only be a simple fall. Ah, my lady. Before Baozi could finish her sentence, she heard the couple exclaim in unison, their voices mingling in distress. What is happening? I accidentally tripped. Bai Guo replied, her cheeks flushed amidst the thick mist. Baozi fell silent, realizing it was indeed a genuine stumble. Take your time. Chen Daozhong broke the awkward silence. By the way, Huang Fu run, when the grand formation is activated and your wedding is recreated. If there are other young ladies nearby who have also experienced the marriage of the dead, we may be able to sense them. Chen Daozhong turned to Baozi. Thus, my senior sister and I may not always be near you. Huang Yuanji frowned. What if my wife encounters danger while you are not present? Do not worry. The grand formation can only help us recreate the past. It will not introduce any new crises, Baozi replied nonchalantly. If there is danger, it existed from the start, and we cannot interfere. Chen Daozhong added, what we can do is utilize the formation to plant the seeds for unraveling the bonds during its activation. Then how can you sense other young ladies and approach them? Bai Guo queried, confused. We can only take the opportunity to observe, Baozi laughed heartily. We cannot change anything. Why even bother? Bai Guo looked even more perplexed. Chen Daozhong glanced at Bai Guo. Do you think that is how I found you? Bai Guo was taken aback. Are you saying? Chen Daozhong smiled enigmatically, just as you have surmised. Here we are. Baozi suddenly sprinted ahead. Huang Fu run. You sit in the center of this circle. Huang Xiao, you will remain outside. Do not enter. Bai Guo nodded in agreement and was about to step forward when Huang Yuanji pulled her back. Are the three of you entering the formation together? Why not? Huang Yuanji paused for a moment before adding, There are uncontrolled malevolent spirits outside as well. Upon hearing Huang Yuanji's words, Baozi immediately exclaimed, "Oh, Huang de Shaoye, resta surit. My senior brother and I have set up a misformation outside. Without us guiding you, you would not have reached this place." Huang Yuanji sighed in relief and released Bai Guo. "That is good. Guo, dear, hurry and take your medicine." Not long after entering the formation, Bai Guo felt herself drifting into slumber. Then she heard a long-lost voice. "Mama." Bai Guo opened her eyes. Indeed, the figure before her was none other than her mother, whom she had not seen since her marriage. Bai Guo smiled gently, knowing what her mother was about to do. Guo is awake. "Come, take your medicine," her mother said, presenting a large plate of medicinal pills before her. "Mother, I specially sought a divine physician for these," Bai Guo's mother continued, while reaching out to stroke Bai Guo's head. "You've always had poor health, plagued by one ailment after another, with scarcely a moment of comfort." Her mother gazed at Bai Guo with tenderness. "Tomorrow is your wedding day. You cannot endure any longer." She offered Bai Guo a large bowl of water. "Here, take these pills with water." The divine physician said that if you consume them all at once and then sleep, you will wake up free of ailments. Chapter 5. How foolish Bai Guo smiled, yet her lips still formed a familiar protest. "No, Mama, I have heard that medicine tastes terrible. And who eats medicine like it is a meal? This amount is equivalent to several meals for Guo." Bai Guo lowered her gaze, noticing her mother's other hand reaching under the bed. Soon, a large bag of snacks emerged, filled with treats she rarely indulged in. However, Bai Guo was no longer the same person she once was. Upon reflection, she realized that these treats were neither delicious nor valuable. Combined, they likely wouldn't equal a single portion of the snacks her younger brother typically enjoyed. Bai Guo paused, suddenly recalling that she had not had such treats since her marriage. Moreover, the realms of the living and the dead differed. All items were burned as offerings, leading her to ponder the disparity in prices. Surely, it could not be that outrageous. Following her thoughts, Bai Guo accepted the snacks, sampling each one briefly before pausing her actions. She remembered how her younger brother often clamored for treats, yet she had rarely witnessed him indulging. Wanted to save some for him. She set aside the snacks and dutifully consumed the handful of medicine. In the past, taking these pills had been a pleasant experience. She had felt as though immersed in a honey pot, sweetness enveloping her mouth. However, this time, due to an inexplicable amnesia, stripped of the affectionate lens through which she viewed her mother, she experienced everything anew. She found that both the taste of the medicine and the careful dosage administered caused her heart to race and her brows to furrow. After consuming the medicine, Bai Guo tightly grasped her mother's hand, gazing at her with deep affection. Bai Guo's mother, in turn, gently encouraged her to indulge in some snacks. "Would you like a little more to nibble on, Guo? You have always had a penchant for treats. Whenever we have some at home, I see you looking longingly at them." As she spoke, she pulled Bai Guo into her embrace, her heart aching with maternal love. Unfortunately, their family circumstances were poor, and she could only pretend not to notice. She lightly patted Bai Guo's head. "But tomorrow you shall marry. Regardless, your mother wishes for you to enjoy this meal and to leave in high spirits." Bai Guo's mother gazed deeply into her eyes. "I only ask that you understand my love and live well after you marry, without returning carelessly to cause trouble for both families." Under the influence of the medicine, Bai Guo felt drowsy but suddenly became alert upon hearing those words. Do not return carelessly to cause trouble? The Bai Guo of that time had thought it meant to settle down in her husband's household and not to dwell on returning home. After all, upon marriage, one must follow their husband and not frequently return. Yet now, upon hearing those words, Bai Guo's heart raced wildly. After all, she had died shortly after marrying. When had she met her demise? Bai Guo saw herself asleep, witnessing her mother leaving her room while carrying the leftover snacks. By some strange twist of fate, her consciousness followed her. What an unfortunate turn of events. Bai Guo's mother threw away the treats she had previously cherished, exclaiming that she must hurry to take a bath. Just then, Bai Guo's younger brother suddenly dashed out from the main house, screaming, "What did you give that worthless girl? They're all mine." He clung to their mother's sturdy leg, hanging on and shaking her insistently. "They are mine, all mine. Give them back." "Oh, you little rascal. What could possibly be good enough for her? Get down from me." Bai Guo's mother scolded, trying to pry him off while coaxing him. "Come on down. Mother needs to take a bath." As she spoke, she glanced toward the dilapidated, thatched cottage in the corner. "That worthless girl just died, bringing misfortune. You should stay away from me for now." "No, I won't. I refuse." Bai Guo floated in midair, watching her brother stubbornly create a ruckus. "You must return what you secretly gave her. Give it to me, and then I will leave." "Oh, my dear, what I gave her is not for you to eat," their mother replied, pointing in a certain direction. Just as she finished speaking, Bai Guo's younger brother let go and dashed toward where she pointed. Bai Guo's mother slapped her thigh and chased after him. "Come back, you little scoundrel. Why must you want everything? Is that something for a person to eat?" Just as she reached the courtyard entrance, she saw her younger brother kick the bag of snacks far away, sending all its contents rolling out. "What is this? Mother, why waste money on such things?" he grumbled, returning. "That worthless girl doesn't deserve such expenditure. She dares to leave some behind. Just wait and see how I deal with her." However, this time, Bai Guo's younger brother was unable to settle the score with Bai Guo, as he was pulled away by their mother by the collar. "What do you mean, settle the score? Why are you running to a deceased person's place? Come with me. That wretched girl is fortunate. She is marrying into a wealthy family. The Huang family has sent many good things, all of which are yours." This was somewhat acceptable. Upon hearing that there were many good things, and that they were all for him, Bai Guo's younger brother settled down and obediently followed their mother into the inner room. Witnessing all this, Bai Guo's eyes grew blurry with tears. She did not wish to enter and watch them divide the so-called good things, which were exchanged for her life. She turned to leave, but found herself unable to exit the courtyard. Trapped by the courtyard wall, she wiped her tears fiercely, stubbornly turning her head away. She then caught sight of a little girl living in another nearby, thatched house. The girl was peeking into the courtyard. Upon seeing no one, she quickly gathered up the remaining snacks Bai Guo had left behind. The little girl, as if collecting treasure, wore a satisfied smile as she cautiously slipped back home. In truth, those snacks were quite a luxury for a family that struggled to make ends meet. Otherwise, Bai Guo would not have been so astonished. However, Bai Guo glanced back at her home, which had been constructed of wood many years ago. She recalled that they usually only had coarse rice at home, but occasionally, when returning from work early, she would see her younger brother eating white rice from an unknown source. Their father, mother, and younger brother had never complained of hunger, except for her younger brother, who was picky and resembled a skinny monkey, while their parents appeared quite healthy. As for clothing, she was the only one dressed in coarse fabric, while both her parents had several cotton outfits, and her younger brother even possessed 2 satin garments. What had her mother once said? "Guo Guo, dear, you seldom go out, and our family is poor, so we dress a bit worse. Your father and I must take care of you siblings, and when we go out, we need to have some decent clothing." Her brother needed to attend school, and if he dressed like them, he would be bullied, you know? "As the elder sister, you must take care of your brother. In the future, when our family is better off, your father and mother will also buy you satin garments." And then, it seemed as though there was no and then. Bai Guo took a deep breath, guiding her consciousness into the inner room. She wanted to see just how foolish she had been in the past. Chapter 6. The stolen truth, perhaps. Knowing the reason may not matter. What if her mother had some hidden difficulties? Bai Guo could not see her own expression and therefore did not realize that her face was stubborn, while despair nearly overflowed from her eyes. Outside the formation, Huang Yuan, Ji clenched his fist tightly. Fortunately, Bai Guo's father returned at that moment. Upon seeing him, it seemed as if hope ignited anew in Bai Guo's eyes. However, after looking at her father with delight, she felt something was amiss today. She scrutinized him closely. Today, her father was neither dressed in coarse fabric, while laboring with a hoe, swaying as he entered the courtyard while exclaiming how exhausted he was, nor was he wearing cotton clothing, beaming as he spoke of encountering good brothers and finding good work. This reminded Bai Guo that her father always returned home with a certain scent when he came back with a hoe. They used to say it was the smell of sweat. Bai Guo also sweated, yet she always felt it was different from her own. They said it was because her father worked harder and that he was a man, which made it different. Bai Guo believed this, but upon reflection, she now realized that it was not the scent of sweat. It was clearly the smell of alcohol. It was merely that she had never been exposed to alcohol before, which made her believe those absurd tales. In hindsight, it was evident that her father staggered when he returned not because he was tired, but rather because he was drunk. Bai Guo smiled sadly. Her consciousness drifted into the inner room along with her father. Upon entering, she found her younger brother sitting amidst a pile of intricate toys and pastries. Bai Guo's father, noticing this, rubbed his hands together and chuckled. This girl should have come into our family. She brings us fortune. We truly made the right choice in taking her. Bai Guo felt a sudden pang of anxiety and cast a strange glance at her father. What do you mean by taking her? Just then, Bai Guo's mother entered after finishing her bath. Indeed, that girl was filled with valuable things, and she helped us exchange for quite a sum. Ha ha ha. We must thank that wild priest in town. If it weren't for his nonsensical talk, we would never have taken the child from his home. Oh, you should be quiet. Bai Guo's mother, filled with joy, suddenly seemed to recall something, and her expression turned serious, urging Bai Guo's father to hush. This time, we have sold her to the Huang family for a ghost marriage. If anything goes wrong at this critical moment, what will we do? The Taoist priest could very well be someone related to that wretched girl, and she is the one who caused our demise with her poison. We must ensure that no disastrous events unfold. As if reassuring herself, Bai Guanyang gently calmed her breathing and lowered her voice. Until this matter is resolved, we must keep our lips tightly sealed. Bai Guo's father, uncertain whether out of fear or dissatisfaction, cast a fierce glance at Bai Guanyang. Did you think I am oblivious, old woman? After all these years, who would know? After scolding, Bai Guo's father strode towards Bai Guo's younger brother, eagerly rummaging through a pile of items. Fortunately, we didn't sell her to the tooth merchant. At most, she would have ended up in a brothel, earning us only a few coins. He stuffed several favored pastries into his mouth, mumbling through the morsels. Keeping her until today has indeed brought us great fortune. He chuckled, unable to contain his joy even while eating, and over the years, she has contributed significantly to our household. As the topic shifted, Bai Guanyang also felt a surge of happiness. Indeed, marrying into a wealthy family is a different experience, and that girl truly has good fortune. What good fortune? It is our fortune. Isn't it? Bai Guo's younger brother interjected defiantly. Every time we were short of money, something profitable always came our way. Just wait. Once she is gone, our family will have great luck. While speaking, Bai Guo's younger brother cast a disdainful glance towards Bai Guo's small room. That wretched girl is merely a burden, consuming our resources for years. Bai Guanyang wholeheartedly agreed, proudly looking at Bai Guo's younger brother. It is only natural that our family will thrive. Yet she insisted that Bai Guo had good fortune, which was indeed true. Noticing Bai Guo's younger brother's disinterest, she turned to Bai Guo's father to continue the conversation. Look at her. She was born into wealth and married into a prominent family. When the time comes, she will surely have company in her coffin. Bai Guo's father chimed in, chuckling, indeed, especially since she has entered a family as fortunate as ours. What a pity she will be buried in the Huang family's plot. It would have been better if she were laid to rest with us, so we could benefit a little. Bai Guanyang lamented. Bai Guo's father shot her a disapproving glance. You must be joking. By the time you could benefit, you may not even be alive to do so. Oh, I was just speaking casually, merely referring to the mound where that girl will be buried. Bai Guanyang, having been scolded, lost her cheer. You all should rest early. The Huang family will come to fetch the bride early tomorrow. Make sure to rise promptly. That troublesome girl, even in death, does not allow for any peace. Bai Guo's younger brother and father responded impatiently, one after the other. We know, we know. The next morning, the sound of gongs and drums filled the air, accompanied by the lively tunes of the Swana. Having spent the entire night alone, Bai Guo adjusted her emotions and finally beheld the grand wedding procession coming to claim her. Thinking of her husband, a soft glow graced Bai Guo's face as she curiously observed the approaching entourage. Among the bustling crowd, several individuals had already stepped forward to adorn the path with red and white silk ribbons. However, instead of a traditional groom, a large rooster had taken his place, and the expected bridal sedan was replaced by a red canopy. After sending off the wedding procession, Bai Guo's parents returned to their quarters, while Bai Guo, due to her body being taken, had no choice but to depart as well. Now, she would learn how she became united with her husband. Although the fact that she could not recall the details troubled her, she still looked forward to the wedding she had missed. For it was indeed her union with her husband. As she contemplated the upcoming events, her heart raced, and she felt her cheeks flush. Along the way, Bai Guo felt grateful for the care and guidance she had received from her husband's family over the years. Otherwise, the revelations of today would have left her in turmoil for quite some time. She shyly covered her cheeks, following her body to the Huang residence. As Bai Guo had surmised, the Huang family was indeed a good family, and she did not suffer any misfortune. The wedding proceeded smoothly. After a series of elaborate rituals, she was taken to the Huang family's cemetery, where she was interred alongside Huang Yuanji. She observed Huang Yuanji's grandparents, entwined in each other's embrace, hands clasped, their eyes glistening with tears as they followed the procession. Only after everyone had departed did the elderly couple, who should have been entertaining guests in the hall, slowly approach the grave. Chapter 7. Seeking assistance from fellow practitioners, grandfather Yuanji began to ramble. Yuanji, your parents left early, and it seems you have followed in their footsteps. According to our ancestors' customs, no one should be interred alone. Today, we have secured you a bride. Grandmother Yuanji echoed. You two live well together down there. We have inquired, and this girl, though her fate has been harsh, is a good girl. Grandmother Yuanji pondered for a moment before continuing, saying that she had fallen ill a few days prior and passed away. Is that right, dear? Grandfather Yuanji, noticing his wife's confusion, patted her hand and took over the conversation. Yes, her parents somehow learned of our intention to arrange a posthumous marriage and came to us directly. Grandfather Yuanji glanced at his wife. They mentioned that their daughter had just passed, and they were facing difficulties, wishing to marry her for the sake of securing some financial support for their living expenses. After a moment of silence, Grandfather Yuanji added, We agreed, fulfilling all the traditional rites, ensuring you both would have a resting place and not end up in a forsaken grave. The elderly couple continued their rambling for quite some time before being escorted away by the servants. Bai Guo looked in the direction the couple had left, then at the grave, unwilling to dwell on their words, her mind occupied with thoughts of her fellow disciples. Now that everything was settled, what about the disciples? At that moment, Chun Daoshi and Bao Zi were struggling with a distress signal from a fellow practitioner that had mysteriously appeared. They could only gather the content of the plea through fragmented messages, unaware of the sender's location. The signal was intermittent, radiating out sporadically. If they lost focus for a moment, the message could vanish. As such, Bao Zi focused on maintaining one line of communication, while Chun Daoshi hurriedly set up a locating array. Both were highly tense, their minds occupied, oblivious to Bai Guo's situation. Once they finally established the location, they hurried to Bai Guo's side, only to find her asleep atop the grave. The two disciples exchanged glances and began to dig into the mound. Bai Guo woke. Startled to see Bao Zi and the others laboring to unearth the grave she shared with Huang Yuanji, leaving her momentarily speechless. She opened and closed her mouth, finally managing to utter a dry question. What are you doing? Do you need help? They glanced at Bai Guo and replied, We're digging you out, removing the hair from your mouth, and then burying you back. As for breaking free from your bonds, Bai Guo felt indifferent. In fact, she thought her husband was wonderful and did not wish to leave him. This thought made her hesitate to step forward and instead ask, So, once the array is completed, I will no longer be my husband's wife? I will have to leave him? Bao Zi paused, looking at Bai Guo with curiosity. Breaking free from your bonds merely grants you freedom. Do you understand? When the time comes, you can choose to stay by whomever you desire, all right? Bai Guo felt a surge of joy, then declared, I will help. Thank you for allowing me. Bai Guo intended to express her gratitude for helping her understand her wedding. Yet, she suddenly remembered the truth about the wedding, built upon deception, and her smile faded. Suddenly, Bai Guo did not notice the subtle expressions of her senior brothers and sisters, which had shifted slightly following her earlier words of gratitude. After a vigorous effort, their task was finally accomplished. The formation commenced its operation at the moment of success, planting the seeds that would liberate Bai Guo from her constraints and ushering the group out of the grand array. On their return journey, Bai Guo inquired about a previous event. Chen Daozhong, will you be seen by them? Is that why you avoided people to retrieve the hair from my mouth? Chen Daozhong remained silent, while Baozi interjected, not at all, why would you think that? Bai Guo released a dry chuckle. I noticed that the rest of the group had long departed before you two appeared. Oh, that, Baozi replied with understanding. When you entered the formation, my senior brother and I discovered a girl who was about to be married to the dead. We took a little time to locate her. Bai Guo was astonished. During her journey with the procession, she had not seen any other wedding parties. Were there other girls also marrying the dead nearby? No, this is happening now. Perhaps she is one of our kind. She sent out a distress signal herself, Chen Daozhong explained. You two should return. My junior sister and I need to find her. Bai Guo nodded, quickly altering her course to join the senior siblings, calling out loudly, thank you. If you need any assistance, feel free to reach out to us. Suddenly recalling something, she glanced at Huang Yuanji, who usually went out with his parents, realizing that she often had free time. However, having lived together for many years, Huang Yuanji understood his wife well. He gently pressed down on her lips, which were about to speak again, assuring her, I will help too. Huang Yuanji's gaze held a tenderness that Bai Guo recognized but dared not meet, feeling shame and sorrow for herself. Yet, as she instinctively tried to evade, stepping ahead, her legs weakened, and she faltered. Bai Guo stubbornly refrained from reaching out for support, but was swiftly caught by Huang Yuanji, who embraced her effortlessly. He spoke soothingly. Do not worry, my lady. Chen Daozhong mentioned before entering the formation that you would experience weakness upon exiting, and it is my duty to support you. Lowering his head, he affectionately nudged her delicate forehead with his nose. Since you do not wish to be assisted now, I shall carry you home. Seeing Bai Guo's reluctance, he tightened his hold, burying her head against his chest. Huang Yuanji looked down at his beloved wife, pleased to see her bury her face in his embrace without any further signs of resistance or evasion. Bai Guo felt a wave of joyful laughter from above, and soon, overwhelmed by shyness and embarrassment, she succumbed to sleep. Upon returning home, Huang Yuanji found his parents, who had evidently come back early today. He quietly placed Bai Guo in their room before returning to the hall to recount the events to his parents. The two elders exchanged glances, and Huang's mother sighed. She is a child of misfortune. We must treat her kindly. Huang's father added, we will endure a little hardship and do more. Let us strive to ensure this girl finds herself in a better situation. Huang's mother nodded in silence, leaning against Huang's father without further comment, her furrowed brow betraying her troubled thoughts. In Chapter 8, A Hot Potato, Huang's father gestured for Huang Yuanji to attend to his own matters. Naturally, Huang Yuanji complied, seeking out his wife and allowing his parents some privacy. Returning to their room, Huang Yuanji gazed quietly at the slumbering Bai Guo, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, Chen Daozhong, accompanied by Bao Zi's spirit, had arrived at the location they had previously investigated. Upon their arrival, they encountered a girl of about 15 or 16 years, who appeared lifeless, her attire suggesting she was not a practitioner of the Tao. However, considering that the distress signal they followed led them here, and with no other suspicious occurrences in the vicinity, Chen Daozhong and Bao Zi conducted a thorough investigation. The outcome left the pair speechless. This was a living person. Uncertain of which deity she had offended, she seemed fine at first glance, but in reality, she bore severe injuries, her soul sealed deep within her body. A person without any cultivation would never realize she was alive. Understanding the situation, the two siblings retreated to a safe distance. Once far enough away, Baozi anxiously asked, Senior brother, if we rashly intervene, will it? Chen Daozhong looked at his junior sister. If conditions allow, it is best to avoid this hot potato, but your health cannot withstand the weight. Baozi gazed up at Chen Daozhong, pained. I am sorry, senior brother, for bringing you such trouble. Chen Daozhong comforted her. What nonsense are you saying? Since we were taken in by our master from a young age, we are like siblings. How could I stand by and watch you perish? Senior brother, Baozi said, her eyes glistening with tears as she clung to his waist. Let us observe a little longer. If we find ourselves unable to act at the last moment, we can return for her. Baozi turned back toward the girl, lamenting, in any case, she is not in a position to help us now. Chen Daozhong chuckled, ruffling Bao Zi's hair, playfully scolding, "Silly girl. Do you truly think we can turn a blind eye now? It would have been better to ignore the distress signal from the beginning, but since we are already here, we cannot simply disregard it." Bao Zi, who was always less proficient in Taoist arts than Chen Daozhong, found herself equally perplexed by the situation. Fortunately, she was a humble and eager learner. "Why?" Chen Daozhong gently tapped her forehead. "How do you think I knew you were in trouble?" Bao Zi pondered and realized she had likely perished before she could send out a distress signal, her bindings trapping her in that ghostly place. Relying solely on herself, she was unable to inform her senior brother of her predicament, let alone convey her location. "So how did you know I was in trouble, senior brother?" she inquired earnestly. "My master taught me how to use personal items of others to ascertain their general whereabouts," he stated solemnly. "If we obtain blood, flesh, hair, or nails, we can even discern life and death directly." Chen Daozhong glanced toward the direction of the girl, adding, "let alone merely knowing of our arrival." Bao Zi's attention, however, was no longer on the girl. Her eyes widened as she exclaimed, "Master is biased. He has never taught me that." Chen Daozhong turned back, raising his hand and firmly tapping Bao Zi's head. "Do not speak such nonsense." After reprimanding her, he continued to chide his naive junior sister. "Instead of complaining about the master's favoritism, you ought to focus on improving your own skills. When you are ready to learn, the master will naturally teach you. If he is unavailable, you still have me." Chen Daozhong's voice trailed off as he regarded Bao Zi with a mix of disappointment and frustration. "Look at your cultivation level. How could a practitioner of the Tao be so easily trapped?" Bao Zi's cheeks flushed crimson, aware of her shortcomings and feeling guilty. "Oh dear, but I have you, senior brother." She attempted to charm her way out of the situation, her demeanor shifting from a straightforward girl to one indulging in playful antics to evade accountability. "See, you are here to save me now. Hee," she said, playfully patting Chen Daozhong's back. "You are the best, senior brother." Chen Daozhong cast a fleeting glance at Bao Zi, pulling her koala-like form aside as he stepped back. "Let us see if we can make use of her without inviting calamity." Bao Zi feigned seriousness as she nodded in agreement. Indeed, it should at least not lead to misfortune. The two of them entered the dilapidated house, where the Taoist girl's body lay, resuming their careful investigation. Chen Daozhong even attempted to communicate with the girl using his Taoist techniques. However, it seemed that the earlier commotion had left her weakened, and she had already fainted. Exchanging glances, the siblings decided it was time to prepare some supplies. "Let us gather some items," Chen Daozhong suggested. "Am I to remain here to watch over her?" Bao Zi inquired. "She resembles a lifeless being. If left unattended, she might truly perish." Bao Zi recalled their past outings where someone had to stay behind to guard anything of importance. Chen Daozhong, with a hint of exasperation, tapped her forehead. "What? Do you think you could stay here alone if I leave?" Bao Zi was momentarily taken aback as she watched Chen Daozhong shake a piece of ink jade in his hand, then suddenly slapped her forehead with a silly grin. "Oh, I forgot. I'm merely a clay Buddha. Were it not for you, I would still be lingering near that house in the underworld." The siblings rushed to a nearby village, purchasing all the necessary items for their upcoming ritual. As Bao Zi examined the assorted packages, some of which were unfamiliar to her, she asked, "Brother, were these items you've acquired? Are you employing some new Taoist technique?" "Yes. They will allow the spirit confined within the girl to temporarily emerge, enabling her to guide us," Chen Daozhong explained. "You're truly remarkable. If it were just me, that girl would likely be waiting for death," Bao Zi praised half seriously, half flatteringly. Then she asked, "But what path are we to have her indicate?" Chen Daozhong's patience waned as he regarded his naive sister. "Do you dare to assist her without understanding how she came to be in this state? We must at least ascertain who she has offended and whether we should be wary. But we are already preparing to help her, are we not?" Bao Zi continued to question. "Assistance is imperative, yet the extent of our aid is not solely our decision," Chen Daozhong replied, ruffling Bao Zi's hair vigorously. Chapter 9. Disturbing graves with her hair tousled into a bird's nest, Bao Zi finally ceased her chatter and, in frustration, began to rearrange her hair. As she worked, she silently complained, "Brother is the worst," always resorting to this tactic. Even though she was now a ghost, invisible to others, It seemed unfair to bully his sister, especially since she was still a girl. Just wait until I return to life. I shall not hesitate to report you to Master. After returning Baozi to the underworld, Chun Daoshang remarked, this matter concerning the girl cannot be resolved by just the two of us. That ghostly couple from earlier expressed their willingness to assist. Let us visit them again tomorrow morning and see if they can help. Early the next morning, Chun Daoshang arrived at the girl's location, laden with an array of peculiar items and accompanied by 3 spirits. Noticing the absence of onlookers, he unceremoniously carried the girl's body away, placing it in a predetermined spot to begin setting up the array. After some adjustments, he released the 3 spirits, instructing the Bai Guo couple. I have established a protective formation. See the circle on the ground? Do not step outside it. If you disobey and something goes wrong, I may not be able to protect you. He then called for Baozi. Sister, come help me. The Bai Guo couple stood by, observing the siblings as they busied themselves until noon when they finally concluded their preparations. The 3 spirits took their positions within the array, while Chun Daoshang stood beside the girl, controlling the formation. With the aid of the array, the girl's spirit attained temporary freedom. Thank you, esteemed Taoists. Once I am liberated, I shall personally express my gratitude with gifts, she said. Before Chun Daoshang could respond, Bai Guo shivered, instinctively leaning back as the girl spoke in an adorably childish voice. Although she was still young, her voice was unexpectedly high-pitched, contrasting sharply with her appearance. Only Huang Yundi noticed Bai Guo's discomfort as he yearned to embrace his wife, but found himself unable to move. He could only offer her a reassuring glance before turning his attention back to the 2 Taoists. Chun Daoshang interrupted the girl's expressions of gratitude. That is not necessary. If you truly wish to thank us, you should first tell us how you ended up in this predicament. The girl's expression shifted subtly, and she fell silent. Chun Daoshang furrowed his brow, his demeanor growing serious. I implore you to share the truth. You must know that if our skills are insufficient and we attempt to break the seals on you, we may not only fail to save you, but also endanger ourselves. Indeed, if you desire our assistance, it is best to be forthright about the circumstances, Baozi added, tilting her head in encouragement. We need to understand what kind of seal we are dealing with to know how best to assist you. The girl bit her lip, her face flushed, as she timidly turned her head away. In a voice as faint as a whisper, she confessed, I was just playing around and accidentally disturbed someone's grave. Chun Daoshang sighed. What possessed you to disturb another's grave? Which grave was it? Upon hearing this, Chun Daoshang's expression shifted to one of resignation. You mean to tell me that the contents of the grave could ensnare someone skilled in Tao? I do not know, the girl stammered, her cheeks nearly crimson. I merely wished to descend the mountain to help the people, perhaps having turned her head for too long. She now bowed her head to avoid their gaze. While passing through a village, I heard of a grave nearby. Children were often found hanging upside down from trees, and when the elders inquired, none of the children could recall the events. The girl glanced up cautiously, noticing that their expressions were unchanged, and continued. Surely that was not normal. I thought I would investigate. Her excitement grew as she recounted. Indeed, I discovered something unusual. I was so eager that I attempted to attack, but it had no effect. As she spoke, her voice dropped once more. I thought it was not formidable, perhaps a bully, and since I was not like those children, it would not dare to show itself. Cautiously, she cast another glance at the group, particularly at Chun Daoshang, who was controlling the array, and continued, thus, I thought to set up a killing formation to eliminate this malevolent spirit. The subsequent events were predictable. She had been counterattacked. Consequently, her tone grew despondent. I used my master's most potent killing formation, yet it only managed to inflict a minor wound. In its rage, it had ensnared her. Chun Daoshang exhaled deeply. And what are those children? You provoked it first, but what became of them? The young Taoist hesitated before responding. Well, it claimed that the children were urinating on its grave, competing to see who could aim better. It felt compelled to teach them a lesson. Chun Daoshang's brow furrowed further. Is that the reason the children were hung upside down? And how does memory loss factor into this? The young Taoist smiled sheepishly and explained. It said it feared scaring people, so it made them forget. Chun Daoshang and Baozi exchanged amused glances, chuckling lightly. Where is this spirit? I wish to confront it. Are you also planning to subdue it? The young Taoist gasped in surprise. Perhaps not. Or you could first free me. She was deeply afraid that this person might also be incapable, and the sound of her voice grew fainter. I shall investigate that entity to discern how long it has been thriving. If, as you say, it harbors no ill intentions, then let us take the opportunity to engage. Shen Daoshang cast a friendly smile at the young Taoist maiden. While retrieving something from his robe, he spoke to her. Once I ascertain the situation, I shall return to rescue you. I will place a tracking device on you, so there is no fear of you being taken away. No, please don't. Unfortunately, Shen Daoshang's words did not bring the young maiden any comfort. Once you leave, I shall be buried alive. She gazed at him with a pitiful expression. I heard that those who collect me plan to sell me as a corpse bride. They are supposed to come for me today, and I will surely be entombed. Shen Daoshang raised an eyebrow. Even if you are buried alive, I will promptly unearth you. Since I have promised to save you, I shall certainly do so. After gathering his belongings, Shen Daoshang signaled to Bai Guo and the others to return to Yuli. Now, you should await patiently. There is no need to rush. To lift this seal on you, I still require one more item. You must wait, so consider it an opportunity for a brief slumber. Without Shen Daoshang's formation to assist her, the young Taoist maiden found herself trapped within her own body, silently praying for her own salvation. Chapter 10. The Ghostly Wall. What is lacking? Shen Daoshang asked with an enigmatic smile. Bai Guo, looking disheartened, replied, How would I know? You know I'm not familiar with this. Shen Daoshang's smile broadened. We are merely missing an opportunity. What? Shen Daoshang sealed his lips and only responded after escorting the Bai Guo couple back to the underworld. Isn't that young maiden meant to be taken for a ghostly marriage? Indeed. So, if we delay our rescue, we shall have another individual capable of activating the formation to save you. Shen Daoshang's gaze softened as he raised his hand to smooth Bai Guo's hair. Bai Guo's voice shifted in pitch. Did you not say that everyone entering the formation, except for me, would perish? Cautiously glancing around, she whispered, Wouldn't that attract her fellow disciples? Observing Bai Guo's careful demeanor, Shen Daoshang felt exasperated and playfully tapped her on the head. If you do not study diligently, you shall face the consequences. Only those without corporeal forms, the ghost brides, perish within this formation. This girl is alive, her body intact. Entering the formation will not lead to her demise. Bai Guo's eyes sparkled with realization. Then we have found another. Yes, let us go. I shall escort you back to the underworld, Shen Daoshang replied gently. Having lingered in the mortal realm for so long, it is best to adjust before we dig up the grave and retrieve her when night falls. After sending Bai Guo away, Shen Daoshang began tracking the young maiden's location. Upon reaching the vicinity, he climbed a nearby tree to find a concealed spot from which to observe the proceedings. When the ritual finally commenced the following day, Shen Daoshang brought Bai Guo and the others along. Madam Huang, I entrust this to you, he said, hiding the black jade in a hollow of the tree and placing a talisman to protect the Bai Guo couple. He then turned and ran in a specific direction with Bai Guo. Brother, where are we going? To the magistrate's office. What for? Shen Daoshang glanced at Bai Guo. I have calculated that if we head to the magistrate's office now, we can bring the officials to save her just before the ghostly marriage is finalized. Just before? Bai Guo was taken aback. Doesn't that mean we cannot assist her? Shen Daoshang chuckled lightly. If we encounter an unexpected event along the way, then our assistance will indeed be timely. Bai Guo's shock transformed into delight. Brother, you are truly cunning. Shen Daoshang looked at her fondly, saying nothing. Bai Guo continued her analysis, suggesting that they could act at the precise moment necessary to save her, but a twist of fate delayed them. Thus, she would be wed in a ghostly marriage, yet would feel that we are aiding her. It is simply the way of fate, she marveled, gazing at Shen Daoshang with admiration. As expected of you, brother, you are always so astute. Upon arriving at the government office, Shen Daoshang, under the pretense of having a friend abducted, led a group of officials toward the young maiden's location. However, as they approached a fork in the road, they found themselves going in circles regardless of their attempts, fearing the passage of time would lead to death. The officials opted for a longer route after several futile attempts to navigate back to the starting point. Yet, after a frantic sprint, they encountered the same peculiar situation again. Chen Daoshang had yet to react when a head official became irritable. What is this nonsense? Strange occurrences happen annually, yet never have they clustered together like this. Previously, they could not escape the fork, and now they found themselves drawn back to a thatched cottage from which indistinct sounds emanated. Let's go inside and investigate, the head official commanded, waving his hand. With no other paths available, they decided to ascertain the situation within. Following the head official's orders, the group rushed inside, and Chen Daoshang silently followed. He was not anxious. As long as the young maiden remained alive, it mattered not whether they arrived a few minutes early or late. Inside, they encountered a crowd of individuals, young and old, some seated, some standing, and some squatting. The hall was adorned with red lanterns, yet in the center lay a coffin. The head official's brow furrowed as he scolded. Are you engaging in a ghostly marriage? The government has expressly forbidden this. How dare you defy the decree and conduct such affairs in secret? Truly reckless. Though he reprimanded them, he did not act immediately. Observing their reactions, it was evident they were all rather anxious. The head official scoffed, seized them. Turning to the coffin, he commanded coldly, "Open this coffin." As the lid was lifted, a young woman with a face stained with blood and tears was revealed. Every exposed inch of her skin bore scars, and she had long lost her voice. Upon closer inspection, they noticed her mouth was sewn shut with thread. When the officials cut the thread, a few strands of black hair sprang forth from her parted lips. The head official raised his hand, instructing, "Take these individuals and the maiden's corpse back to the magistrate's office. I shall conduct an autopsy to ensure these lawless villagers receive a profound lesson and to seek justice for this maiden." Having issued his orders, he summoned more personnel. Take a few individuals to scout the situation, form teams of 3, and do not stray apart. Once the maiden's body was prepared and the matters within the house settled, the officials sent out to investigate returned excitedly. The path is clear. This revelation left the head official both astonished and fearful, while the other officials exchanged bewildered glances. A smaller official stammered, "Sir, it is the ghostly wall." Before he could finish, the head official Chamaglaire, "Attend to your duties." The head official understood the implication of the statement. Could it be that this tortured maiden had conjured such a phenomenon? If so, what then? He cast a cold glance at the villagers. Based on the situation, had they not appeared, those within the house would likely have perished. This realization only strengthened his resolve to teach these unruly villagers a stern lesson. After all, he had no desire to incur the wrath of the maiden. The villagers remained oblivious to the fate that awaited them. As all arrangements were finalized, the head official divided his men into 2 teams, planning to split their forces. When yet another strange occurrence transpired, the villagers captured from the house, once left to navigate on their own, began to wander in circles. Just as they had at the beginning, no matter which direction they took, they ultimately returned to the thatched cottage. The head official cast a lingering glance at the maiden's corpse. "Fear not, dear maiden. This official shall ensure your grievances are addressed." Having spoken, he was uncertain whether the maiden could hear him, but he instructed his subordinates to keep the villagers together, ensuring they did not wander off alone. Subsequently, Dao Zhangchun led the officers smoothly to the location of the young nun. Chapter 11. The Tooth Merchant in the West of the City. As anticipated by this time, the young nun had already been buried. Fortunately, the family believed her to be dead and did not inflict any harm that would have restricted her mobility. Together with a group of officials, Dao Zhangchun unearthed her body. He then placed her aside, within the formation he had secretly arranged earlier. Once the seal on her body was lifted, the young nun awoke, overwhelmed with gratitude, repeatedly thanking the group. She even performed a deep bow to Dao Zhangchun. Regrettably, the young girl had been treated as a corpse when taken away and had been thoroughly searched, leaving her devoid of any valuables. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly have offered her treasures to Dao Zhangchun as a token of gratitude. Now, she certainly wished to express her thanks, although the reward would have to wait until she returned to her sect. However, given the presence of so many people, it was not appropriate to speak openly, so she kept her sentiments private. After unearthing the young nun, The officials also took the family in for questioning. Who among you did this to her? One official lashed his whip menacingly at the men and women dragged from the thatched house. It wasn't he, us. Please spare us, my lord. A few of them, their legs trembling, fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. Yes, it wasn't he, us. She was like that when she was brought here. Amidst the chaotic cries for mercy, a robust man suddenly recalled something and shouted, "It must be the tooth merchant. She was like that when he gave her to us." Yes, yes, the tooth merchant. Even if it wasn't him, he surely knows something, my lord. The group, like a dam bursting, began to shift the blame fervently. The tooth merchant? From which tooth merchant did you acquire her? The official gazed impassively at the family kneeling on the ground. It's the tooth merchant from the west of the city. My lord. They hurriedly cast aside the hot potato, spilling all the details of their dealings. Understood. You shall remain here. The diligent officials, having clarified the situation, returned the group to confinement. They then turned to report back to their superiors. The chief remarked that given the circumstances, the young girl must be harboring deep resentment. Now that she had gained strength, if this matter was not handled properly, those who had wronged her might end up sharing her fate. Consequently, the townsfolk witnessed a troop of officials marching toward the territory of the tooth merchant in the west. Oh dear, is he kicking up a storm? Who knows? He has plenty of tricks up his sleeve. Let us see how it unfolds. What good are his tricks? With his lawless ways, daring to take in any person and sell anyone. Who can keep up with him? That's hard to say. He manages to dominate the west of the city for a reason. Can someone so ruthless really possess any ability? How do you know he is ruthless? He seems quite close with his sister and brother-in-law. Oh, you're not aware, are you? A few years back, he sold his own niece. Is that so? I know about that incident. It was his sister who came to him for help. Her daughter had died, and the family was in dire straits. She pleaded with him to assist in selling her at a price. Oh dear, one cannot say he is heartless then. After all, the dead cannot be prioritized over the living. Indeed, the dead cannot be prioritized over the living. But his niece was alive. Hey, you shouldn't speak carelessly. Carelessly? I speak the truth. If you don't believe me, go ask the apothecary. That family bought a hefty amount of medicine, coercing the young girl to consume it, and only left the night before her wedding. Is that how you know? Of course, they wouldn't allow it. That person, glancing around furtively to ensure the family was not nearby, lowered his voice conspiratorially. It was a distant relative of mine who happened to pass by that day and saw the wild fruits fall into their yard. He sneaked in to collect them, but witnessed the whole affair. In reality, this distant relative referred to the little girl who had picked up the treats. She was merely playful and had accidentally wandered in while chasing frogs. She overheard the mention of treats, and unable to resist, hid outside the window to spy, thus witnessing everything. However, the child was innocent and did not comprehend the danger. She only knew that her parents had told her not to enter others' yards or eavesdrop, so she quietly slipped away. Ultimately, when she saw the treats discarded, she seized the opportunity to retrieve them. Returning home with so many items would naturally raise questions from her parents, which is how this matter came to light. Unfortunately, the family was too wicked, and others did not wish to get involved. Had Bai Guo not died, it would have been different. Since she had, no one would dare to stand up for her. Furthermore, regardless of the arguments made, she was their own daughter, making it difficult for outsiders to intervene. Listening to the gossip, the group soon followed the officials to the tooth merchant's residence in the west of the city. It is worth noting that the head official usually exchanged pleasantries with the tooth merchant. Therefore, when the officials arrived, the tooth merchant was not at all flustered and even welcomed them inside for tea with a cheerful demeanor. However, given the gravity of the situation, the officials were wary of provoking any danger to themselves and did not allow him to brush them off lightly. Yet, they did not directly arrest him either. Hold on. We must clarify this matter. Just explain to us what happened with the young girl, and share as much as you know. The tooth merchant, a man of humble means who had managed to survive to this point, was perceptive. Observing the unusual demeanor of the officials, he rubbed his hands together and complied. My lord, you are indeed astute. I dare not conceal the truth from you. This girl, named Zhao Di, was sold to me by her own parents. As he spoke leisurely, he took the opportunity to gauge the officials' reactions. They claimed to be poor and unable to provide for her. They asked me to help sell her to a brothel. This way, they would earn some money to support the family, and the girl would have a means of survival. Noticing no change in the official's expressions, he relaxed slightly. After all, better to live dishonorably than die. Thus, I agreed. However, he did not dare to loosen his guard, sensing that the officials were serious about the matter and that it might be difficult to resolve. Thus, he needed to distance himself from the situation. But the girl was unfortunate. Once she arrived at the brothel, she was unwilling to comply with the customers. So the madam drugged her and sent her to the customeress room. Chapter 12. Is blood rain falling from the sky? The tooth merchant feigned sorrow with a sigh. Who would have thought that she would encounter customers who treated human life so carelessly, leading to such a fate? Yet the madam was no philanthropist. Having just acquired the girl, losing her meant a complete loss for her. Thus, she contemplated selling her body to me again. At this point, the tooth merchant paused. After all, the matter of ghost marriages was strictly prohibited by law, and he naturally did not dare to state outright that she was sold for such purposes. However, the officials were evidently not inclined to show him any leniency. Noticing his silence, they pressed further, and then, well, it just so happened that a family sought the body of a girl recently. The tooth merchant lowered his voice. I'm not sure what they intended to do, but it's best to sell such things quickly. He rubbed his hands cautiously. After all, it's not my place to inquire too deeply about the buyers. If they want it, then I shall deliver. The officers cast another glance at him. So the injuries on her body were indeed inflicted by that guest, correct? The informant's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he quickly nodded in affirmation. Indeed, that must be the case. However, fearing his statement was too absolute, he rubbed his hands and added, Nevertheless, she is not here with us, so we cannot be entirely certain. However, it is highly likely to be true. Very well, understood. You may leave now. After inquiring, the officers allowed the informant to depart. As for themselves, they turned and headed to the only brothel in the town. Let us go find the madam and ascertain which guest it was. Once the full sequence of events was clarified, the head officer, after weighing the pros and cons with his superior, made the final decision. With a loud bang of the gavel, he commanded, Bring forth those lawless and audacious ruffians who brazenly defy the edict and disregard human life. They shall be imprisoned for life. Yes, sir, the officers responded in unison with resounding voices. My lord, please spare us. We dare not. We shall never do so again. We beseech you to grant us mercy. We acknowledge our wrongs. The cries of despair echoed from the family. But alas, not only were they lawless, but they also held no power or influence. Furthermore, that girl had ultimately succumbed in their hands, and only they remained entranced after her body was discovered. Thus, they could only be made to extinguish the girl's wrath. Bring the madam forward, give her 20 lashes. With a resounding thud, the command was issued, and the madam was dragged forth to receive her punishment. Following her were the informants, 10 in total. The guest, on the other hand, received 50 lashes, nearly to the brink of death. This spectacle left the onlookers in awe. Oh dear, old Wong, look here. The madam and that informant from the western part of the town surely have someone protecting them. They should not be so meekly punished. Some gasped in astonishment, glancing upward. Yet the sky offered no crimson rain. As for that guest, such affairs in brothels were not uncommon, and nothing ever seemed to transpire. Yet today, how could these individuals willingly accept their punishment? Little did they know, the penalties imposed on the three were entirely voluntary. The head officer, aware of their influence, wished to avoid offending them. Thus, he promptly clarified the matter concerning the girl. Even when some expressed disbelief, he personally took several individuals to view the girl's corpse. Indeed, upon nearing her lifeless form, they appeared as though entranced, spinning in place, unable to find their way out. Thank you. I was unreasonable before. I apologize sincerely. The previously arrogant guest was now the quickest to change his tune. He grasped the officer's hand, incessantly expressing gratitude. Punishment. It must be done. I shall accept any form of punishment as long as I am allowed to keep my life. I shall have no further objections. The head officer, somewhat bemused, jested, Sir. You're not typically this agreeable. What brings about such a change? Unexpectedly, the guest's demeanor turned despondent, sighing, Alas, do you not know about my daughter? His gaze became vacant. My dear girl, I cherished her dearly, treating her with utmost care, and initially sought a good match for her. With a bitter smile, he lamented that the suitor had departed too early. Yet, the man was wealthy and powerful, unwilling to relent. I could not afford to offend him, and thus my daughter was forced to accompany him to the grave. The officer, puzzled, inquired, "How are these two matters connected?" The gentleman composed himself. "There is no connection. But ever since my daughter's passing, strange occurrences have plagued my household." He poured tea for the officer, stating, "I previously did not believe in such matters. Yet now I am compelled to do so." Chun Daolang listened impassively, observing quietly, intending to remember this individual. Turning his head, he noticed the man was secretly raising his eyebrows at the officer, signaling that whatever punishment was to come, as long as it resolved the lingering issues, he would certainly repay the favor afterward. This scene appeared as if fearing the girl's vengeful spirit would overhear. Thus, those responsible for the girl's tragic fate received varying degrees of punishment. Yet her parents remained untouched by the authorities. They had inquired, for the girl had always taken care of her family. Although reluctant to be in the brothel, her parents had only sold her into it after she had consented. After concluding matters here, Chun Daolang encountered a young Taoist nun he had summoned and seized the opportunity to discuss the matter of Baozi. "I shall not shy away from this task." The young nun was willing to assist in gathering support to aid her benefactor. "Let us exchange contact information. I must return to my sect first." "Very well." After exchanging contact details, Chun Daolang turned and followed the deranged patron. Thus, when the gentleman, pale-faced, took his seat, he was informed that someone had come to visit. He initially suspected it was one of his adversaries, seeing his recent misfortunes, coming to seek trouble and mock him. So he allowed the visitor to enter. To his surprise, the individual who entered and took a dignified seat was none other than the young man, named Chun, whom the authorities had encountered. "What brings you here today?" the gentleman asked, lacking enthusiasm. Chun Daolang, unperturbed, replied, "To be candid, I am a practitioner of the Tao. It so happens that I overheard your conversation at the authorities the other day." Chun Daolang scrutinized the gentleman, stating, "I observed you closely then, and it seemed you were not well. You might have been entangled with some malevolent entity for quite some time." The gentleman furrowed his brow, declaring, "There is no need for you to mention my daughter. If there is nothing else, I kindly ask you to take your leave." He irritably lifted his teacup and continued to drink. Chapter 13. Not my daughter. The gentleman did not believe that this person possessed any capability. After all, he had heard the officers recount the events they encountered on the road, and this individual had also found himself ensnared. Moreover, even if he were capable, it was his pitiful daughter who was suffering in the family turmoil. The gentleman did not wish for her to endure further misery after her death. "My lord," Chun Daolang attempted to persuade, "let the chaos ensue. After all, she is your own daughter. It cannot lead to the ruin of your family." The gentleman, however, would not afford him the opportunity to speak. He even mockingly smiled at Chun Daolang, asserting that once her anger subsided, everything would naturally settle. Observing this, Chun Daolang persisted in his advice, urging the gentleman to reconsider. "It is not your daughter who is causing the commotion in your household." Upon hearing this, the gentleman furrowed his brow, asking, "Not my daughter? Who else could it be? My family has always treated others kindly and has not offended anyone." The gentleman remained unconvinced. Chun Daolang regarded him, stating, "You claim your family has always treated others kindly. Is your daughter not the same?" Looking at the silent gentleman, Chun Daolang continued, "How then could it have led to such turmoil in your home, compelling you to commit such heinous acts?" The gentleman's brow tightened. He felt there was merit in the words spoken. He had indeed harbored doubts, but could not fathom whom he had offended. Seeing that the gentleman remained silent, yet did not dismiss him, Chun Daolang pulled out a collection of tools. "I understand your hesitations, my lord. You may first observe my abilities before deciding whether to trust me." Mentioning his abilities reminded the gentleman of the officer's accounts. "This is Chun Daolang, is it not? Since you claim to possess skills, why did you not resolve the matter on the road that day?" Chun Daolang smiled enigmatically, countering, "If I had resolved it, what would have become of the girl's situation?" The gentleman was taken aback. His eyes darted around, pondering, "But my family has never offended anyone. Why should I trust you?" Chun Daolang chose not to respond. Selecting his desired tools meticulously, he shoved the rest back into his bag. Then he calmly suggested, "Why not let the gentleman see the ghostly visage that is haunting your household? Come, let us determine if this truly is your daughter." Upon hearing these words, the gentleman immediately altered his expression, realizing the gravity of the statement. Indeed, it was true. "Very well. If you can truly show me, I shall believe you." As he finished speaking, Taoist Chun assumed his stance. After a series of meticulous arrangements, he utilized a compass to pinpoint the direction of the lurking entity and summoned it forth. The moment the apparition entered the designated area set by Taoist Chun, he sealed the exit and splashed a basin of black dog blood into the space. Even though the gentleman had mentally prepared himself, he was startled by the sudden appearance of a bloodied figure. In the next instant, he found himself hastily retreating behind Taoist Chun, clutching the Taoist's sleeve tightly. His voice a rapid-fire plea. I believe. Taoist, please eliminate this entity. This is not my daughter, not my daughter." As he gazed upon the gruesome figure, the gentleman's fear gradually shifted to sorrow, and he suddenly comprehended that the one who had remained in his home was not his daughter. His previous beliefs had been mere self-deception. He had thought that even if his daughter had perished and become a ghost, at least she had returned home. He was not from a destitute family. Finding someone to deal with a malevolent spirit should not pose a challenge. He selfishly wished for his daughter to act as she pleased, to vent her grievances, even if the primary target of her ire was himself. Thus, he had allowed this spirit to wreak havoc in his home, committing various misdeeds. Yet, who could have foreseen that this was merely a wandering, lost soul? The visage obscured by the dog blood appeared somewhat benign, yet was undeniably not his pitiful daughter. He implored the Taoist to dispatch this ungrateful entity at once. If it were truly his unfortunate daughter, he would accept it, but this solitary ghost was disturbing the peace of his household. The gentleman looked at the wild spirit with a bitter resentment. In less than a year, he had been seduced by this being into committing crimes, unaware of the suffering it had caused to countless families. When Taoist Chen entered the scene, he discerned not only that this was not a blood relative of the gentleman, but also that the ghost bore a bond of ghostly marriage. Perhaps due to an overwhelming resentment, this bond had failed to anchor her, allowing her to remain here and act with impunity. Thus, Taoist Chun had no intention of exterminating this female ghost, as the gentleman would likely not understand. "Rest assured, leave it to me," Taoist Chun reassured him while subtly preparing for contingencies. He raised his hand and sealed the entity within a jade pendant. Long before, the gentleman's actions had led Taoist Chun to believe he regretted his daughter's marriage. This visit was intended to discuss that very matter, hoping to visit his daughter's grave to perhaps gather another usable spirit. After sealing the ghost with the ghostly marriage bond, Taoist Chun initiated a conversation with the gentleman. "Now, do you see my capabilities?" The gentleman, reflecting on his previous unreasonable behavior, felt a sense of guilt. Indeed, the young master is exceptional, undoubtedly skilled. Taoist Chun, uninterested in reproach, quickly shifted to the main topic. "During our time at the government office, I perceived that you regretted your daughter's marriage. Moreover, this ghostly bond indeed affect her afterlife." Taoist Chun paused before continuing. "I can assist you in breaking it. Are you willing?" Initially, the gentleman frowned at the mention of his daughter, reluctant to respond. That was his greatest regret, a topic he wished to avoid. But upon hearing that his daughter's peace was disturbed even after death, he became anxious, urgently inquiring about the nature of the impact. Even in life, there are numerous constraints, how much more so in death? Observing his agitation, Taoist Chun maintained a calm demeanor. "Ultimately, it is not a favorable influence. Simply tell me if you wish to dissolve it." If possible, the gentleman naturally wished to do so, yet after much contemplation, he despondently replied, "Taoist, you may not know, but my in-laws are influential in the capital. I fear I may be powerless." Taoist Chun smiled confidently, assuring the gentleman that he need not worry about this matter. "If I assist you in dissolving this ghostly bond, it will not require their consent." Grasping the gentleman's thoughts, Taoist Chun cleverly added, "However, I must visit the place where they are buried to retrieve something as an offering." Chapter 14. I am sorry. I can't do it anymore. Upon hearing the first half of the sentence, the gentleman felt a surge of hope, but as he processed the latter half, he realized he had been overly optimistic. Was it truly so easy to obtain something from the tomb? Yet, he still asked, what must be taken? A handful of yellow earth from their grave. What? The gentleman's eyes widened in disappointment. Is that all? Taoist Chun remained composed, affirming that was indeed sufficient. Upon hearing this, the gentleman's eyes brightened. I can manage to bring a small offering to pay respects to my daughter. He glanced at his trusted aide beside him and subtly nodded before respectfully addressing Taoist Chun. May I inquire when it would be convenient for you? 5 days from now. I will be free. We can coordinate then. Taoist Chun, having achieved his objective, appeared increasingly accommodating. Very well, you may rest at the estate. The gentleman, uncertain why Taoist Chun was involved in this matter, yet reliant on his expertise, grew increasingly cautious. No need for that. I shall stay at the inn in the east of the city. When you are prepared, simply send a message my way. Very well. As the gentleman considered, he found himself at a loss for words, yet hesitated to mention the reward as he awaited a request. I do not know what the Taoist requires, but whatever is within my capability, I shall ensure you are not disappointed. Taoist Chen cast a glance at him. No need for such formality. If your daughter assists me once, I shall return the favor. Oh, I see. Then I am grateful to you, Taoist. With the answer, a heavy weight lifted from the gentleman's heart. He did not fear the Taoist's demands, but rather worried that what was sought was beyond his means. Offending someone would not end well. No matter, I shall take my leave now. Taoist Chen noted the time and prepared to depart, intending to check on his junior sister. I shall see you out, the gentleman insisted as he stepped forward. Taoist Chun cast a peculiar glance at the thick mat on his seat, which had been worn through. Indeed, he had foreseen this. Junior sister, I sense that the talisman binding the ghostly marriage is nearing its failure. Upon finding his junior sister, Taoist Chun posed a question. If you were to remain in the mortal realm for an entire day, how much longer could you endure? Senior brother, I can only venture out because I agreed to take on tasks for that family. I am permitted to leave only after 10 consecutive days of work. Bao Zi sighed, exhausted. While other spirits had left after completing their tasks, I have spent the entire day working except for meals and sleep. Bao Zi felt as if she had become a ghost herself. As she spoke, her previously resigned expression shifted to one of apology, and moreover, since I departed with you for so long, they no longer allow me to leave until I complete my assigned duties. Bao Zi glanced at Taoist Chun, realizing that henceforth, she would have to finish her tasks before earning the chance to go out. Taoist Chun frowned, suggesting that perhaps eliminating them would be simpler. Bao Zi firmly rejected this notion. Senior brother, you cannot. Their family also possesses cultivators, and they are quite formidable. I don't want to put you in danger. Seeing the urgency in her brother's eyes, she gently shook his arm. It's all right, senior brother. I can wait a little longer for my rescue. What do you mean by waiting a little longer? Huang Yuanji, who had just completed his tasks, overheard a fragment of their conversation. Upon turning to see Huang Yuanji, Bao Zi forced a smile. There is nothing much to say. It is merely that my husband's family disapproves of my wandering, and the constraints bind me in such a way that I cannot defy them. I am unable to accompany my senior brother to the Yangjian now. Bao Zi cast a helpless glance at the silently brooding Chen Daoshan. However, for my senior brother to rescue me, he must find sufficient female ghosts bound by the ties of a ghostly marriage. She turned her gaze back to Huang Yuanji earnestly. Yet, at this moment, I cannot venture out with him, as he has no means to discern who bears the fetters of a ghostly marriage. Huang Yuanji pondered for a moment before inquiring. Why is it that you can go? Ha! Do I not have such ties myself? Bao Zi replied, a note of melancholy in her voice. Thus, within a certain range, I can sense others who bear similar bonds. She hesitated for a fleeting moment, yet ultimately said nothing further. Huang Yuanji pressed on. So as long as one shares the same ghostly marriage ties, that is sufficient? No other requirements? Indeed, Bao Zi responded softly, her lively spirit dimmed, resembling a wilted bun. But are we not ghosts? Wouldn't constantly venturing to the Yangjian be perilous? Huang Yuanji, wishing to assist, asked with greater specificity. Chen Daoshang seemed to perceive Huang Yuanji's intentions and replied earnestly, It is indeed unwise for ghosts to linger in the Yangjian for too long. But I will handle any ensuing troubles. Huang Yuanji glanced at him and replied, "Oh, I see." Having said that, he averted his gaze from Chen Daoshan's penetrating stare, adding, "Well, it is getting late. I should return." Chen Daoshan's expression darkened slightly. Take care." Huang Yuanji turned stiffly and fled in haste. He was still uncertain whether to offer assistance, for he could not burden his parents with the tasks meant for 4 individuals. Huang Fu and Huang Mu, returning home later than their son, happened to witness his abrupt retreat. The two exchanged puzzled glances before searching for their son. "Yuanji, where are you?" "I am here, mother." Huang Yuanji emerged upon hearing their voices. Huang Mu exchanged a look with Huang Fu and then asked, "Why did you run off just now? We saw you in quite a fluster from afar." "Well," Huang Yuanji hesitated, feeling somewhat guilty. "Those two are the siblings I mentioned before." He cast a cautious glance at his parents. "Father, mother, they seem to be facing some trouble, and I wish to help them. However," understanding her son better than anyone, Huang Mu interrupted, "If you wish to help, then go. They have assisted us as well. Besides, they are pressed for time and cannot stay long." Huang Yuanji's eyes brightened, yet he still felt a twinge of guilt. "But if I leave, then all the work for the 4 of us will fall upon you." He glanced back at the door of the room. He hesitated before suggesting, "What if we ask Guo to help as well? She might lend a hand in the underworld." Huang Fu, noticing his son's reaction, playfully tapped his head. "Where are you looking, young man? We have already agreed. Such a fine girl has endured enough hardships in marrying you. We are responsible for her reincarnation." Huang Mu chimed in, "Indeed, it has long been settled. Moreover, the reality is worse than we anticipated. We have already done most of the work. There is no need to summon her. We can manage." Huang Fu gently coaxed. "Furthermore, there is nothing wrong with delaying her reincarnation a bit. After all, you still need to assist that pair of siblings." Chapter 15. Together, Huang Yuanji considered this and agreed, "Very well. I thank you, father and mother. I shall return promptly." He bowed to his parents and then returned to the room to bid farewell to Bai Guo. "Madam, it seems the pair of siblings is in a bit of trouble. I encountered them earlier and inquired slightly. I might be able to assist, so I intend to check on them." Huang Yuanji thought for a moment and continued, "If they need me, I may be away for a while." As he spoke, he gently brushed Bai Guo's hair. "If anything arises, remember to inform our parents." Bai Guo furrowed her brow, pulling her hair away from his hand. "What can I possibly help with? If you leave, our parents will return to their early rising and late returning routine." She scrutinized Huang Yuanji dubiously. "What do you all do every day? Why am I not allowed to go?" Ever since she married in, she had always seen the father and son leave each day. Other families nearby also had their members going out, but not for as long as they did. Moreover, in other families, whenever someone went out, the whole family would often join. Yet for some reason, her husband insisted she should not go. Consequently, Bai Guo remained oblivious to the fact that souls entering the underworld must complete tasks to reincarnate. Of course, those who performed good deeds in life accumulated enough merit to lessen their burdens. However, the more merit one possessed at the time of reincarnation, the broader their choices would be, thus enhancing the quality of their rebirth. Therefore, generally speaking, all souls would undertake tasks, with those lacking sufficient merit often doing even more to secure better opportunities for reincarnation. However, it was evident that the Huang family did not wish for Bai Guo to engage in such activities. This was not due to the ghostly marriage ties intended to bind her eternally, but rather because they believed she had already suffered enough hardships in her marriage, and thus took it upon themselves to shoulder her share. Fearing that she might feel uncomfortable or disagree, they chose to conceal this matter from her. Huang Yuanji observed Bai Guo, who was determined to unravel the mystery, with his brows slightly raised. "Guo, have you noticed that some neighbors suddenly disappear?" Bai Guo initially appeared confused, but then suddenly recalled her earlier discoveries. In this place, people only appeared or vanished without warning, and the food remained perpetually cold. This realization had made her increasingly uneasy, feeling an inexplicable strangeness. However, upon discovering that she was a ghost, she had cast those thoughts aside. After all, whose offerings at the graves are ever warm? Yet, Huang Yuanji's question rekindled her uncertainty. Some people do disappear suddenly, but isn't it true that new faces also appear without warning? Seizing the opportunity, while Bai Guo was momentarily perplexed, Huang Yuanji's hands found their way to her hair once more. That is quite different. Those who appear suddenly are individuals who once lived in the Yangjian and have passed away, arriving in the underworld. He frowned slightly. While those who vanish are souls that have exhausted their essence and turned to dust. Bai Guo's eyes widened in astonishment. Do they not have the chance to reincarnate? Are we to remain here until we dissipate? Huang Yuanji could not help but chuckle. Of course, one can reincarnate. Did I not take you to witness the reincarnation banquet? He lightly tapped her forehead. The reincarnation banquet is a celebration held by those about to be reborn. Then why do those individuals not go for reincarnation? Why do they choose to dissipate? Faced with his wife's numerous inquiries, Huang Yuanji could only express his ignorance. I really do not know. Perhaps they simply do not wish to live another life. Ha! Then their current existence must be quite miserable, Bai Guo retorted, wide-eyed. Let's not dwell on this. You mentioned that pair of siblings needs assistance. What troubles have they encountered? Huang Yuanji furrowed his brow. I am not entirely certain. I merely overheard something on my way back. I return to greet you before going to inquire further. We shall see if I can be of help. I will accompany you. I also wish to assist them. Bai Guo linked her arm with Huang Yuanji's and began to sway, nearly leaning her entire body against him. The allure of gentle affection was indeed irresistible, and Huang Yuanji found himself succumbing to his wife's persistent coaxing. Ultimately, he followed the exuberant Bai Guo, his face flushed with color, to seek out the pair of siblings, even hesitating to inform his parents before leaving. He felt immensely grateful that the journey to the neighboring courtyard would take some time. Upon finding Baozi, he had calmed his emotions and spoke directly. Miss Bao, I overheard your conversation with your siblings just now. It seems that you're currently in need of a ghost who has experienced a marriage to assist in identifying similar spirits. Is that correct? Baozi originally watched Huang Yuanji flee in panic, thinking he was reluctant to let Bai Guo come out to help. To her surprise, he returned and brought Bai Guo with him. Her eyes sparkled as she stared at Bai Guo. Indeed. Did you come specifically to inquire because you wish to offer assistance? Although Bao Zi is a woman, Huang Yuanji still felt uneasy under her fervent gaze directed at his wife. Consequently, he discreetly moved Bai Guo behind him and pretended to gaze into the distance. Finally, he awkwardly replied, Yes, you have indeed helped us as a couple before. He gently turned to look at Bai Guo, expressing his sincere desire to assist now that you find yourselves in a predicament. Unable to resist, he affectionately ruffled Bai Guo's fluffy head. He then turned back to Bao Zi with a serious demeanor, stating, Dear lady, just tell us what we need to do. As long as it is within my capability, I will do my utmost to cooperate. Initially, Bao Zi thought Huang Yuanji was speaking on behalf of their couple, as he kept saying I and my. However, upon witnessing his earlier action of concealing Bai Guo, she felt it necessary to remind him, Ahem, only female ghosts can sense other female ghosts. You cannot. Huang Yuanji's handsome face turned beet red, unsure of what to prioritize. Who cannot? You're the one who cannot. Your entire family cannot. You even wish to take my wife away. My wife is mine. At that moment, he truly wished to retract his offer of help. Seeing Huang Yuanji's face nearly turn the color of liver, Bai Guo hurriedly interjected, It's all right. There is nothing that cannot be done. We are a married couple. After all, I must accompany my husband to assist you. Huang Yuanji's heated mind cleared slightly. Yes, they could work together. He composed himself and cleared his throat. Indeed, my wife and I will work together. If that does not suffice for the two of you, then we shall return home. Bao Zi, listening to Huang Yuanji's emphasis on together, observed his evident reluctance to help. She cast him a sidelong glance, and despite Huang Yuanji being a head taller, she looked down on this husband who was so submissive. Chapter 16. What do you not wish to do? All right. As long as your wife is present, I will contact my senior brother. He will come and escort you. Good. Huang Yuanji readily agreed. Yet he still worried they would take his wife away alone. They must go together. Normally, he would not keep such a close watch on Bai Guo, but Bao Zi's fervent gaze had annoyed him. Although he understood she was merely pleased that his wife could help, he suddenly remembered that her senior brother was a formidable man. His wife was rather naive, and he was unwilling to allow her to be taken away alone. Had he not thought of this from the start, it would have been one thing, but now that the thought crossed his mind, he was determined not to let Bai Guo go alone. After all, they should belong in the underworld. Accompanying them to the earthly realm would surely bring some harm. With him alongside, he could provide some support. Thus, he added before leaving, if we cannot go together, perhaps you two should consider another method. Baozi rolled her eyes, understood, and insisted, fine, we will go together. Please come inside. 3 days later, Chun Daozhong reappeared in the underworld to meet with Bai Guo and her husband. This is a place I have specially prepared for you, allowing you to reside in the earthly realm for an extended period. Very well, however, we are uncertain about what to do, so you will need to instruct us. Bai Guo glanced at her husband and addressed Chun Daozhong. You need not do anything. You simply need to rest within the jade pendant. Chun Daozhong picked up the jade pendant as they entered. If you sense a female ghost with a bond similar to yours, just inform me. Bai Guo remained still and silent. Huang Yuanji glanced at her, asking, does my wife usually have any sensations? Bai Guo replied timidly, it seems I do not. Chun Daozhong's gaze swept over the two of them, smiling. It appears you two share a very strong bond. What? Bai Guo and her husband spoke in unison, turning to look at each other and sharing a smile. Chun Daozhong smirked. Now, Huang brother, go and ask your wife to do something she does not wish to do. Huang Yuanji's smile faded as he frowned discontentedly at Chun Daozhong, questioning his intent. Chun Daozhong's eyes crinkled with laughter. Simply allowing you to experience the bond of an marriage. Bai Guo silently complained to herself. How could such a fine man be so gossipy? Laughing like an old aunt, she wore a false smile, surprised to see Chun Daozhong so lively. Chun Daozhong composed himself, but added, if you remain unaware of what this bond feels like, you will be unable to assist me. Thus, he raised an eyebrow, displaying an expression that suggested understanding, and fell silent. Bai Guo exchanged a glance with Huang Yuanji, both appearing resolute, lips pressed tightly as they awaited his words. Huang Yuanji stammered, wife. What do you wish to do? Oh no, that's not it. He suddenly realized he had misspoken and quickly corrected himself. Wife. What do you not wish to do right now? Bai Guo wore a look of despair, replying, I do not wish to do anything at the moment. She felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Knowing she would be put in a difficult position, she found it hard to muster any enthusiasm. If it were her husband asking her to do something, she might have acquiesced, but that was not the case. She shot a resentful glance at Chun Daozhong, internally grumbling that indeed, repaying human kindness is the most arduous task. Then, wife, why not return for now? Perhaps take a stroll and come back to find me? The Huang family has always valued the protection of their wives. Even without love, there must at least be mutual respect. His parents and grandparents shared a loving bond. They were all devoted to one another for life. Following their example, Huang Yuanji naturally adhered to this principle. Thus, this sudden need to put his wife in a difficult position was quite overwhelming for him. He even followed closely behind the unwilling Bai Guo. Chun Daozhong chuckled softly. Does Huang madam have any unusual sensations? He sobered and explained. This is the bond that you can feel with other individuals who have undergone an marriage. Once Huang madam experiences this bond, she can inform her husband that she does not wish to leave. As long as he agrees, the constraints of this bond will dissipate. Chun Daozhong merely intended for the couple to explore their feelings. He did not genuinely wish to trouble them. Observing the couple suffering together, he felt compelled to intervene immediately. There was no need for this matter to escalate further. Upon hearing this, Bai Guo simply turned her head, casting a sorrowful glance at Huang Yuanji, who was now unwilling to speak. Huang Yuanji, feeling a pang of sympathy, pulled her back, insisting, we want to go. We want to go. My Guo can do whatever she wishes. Bai Guo's shoulders slumped, and she softly leaned into Huang Yuanji's open embrace. Just moments ago, it felt as if someone was gripping her shoulders from both sides, forcefully pushing her towards home. Yet she clearly knew that no one had touched her, not even a single hair. Bai Guo's nose turned red, and she suddenly felt tears welling up. So this is what an marriage feels like. She had felt no such sensation before. Her husband and parents must have granted her complete freedom. Bai Guo lifted her head, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at Huang Yuanji, with both arms wrapped tightly around him. She dared not imagine what her fate would have been had she married someone other than Huang Yuanji. Ahem. Chun Daozhong felt awkward. He quietly turned away, giving the young couple some space, stating, "I will wait for you around that corner." Huang Yuanji caught a glimpse of the anxious Chun Daozhong hurriedly leaving, feeling no shame whatsoever, but rather a sense of vindication. It served him right for making his wife cry. With a cold gaze, Huang Yuanji watched the figure of Chun Daolong vanish around the corner before he lowered his head to look at Bai Guo, saying, "Madam, do not cry." He was at a loss for how to comfort her, so he simply raised his hand and gently stroked her head, holding her tightly in his embrace. Whenever she occasionally sobbed, he softly patted her back to help soothe her. Suddenly, Huang Yuanji recalled the scene Bai Guo had witnessed that day. Regardless of who it was, discovering that one's life had unfolded in such a manner would undoubtedly bring about feelings of chill and distress. It was a pity for his wife, who had maintained a facade of normalcy for such a long time. Huang Yuanji turned abruptly to glance at the corner, seeing nothing. But he found himself unexpectedly grateful for Chun Daolong's earlier actions. Time passed, and Bai Guo eventually cried herself to sleep. Huang Yuanji carefully wiped her tears away and gently lifted her in a horizontal position. He walked towards the corner, bringing his wife along, and silently nodded at Chun Daolong before disappearing into the jade pendant. On the 5th day, it was time to return and await news from the Yuanwai. Chapter 17. The noticed Chun Daolong tucked away the jade pendant and returned to his physical form in the mortal realm. Indeed, upon his return to the inn, he spotted the steward of the Yuanwai waiting at the entrance. The steward approached him briskly, saying, "Chun Daolong, my master has made the necessary preparations." He turned a gesture towards the inn. "Our people have also taken residence here, and from now on, they will heed your commands and cooperate fully to rescue my young lady." "Very well. Let everyone rest well today. We shall set out early tomorrow after breakfast." Chun Daolong replied calmly before returning to his room. "Understood." Daozhong, the steward, bowed in response and quickly retreated to report to the Yuanwai. The journey proceeded without incident, and the group successfully entered the capital. With 2 days remaining until the agreed-upon time for the Yuanwai's visit, everyone was granted freedom to explore the sights of the capital. The Yuanwai continued to recuperate, while Chun Daolong strolled about. He stumbled upon a notice that stated, "Our family has been plagued by strange occurrences for several months and is willing to offer a substantial reward for any capable individuals willing to assist." An address was also provided. Chun Daolong took a copy of the notice, intending to assist this family after resolving his current matters. After all, his desire to resurrect his junior sister involved actions that contradicted the natural order. Thus, it was wise to help others and accumulate merit. After a few leisurely days, it was time to obtain soil from the grave. Accompanied by the Yuanwai and a group of servants, guided by a designated lead, they arrived at his daughter's grave to pay their respects. Chun Daolong, skillfully maneuvering amidst the actions of the servants who deliberately obscured the guide's view, managed to secure a handful of grave soil. After enjoying a meal with the Yuanwai's relatives, they planned to return home. However, when the Yuanwai suggested heading back, Chun Daolong expressed his intention to take his leave. "Yuanwai, I have some personal matters to attend to here. You may return without me." Of course, Chun Daolong understood the Yuanwai's concern for his daughter. The matter concerning the young lady could not be rushed. Now that he had acquired what he needed, the Yuanwai could rest easy awaiting his news. Although reluctant, the Yuanwai recognized the importance of not offending him. He called for the steward and instructed him to present the silver notes and coins he had been carrying, filling Chun Daolong's arms with them. "Please accept this from me. Daozhong, I had anticipated that you would return with us and intended to present my gratitude once the matter was concluded," the Yuanwai said, rubbing his hands together. "However, with this sudden separation, I have not prepared anything. Take this first, and once you are finished, feel free to visit my residence. I will have ample rewards ready for you." Chun Daolong replied, accepting the pile of silver, realizing he had little left himself. "Thank you for your thoughtfulness, Yuanwai." He reassured the Yuanwai, "Once I settle my affairs, I shall return to assist you." Thank you, Daozhong. I have been injured. I shall take my leave first. After seeing the Yuan Wei out of the city, Chen Daolong returned to the inn and retrieved the notice, following the address provided within. Upon arrival, he noticed that the household appeared intact, but seemed more akin to a graveyard with issues. He approached and knocked on the door, which was answered by a frail old man, his features gaunt and weary. "Who are you looking for, young man?" The old man mentioned that the notice had been posted for some time without any visitors. He speculated that perhaps the reward was too meager to attract capable individuals, while those without ability dared not confront real matters beneath the emperor's gaze. Thus, the old man, having opened the door to a stranger, assumed the visitor was merely seeking someone. Chen Daolong, however, merely presented the notice from his pocket. The old man recognized the notice, opened it, and blushed with excitement. "A distinguished guest," he exclaimed, trembling as he ushered Chen Daolong inside. "Please come in quickly." While leading the way, he called out, old lady, come out. "We have a distinguished guest." What kind of distinguished guest could be so remarkable to warrant such a commotion? A similarly frail old woman hurried out from within. "It's the notice. Our notice." The old man beamed with joy. The old woman paused, glancing at Chen Daolong, then scolded her husband. "What are you so happy about?" Looking at Chen Daolong with uncertainty, she hesitated. The old man, noticing her reaction, suddenly slapped his forehead in despair, exclaiming, "What am I thinking?" He began to explain to Chen Daozhong, "We have encountered some difficulties recently, and we may not be able to fulfill the reward promised in the notice. We've been pondering for a long time without finding a solution, and it has left me in tears." The old woman suppressed her tears and scolded her husband. "You useless old fool, step aside. Let me speak. Distinguished guest, we will still offer a reward, but the amount promised in the notice is beyond our means. At most, we can gather 1 gold piece." After saying this, she glanced back towards the kitchen. "If you do not mind, we can also provide rice and flour from our home as part of the reward." She fell silent, holding back her sobs. Her eyes filled with hope as she awaited Chen Daolong's decision. Chen Daolong carefully observed the worn clothing of the elderly couple. The fabric was of good quality, but had grown quite old, with numerous patches. He looked around the house, which, despite being spacious, felt empty and desolate, conveying a sense of impoverishment. It seemed that they had once enjoyed prosperity, only to have their circumstances deteriorate. The notice had been posted for some time, but had not been long enough to drain the family's resources entirely. Recognizing the elderly couple's plight and holding the silver given by the Yuan Wei, Chen Daolong declined their offer of payment. "There is no need for compensation. If you were to accept payment, you would likely have to sell your home to survive. That would certainly undermine the purpose of my visit." Upon hearing this, the old woman could no longer hold back her tears, which flowed freely. "Nonetheless, we must offer something, at the very least, to provide for a couple of meals. Heaven knows how I will gather that 1 gold piece. The wretched person blocking others from purchasing our old home has made it impossible. He has even colluded with those managing property transfers, leaving us with no means to sell our house, making it necessary for me to part with it at a pittance." Chapter 18. Let's drain in due course. She and her elderly husband would find themselves without a shelter, and the scant provisions they had would likely be seized. They might be left to perish, so may the heavens protect them. "Esteemed guest, please step inside. I've just boiled some water. Allow me to serve you." The old woman called her husband to lead the way as she made her way to the kitchen. Chen Daolong, apprehensive that a mere glance outside might have overlooked something, said to the frail old man, "Please, enlighten me about your circumstances. Show me every nook and cranny of your home so that I can determine how best to assist you." "Ah, indeed, allow me to explain," the old man began, leading Chen Daolong through their humble abode, recounting their plight. After hearing the entire tale, Chen Daolong's demeanor shifted from light-hearted to grave. It turned out that less than 6 months prior, the old man's son had met with a tragic accident while out with a family friend. The old man's son survived, but the friend's son perished. This incident soured relations between the families. The old man thought the matter would fade, but soon after, his son also met with misfortune and passed away. Following ancestral traditions, They secretly sought out a matchmaker to arrange a ghostly wedding for their son with a portion of ashes. Since then, their household had descended into chaos. The servants claimed to have seen spirits, and soon, all their livestock began to perish. No matter how many they raised, they all met the same fate. Ultimately, the servants fled, while those who remained either went mad or met untimely deaths. The elderly couple, unwilling to let their helpers perish, returned their contracts to the living ones. For those with families, they called upon doctors and provided a small stipend to help them survive. For those without kin, they settled the medical bills and entrusted them to compassionate souls, offering a modest amount for sustenance. Though this approach was precarious, at least it afforded them a chance at survival, a hope that if they were to recover, it would be a blessing. Indeed, the old couple managed to save a few, and their benevolence was met with kindness in return, preventing them from starving. Chun Daolong followed the elderly couple back to the front hall, sipping the warm, sweet water that had been served. He glanced at the old man and inquired, "For where does your water come?" "Ah, it's nothing special," the old man chuckled, scratching his head. "It's drawn from our well, quite sweet indeed. Please, drink more." Chun Daolong nodded and set down his cup. "Let's go see the well." The well was located in the backyard, and he had not noticed it earlier due to its covered state. Upon lifting the cover, he saw the walls of the well were coated in moss and ferns. Turning to survey the area outside, he noted the barren land surrounding it. Seizing a bucket, he hurled it into the well with a splash. Soon after, he hoisted up a bucket brimming with clear water. After taking a sip, he found it still pure and refreshing. Yet, he turned to the old couple and made a surprising request. "Let us drain it. I wish to inspect the bottom of the well." The elderly couple exchanged glances. The old woman quickly replied, "Very well. I shall find someone to draw the water." The old man hesitated, asking, "Esteemed guest, is there something wrong with this well? Will it still be usable afterward?" Chun Daolong cast a reassuring glance at the anxious elder. "It is too soon to determine. I must first assess the situation." The old man fell silent, visibly agitated. Chun Daolong then asked, "Is this well of great significance to you?" The elder raised his gaze, forcing a smile. "It is merely an ordinary well. Our neighborhood is run dry." Chun Daolong frowned slightly. "No water source nearby? Are there no other wells in the vicinity?" The old man forced a sorrowful smile. "There are, but no one dares to assist us." Considering the plight of the elderly couple, who had seen all their livestock perish, it was understandable that others would wish to keep their distance. After a lengthy pause, the old woman returned with several hesitant, burly men. These were the former servants whom the old couple had released, hoping to grant them a chance at life. Unexpectedly, they had become the couple's lifeline. The men quickly completed the task as instructed by Chun Daolong and turned to bid the old woman farewell, eager to escape. Chun Daolong stopped them, asking, "What are you all afraid of?" The men exchanged wary glances, scanning the surroundings with trepidation. They spoke, "We fear retribution from the noble families." "Then why do you still dare to assist?" Chun Daolong asked, his eyes devoid of warmth. The men hesitated, glancing at him before murmuring, "The masters are kind. They should not be driven to despair." "You seem to fear more than just that," Chun Daolong continued. At this, the men shuddered into silence, one even wetting himself in fear, yet he remained huddled with the others, too ashamed to cry out or flee. The others, though displeased and frowning, allowed him to stay close. Following their gaze, Chun Daolong looked around but saw nothing amiss. "What do you see?" The man who had soiled himself finally could not contain himself, screaming as he bolted away. The others followed suit, gasping as they rushed for the exit, even attempting to pull the elderly couple along. However, the two elders shook their heads, tears welling in their eyes as they stood steadfast, watching the young men flee. Chun Daolong observed this scene for a while before turning back to the well. He tied the rope from the bucket around himself and descended into the well. When he emerged, he was covered in mud, holding a pouch coated in grime. The elderly couple, upon seeing the pouch, were astonished to find it dry, completely untouched by water. "Esteemed guest," they exclaimed, their expressions a mix of disbelief and reverence. Chun Daolong, however, did not rush to respond. "Let's return to the front hall." The elderly couple followed him anxiously, their eyes fixed on him. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Daolong said, Your situation may be more complex than it appears. The couple exchanged glances, pleading, "Please, esteemed guest, speak plainly." Chapter 19. A hidden presence. Chun Daolong gazed out at the barren yard, pondering, what brings death to your household is likely a curse placed upon you. He turned to the elderly couple with earnestness. If you destroy the pouch retrieved from the well, the curse will be significantly weakened. Tears streamed down the faces of the elderly couple, but before they could voice their gratitude, Chun Daolong's next words doused them with cold water. However, the madness afflicting your servants is not a mere consequence of the curse. The couple's faces fell, and the old man inquired, "What then must we do?" After a moment's thought, Chun Daolong replied, "I fear I must trouble you to take me to your ancestral grave." Observing the couple's expressions, he cautiously added, "We may need to excavate." The old man did not hesitate long. Reality afforded him little time for deliberation. "I can take you, but it may not be feasible in the near future." Chun Daolong raised an eyebrow, suspecting the elder was attempting to evade the matter. The elderly man, in a fluster, expressed his helplessness, stating that if they did not go, he would be unable to assist further. The old man, visibly distressed, explained that they wished to cooperate, but their ancestral grave was located near the Huangling. With a mournful countenance, he lamented that the emperor's grace had prevented their relocation when the tomb was constructed. Each year, they were permitted to enter for ancestral worship, yet during ordinary times, they were barred from entry. Chun Daolong, taken aback, inquired if it was indeed at Huangling. Sitting with his eyes slightly lowered, he rubbed his fingers together thoughtfully. "Very well, I shall temporarily reside here," he declared. "I can set up a formation to ensure your peace for a time." After pausing, he raised his head and earnestly cautioned the elderly man. "However, some matters become increasingly difficult to resolve the longer they are delayed." The old man nodded vigorously, anxious that Chun Daolong might withdraw his assistance. The elderly woman chimed in, "Soon it will be time for our ancestral rites. We will certainly bring you inside to inspect the site." Chun Daolong consented, acknowledging the couple's hospitality. He then bid them farewell, stating he would first cancel his lodging and procure materials needed for the formation. They urged him to return for dinner, and with a gentle nod, he stepped out the door. However, the moment he exited, he heard Bai Guo's voice warning him of someone lurking around the corner. When Chun Daolong turned to look, he saw nothing and continued on his way. After a busy day, he returned to the elderly couple's home, where they had prepared a meal and were eagerly awaiting his arrival. Chun Daolong greeted them and entered. The table was modestly set, featuring primarily seasonal vegetables, likely provided by former household servants. In front of his designated seat lay a bowl of meat, containing fish and meat, albeit in limited quantity, evidently prepared just for him. Although it is customary to eat in silence, Chun Daolong found no other opportunity to converse with the couple. Thus he initiated dialogue. "Good sir, I noticed upon leaving that it seemed someone was watching your home," he remarked. The elderly man's eating momentarily stalled, resuming with an air of nonchalance. Yet, his subsequent words exuded sorrow, as he recalled a falling out with a family friend. A prolonged silence ensued after his statement, leading Chun Daolong to observe that the elderly man appeared disinclined to elaborate further. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Daolong chose to pursue the topic. And then, the elderly man, momentarily perplexed, lifted his gaze, responding with a pained smile. "Well, after our family faced misfortune, he began to revel in our plight." The elderly woman, unable to bear her husband's painful reminiscence, patted his shoulder, continuing, "Initially, when their only son passed, they distanced themselves from us. But then, after our own son also perished, they took delight in our misfortune." The elderly woman turned to her husband. "We might not have found ourselves in such dire straits otherwise." She surveyed their empty home, reflecting on how their misfortune had drawn out the worst in others. In our moment of vulnerability, he seized the opportunity to undermine us, leading to the loss of all our assets. The elderly woman's eyes brimmed with sorrow as she regarded Chun Daolong. "And now, we still possess this house. He covets it as well. Even now, he has someone watching us." With an effort, she forced a smile, insisting that the esteemed one need not concern himself. Chun Daolong recalled Bai Guo's earlier warning about the lurking figure, remembering the unsettling aura that surrounded the individual. He directed his attention back to the visibly distressed elderly couple. Have you not considered that these strange occurrences might be the result of someone's malicious intent? The couple looked at him, the elderly man responding straightforwardly, "Of course we have. We even sought help, but it only worsened the situation." The elderly woman nodded in agreement, indeed. Initially, it was merely hauntings, but after seeking assistance, it escalated to fatalities. "What sort of help did you seek?" Chun Daolong pressed, his inquiry growing more intense. "Where did you find this person?" Even amidst their sorrow, the couple sensed something amiss. "What have you discovered, esteemed one?" The elderly woman asked anxiously. "The individual lurking at the corner may very well be the one who has cast this misfortune upon you." The couple exchanged apprehensive glances, instinctively drawing closer to one another, filled with concern. "Why would they continue to watch us? We have always been kind and have never wronged anyone," the elderly man protested. "Family friends," Chun Daolong noted. The couple exchanged worried looks as Chun Daolong continued. "The act of casting a hex requires preparation. It cannot simply be executed without prior arrangements. The one who cursed you must have spent some time in your home," he patiently explained. "Thus, the individual you consulted previously may have been the very one responsible for your troubles, using the pretense of assisting you to cast the hex." At this revelation, the elderly woman recalled Chun Daolong's earlier question. "The person we consulted was a Taoist priest from a nearby temple, introduced to us by our former family friend." Her voice trailed off, and a look of terror began to spread across her face. After a pause, she trembled as she managed to articulate the rest of the thought. "When we were still on good terms with that family friend, he arranged our introduction." The elderly man slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Oh no, what have I done?" He cast an apologetic glance at his wife. "I was so focused on his abilities that I failed to consider who had introduced us." The couple turned to Chun Daolong in unison. "Esteemed one, what should we do now?" Chun Daolong recalled his initial assessment and asked, "Has he ever visited your ancestral grave?" Their faces fell, realizing the implications. "Not long ago. The Huangling was opened, and it is possible." They hesitated, but Chun Daolong understood. "The disturbances began after that visit, did they not?" The couple nodded, their expressions vacant. "Then, if my deductions hold true, these two events were orchestrated by your family friend." Chun Daolong arrived at a tentative conclusion. If he has gone to such lengths, he may have orchestrated even more sinister actions. "Is there anything else that feels amiss?" The couple stared at him in shock. The elderly man's eyes reddened as he lamented, "This cannot be true." He even contemplated banging his head against the table. The elderly woman, tears streaming down her face, restrained him, soothingly patting his back. "Now is not the time for despair, my dear." She sobbed softly, enveloping him in her embrace, leaning her head against his. As she struggled to contain her emotions, Chun Daolong noticed her troubled expression and inquired, "What is troubling you, elder?" "Esteemed one, there's indeed something peculiar, though I'm uncertain of its relevance," she replied, her thoughts fragmented and disjointed as she continued to ponder. "No matter whether it is relevant or not, I shall speak forth, and I will judge for myself," Chun Daolong gently encouraged. The elderly woman glanced at Chun Daolong and, with her head bowed in hesitation, spoke. "My son, he was rescued from a previous incident. You see, initially, he was consumed by grief over the death of a close friend, unable to eat or drink. But then, quite unexpectedly, he seemed to recover, rising to eat and drink on his own. The next day, she began to weep. Chun Daolong had his suspicions. The elderly man, regaining his composure, confirmed his thoughts. The next day, my son met with an accident and passed away." The elderly couple embraced, tears flowing freely. Chun Daolong furrowed his brow and inquired whether they knew the birth date and time of their esteemed son. The couple exchanged glances, well aware of it. "At that time, I shall also take a look at your son's remains," Chun Daolong sighed. His inept attempts to comfort the grieving elders were evident. He urged them not to be overly sorrowful, that things would eventually improve. He even fabricated a lie, assuring them that their son, in the realm beyond, would not wish to see them in such distress. Yet deep down, he understood that those who cast such malevolent curses would not spare the soul of the elderly couple's son. Having asked all pertinent questions, Chun Daolong proceeded to explain the forthcoming arrangements. Dear elders, soon I shall commence the formation. Please remember, after dinner, retreat to your chambers. Do not wander about tonight. The couple remained lost in their emotions, merely nodding in response, lacking further reaction. Chen Daolang pursed his lips, quickly finishing his meal before rising to depart. His aim was twofold: to prepare in advance and to grant the couple some space to care for their health. The night passed uneventfully. After setting the formation, Chen Daolang diligently sensed and investigated, ultimately confirming that no unwelcome entities resided within the house. Before resting for the night, he entrusted Bai Guo and her husband to remain vigilant, receiving the same conclusion. Thus, the haunting was likely a consequence of disturbances at the elderly couple's ancestral grave. When he next encountered the elderly couple, Chen Daolang relayed his findings. Noticing their emotions had stabilized somewhat, he added, "I shall now attend to my own matters. Please inform me 3 days prior to your visit to the ancestral grave." Remembering how the couple had specifically awaited him, even letting their meal grow cold until he returned to dine, he further reassured them, "There is no need to prepare food for me. I may not be present, but I shall manage it myself." The elderly couple felt a sense of guilt, reluctant to impose upon their benefactor. Yet, their good intentions were interrupted by Chen Daolang. "No need to concern yourselves. Should I require anything, I will certainly inform you. Food is truly unnecessary." The couple hesitated, uncertain how to respond. Finally, the elderly woman spoke. "If you have any matters, please call us at any time." "Very well. You may attend to your affairs. I too have matters to attend to." Chen Daolang wished to avoid spending time on meaningless entanglements and thus bid them farewell. "Remember, esteemed ones, should you need anything, call for us." The elderly couple, fearful of neglecting their duty, continued to urge him until the door was nearly closed. Once the door shut, Chen Daolang attempted to contact Bao Zi. However, communication between the living and the deceased proved inconvenient. Thus, he began to set up a formation in the guest room where he would temporarily reside, allowing him to leave his physical body and venture into the underworld to discuss matters with his junior sister. After some time spent arranging the setup, Chen Daolang separated his spirit from his body and journeyed to the nether realm in search of Bao Zi. He waited until nightfall before finally encountering his junior sister. Chen Daolang's brow furrowed. Bao Zi appeared on the verge of collapse. It was evident that if she were not a ghost, she would have likely fainted from exhaustion by now. This was Bai Guo's immediate impression upon seeing Bao Zi. One could only wonder what she had endured in recent days. "Brother," Bao Zi greeted him, lacking her usual vivacity. "I will be swift." Chen Daolang refrained from asking questions or offering words of consolation. Indeed, Bao Zi smiled gently, though she seemed devoid of the energy to provide further responses. Chen Daolang began to rummage through his belongings. "Junior sister, here are the newly discovered spectral brides. See if you can locate them while I persuade them." He produced 2 small packets of earth and handed them to Bao Zi. "These contain 2, and I have captured another lingering spirit." Chapter 21. The Hasty Retreat. Chen Daolang patted Bao Zi on the head. "This makes 3 we have located. Soon, brother shall be able to escort you home." Bao Zi's smile was genuine, her eyes shining with light. "Brother, you are the most formidable," yet she remained quiet, as if transformed. Bai Guo noticed a slight tremor in Chen Daolang's hand, yet his expression remained unchanged. "Junior sister, I attempted to reach you earlier, but there was no response. Has something happened to the communication talisman?" Bao Zi's eyes darted as she pondered for a moment, seemingly recalling that it had been taken from her. Apologetically, she looked at her brother. "They confiscated my belongings." Chen Daolang's fists clenched, then he relaxed them immediately. "No matter if there is anything in the future, brother shall come directly to find you." He glanced at the time. "I shall come here at this hour henceforth. I shall be able to locate you." "Yes?" Chen Daolang forced a calm demeanor, inquiring normally. "That should be possible, brother." Bao Zi replied, her head down. Yet, she was uncertain if her family would extend her time of servitude. However, she understood her brother's temperament. If she were to say she did not know, he might become reckless and eliminate those who bullied her. Yet, her family also possessed formidable cultivators. She could not endanger her brother. "Brother, perhaps it would be best if I seek you instead next time." Bao Zi forced a sweet smile. "If you wish to find me, leave a disposable communication bell here. I will check it daily upon my return." Seeing Chun Daolang taking deep breaths, Bai Guo quietly moved away with Huang Yuanji, giving him some space. Chun Daolang acknowledged his junior sister's suggestion with a simple yes. Fearing that her brother might become enraged, Baozi hurriedly sought to send him back. She lifted the 2 small packets of grave soil. Brother, please take care of these. Leave a disposable communication bell with me, and I will hide it here. Once I locate them, I shall come to ring the bell and notify you. Upon hearing this, Bai Guo immediately returned to the jade pendant alongside Huang Yuanji. Joyful moments are always fleeting, and she would once again be confined within the jade pendant. Upon entering the pendant, Bai Guo turned to Huang Yuanji and remarked, "It is fortunate to have my husband by my side." Huang Yuanji chuckled softly, ruffling his wife's hair before embracing her. The couple nestled together, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Outside, the atmosphere starkly contrasted with that within. Bai Guo observed as Chun Daolang retrieved the disposable jade pendant containing the trapped female ghost, followed by the sharp sound of the jade shattering. Initially, Bai Guo expected to see the wrathful, bloodied ghost once more. However, the ghost that emerged, while still bearing traces of blood, appeared significantly less vengeful. Exuding an aura of frailty, Bai Guo cast a wary glance at the shattered jade pendant, realizing that it had served a purpose beyond merely containing her. Bai Guo could not help but glance at the jade pendant concealing her, then turned to share a fleeting gaze with Huang Yuanji. With a forced smile, she reassured, "It's nothing, nothing at all. We are here to assist, to assist." As she spoke, she patted her chest, along with Huang Yuanji's. Master Chen observed the female ghost with a cold stare, contemplating whether she was utterly lost or merely playing along. The ghost, already pale, seemed to grow even more ashen, demanding, "What do you intend to do?" Master Chen scrutinized her, and sensing her compliance, his rationality appeared to regain some ground. "I shall rid you of your grievances and sever the bonds of the ghostly marriage, granting you freedom." Upon hearing this, the ghost's face twisted into a mask of malevolence. "You seek to deceive me." In an instant, she erupted into a frenzy, darting about chaotically, desperately attempting to escape. "You all have deceived me. You shall not trick me again. Ha ha, I will not fall for it again." Realizing her futile attempts at escape, she turned and charged at Master Chun, shouting, "Let's perish together." However, Master Chun, having released her, was evidently prepared. He raised his hand and struck the ghost with a resounding slap, causing her to writhe in agony upon the ground. Bai Guo observed intently, noticing a small red, the size of a mung bean, appear between the ghost's brows. A chill ran through her body, and she felt a sense of dread towards Master Chun. She turned to Huang Yuanji, leaning closer as if she were a wounded creature seeking solace. "Husband, I am frightened." Internally, Bai Guo was at a loss, as a voice in her mind cried out, "They are allies, allies. What is there to fear?" Outside, Master Chen's voice, laced with suppressed anger, reached them. "Since you refuse to listen, you shall endure some hardship." With that, he summoned the ghost back into a jade pendant. This time, however, the pendant was not the previous green disposable one, nor the dark jade in which Bai Guo and the others had resided. It was blood red, faintly radiating a sinister aura. Master Chen tucked the pendant away and pressed his fingers to his brows before departing, seeking an outlet for his pent-up emotions. As he walked towards the outskirts of the city, Bai Guo delightedly eavesdropped on the gossip by the roadside. "Oh, dear Zhang Ani, have you seen that young man from so-and-so's family? He has become so emaciated he hardly resembles a human. Indeed, who knows what he's been up to? Oh, you would know. They say he's been haunted." "Haunted? How do you know?" "Let me tell you, that young man, it was during the Lantern Festival. He fell for a girl, but..." The gossiping aunt looked around furtively, as if afraid of being overheard, lowering her voice. "Ever since, he has been absent from home." "Oh dear, is that so? And his family does nothing?" "Of course they care, but it seems they could not contain him. They locked him up, and the next day he was gone. Who knows how he managed to escape? Goodness, goodness. May misfortune be banished." A timid aunt, upon hearing this, felt her hair stand on end and began to pat herself down while repeatedly spitting on the ground. She reassured the others, "There is nothing to fear, nothing to fear." That young man is still around. He'll be fine soon. With that, she hastily made her way to the market. Bai Guo watched the aunt flee in confusion. What is there to fear? It's merely a conversation. She craned her neck to watch the aunt until she was out of sight, then turned back to her husband. Husband, do you think her fear stems from strange happenings at her own home? Huang Yuanji observed the remaining chattering ants, nodding in agreement. It is certainly a possibility. However, soon after, Master Chun arrived at the outskirts, leaving Bai Guo and her husband without further gossip to hear. Seeing Master Chin's method of venting, Bai Guo felt speechless. Truly, as a cultivator, even his way of releasing tension was merely to step outside and practice martial arts. Master Chin remained outside until the moon hung high in the sky before returning. Upon his return, he busied himself rummaging through various items, finally extracting a peculiar assortment in Bai Guo's eyes. He placed everything into an iron basin and burned it along with a pouch retrieved from the well. But he did not dispose of the ashes. Instead, he collected them in another pouch. Noticing his mood had stabilized considerably, Bai Guo could not help but inquire, Master Chun, do the ashes hold any significance? Master Chin cast a glance at the dark jade. What comes from one place must return to it. The origin of this substance is still uncertain. Once confirmed, I will discard it. Bai Guo nodded in understanding, then regarded Master Chin's expression, confirming that his anger had subsided. Reflecting on Master Chin's involvement with the two elderly individuals, which yielded no advantage for him, she could not resist sharing the gossip she had heard that morning. Master Chun, on your way out today, I heard that someone has encountered a ghost, and it may not be just one family. Why did I not hear about this? Master Chin asked, surprised. Bai Guo maintained a stoic expression, remaining silent, recognizing that he may have missed the news due to his preoccupied state earlier. He did not dwell on it. Do you know which family it concerns? If you want me to tell you, I cannot say for certain. However, I heard many discussing it in the street. So, if you casually ask a few people, you should find out. She paused for a moment. As for the other family, I do not know which it might be. I may not be able to identify them if I were to ask, but if I see her again, I could recognize her. Master Chin contemplated. Then let us first inquire about the family we can learn about. As for the other, we shall leave it to fate. Bai Guo's eyebrows lifted in surprise, realizing Master Chin possessed such a laid-back attitude. Master Chin lit a few incense sticks for Bai Guo and her husband, saying, I will go meditate. You too, please keep an eye on that family situation today. Early the next morning, Master Chun set out once more. This time, he was not oblivious to the world around him, focused solely on the outskirts. Naturally, unlike Bai Guo's suggestion, he did not stop to question passers-by. Given that he had merely hurried through yesterday and they had heard the news, it stood to reason that he would hear something today as he deliberately roamed. Indeed, it was not long before he caught wind of a group of women gossiping by the roadside. Oh dear, you all are unaware that young man is missing. How can he be missing? Wasn't he just here yesterday? Your information is incorrect. Do not spread rumors. Rumors? I was working right next door yesterday. When I planned to leave, I heard them searching everywhere for him. The aunt glanced around and lowered her voice. This morning, when I went to work, guess what I saw? What? The white silk has been hung. No wonder the coffin maker said someone ordered a large coffin. How large? Big enough to hold a person. Two, actually. Two. How can that be? The family ordered the coffin to hold two people. Two. Who has passed? They cannot be buried together. Goodness. What do you mean who has passed? Have you forgotten how the young man met his end? Oh, it was the female ghost that claimed his soul. Indeed, I heard they found a corpse last night, lying with a female corpse in a dilapidated temple. She was already decomposed. His parents said they fulfilled his wish and married them in death. Oh dear, how tragic. I was wondering why two were needed. At first, the elderly lady questioned who was still missing, patting her chest and murmuring, fearing that someone else had vanished. Chun Daolang grasped the situation but had no intention of meddling in the affairs of the female ghost. Marriage was indeed a good thing. Thus, he turned and began to wander about, softly advising Mou. Madam Huang, I shall explore the surroundings. If you happen to see any families that might be in trouble, please do inform me. Understood. Bai Guo felt an inexplicable sense of pleasure in Chun Daolang's words. She shook her head, wondering if he was pleased because they were arranging a ghostly marriage. Reflecting on Bao Zi's current predicament and observing Chun Daolong's joy and indifference towards the female ghost, she found it somewhat comprehensible. Therefore, Bai Guo began to pay serious attention, observing the women strolling by in hopes of spotting the one who had fled in panic yesterday. Unfortunately, her efforts yielded no results. Meanwhile, Chun Daolang casually visited several coffin shops in the city and successfully inquired about the whereabouts of the family that had ordered a double coffin. He even marked the location. For several consecutive days, Bai Guo had not seen that woman again. However, Chun Daolang, who had initially remarked that the second family situation was left of fate, suddenly became fixated on the second family after the first one required a ghostly marriage. Bai Guo was now certain that this Taoist was also hoping for a ghostly marriage with his second family. Nevertheless, she was skeptical. How could there be so many coincidences? He was not favored by the heavens, after all. Thankfully, Bai Guo refrained from voicing her thoughts. Otherwise, she would surely face consequences later on. After several days of searching, Bai Guo still had not found that woman, but Bao Zi had managed to contact Chun Daolang. Thus, Chun Daolang rushed to the underworld with a fresh handful of earth from a grave to meet Bao Zi. Presenting the earth as a treasure, he exclaimed, "Junior sister, look, I have found another one. If we can find 4 or 5 more, we will have enough." As he spoke, his nose suddenly tinged with emotion, but he suppressed it, revealing nothing. "When the time comes, I will take you back to the sect." He placed the grave earth into Bao Zi's hands. Today, Bao Zi was not as disheveled as the last time, yet she did not exude the carefree demeanor Bai Guo had first observed. Instead, she appeared to have made an effort to conceal something, having tidied herself up. Chapter 23. Zhao Di Chun Daolang, being considerate, did not reveal the underlying tension. After all, he had raised his junior sister since childhood and knew her well. Their master was preoccupied with finding a daughter, leaving little time to attend to the two of them. Bao Zi could be said to have been raised solely by him. To call her his own daughter would not be an exaggeration. Yet, he could not bear to see his cherished junior sister suffer such excessive torment due to a moment of mischief. Bao Zi sensed that Chun Daolang's emotions were amiss, but dared not bring it up, having grown up under his care. She could read his thoughts through a mere glance or gesture. The two exchanged silent understanding before parting ways once more. At this point, words were futile. The priority was to activate the Grand Formation and rescue Bao Zi. Following Bao Zi's information, Chun Daolang found a girl named Zhao Di. He believed that this young woman would willingly assist him in breaking free from the bonds of a ghostly marriage. Indeed, it turned out that during her life, she had endured immense suffering, and in death, she was unwilling to be subjugated further. Upon hearing Chun Daolang's intentions, she immediately agreed. "All right, I will go with you now." Chun Daolang led her into the Grand Formation. Bai Guo and her husband waited outside, intending to quietly await their return. However, once the formation was activated, Bai Guo unexpectedly witnessed fragments of Zhao Di's life experiences. She had previously entered this formation, beginning from the time she took medicine before her marriage. Initially, she believed that the formation merely displayed events before and after ghostly marriages. But what unfolded before her was the harrowing scene of Zhao Di suffering abuse in a brothel. Shocked, her eyes widened, her mouth agape. In the next moment, a pair of large hands covered Bai Guo's eyes. "Madam, do not look." Bai Guo's mind erupted in chaos. Her face flushed crimson, her thoughts blank. With a shocked expression, she yanked away Huang Yuanji's hand, exclaiming, "Can you see it too?" Huang Yuanji turned his head to avoid her gaze. Yet his own flushed face betrayed his answer. "Ah!" Bai Guo screamed, lunging forward to cover Huang Yuanji's eyes. Although the scene did not contain any explicit content, only depicting Zhao Di's suffering, the fact that Zhao Di was stripped bare was enough to cause Bai Guo's head to throb. Thus, there were two ghosts outside the Grand Formation, fervently shielding each other's eyes. Once Bai Guo regained her composure, she found it peculiar. "Husband, why are you covering my eyes?" Beneath her palm, Huang Yuanji's face remained burning, his speech slightly stammering. I feared you would be frightened." Bai Guo fell silent. After all, it was indeed a scene of a girl being abused, and it was possible she might be scared. But now, curiosity gnawed at her. An insatiable curiosity compelled her to withdraw one hand and pry open Huang Yuanji's palm. Huang Yuanji, unable to resist her, ultimately allowed her to create a small opening through which she could gaze at the scene within the formation. However, as Bai Guo watched, Huang Yuanji could no longer remain still. Uncertain of the unfolding images and unsure of when he should shield his wife's eyes. He preferred not to witness another girl in a state of undress. Thus, he pulled Bai Guo's hand away and turned to face her. Bai Guo sensed his movement, glanced at him hurriedly, then quickly turned back to the unfolding drama. Gently, she placed her hand back over Huang Yuanji's eyes, lacking the previous force. Huang Yuanji could have turned to glance at Bai Guo at any moment. Yet, he found himself stealing glances at her, observing her expressions and emotional shifts, pondering whether it was time to cover her eyes again. He occasionally stared blankly at Bai Guo's hand resting before his eyes. In a moment of distraction, he noticed a slight gap in Bai Guo's hand. Instantly recalling the earlier scene, the warmth that had just faded from his face surged back. He quickly shut his eyes, raising his free hand to firmly secure Bai Guo's palm. Upon realizing this, Bai Guo shot him a glance, deeming the current situation inappropriate. Otherwise, her husband appeared quite easy to manipulate. Bai Guo exhaled deeply, deciding to withdraw her hand once he opened his eyes. She has put her clothes back on. Huang Yuanji hastily closed his eyes, not fully processing her words. What? Suddenly regaining his senses, he glanced at Bai Guo, then back at the formation. She has dressed. The scene depicted Zhao Di, who had been terribly abused. The madam found someone to help her dress, seizing the opportunity to extort money from a client. After the client departed, the madam sent Zhao Di to a man in the western part of the city, earning a small sum of money, albeit not much. How unlucky. The madam scoffed at Zhao Di. Just when I have you, you are to die again. With disdain, she cast a final glance at Zhao Di before taking the money and leaving. The next scene revealed that man from the western part of the city, the so-called uncle of Bai Guo. He carried Zhao Di and concealed her in a secret cellar. The scene lingered in the cellar for quite some time. When it shifted again, Bai Guo's uncle descended with several men. They carried a burlap sack, taking Zhao Di away. Among them were individuals from the family that had arranged Zhao Di's ghostly marriage. Additionally, Bai Guo's uncle bore a conspicuous bulge in his arms. The sack containing Zhao Di was placed on a cart, piled high with similar burlap sacks. On the cart, some scattered grain husks lay about. When they reached a thatched cottage, the men unloaded the burlap sack containing Zhao Di and carried it inside. The other sacks, along with the cart, were carelessly left outside the door. As they opened the bags, Zhao Di, who had previously lost consciousness, fortuitously awoke and opened her eyes once more. A timid woman gasped in shock. Wasn't it agreed upon to buy a corpse? Why is there a living person? A resounding slap landed on the woman's head as a burly man scolded her. What are you blabbering about? Do you want everyone to know? Another person glanced at her and remarked, there are no dead ones now. We cannot afford to delay. Turning to observe Zhao Di's frail form, he concluded, in any case, she won't survive, it's all the same. What if she screams? It will attract passers-by. An older woman expressed her concern. Don't worry, we'll sew her mouth shut. The burly man replied, casting a glance at Zhao Di. She is not dead yet, and if she spits out what is in her mouth, it will be troublesome. After saying this, he called out to the timid woman, go fetch your needle. Zhao Di heard their conversation and struggled to rise and escape. Yet, her weakness rendered her unable to crawl out of the burlap sack, and she was pressed back to the ground. Her mouth was silenced, and she was tightly bound to a chair. Chapter 24. I will help you find, perhaps fearing that passers-by might glimpse through the door or windows. They secured Zhao Di and carried her into a back room. Zhao Di was placed in a dark corner, covered with layers of quilts that concealed her completely. Bai Guo initially believed that the scene would culminate in the poor girl being sewn up and alive sent to a coffin. However, the reality was even more horrifying. As dusk approached, the already dimly lit room grew darker, and a head peeked in at the door. It was the burly, menacing man. He furtively scanned both inside and outside before stealthily entering the room and locking the door behind him. The quilts covering Zhao Di were lifted, and the undergarments beneath her were torn away and discarded. Zhao Di, who had been suffocated and fainted, awoke again due to the pain. Yet she wished to remain unconscious rather than witness the man indulging in his beastly desires upon her. Zhao Di exerted all her strength, but could not free her wrists and ankles from the ropes, which only tightened and left marks of blood. This only excited the man further, as he inflicted more bruises upon her. She cried out for help with all her might, but only muffled whimpers escaped through her blocked mouth. Gradually, she ceased to struggle, realizing that no matter how hard she fought, she could not break free. Regardless of how she tried to evade, she could not escape the vile contact beneath her. The ropes binding her limbs became stained with blood, and tears of blood flowed from her eyes. Yet she no longer resisted, only the faint rise and fall of her chest signifying that she was still alive. In truth, Zhao Di's cries were not entirely unheard. Bai Guo noticed a shadow outside the window, a figure pressed against the glass, a woman. But soon, Bai Guo's fleeting hope was shattered. "Hurry and come in. Quickly sew her mouth shut," the burly man ordered after finishing his vile act, standing up in satisfaction without even pulling up his pants as he went to open the door. The shadow outside shifted. It was the timid woman, who entered the room with needle and thread, her head bowed, ignoring the man and the foul air, and placed her sewing materials on a stool. Once the man left and the door slammed shut, the timid woman finally raised her head. However, there was no trace of weakness or fear in her eyes, only deep-seated hatred. She stood up, lowered her gaze, and gently closed the door. Turning back, she saw Zhao Di looking at her with a face full of pleading. Zhao Di knew she lacked the strength to flee. She merely wished for a quick, painless death. The woman paused for a moment, then her expression hardened. "Look at you, acting all pitiful. No wonder that dead man wanted to touch you." The woman's harsh words continued as she swiftly approached Zhao Di. She picked up her needle and began to jab at Zhao Di, exclaiming, "Even facing death, you still want to entice men. You truly have no shame." The needle, initially aimed at Zhao Di's pretty face, veered off, perhaps frightened by the blood that marred her features. The woman turned to jab at Zhao Di's body instead, muttering curses under her breath. "You vixen, shameless, disgusting thing, trash, whore, worthless person." Each low curse accompanied her repeated thrusts. Sometimes, feeling that jabbing with a needle was insufficient, she would strike Zhao Di. To avoid noise, she would clench her fist, occasionally using her nails to scratch deep, bloody wounds, particularly focusing on the areas unique to women. After what felt like an eternity of torment, the woman finally sighed in satisfaction. She forcefully pried open Zhao Di's mouth, stuffed in the lock of hair she had brought, and proceeded to sew Zhao Di's mouth shut with needle and thread. It was unclear whether she feared Zhao Di would report the man, or if she worried about Zhao Di revealing her own actions. Zhao Di's mouth was stitched tightly shut. Once finished, the woman nonchalantly washed the blood from her hands and wiped them clean. With a face full of disdain, she rearranged Zhao Di's clothing. Finally, she spat at Zhao Di and left, taking her needle and thread with her, leaving with an air of arrogance. Yet, in a dramatic twist, when she opened the door again, she transformed back into the quivering, pitiful woman she had pretended to be. The contrast was striking, as if they were two different people. Bai Guo trembled with anger, while Huang Yuanji continuously tried to pull her into his embrace, covering her eyes with his hands. However, Bai Guo resisted, her body rigid. Huang Yuanji's hands were repeatedly pushed away. Bai Guo yearned to understand just how wicked these people could truly be. Fortunately, among this family of villains, perhaps only this couple possessed such monstrous hearts. In the following moments, no one moved, granting Zhao Di a fleeting moment of peace. In the end, after being nailed into a coffin, she was suddenly rescued by officials who burst in, and the entire family was taken away. Regrettably, by the time Zhao Di was saved, she had already succumbed to her sufferings, having been tortured to death. The shadow marriage was completed. In the display of the formation, Bai Guo saw Chen Daoling. He stealthily took the lock of hair from Zhao Di's mouth while the officials dealt with the family. After taking it, he did not remove the stitches from her mouth. It remained a mystery how he acquired it. As the grand formation concluded, Zhao Di and Chen Daoling stepped out. Once outside, Chen Daoling looked at Zhao Di with sympathy. "Wait for my news. Once I find a few more people, I can activate this grand formation and grant you your freedom." How many more people do you need? Sao di farud erbreo. What kind of people can be used? I will help you find them. Zhao Di longed for freedom. After a life of suffering, she wished no longer to live for anyone or be restrained by anyone. If someone was willing to help find the remaining individuals, Chun Daoling would certainly be glad to cooperate. Those who have also experienced a shadow marriage, like you. His junior sister, the little dumpling he raised, is still suffering and waiting for him to rescue her. Zhao Di remained silent for a moment before speaking in a hoarse voice. How will I know if others have the same experience? She could not continue. Bai Guo frowned, turning away and hiding her nose in Huang Yuanji's embrace. Her nose tinged with sourness. She did not wish to see Zhao Di in such a state. She feared that her inability to hold back tears would only deepen the sorrow of the young lady. Chen Daoling understood what Zhao Di wished to express. So he did not wait for her to complete her internal struggle, but instead interjected with a direct inquiry. You felt it, didn't you? Even after death. You long to live for yourself. Yet, when your family requests something of you, you find yourself unable to refuse. Chapter 25. A room of enchantment. Chun Daoling pressed his lips together. If you encounter such a girl, just inform me, and I shall investigate the matter. Zhao Di lowered her gaze. Her eyes no longer reflected despair and pain, but rather a blazing flame of hope. All right, she replied softly before turning to leave in the direction she had come from. Chen Daoling turned around to see Bai Guo tightly nestled in Huang Yuanji's embrace. He promptly retrieved the Bai Guo brand ostrich and declared, "It is time to return to the realm of the living." All right, Huang Yuanji said as he carried Bai Guo into the ink jade. However, Bai Guo was rather slow to realize the situation. She lifted her head to survey her surroundings and discovered that she was indeed within the jade. After a moment of silence, she suppressed her frustration and inquired, "Are we returning to the realm of the living now? What about that other girl?" Chen Daoling paused, gesturing at the inked jade with a finger. "I am not a spirit bound to the underworld. I cannot endure remaining in the realm of shadows indefinitely. We shall return another time." Bai Guo pondered this and recognized that, as a ghost, she too would not dare linger in the realm of the living for too long. Yet, her tongue was reluctant to remain still. Chen Daoling, did the formation not state that only those permitted by the one within the formation can witness her experiences? Chen Daoling cast an irritated glance at the ink jade. With a swift gesture, he cast a talisman that enveloped them in silence. Bai Guo felt her breath catch. Although she did not comprehend Chun Daoling as previous actions, she noticed that the external world, which she could usually hear and see, had vanished. All that remained was the dim, gray space within the ink jade and the presence of Huang Yuanji beside her. What did he do? Bai Guo pouted, her face flushed, feeling as though she had implicated her husband. Huang Yuanji chuckled softly. "I am not certain. Perhaps he severed our connection to the outside." He raised a hand and lightly brushed Bai Guo's delicate nose. Wasn't he just complaining about the noise? Bai Guo puffed up in indignation, vexed. Huang Yuanji then gently traced her rosy lips with his fingers, silencing any further words that might have escaped her. He felt fortunate that his Guo Guo had not encountered such misfortunes. Despite the hardships throughout her life, at least she could still find joy in being by his side. As Huang Yuanji gazed at the vibrant Bai Guo, he felt a swell of emotion and slowly drew her closer. Bai Guo sensed something amiss, her cheeks ablaze with embarrassment. Yet she dared not speak. She hunched her shoulders, her almond-shaped eyes wide with trepidation as she stared at Huang Yuanji. He leaned in, their lips met, and soon the room was filled with an air of enchantment. Bai Guo melted into his embrace, yielding to his desires. Meanwhile, Chen Daoling, blissfully unaware of the happenings within the ink jade, enjoyed a restful night. Upon awakening the next day, he appeared notably invigorated. In high spirits, he lifted the restrictions of the ink jade, inadvertently causing Huang Yuanji great distress. Ever since the arrival of these Taoist siblings, he had not had the opportunity to embrace his wife. Now, after finally managing to hold her close, Bai Guo was awakened by the sound from outside and expressed her displeasure at being disturbed. "I want to let you hold me now," she pouted, still feeling the lingering effects of sleep. Huang Yuanji's handsome face darkened as he gazed up at the grayish expanse of the inked jade, lost in thought. After a long pause, he mischievously redirected his gaze. He tiptoed back to Bai Guo's side, offering her consolation before savoring once more the feeling of having her in his arms. However, their tender moments were short-lived. After Chun Daolang released the ink jade, he produced another blood-red jade pendant that radiated a sinister aura. Observing that the female ghost had been sufficiently subdued, he prepared to release her for a brief outing. "So, are you willing to cooperate with me now?" Chun Daolang, wary of her deep-seated obsessions, sought to avoid any further madness. If she truly perished, he would have to invest even more time in finding another soul. Thus, during this interaction, he did not grant her the luxury of consideration. "I'm not asking if you desire freedom. I am commanding you," he declared sternly, his expression fierce. "If you do not wish to die, comply with me." Although the female ghost was plagued by thoughts of others deceiving her and was reluctant to cooperate, she was not averse to living. Rather, she simply wished to avoid further deception. Faced with this situation, she refrained from losing her composure. "I will cooperate. I do not wish to die. I wish to take my revenge." Initially, her spirit was weak, and her fear of Chun Daolang caused her words to falter. Yet as time passed, her energy grew, and her desire for vengeance intensified, leading her to shout, "I will take revenge. I will take revenge." A sharp sound echoed as an object was thrown before the female ghost. She looked and saw a plain, unremarkable large nail. However, it was undoubtedly a tool used by the Taoists to deal with spirits. As thoughts of her grim fate swirled in her mind, Chun Daolang's voice resonated in her ears. "If you desire to die, feel free to test my patience." With her thoughts racing, her ears attuned to his words, and her eyes wide open, the female ghost trembled and ceased her rebellious thoughts. If Bai Guo were to witness the unfolding events, she would surely sigh at the irony of it all. However, although Bai Guo missed the present moment, she would not miss what was to come. After Chun Daolang had dealt with the female ghost, he began preparing to descend into the underworld once more. As before, Bai Guo and her husband were summoned. Both were quite displeased at having to go down again. Chun Daolang, having rested early the previous night, had enjoyed a good night's sleep. In contrast, the couple had stayed up late and were far from fully rested. This time, upon entering the underworld, Chun Daolang did not even search for Bao Zi, but headed straight for the location of the formation. Bai Guo and Huang Yuanji exchanged glances, grasping each other's hands tightly, and attempted to muster their spirits. After all, he was their benefactor, and they had volunteered to assist him. They could not afford to be lax. Once they adjusted their mindset, they diligently stood guard outside the formation for Chun Daolang. Although the female ghost radiated resentment, Bai Guo, after observing the scenes displayed within the formation, concluded that her misfortunes were entirely self-inflicted and deserved. It turned out she was the daughter of a once illustrious family who, disregarding her family's warnings and succumbing to slander, had brought ruin upon herself. "Do not go, my daughter," a refined yet plainly dressed noblewoman implored. "We previously advised you against provoking that young master, yet you would not listen." The scene began with a woman of remarkable grace, though her attire was somewhat modest. "You must not stop her. She is already bewitched. Allow her to suffer a little before bringing her back, and she will surely become more compliant," insisted a stern-looking man, who did not wish for the woman to endure such hardship. Yet the woman remained deaf to his words, weeping and urging the female ghost not to depart. "Now that we find ourselves in such dire straits, which noble family would still consider a match?" Chapter 26. The runaway missed the female ghost forcefully swatted away the hand that sought to block her path. "Who is your daughter?" "My mother has long since passed." She scorned the noble woman with arrogance. "Your failures are your concern. I am naturally beautiful and cannot be discarded. Many desire me. Those who lack discernment are simply foolish." With a fierce shove, she pushed the woman to the ground. Unfortunately, the noblewoman's head struck the threshold, causing her to faint. The female ghost paid no heed and burst through the door. Behind her, the man helped the woman to her feet, only to notice the bloodstains on the threshold. "Quickly, summon a doctor. Someone, go fetch a doctor," he exclaimed in horror. The female ghost, disregarding all around her, hastily rushed into a certain alley by the street. Peering inside, she noticed a grand sedan chair, elaborately adorned, standing quietly. The attendant beside it, upon seeing her, inclined his head, and approached to greet her with exaggerated deference. She raised her chin high, snorted imperiously, and feigned elegance by lifting her hand, anticipating the attendant to assist her into the chair. However, once seated, her celestial demeanor vanished, replaced by a sinister scowl as she began to mutter curses under her breath. How dare they say, "No one desires me"? What a ridiculous joke, this blind old woman. After a bout of venting her frustrations, she surveyed the interior of the sedan chair. Oddly, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air, one she had never encountered before. After a fruitless search for its source, she surrendered to the comfort of the scent. Closing her eyes and settling into a cozy position, she leaned back within the chair, allowing herself to enjoy the pleasant aroma. The gentle swaying of the sedan chair was surprisingly soothing, and she nearly drifted off to sleep, when suddenly the chair jolted to a stop. Opening her eyes, she was filled with confusion. Before she could voice her inquiries, she overheard a conversation from outside. "Have you found a noble lady willing to marry our young master?" came a deep male voice. The female ghost felt even more perplexed by these words. She abandoned her intention to ask questions and quietly eavesdropped from within the chair. "Indeed, but she is merely a fallen lady. Is that acceptable?" This was the voice of the attendant who had welcomed her earlier, the same one who had approached her initially. A smile involuntarily crept upon her lips, nearly escaping her control. He had claimed that his young master wished to marry, having taken a liking to her during his travels. Should she agree, upon marriage, all the riches, silks, and lands would belong to her. However, the female ghost was not foolish. Such windfalls do not simply fall from the sky. She questioned this absurdity. The attendant replied, "I do not wish to make you laugh, but my young master is exceedingly unattractive. Noble ladies do not lack for such things and would not lower themselves for that reason. As for those not of noble birth, their fathers would not allow such unions. Moreover, the young master is aware of his own shortcomings. It is rare for him to venture out. It was merely a fortuitous encounter with you that stirred his heart. However, he is quite self-conscious and fears displeasing you. If you agree, he will not meet you until the wedding." Thus, with a self-justifying rationale, the female ghost became buoyed by the thought of a fated destiny. She cared not for appearances, having once been a noble lady herself. It seemed she had caught his eye, making it convenient for her to marry into his family. How delightful, particularly since her own family had fallen into disarray. She anticipated how her father would react to such a turn of events, especially after he consistently favored that old woman, prioritizing her in all matters. Yet, the words that followed from outside shattered her daydream. Of course, why not? It is rare for a noble family to exchange their daughter's life for wealth. If they dither or change their minds, we will be the ones regretting it. This was the same deep male voice. The attendant, hearing this, hastily countered, "Oh, my lord, this is not a transaction agreed upon by her parents. She came of her own accord. Ha ha." The attendant smirked cunningly. "I only mentioned that our young master is ugly and has taken a liking to her, willing to offer her everything good. However, due to his appearance, he does not wish to meet her before the wedding." She, feeling pleased, agreed, despite her parents' disapproval, as they could not dissuade her. Yet, her family's opposition remained a formidable obstacle, and they needed to act swiftly lest things go awry. What were we waiting for? Quickly find someone to dig up the young master's grave. Let us marry them today and send them into the ancestral tomb together. The deep voice spoke, then suddenly fell silent. "Is she in the sedan chair?" "Do not worry, sir. I have already filled this chair with incense. She should be in a deep slumber by now. We simply need to summon the musicians to celebrate, and she will not hear a thing." The attendant boasted, "Good lad," praised the deep voice. "When we return, I will certainly speak highly of you before the master." "Ah, then I thank you in advance, my lord." The attendant's voice brimmed with delight. Meanwhile, the female ghost within the sedan chair was utterly terrified, her face drained of color. She dared not move nor make a sound, her eyes tightly shut as she pretended to be unconscious. She remained in that state until the voices outside faded completely, and the sedan chair began to sway once more. Only then did she cautiously crack open her eyes, ensuring there was no unusual activity inside. She carefully sat up and lifted the curtain of the chair to clandestinely observe her surroundings. Now, aside from herself, there were only the bearers of the sedan chair. She overheard their idle chatter. As long as we get this woman to the temple, we will be there soon. Everyone, put in some more effort. The female ghost changed her perspective, tilting her head to look ahead of the sedan chair. Indeed, there appeared to be a temple, seemingly nestled halfway up a mountain. She pressed her palms together, silently praying for an opportunity to escape. Fortune seemed to favor her. First, she was blessed with a stepmother who treated her as her own and possessed the skill to craft incense. This stepmother had bestowed upon her a body immune to all the intoxicating charms available in the market. Furthermore, once the bearers carried her into the temple, they promptly departed, leaving her behind. The people within the temple had also vacated from matters concerning the young master. Thus, she found herself alone, successfully escaping. As she descended the mountain, exhausted, she encountered another young lady from a wealthy family seeking to enter the temple. She intercepted her for assistance and recounted her tale of misfortune. Consequently, that young lady turned back home, even inviting her to join her sedan chair. Thus, she narrowly evaded the group of attendants. This young lady even promised her that if she did not wish to return home, she could stay at her residence. However, that very evening, upon returning home, this young lady tragically took her own life by drowning, resisting a family-arranged marriage. Therefore, when the female ghost returned to her own home only to be driven away by her furious father, she sought refuge with the young lady, but was met with failure. Upon hearing of the young lady's demise, she secretly went to pay her respects. Chapter 27. Reaping What One Sows. Unexpectedly, she was discovered by a group of attendants who had come to mourn and was covertly taken away. Ultimately, through the repeated favor of the heavens, she succumbed to her own reckless actions, losing her life that day and fulfilling the ghostly marriage. Thus, filled with resentment towards her father, her mother, and that well-meaning young lady, she became an indignant spirit, her grievances unresolved. In time, she gained notoriety, becoming a ghost capable of causing havoc in the mortal realm. She directly went to the home of that wealthy young lady, wreaking havoc and disturbing the peace of that family. Bai Guo recognized that residence. It belonged to the lecher who had tormented Zhao Di. The unfortunate master of that house, believing his daughter had returned, suffered greatly. Under the ghost spell, he committed many wrongdoings, acts he once found utterly reprehensible, such as visiting brothels and tormenting young women to the brink of death. Later, he was summoned to the authorities, where he learned the name of one such girl, Zhao Di, also a victim of misfortune. Though he faced punishment from the officials, he privately sought to anonymously assist Zhao Di's family, hoping to atone, if only slightly, for his misdeeds. Zhao Di, Bai Guo had seen her suffering just yesterday. In the brief span between the ghostly marriage and the following days, she had endured such hardship. This ghost, was utterly despicable. Bai Guo fumed. Her lips pursed in anger, as Huang Yuanji teased her, suggesting she could hang a kettle on her frown. Bai Guo turned, raising her hand to strike Huang Yuanji. "You're so glib, yet you still laugh." Huang Yuanji, dodging her, replied, "No laughter here, my lady. Don't let it ruin your health. I shall keep watch." As he pulled Bai Guo closer, he gazed at the ghost wreaking havoc within the circle, eager for the conclusion of the affair. After the Taoist Chun left the seed of destruction for the shadow marriage within the formation, the image of the female ghost also reached its climax. The two stepped out of the array in succession. The female ghost did not perceive any change within herself, yet observing Taoist Chun, it seemed he truly harbored no intention of harming her. Constrained by his formidable power, she subdued her restlessness. However, upon regaining her composure, she noticed that the one who once regarded her with sympathy when she was in a fit of hysteria now looked at her with disdain, their noses turned up, their eyes averted, exceedingly bothersome. She felt a surge of anger rising within her. But every time she glanced in Taoist Chin's direction, she ultimately refrained from causing a scene. Reluctant to return to the blood-red jade pendant, which tormented her endlessly, she hesitantly raised a hand to point at the couple, Bai Guo and Huang Yuanji. Bai Guo, nestled in Huang Yuanji's embrace, initially failed to react. But as she realized the female ghost's intent to enter the ink jade, she immediately flared up. With a swift turn, She shouted at the ghost. "What jade? You are perfectly fine on your own. Why disturb our marriage? Go back to your own territory." The female ghost glared and opened her mouth, ready to argue back. However, Huang Yuji stood silently behind Bai Guo, his eyes dark and intimidating. He stared at her with an indifferent gaze, causing her to fall silent in fear. In truth, such individuals are always cowards before the strong. Moreover, the Huang family boasts a prestigious lineage, and he has been well educated since childhood. Faced with his display of authority, this foolish young lady from a fallen family dared not retort any longer. Yet, whether the ghost feared him was of little consequence, for the jade belonged to Taoist Chun. Taoist Chun then addressed the couple, suggesting, "Let her stay with you for 3 days. I will craft another jade for her accommodation, which will take some time." The female ghost remained motionless, yet her eyes sparkled with joy. Boldly ignoring Huang Yuanji's glare, she defiantly gazed at Bai Guo. Taoist Chun observed this and cast a sidelong glance at her, stating, "If she disturbs you, inform me, and I shall confine her back into the blood jade." He disdained this foolish and malevolent woman, yet feared that leaving her in the blood jade would lead to her demise. Seeing her suppress her emotions and behave obediently, Taoist Chun turned once more to Bai Guo and Huang Yuanji, assuring them, "In no more than 3 days, I shall prepare another jade, and at that point, you will not be troubled any further." Bai Guo understood that this matter was non-negotiable and reluctantly nodded in agreement. Huang Yuanji, cradling the weary Bai Guo, echoed Taoist Chen's affirmation. He then cast a warning glance at the female ghost before taking Bai Guo back into the jade. However, after waiting for a while without returning to the human realm, he popped his head out of the jade again. Observing the outside, he was surprised to see Zhao Di approaching. She informed Taoist Chun that she had discovered a girl who was likely involved in a shadow marriage. Nevertheless, it required Taoist Chen's confirmation to determine the truth. Taoist Chun calculated the time, realizing that another visit would not pose much of an inconvenience, and thus decided to ascertain the situation before returning to the human realm. Meanwhile, Huang Yuji had been preoccupied with comforting his wife as soon as they entered the jade, entirely oblivious to the sounds outside. Eventually, the couple noticed that the female ghost had not entered and sensed something was amiss. Consequently, they slipped out once more. Being outside was undoubtedly more comfortable than being confined within the narrow confines of the inked jade. Under Zhao Di's guidance, the 5 of them proceeded in a particular direction. They walked for an undetermined length of time until Bai Guo and the others spotted a thatched cottage. In front of the house, a young girl was laboriously wielding a hoe, struggling to dig the earth. Her movements appeared quite unskilled, even clumsy. Bai Guo was taken aback, wondering why they were farming even in the underworld. She glanced at Huang Yuanji, who showed no reaction. Reflecting on it, she recalled that Huang Yuanji and her in-laws also toiled daily. Uncertain of their tasks, the group halted at a distance without approaching too closely. Taoist Chun inquired of Zhao Di, "Is that her?" Zhao Di, fixated on the girl, vigorously nodded in affirmation. Taoist Chun then turned to Bai Guo, asking, "Do you sense anything?" Bai Guo, wearing a grave expression, nodded emphatically. The feeling was unmistakable. After confirming multiple times, Taoist Chun intended to step forward to converse with the girl. However, an elderly man emerged from the cottage, causing Taoist Chun to pause. The old man had triangular eyes, with skin wrinkled like that of a withered monkey, hunched over as if he were a hunchback. His skin was dark, not from sun exposure due to labor, but rather from neglecting hygiene. Upon his appearance, he leered at the girl, calling out, "My dear wife, come in for dinner." Bai Guo observed that the old man's triangular eyes seemed nearly closed in a sinister smile, reducing to mere slits. Upon hearing his voice, the girl dropped her hoe as if jolted by an electric shock and immediately fled. However, she had scarcely taken a few steps when the old man's displeased voice commanded, "Stop right there." Bai Guo watched as the girl froze in place, unable to move, despite her face contorted with a desire to escape. It reminded her of that one occasion when, at Taoist Chen's request, Huang Yuanji had forcefully demanded her compliance. It was a feeling of being utterly powerless, sending a chill through her. Indeed, She soon witnessed the old man approach and wrap his arms around the girl from behind, deliberately lingering as he groped her body. When he reached her well-developed chest, he squeezed it roughly a few times before slowly moving his filthy hands to her neck. The girl, breathing heavily, wore an expression of humiliation and fury, nearly biting her lip until it bled. Yet, she remained rooted in place, unable to move. All Bai Guo could see was that filthy, wrinkled old hand. She contemplated how to sever that ghostly hand. Bai Guo's lips parted slightly as she inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly. Her feet quietly advanced toward the scene, her mind clouded, unsure of how to respond to such a situation. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to act, knowing this was wrong, that it must come to an end. She believed such a thing should end permanently. Just as Bai Guo felt she could finally strike at the old man, she was suddenly seized by two hands, one belonging to Huang Yuanji, the other to Daoist Chun. "Madam," Huang Yuanji uttered. Though he felt sympathy for the girl, his primary concern was for his wife. Daoist Chun remarked, "It is futile. As long as shadow marriages exist, this will continue to recur. You may assist her this time, but not the next. I am now thoroughly convinced that this girl is entangled in a shadow marriage." Upon hearing Daoist Chen's words, the old man briefly halted his actions. He glanced at the group and chuckled. "You seem quite experienced, young man." Yet, he did not cease his groping. His triangular eyes darted back and forth among Bai Guo and the other two female ghosts. "How many do you have? How about we take turns playing?" He noticed Bai Guo being swiftly concealed in Huang Yuanji's embrace, yet he remained unfazed. His eyes glinted with excitement as they roamed over Zhao Di and the other female ghost. After scrutinizing the latter, he wore an expression of keen interest. "Oh, this girl is clearly the daughter of a wealthy family. I, the old man, have yet to encounter someone like her." He drooled as he fixated on the female ghost. The tip of his nose pressed against the delicate neck of the young girl, a grotesque act as he repeatedly inhaled deeply. He cast a greedy glance at Chen Daozhang, cackling. "How about letting me have a turn with your woman? You can play with my little wife as you please." After uttering his conditions, he shifted his gaze, scanning the female ghost from head to toe, his eyes lustfully lingering on her curvaceous form. "Hey, my offer is quite favorable. I will only indulge in her once, and you can have your fun with my girl." The female ghost trembled with rage, speechless. As a daughter of a prestigious family, she had never endured such humiliation. After several deep breaths, she spread her fingers wide, her nails extending like retractable blades, sharp and menacing. Yet this time, no one intervened. The old man momentarily froze, recalling that his little wife, when she first fell from the heavens, had also resisted fiercely. However, he knew that once he set his mind on one thing and vocalized it, the young girl would inevitably comply with his wishes, devoid of any boundaries. Akin to a loyal hound. Thinking of this, the old man erupted into maniacal laughter, taunting the female ghost. "Come on, my dear. I can hardly wait for you to serve your master." He even leaned slightly, thrusting his hips toward her in a brazen display. The cacophony of his derisive laughter abruptly ceased as the ghost's claws descended, replaced by a scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Deep down, the old man feared for his life, which is why he did not fully expose himself. He merely acted on carnal impulses, keeping his upper body hidden behind the girl. Thus, when the ghost's claws struck, severing his lineage, they spared his life. "How could this happen, you wretched woman? You vile wretch!" The old man cried out in agony, his voice laced with fury. Before the ghost's attack landed, he had felt invincible, having previously withstood assaults from other spirits that inflicted only minor pain. He believed that as long as he guarded his heart and mind, any injuries elsewhere would heal swiftly, merely causing discomfort. Even if he accidentally harmed his heart or mind, it would only require a bit more time to recuperate. However, after the ghost's claws pierced him, regret washed over him. He felt the severity of her attack, unlike any he had experienced before. As confusion clouded his mind, he heard Chen Daozhang's mocking laughter, suddenly sensing that he understood the reason behind his plight. "What are you laughing at, you bastard?" "I am laughing at you for daring to provoke anyone," Chen Daozhang remarked leisurely, observing the female ghost. "Do you really think her strength compares to the spirits that have already descended to the underworld?" Contemplating the ghost's formidable presence, Chen Daozhang pursed his lips. maintaining a disdainful glance at the old man. Someone like you, a spirit who has already entered the underworld, would never be able to linger in the realm of the living. She can stir up storms here. The old man shuddered, a sense of foreboding creeping in. He widened his eyes in terror, gazing at the ghost as her long claws were poised to plunge into his chest. She intends to rip out my heart. With a scream, he rolled away just in time. As he turned, Bai Guo and the others noticed a large wet patch forming in his trousers. Clearly not just the result of lust. Having narrowly escaped a fatal blow, his thoughts raced to his beleaguered wife. What are you doing standing there? Stop her. You must stop her, even if it costs you your life. His voice grew more frantic, the pain amplifying his cries. This vile creature had lived to such an old age, clearly cunning and shrewd. Thus, when he realized that the ghost was avoiding harming the girl, it was as if he had grasped a lifeline. Come here, stand firmly between me and her. Gasping for breath yet still reveling in his audacity, he cackled. You can't do anything to me. As long as I live, I will eventually recover. He cast a scornful glance at the girl standing before him. Just wait and see how I deal with this mutt. He was unaware of why the ghost refrained from harming the girl, but he intended to inflict pain upon her, thinking that if she dared to attack him, he would retaliate fiercely. As the female ghost repeatedly found her strikes blocked by the girl, her patience wore thin. She feared Chen Daozhong and acknowledged that he needed the girl, which is why she had been avoiding harm. However, what if she could not restrain herself in time? A frenzied voice echoed in her mind, urging her to kill them both. Rip out that old man's heart. The temptation to devour his heart became irresistible. Finally, the ghost abandoned her restraint, her claws lunging toward their targets. Yet, despite her forceful intent, her sharp nails halted just before the girl's chest. Unable to move an inch further, a red thread delicately entwined her wrist, the other end tied to the blood jade she had once possessed. You cannot harm her. The voice of the Taoist rang in her ears. Furious, she glared at the old man once more, but ultimately relinquished her attack in frustration. Seeing her relent, the old man felt a surge of triumph, planning to humiliate the girl in front of her. He yanked at her clothing, eliciting a pained scream from her, fully aware of the impending disgrace. Once again, whenever someone attempted to assist her, this old man would seize the opportunity to humiliate her publicly. Not only would he force himself upon her, but he would also command her to do things she could never accept. She had had enough, but her body remained obedient to him, rendering her powerless even to end her own life. As the girl braced herself for yet another moment of humiliation, closing her eyes in despair, she heard the old man's cries of agony. Seizing the chance while he was distracted by his own arrogance, the female ghost struck him fiercely. Even though he instinctively used the girl as a shield, he still lost a significant portion of his heart in the process. This would cost him dearly, and he feared that the ghost might seize another opportunity to finish him off. Filled with panic and ferocity, he yelled orders at the girl. If I die, you will follow me to the grave. His voice trembled, commanding her to perish immediately. Chen Daozhong frowned, ordering her to return. Though he believed the old man deserved his fate, the girl must not die. Yet the ghost remained unsatisfied, her eyes fixated on the old man with an insatiable hunger. Unable to move away, she, a woman of noble birth, was not something to be trifled with. But Chen Daozhong was unconcerned with such matters. His sole focus was rescuing his disciple. Thus, he continued urging the ghost to retreat. Enough. After a lengthy period of recovery, he won't be able to bounce back. The ghost remained still, and Chen Daozhong lost his patience. He fell silent, yet the crimson cord in the ghostly hand tightened ominously. Upon noticing this, memories of the blood jade surged within her mind. A shiver coursed through her, and she darted back with remarkable speed, lowering her head and slumping her shoulders to stand behind Chen Daolang. Chen Daolang cast a cold glance at the old man approaching. This person is under my temporary custody. It would be prudent for you to consent. The old man, stubborn and defiant, dared not voice his opposition. After all, such a fierce ghost was not to be trifled with. And who could predict the young man's capabilities? Should he unleash them upon the old man? It was uncertain if he would retain his life. The old man squinted with his triangular eyes, rolling them about. If you value your life, do not bargain with me. Chen Daolang, even with the most rudimentary of thoughts, recognized the old man's intent to negotiate. He had no interest in engaging with such a character attempting to inflate their demands. Yet, cornered for words, the old man grimaced defiantly. "If you have the guts, kill me then." He had come to realize that this young man was reluctant to see the woman harmed. Others, to varying degrees, were amenable to his words. The old man surveyed the surroundings. "You allow your people to beat me to such a state, and now you wish to take my wife?" Bah! He spat vigorously onto the ground, wishing he could direct it at the young man. Yet fear restrained him, as he found the young man's presence daunting. "Today, if I do not receive a satisfactory explanation, none of you shall take her away." The old man was aware of his position. The girl was his sole bargaining chip. However, he underestimated Chun Daoling. "You do not believe I can ensure her safety even after dispatching you?" Chun Daoling's indifferent gaze fell upon the old man, chilling him to the core. "It may be troublesome, yet if you wish to test me, I am more than willing to oblige." Chun Daoling regarded the old man for a moment longer before reaching out to grasp the girl's wrist. "Let's go." He led her by the hand, turning back towards their original path, beckoning Bai Guo and the others to follow. The girl stood rigidly, following passively behind him. With each step, her disbelief grew. As they distanced themselves from the old man, her eyes widened in astonishment. She found herself unable to move, nor could she retreat beyond a certain point. And there was no voice from the old man to halt them. Her vision blurred, something obscuring her sight. She raised her hand to wipe it away, but a hot tear fell first, landing on Chun Daoling's fingers. He frowned but said nothing. She smiled through her tears, laughing silently, fearful that this was but a dream and that speaking would shatter it. It was only when they reached a completely unfamiliar place, one she had never seen, that she cautiously glanced back. There was no one, no old man, nor that thatched roof house. She had escaped from that hellish place. Finally, the sound of her broken sobs escaped her lips. Chapter 30. How could I forget? She was, after all, still quite young. The long-lost sense of security allowed her taut nerves to gradually unwind. Her voice grew from a whisper to a crescendo, evolving into a powerful wail. She cried so fiercely that she nearly gasped for breath. Yet, no one restrained her, nor did they urge her to cease. They understood her need for release, for a cathartic outpouring of her pent-up fears, terrors, and humiliations. The journey was wordless. Zhao Di quietly bid farewell to a few along the way. Bai Guo and his wife also returned home for a brief moment. Chun Daoling continued to guide her to the formation that would lead them back to the realm of the living. Upon seeing Bai Guo and his wife return, he finally spoke. "We have an additional guest. I will hasten to craft a new jade pendant." Bai Guo and his wife nodded gently in acknowledgement, remaining silent. Bai Guo was uncertain how to interact with the young girl, unsure how to coexist in the same room. Chun Daoling retrieved the ink jade, and Bai Guo and the others entered on their own. The girl, lost in her tears, was drawn into the ink jade by its own volition. Chun Daoling exhaled deeply, securing the ink jade and stepping into the formation to return to the realm of the living. For the next 2 days, Chun Daoling did not rush to undertake another task. He wished to allow the girl to relax fully, ensuring her unwavering commitment to assist him. Although the old man was a form of restraint, he knew that the girl would agree regardless. Furthermore, frequent soul separations took a significant toll on his body. He needed to consider his well-being to successfully rescue Baozi. If he faltered at a critical moment due to physical strain, he might find himself wishing for death. Thus, after returning to the realm of the living, Chun Daoling wandered leisurely around the capital with the ink jade. He selected items of interest outside, while they observed the bustling world from within the jade. 2 days later, Chun Daoling planned to re-enter the underworld to address the matter of the resentful ghost and the wealthy young lady. However, unexpectedly, the old woman approached him. "Esteemed one, a sister of mine has encountered a misfortune. I recall you mentioned your extraordinary skills and sought your assistance." The old woman wore an apologetic expression, fearing she might burden the esteemed one. Though her family had once been less affluent than hers, she now found herself in a far worse position. She had prepared a generous reward in advance. Chun Daoling hesitated. "Today?" The old woman fidgeted with her clothing. Yes, I did mention today. She quickly negated her own statement, concerned about inconveniencing him. If you cannot go, that is fine. I informed her that you may not be available. Chun Daolang regarded the old woman for a moment before asking, do you have any idea what the matter entails? If it is not too troublesome, I can make a brief visit. The old woman pondered, frowning. If I recall correctly, it seems her son has become involved with a ghostly woman and ended up in her coffin. Since he has passed, they went ahead and arranged a wedding for them. Shortly thereafter, strange occurrences began to plague their household. After recalling this, the old woman added, that is about all I know. She did not elaborate on the specifics of the strange events. It was already peculiar enough, and I dared not inquire further. Chun Daolang raised an eyebrow. He had forgotten this matter entirely. It was fortunate he had recently gone to gather information. I will gather my things and head over shortly. Ah, very well. Please inform the esteemed one when you are ready. I will accompany you. The old woman gestured outside. My friend has prepared a carriage for you. Chun Daolang nodded in agreement and closed the door. He repacked his belongings, adding and removing items as necessary. Some items would be useful in the underworld, but were burdensome in the realm of the living. Once everything was in order, he opened the door again, only to find the old woman waiting by the door. She brushed off non-existent dust from her clothes, smiling cheerfully. Esteemed one, is there anything you need me prepare? I forgot to ask earlier. Chun Daolang shook his head. No need, let us depart. All right. The old woman took the lead, hurrying to the entrance as if fearing that any delay would hinder Chun Daolang's matters. As she walked, she broke into a light jog. Upon arriving at the entrance, Chun Daolang waved vigorously in a particular direction. As he approached, a modest yet ample carriage awaited at the gate. A footstool was even placed for him, awaiting his ascent. He turned to the elderly woman and inquired, Madam, will you be accompanying me? Indeed, indeed, she fervently nodded, contemplating that it would be quite unreasonable for her to send him off while she remained behind. The old woman felt that the matters of her household offered little compensation for someone of his stature. Now that she had involved him in this affair, it was only fitting that she accompany him, despite her trepidation. You may ascend first, Chun Daoshang suggested, stepping back to reveal the footstool. The old woman, taken aback, shook her head vigorously. No, no, no. How could I possibly share a carriage with someone of your esteemed stature? As Chun Daoshang prepared to interject, the old woman raised her hand, gesturing towards a distant sedan chair approaching leisurely. I shall ride in that chair, she stated, adjusting her hair. My sister has arranged for transportation, knowing well that I am too old and frail to walk. As she spoke, she stepped forward to invite Chun Daoshang into the carriage. Please, do not wait for me. Chun Daoshang cast another glance at the approaching sedan chair, said nothing, and stepped into the vehicle. Regardless of the truth behind the old woman's words, it was clear she had no desire to ride in that chair, and so she would be left behind. Perhaps the host was anxious, for the bearers hurriedly lifted the sedan, causing it to jolt violently along the path. Although they traversed a smooth road, the jolting was such that Chun Daoshang felt as if a fly could be crushed between his furrowed brows. Consequently, upon arrival, his countenance was decidedly sour. When the extravagantly dressed old woman emerged to receive the news from her servants, she was met only with a few cold glances from Chun Daoshang, who hardly acknowledged her presence. The old woman, with a furrowed brow, began to ponder the whereabouts of her old friend. She glanced around but could not spot her, prompting her to turn and question the bearers. Where's the old lady? Wasn't it said that this Taoist would come and she would follow alongside? The bearers, lounging in the shade beneath a tree, exchanged glances, each hesitant to respond. The old woman, exasperated, pointed at one of them, demanding, You, where's she? The designated bearer, shrinking back, stood up and replied timidly, She walks slowly and has not yet caught up. The old woman rolled her eyes in irritation. Then hurry and fetch her. If my affairs are delayed, you will face my wrath. With that, she kicked at the closest bearer. He, fearing her ire, did not evade the blow and quickly set off to retrieve the old lady. After sending the bearer to fetch her friend, the ostentatiously dressed old woman grumbled as she returned. What a troublesome old hag. Chun Daoshang did not even wish to cast a glance her way, despite both being seniors. How could their dispositions be so drastically different? Fortunately, this family was involved with a ghost bride. Otherwise, Chen Daoshang might have turned and departed without a second thought. Assisting such a family, who could discern whether it was a deed of virtue or vice. Chen Daoshang remained outside until the first old lady was brought back before he finally entered the courtyard under her guidance. Any subsequent matters were communicated solely through her, leaving the other old woman quite vexed. However, that is a tale for another time. During this interval, Chen Daoshang discovered that the mischief was indeed being caused by the ghost bride they had taken in. The spirit, disdainful of such a union, declared, "I will not marry such scum. Let them break this engagement, and I shall depart. Otherwise, I shall create chaos in their lives." She gestured dramatically, disregarding any semblance of decorum. With Chen Daoshang's assistance, the family was able to communicate with the ghost without hindrance, leaving them bewildered. "Wait, didn't you seduce my son first?" A middle-aged man exclaimed incredulously. "You shared a coffin with him, and now you call him scum while refusing to marry him?" Beside him, a middle-aged woman lamented. What has become of this situation? The ostentatiously dressed old woman hurled insults at the ghost. "You shameless harlot! How can you be so brazen? You seduced him, and now you insult him? How can you take everything for yourself?" After delivering her tirade, the fiery ghost had yet to retort when the old woman plopped down on the ground, throwing a tantrum. "Oh, my son, how could you be so unfortunate? I lost a grandson just like that, and now you're entangled with this wretched soul." As she scolded, she also began to hurl objects toward the audacious ghost. "You cursed wretch, return my grandson's life." The ghost, dodging the incoming projectiles, rolled her eyes and began to evade. However, the old woman, fixated on her target, failed to avoid one item. As it passed through her, it fell behind her. The ghost paused, glancing at Chen Daoshang before attentively observing the items he had brought. "Huh, none of these were given to that family." She cackled, no longer bothering to evade as the old woman continued to throw things at her. "You old hag, do you think these trifles can harm me?" She sneered, rolling up her sleeves. "Is it merely insults you wish to exchange? I can do that too." In truth, she was tempted to inflict harm, but as she aspired to ascend as a ghostly immortal, she refrained. "For such a scoundrel, I absolutely must not." The ghost amplified her voice using her spectral abilities, overpowering the cacophony of insults from the family. "Old woman, perhaps you should engage your brain before you speak. Do not assume that your age grants you the right to spout nonsense." She then contemptuously glanced at the middle-aged man. "Ah, many things may baffle you, but perhaps you should reflect on yourself." Her gaze swept over the women in the front hall. "The elder sets a poor example. No wonder the scum follows suit." She feigned wiping away non-existent tears. "How foolish of me to believe your deceit, sacrificing my cultivation for this fleeting connection. What a worthless exchange." The old woman, realizing she could not outshout the ghost, seized the moment to hurl more insults. "You filthy harlot, your stench cannot be washed away, even with boiling water. Do you think my grandson would ever look at you? What a delusion." The fiery ghost shot her a sharp glance, pinching her nose while waving her hand dismissively. "How many years have you marinated that foul mouth? It reeks." Chen Daoshang had intended to minimize his involvement, wishing to avoid entangling himself in inexplicable karma. He had allowed them to communicate independently, but after enduring their continuous bickering, he felt a headache brewing. "Silence," he bellowed suddenly, casting an irritated glance at the old woman. "If I can remove this ghost, what reward will you offer? If he must engage in this matter, it will be preferable to do so for a price rather than unwittingly contribute to their misdeeds." 100 taels of gold, the old woman quickly responded, realizing Chen Daoshang was willing to intervene. Chen Daolang accepted the silver without a moment's hesitation and then turned to observe the female ghost. In the instant he turned, he saw her figure appear at the farthest corner of the room. He gazed at her in silence, questioning her intention to sever their bond. "Come with me. I can assist you in breaking this tie." The female ghost looked at him with suspicion. "How will you do that?" "Just have them issue a divorce decree. And that would suffice, wouldn't it? You need a divorce decree, but it must come from your deceased husband. What use would it be if they provide it?" Chen Daolang raised an eyebrow. "Yet, since you have come here to cause a stir, obtaining it from him is certainly out of the question." The female ghost frowned, her face darkening as she pondered for a moment. "Fine, but I must warn you, I possess some abilities myself. Do not attempt to deceive me." Whether I deceive you or not, you shall see for yourself. Chen Daolang encouraged her gently. As you claim, you possess certain skills. If I were truly deceiving you, could I force you to stay? The headstrong female ghost tilted her head and let out a light chuckle. Chapter 32. Do we have grudge? That is a fair point. Then I shall accompany you. Seeing the female ghost agree, Chen Daolang produced the ink jade. It is daytime. Do we need to enter? Inside, you might find a few companions. The female ghost, however, wore a look of disdain. What a daytime. I can manifest even in daylight. Chen Daolang laughed lightly. Then we shall not enter, he said, preparing to put away the ink jade. Hey, wait a moment. The female ghost called out hastily. Who said I wouldn't enter? I can appear in the daytime. It does not hinder my desire for companionship. As she dove into the ink jade, she pouted and murmured softly, how rare to find a companion. Little did she know, she had grown weary of being a solitary ghost for so long, leading her to trust the deceitful words of that vile man. Had she had a ghostly companion, she would not have believed his baseless vows. She had foolishly abandoned her cultivation for the sake of being with that man for eternity. Yet, how long had they truly been together? He dared to betray her. Truly, anyone could deceive her. How could she not take revenge for the skills she had sacrificed? She had invested such a long time in her cultivation. To her astonishment, this family was utterly bizarre. Their offspring had perished because of her, yet they still arranged a marriage for her. Absurd. Why not have a Taoist deal with her? She could feign weakness, die, and continue her ghostly journey. They could seek their vengeance and live peacefully afterward, could they not? But after she finally overcame the backlash of the harm done to her, she awoke to find she had formed a bond with that scoundrel. How could he be worthy? But that man was someone she had intentionally sought to kill. The heavens would not allow her to find him. Thus, she could not help but create chaos for this family. Had she known there were other ghosts nearby, how much better it would have been. Now, she felt inexplicably pained by her several millennia of cultivation and her former freedom. Upon entering the ink jade, she spotted several ghosts, and her astonishment grew. You are all so weak, she thought in disbelief, silently moving closer to the only ghost who seemed to possess any strength. She quietly asked, how did they remain in a mortal realm when they are so weak? As her thoughts drifted, she recalled the owner of the ink jade. Was that Taoist truly so powerful to have forcibly kept so many ghosts? After finishing her musings, she turned to the ghost of resentment with a serious gaze. Were you captured? Should I be wary of him? The resentful ghost looked at her, somewhat speechless. I suppose I was captured, she replied, contemplating Chen Daolang's methods and resigning herself. What is there to guard against? After all, we cannot overpower him. The bold female ghost gasped in shock. Is he that strong? She halted mid-sentence and scrutinized the resentful ghost several times from top to bottom. Oh, thank goodness. The resentful ghost sighed as she saw the female ghost patting her own chest, only to utter words that would infuriate anyone. Even though I am currently weak, I'm still leagues stronger than you. However, she did not let her guard down. What does he want with you? She inquired, glancing at the resentful ghost's overwhelming aura of resentment. Is he exorcising you for the sake of the people? The female ghost did not wait for a response and quickly overturned her own reasoning. That cannot be right. Why hasn't he killed you? The resentful ghost could not interject. It was clear they could not fight back. She could only stifle her breath, trembling with anger. Have you finished? At last, the resentful ghost found an opportunity to speak, her voice trembling. The self-absorbed female ghost finally noticed the resentful ghost's unusual demeanor. I did not mean to offend, she said innocently. After a moment of hesitation, the female ghost pondered how to ease the tension. After much thought, she finally managed to utter a few comforting words. Ahem, do not be afraid. If he strikes you again, I will help you retaliate. Bai Guo the couple, and the young lady Bai Guo could not contain herself and pulled Huang Yuanji to a distant spot. She leaned in close to his ear and whispered, my dear husband, do you think they have a grudge? Why did they seem to provoke her as soon as they entered? Huang Yuanji glanced at the female ghost and then at his wife, silently covering Bai Guo's mouth. Then he turned his back to her, whispering cautiously, there must be no grudge. She probably speaks with daggers hidden in her words. He spoke as if fearing that a continuous stream of words would be overheard. After taking a deep breath, He remained silent for a while, listening for any noise in the surroundings, before continuing to advise Bai Guo. My lady, remember to keep your distance from her. Her words are like a Gatling gun, indiscriminately firing. With a rapid-fire assault and devastating power, he felt uneasy. A glance from the corner of his eye revealed the female ghost was nowhere to be seen. He gently patted Bai Guo's head and continued, unlike a Gatling gun, which expends energy to inflict damage, she does not tire. Her words come effortlessly, without thought. The more he spoke, the faster his heart raced, and the more intense his discomfort became. Yet he thought, surely it could not be that bad. Simply keeping a distance would suffice. The next moment, a voice resonated above him, unraveling his confusion. Oh, am I truly so remarkable in your eyes? The female ghost, having observed the two whispering, desired to approach them but hesitated, fearing it might not be appropriate. However, seeing them turn their backs, she glided over without hesitation. Upon arrival, she overheard the male ghost advising the female ghost to keep her distance. Before she could even feel anger, she heard the man praising her. Yet, hearing this praise felt more like an insult. Unable to restrain herself, she interrupted their conversation. Bai Guo lifted her head upon hearing the voice, and upon seeing the female ghost approach, quickly raised her hand to shield Huang Yuanji's eyes and ears. However, her attempts to shield him were hardly effective. She buried her own head in Huang Yuanji's embrace, as if bracing for an impending battle. Meanwhile, Huang Yuanji felt a chill surge from his feet to the top of his head. In an instant, the female ghost's haunting gaze fixated on him, while he clutched Bai Guo tightly, and she buried herself deeper into his embrace. The scene was quite comical. After a prolonged silence, the female ghost found herself at a loss for words. She drifted away slowly, yet a phrase she had retained from her years of haunting escaped her lips. Chapter 33. The Wrath of the Vengeful Spirit. The child was quietly scheming mischief. As she spoke, her gaze lingered thoughtfully on the couple, Bai Guo and her partner. After all, she had sensed their stealthy movements just moments ago, as if they were up to something. Watching Huang Yuanji's face turn crimson, she noted how he remained frozen in place, clinging tightly to Bai Guo, too afraid to move. Her laughter erupted, a hearty sound that filled the air. Indeed, it was amusing. Huang Yuanji soon exhaled a sigh of relief as her laughter subsided, only to see her rush off to torment the vengeful spirit. She was eager to uncover the purpose behind the Taoist summoning so many spirits, and among them, only the vengeful one possessed any real power. Thus, she believed that the vengeful spirit might hold more knowledge than the others. The spirit, however, wished to evade her and sought distance, yet in its attempts to flee, it discovered that within the same jade amulet, it could not escape her presence. Eventually, it collapsed in despair, allowing her incessant inquiries to fill the air. Did they have a romantic involvement? Only when she finally discerned that Dao Zhangchun meant her no harm did she shift her focus to gossiping about the brother-sister duo. Although the vengeful spirit was unaware, it felt a surge of emotion. Was the target of her attacks finally changing? The spirit believed she was on the brink of rebirth. Yet, in the next moment, it heard, "You a single dog, just follow them around," watching them flaunt their love. The spark of vitality that had ignited within the vengeful spirit was instantly extinguished. After all, it had been alone for countless years. While they were all basking in the warmth of love, it felt as though it would be peeing in that river. The female ghost turned in disbelief, gazing at the couple, who were startled and leaped back in fright. When they landed, the once inseparable pair was now 3 paces apart, their shared sentiment echoing. It was best not to provoke. Setting aside the chaos within the jade, outside, Dao Zhangchun sat in his room, counting on his fingers. 74, 75, 76. There were 76 now. He closed his eyes, rubbing his temples while murmuring to himself, "For more, just 4 more. For more will suffice." He opened his slightly weary eyes and gazed at the protective wristband sewn by Baozi, whispering softly, "Wait for me. Once I find 4 more. Our grand formation will be complete with 81 individuals." He looked up at the sky outside. By now, the opportunity for him to descend into the underworld had long passed. After another rub of his temples, he packed his belongings and retired to rest. perhaps due to his frequent travels to the underworld, even with moderation. His body had indeed sustained some strain. Dao Zhangchun fell into a deep slumber, waking 2 days later, not by his own accord, but rather by the persistent female ghost, having grown bored within the jade, emerged intermittently to disturb him. When she saw Dao Zhangchun open his eyes, she exclaimed, "You're finally awake. I heard they said you went to the underworld, and I thought you had perished down there." Her words, sharp and penetrating, jolted Dao Zhangchun from his daze. He silently lamented, wondering why people could not wish him well. It was no wonder he had been abandoned. Turning away from the female ghost, he proceeded to dress and get out of bed, relishing in the newfound quietude. As he fastened his clothing, he thought to himself how fortunate it was that the female ghost possessed enough discernment to know when to cease her antics. Meanwhile, within the jade, Bai Guo and the others watched with twitches at the corners of their mouths as the female ghost drooled, her eyes fixated on Dao Zhangchen's half-naked form. Her incessant chatter had finally quieted. Bai Guo and her companions silently mourned for Dao Zhangchun, though they could not fathom why they felt compelled to do so. After all, he merely had another non-human admirer. Once Dao Zhangchun donned his inner garments, he heard an eerie slurping sound behind him. Curiosity piqued, he turned, catching a glimpse of the regretful expression on the female ghost's face. Dao Zhangchun regarded her quizzically. Recalling her earlier words, he said while donning his outer robe, "Do you wish to join us? If so, you may accompany us down." Once he was properly attired, he looked at the ghost. "If you wish to descend but fear being trapped below forever, then remain in the jade and do not emerge." He scrutinized her thoroughly. It would be a shame for her ghostly powers to go to waste. "When time permits, I shall craft something for you to shield against the prying eyes of the underworld." He turned to retrieve the bundle he had prepared earlier, continuing to speak. "Then you can be like me, undetected by the underworld S-guards, avoiding capture or even annihilation." The sight of this exchange deeply moved Bai Guo and her companions, as they realized that Dao Zhangchun might indeed be able to quell the female ghost's incessant chatter. The group exchanged silent glances, coming to a unanimous decision to cling to Dao Zhangchen's support. He was not merely a Taoist, he was a formidable shield. Subsequently, Dao Zhangchun began to notice that every ghost, without exception, would seize any opportunity to draw closer to him, especially when they were in the presence of the female ghost. Dao Zhangchun even speculated whether the female ghost had inadvertently bestowed some peculiar charm upon them. However, that was a matter for another time. Presently, having tidied his belongings, Dao Zhangchun resolutely made his way to the underworld, intent on addressing the affairs concerning the wealthy family's daughter. Yet, preoccupied with the desire to swiftly plant the seeds for the spirit's formation, he overlooked the fact that the vengeful spirit was wreaking havoc in the wealthy family's household, disturbing their peace. Thus, when he approached the ethereal, poised daughter, he found that her eyes were not on him at all. They were fixated on the vengeful spirit. Upon seeing them, she hastened toward the spirit and struck it with a forceful slap across the face. The spirit's complexion flushed with rage. It could not utter a single curse, merely glaring fiercely at the vengeful spirit, Lin Jinji. "I truly misjudged you." However, Lin Jinji, already stirring up chaos within her household, had no reason to believe she was at fault. She had done nothing wrong and certainly did not deserve to be struck. Lin Jinji's resentment, originally subdued by Dao Zhangchun, erupted once more with that slap. Her nails elongated frantically, sharper than they had been when she had plunged them into the heart of that twisted old man. Her visage transformed, blood oozing from all 7 orifices. Her face smeared with crimson. Occasionally, a glimpse of skin peeking through the bloodstains revealed a pallid hue. Chapter 34. All willful. Her eyes were devoid of pupils, mere dark voids. Her lips were riddled with countless pinprick holes. In her mouth, which opened wide in a piercing wail, a portion of her tongue was missing. Bloodied gashes adorned her wrists and ankles, and one could see through her arms with ease. Her garments were tattered and drenched in blood, exposing a multitude of wounds beneath the shredded fabric, even surpassing the injuries of Zhao Di. Bai Guo was horrified. She had always thought the vengeful spirit's anger stemmed from her own excessive sensitivity. Yet, witnessing her current wretched state, Bai Guo could hardly fathom the torment she must have endured in life, regardless of how shocked the others were internally. Chen Daoling was certainly not going to allow the rampaging Lin Jinji to harm the daughter of the wealthy family. With a swift movement, he charged directly towards Lin Jinji. Though she was devoid of reason and attempted to withstand his assault, she was ultimately sent flying towards Bai Guo. Bai Guo was taken by surprise, but Huang Yuanji was quick enough to pull her away just in time. Nevertheless, Lin Jinji, in her frenzied state, managed to scratch Bai Guo's arm. Upon examining the wound, Bai Guo noted it was slightly painful, yet unblemished. Was she mistaken? Bai Guo pondered. Seeing this, Chen Daoling produced the blood jade and rushed towards Lin Jinji once more. The crimson threads that erupted from the blood jade swiftly ensnared Lin Jinji's limbs and neck. However, in her current berserk state, Lin Jinji was oblivious to Chen Daoling's attempts to subdue her, showing no fear whatsoever. She raised her hand to attempt to tear apart the red threads, but they only tightened further. Chen Daoling, with the blood jade in hand, began circling around her. By the time he finally came to a halt, Lin Jinji had been entirely cocooned in a red chrysalis. She struggled fiercely within, yet to the outside observers, including Bai Guo, the chrysalis merely swayed back and forth, unyielding like a sturdy weeble. As Lin Jinji continued to thrash about, the threads grew tighter, contorting the chrysalis from an oval shape into a form that conformed to her figure, resembling a human-shaped cocoon. Bloodstains began to seep between the threads, and soon, the red chrysalis ceased its movements. Chen Daoling then collected the chrysalis back into the blood jade. His expression was grave. Lin Jinji had lost all rationality, and he feared she might resist the blood jade and ultimately perish. He needed her alive. With a scowl, he cast a glance at the wealthy daughter. "Let us go," he said tersely, unwilling to utter another word. Fortunately, after the wealthy man realized that the trouble at home was not caused by his daughter, he began to bring offerings daily, mumbling prayers before her spirit tablet. He even burned an image of Chen Daoling for her. Thus, the young lady was aware of Chen Daoling's reputation and understood that she had inadvertently caused him trouble. She instinctively followed his lead, though a question lingered in her mind as they walked in silence towards the grand array. "Enter," Chen Daoling directed the young lady to the front of the array. "I will arrange matters from here." The young lady harbored her own concerns and said nothing, merely nodding before delicately stepping inside. In the scene, she was preparing herself, as she would soon visit the Taoist temple to pray for blessings. She hoped fervently that heaven would be merciful and allow her to escape the fate of an arranged marriage, so she could unite with her beloved. On her way to the temple, she happened upon the still-living Lin Jinji. She even instructed the bearers to take a detour to deliver Lin Jinji home. Once she saw her enter the house, she instructed the bearers to return. However, not long after her departure, Lin Jinji was expelled from her home by her father. "Though your mother did not give birth to you, she has always treated you as her own. You have caused her death," the man exclaimed, clutching his chest, unable to cease his accusations. "Since you refuse to acknowledge her, I, as her husband, shall no longer be called your father. I will not have a daughter like you." With a flourish of his sleeve, he turned and slammed the door shut. The door closed firmly under the trembling hands of the servants. Lin Jinji, with quivering lips and tear-filled eyes, stubbornly refused to yield. "If you refuse to recognize me, then you are biased. A father like you is not worth having." After venting her anger, she wiped her tears and ran off without looking back. Turning around, she spotted the sedan chair that had just departed. Remembering the promise to help her and provide her with temporary shelter, she dashed after it, muttering to herself, "Even if I must become a servant, I will never return." Yet, having been startled and then overwhelmed by emotions, her legs weakened. Pursuing a lavish sedan carried by 4 strong men proved impossible. She could only call out, "Wait," repeatedly, her voice growing louder with each plea. Fearing her voice might be too faint to be heard, she often dashed into alleyways, emerging closer to the sedan each time. However, she received no response. On one occasion, she even touched the sedan, noticing the impatient glares of the bearers. Finally, she stopped, realizing that despite her proximity, she still had not been heard. Meanwhile, the wealthy young lady sat poised within the sedan, contemplating how to persuade her father to annul her engagement so that she might be with the one she loved. So engrossed was she in her thoughts that she could not hear the voices outside. Upon arriving home, she sought out her father to plead her case. However, as her betrothed was a prominent figure from the capital, her father was both unwilling and unable to intervene. Heartbroken, the young lady ran back to her courtyard, insisting that no one follow her, and made her way directly to the small lake in her garden. At noon, the wedding procession arrived, yet everyone searched the estate in vain for her. Ultimately, a maid discovered the silk handkerchief she had brought that day in the lake. The household servants took turns jumping into the murky water, meticulously searching the lake bed. Finally, they found her lifeless body clutching a stone at the bottom of the small lake. She was retrieved, cremated in a great fire, and her ashes placed in an urn, thus completing the grand wedding. Her unfortunate husband solemnly held her urn as he fulfilled the marriage rites and personally interred her in the family tomb. Bai Guo lamented, observing that the young lady had been rather willful. The array had temporarily ceased its operations, and both the wealthy young lady and Chun Daolang stepped out. Chapter 35. The Revenge of the Ghost Immortal. You may return now. When the array is ready to commence, I will seek you out. Chun Daolang spoke to the poised young lady. After she nodded, he turned back into the array. He retrieved the ink jade and addressed the spirited female ghost within. Come forth. This place shields us from the heavens. The ghostly power you have cultivated will not cause you trouble here. Is that true? I recall someone saying that ghosts who cultivate as immortal beings cannot enter the underworld. The female ghost questioned, yet she boldly emerged from the jade, cautiously surveying her surroundings. She confirmed that nothing seemed amiss and excitedly turned her gaze to Chun Daolang. Ah, you are quite the capable Taoist. Chun Daolang shot her a sidelong glance, but said nothing, making his way straight to the center of the grand array. Hey, just like that woman earlier, I can enter the center of the array, right? Ignoring Chun Daolang's demeanor, she eagerly followed him. Once I step inside, will I be able to await the dissolution of that marriage? The female ghost was unaware of how to unravel the bonds of the ghostly wedding. Although she had heard Chun Daolang mention arrangements to the wealthy lady earlier, the specifics remained unknown to her. Once inside, remember to follow the array's guidance and do not resist, Chun Daolang advised, although he was reluctant to engage her further. Rescuing his apprentice was of utmost importance. After all, this ghost possessed considerable strength. Should she resist within the array, it could jeopardize its integrity. While he could certainly repair any issues, it was better to avoid unnecessary complications. He briefly explained the situation to avoid wasting time. The female ghost glanced at Chun Daolang with a faint smile, yet said nothing. However, her lowered gaze revealed a hint of something inexplicable. When she lifted her head again, she tilted it playfully and boldly wandered into the center of the grand formation, seemingly impatiently exclaiming, I know. As the female ghost became fully immersed in the formation, Bai Guo resumed her conversation with Huang Yuanji. Husband, what do you think is going on with this person? Huang Yuanji gently ruffled Bai Guo's hair and replied, You'll know when you see. Bai Guo's eyes twinkled mischievously as she chuckled. What if they all find out we were watching them like a grand show? Will they band together to beat us up? Huang Yuanji laughed and embraced Bai Guo. They can see too. Bai Guo tilted her head in agreement, acknowledging the truth in his words. Afterward, she dove back into Huang Yuanji's arms, her gaze fixed eagerly on the new scene unfolding within the formation. The female ghost was now floating in midair, circling around a handsome man who appeared dazed. She muttered, Scoundrel, daring to toy with even my sister, are you tired of living? Just wait and see how I deal with you. As time passed, the previously dull man began to regain his senses, gazing at the female ghost before him with rapt attention. It was just like the first time he had laid eyes on her. Yet, the ghost did not reciprocate his fervor, instead gritting her teeth and talking to herself, amplifying his insincere affection for her 100-fold. Though her words were filled with bitterness, her hand reached out to him. The man, as if grasping a treasure, tightly held her hand, enchanted by her alluring whispers. My dear, shall we stroll to a secluded place? He watched her graceful form, swallowing hard with each breath. Yes, he replied, his mind clouded, completely enchanted. In his eyes, He was not in a dilapidated temple, but walking hand in hand with a goddess, lost in a world of bliss. Bai Guo commented, "This man seems utterly lost." In reality, the female ghost stood beside him, coldly observing his inability to escape the illusion. She manipulated the dreamscape to relive the moment they had first met, enhancing his emotions 1,000-fold. Yet at the peak of his passion, she altered the outcome of that initial encounter. Once, she had believed his deceitful words, sacrificing her 1,000 years of cultivation for a fleeting romance with him. But this time, she conjured another figure from the depths of his jealousy, embracing that person before his very eyes and performing all the acts he had once yearned to partake in but had refrained from. Through her actions, she ruthlessly trampled upon his false love. As he began to feel a flicker of disillusionment, she poured all her energy into magnifying his negative feelings. It was truly tragic that she had once chosen to be with such a man. To ensure his negativity would drive him to despair, her soul became nearly translucent. Clearly, amplifying his rampant affection was far easier than magnifying his selfishness. As the man reached the emotional breaking point, he succumbed entirely to the illusion. Within the dream, he plunged headfirst into the water beside him, drowning. Outside the illusion, he met a gruesome fate, his head striking a protruding nail in the coffin, resulting in a fatal injury. The female ghost let out a breath of relief. "Finally, I have avenged my hatred. Such a swift death is a fitting end for you." As she murmured to herself, she leaned in closer, pressing her lips against his, deeply inhaling something. Bai Guo could only see her drawing in breath, but nothing more. Shortly thereafter, the man's body shriveled, no longer resembling that of a recently deceased individual. The female ghost remarked, "What a waste, his essence is so impure. What do I gain from it? I must endure the divine punishment alone." She then returned to her own corpse, falling silent. As the dark sky outside gradually brightened, distant voices permeated the scene. Bai Guo and her husband exchanged glances, frowning. It must be the scoundrel's family coming, she surmised. Strangely, despite not knowing these people, Bai Guo felt a surge of disdain upon witnessing the unfolding events. In the scene, indeed, the man's family appeared. After entering, one of them quickly discovered the corpse. Recognizing the clothing as belonging to their missing relative, they rushed outside, calling for those who had not yet searched this area to come quickly. A crowd nearly filled the dilapidated temple as the family approached the body one by one. Confirming the clothes and personal belongings belonged to their son, they surrounded the corpse, wailing inconsolably, yet none dared to move the body. Ultimately, it was the officials they had summoned who removed the corpse with its head pierced through. Logically, they should have taken the body back for burial or vented their anger at the ghostly figure before laying their loved one to rest. However, the family's reasoning seemed flawed. After kicking the coffin in frustration, they astonishingly requested the officials to retrieve the female corpse as well. In the end, the officials assisted them in bringing both bodies back to their home. The family then split up their efforts, one group securing a dual coffin while the others arranged for a ghostly wedding. Ultimately, they placed both individuals in the coffin for a joint burial. The scene then faded to darkness, likely remaining so until its eventual disappearance. As for what transpired next, Bai Guo and her husband were aware. The female ghost, having survived the divine punishment, awoke only to find herself wed to the man. She manifested in the family's residence, causing chaos that led them to summon Chen Daolang to capture her. Chen Daolang intervened during the ghost's wedding, exiting the formation. The female ghost had to wait a little longer. Once 12 hours had passed post-wedding, she would be able to emerge from the formation. Watching the unchanging scene, Bai Guo quietly closed her eyes and leaned her head against Huang Yuanji's shoulder. "Husband, why do you think these people insist on getting married?" she asked, her tone laced with boredom. Huang Yuanji rested his chin atop her head. "It has always been this way throughout history. Establishing a family, marrying, and having children, this is what it's all about." Bai Guo frowned slightly, pondering, but aren't rules made by people? Words are spoken by people. So why must we adhere to what has always been? Huang Yuanji paused, a hint of surprise crossing his face as he glanced down at Bai Guo. "I hadn't considered that." Just then, the female ghost stepped out of the grand formation, feeling as if something within her had changed, though it felt intangible, as if it could be swept away by the wind at any moment. "This is sufficient. It's merely a prologue," Chun Daolang remarked, having witnessed her exit the formation. "Let us return now." Chun Daolang, with the precious her in hand, turned to greet the couple Bai Guo. Just as they were about to depart, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Chun Daolang found himself unable to step into the formation he needed to return to the human realm. A barrier had been established outside the formation. He had initially hoped to follow the clues left by the other party to locate the source. However, after a thorough investigation, he found no trace whatsoever. His expression darkened as he contemplated observing the barrier, intending to break through it forcefully. Bai Guo and her husband, noticing that Chun Daolang had not yet left, emerged from the jade. To their surprise, they saw him squatting on the ground, pulling out a pile of turtle shells to cast. Bai Guo, holding back her laughter, could no longer contain herself and asked, "Are you divining?" "Indeed," Chun Daolang replied succinctly. Bai Guo stifled her laughter, fearing her lack of understanding, and inquired again, "So, can divination break this barrier?" Chun Daolang looked at Bai Guo as if she were foolish. "Of course not." Bai Guo felt a pang of embarrassment and cast a hesitant glance at Huang Yuanji, then turned back and awkwardly chuckled. "Then why are you divining all of a sudden?" "I cannot break this barrier, nor can I merely wait idly. I will divine to see if I can uncover the key. Perhaps that will lead to breaking it," he explained. Before Bai Guo could ask further, a hoary voice interrupted. "No need to continue. You cannot break it." The group turned to see a massive rat approaching them at a leisurely pace. As they discerned its appearance, resembling a well-dressed human, it had already stood before them, its speed far from slow. Chun Daolang clenched the turtle shells tightly, silently putting them away. With a composed demeanor, he respectfully bowed to the rat clad in ancient male attire. "May I inquire who you are, esteemed one, and what brings you here today?" "I am not worthy of such titles. You may call me Huibai," it replied slowly, stroking its whiskers. "One of the 5 great immortals, Huibai?" Chun Daolang pondered internally, not daring to voice his thoughts. "Is there a matter for which you have detained me?" "It is nothing of great importance. I believe you are somewhat aware of our situation. We are tasked with protecting a certain family. Unfortunately, the bloodline I guard is down to its last member and is on the brink of death. She is also bound by betrothal." Pausing for a moment, Huibai cast a deep glance at Chun Daolang before continuing. "While I can ensure her survival, I cannot interfere with her engagement. I heard you wish to gather people to activate a grand formation, so I seek a small favor from you. Help me break her engagement." Chun Daolang inhaled deeply, unable to restrain himself. He was indeed aware of Huibai's situation and understood the gravity of offending such a being. However, breaking the engagement within the formation would result in the death of those involved. He subtly warned Huibai, "Esteemed one, I fear I'm not the right person to assist you." A glimmer of gold flashed in Huibai's eyes, and a smirk creased its lips. "I understand your concerns. There is no need for you to worry. I have my ways to safeguard her. You merely need to leave a position for her." Huibai set aside its paw and spoke earnestly to Chun Daolang. "If you agree to my request today, I will grant you an opportunity." After a moment of silence, seeing Chun Daolang's unyielding countenance, it continued, "I control wealth. I cannot aid you in your cultivation, but as for your path, wealth does not last overnight. If you encounter difficulties and cannot secure work, life may become rather challenging." Observing Chun Daolang's increasingly grim expression, Huibai coaxed, "I cannot offer you much. But if you assist me this once, whenever you light incense for any of my statues, even if it's just a blade of grass or a small stone in your hand, I shall transform it into gold for you." After a prolonged silence, Huibai eventually looked back at Chun Daolang. "Consider your junior sister. Had you possessed sufficient funds when she encountered trouble, would you have reached this point?" As Chun Daolang suddenly looked up at him, Huibai decisively raised its paw. "I can swear an oath to the heavens here. You need only agree to assist me. As long as you do not act improperly, whether my family's descendant lives or dies afterward, I will bear the sole responsibility and will not harbor any resentment towards you. Of course, this will not affect the opportunity one promised you." With a cold expression, Chun Daolang finally spoke, "As you say." Huibai, understanding the agreement, responded, "Once promised, It is a deed set in stone. Very well. I, Chun, shall undertake this matter. He subtly glanced at Bai, adding, regardless of the outcome, I hope you will refrain from seeking me out afterward, and do not forget the promised opportunity. Agreed. Bai's eyes sparkled with intensity, and with a wave of its paw, the barrier was lifted. It watched as Chun Daolang led the spirits back to the human realm. Chun Daolang, filled with indignation yet unable to voice his anger, realized that this large rat had conducted a private investigation on him. Contemplating his junior sister's actions, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, hoping Bai had not discovered anything about her. Looking through the window at the ancestral hall across the way, he recalled Bai's words, "Whenever you light incense for my statues, even a blade of grass or a pebble in your hand, I will turn it into gold." He turned and walked toward the door. Although he had yet to fulfill that favor, Bai had indicated that merely agreeing was sufficient. It was worth trying to see if it would work now. Delays could lead to complications. If he could exchange something now, he could prepare everything needed to save his junior sister at once. This way, even if there were unforeseen issues that caused Bai to retract its promise, he would not be hindered by a lack of resources when it came time to save her, perhaps in hopes of motivating Chun Daolang. After he procured a statue of Bai and lit incense for it, he deliberately gathered a handful of small stones from the roadside, which astonishingly turned into solid gold. Chun Daolang tightened his grip on the stones. No gold. He carefully placed the gold down, took a stick of incense, lit it for Bai, and respectfully bowed 3 times before rising to leave. As Bai, now residing in the statue, stroked its whiskers, it nodded slowly, not a bad lad. Before Bai could finish its sentence, Chun Daolang, with a flushed face, struggled to move a massive stone, causing Bai to alter its tone in surprise. Bai Guo watched as Chun Daolang returned late at night with the statue of Bai, lighting incense and bowing several times before hurriedly running back out. She recognized that the large stone he brought back was the second largest decoration in the garden, while the largest was a rockery far larger than a human. Observing him laboriously dragging it inside, she wondered if she could assist him, only to see him suddenly pinned to the ground by the massive stone. Yet, Chun Daolang was overjoyed, for that stone had indeed transformed into a resplendent lump of gold. It turned out that Bai, who had just been singing his praises while residing in the statue, was infuriated by the sight of the large stone he had brought back. Wanting to teach him a lesson while adhering to their agreement, it seized the opportunity to turn that heavy stone into gold while he was still struggling with it, intending to crush the greedy young man. Chun Daolang, of course, could guess the truth behind this. Despite having sustained an injury to his hand, he remained exuberantly delighted. With these possessions, the most precious item could finally be within his grasp. However, had he overheard Bai Guo softly murmuring in Yuli, his laughter might have ceased. "Husband, why doesn't he just carry the blanket? Surely it is lighter than this stone?" She tilted her head, envisioning that scene, her eyes sparkling with excitement at the thought of an entire bed of gold. The thrill from her imaginative musings had yet to fade when she received a tap on her head. "What are you daydreaming about? You lack the fortune for such things." The voice of her husband echoed from behind her. She playfully stuck out her tongue and chuckled as she leaned closer. "Oh, it's just for fun. What harm could it do to think about it?" Huang Yuanji chuckled, resigned to embrace his silly wife, ruffling her beautiful hair with a firm hand. Bai Guo attempted to resist, and they playfully tumbled into a heap. Yet, their laughter was soon stifled by the ominous presence of a malevolent female ghost, intent on disturbing their blissful love. As they caught a glimpse of this apparition from the corner of their eyes, they instinctively turned and scurried away in opposite directions. The ghost huffed in displeasure and shifted her attention towards the cocoon formed by Lin Jinji. After the wealthy lady departed, Dao Changchun had moved the blood-soaked cocoon from the blood jade back into the ink jade. However, the aura emanating from it continued to wane gradually. It was said that this ghost was quite temperamental. Nonetheless, having cultivated as a ghostly immortal for many years, she understood that unless one had endured immense suffering and inhumane trials, even the most temperamental being could not manifest the immense resentment necessary to linger in the mortal realm after death. If it were possible, She wished for this unfortunate girl not to meet her demise in such a manner. Early the next morning, Dao Changchun summoned individuals to remove the large heap of gold. Observing the purple gold card and an auction invitation they left behind, he blinked in surprise. An auction? As he perused the contents of the invitation, he noted the presence of many precious items, yet he felt little interest. Flipping it over, he was confronted with a grotesque image of a bloodied infant. Frowning, he read the surrounding text, which described the blood child. Also known as the vengeful child, the child's biological father must personally slay the child's biological mother before the child, using secret methods, to extract all of her blood until she becomes a husk. The infant must then be drowned in this blood, and the husk ground into powder, stuffed into the infant's mouth and sewn shut. Finally, it must be sealed in a box and buried with a vat of blood. Over the next 7 days, the father must bring different women to this site for pleasure. On the 7th day, the infant's soul would seek vengeance for both itself and its mother. However, the mother would appear, determined to stop this, even at the cost of her own existence. Ultimately, the child would consume the mother's soul and the father's flesh and blood, transforming into a vengeful being filled with hatred. Yet, during its sleep and transformation, the true orchestrator behind all this would swiftly place shackles upon him. As long as he held the corresponding golden bracelet, the vengeful child would have no choice but to obey him. The sole advantage of the blood child was its overwhelming destructiveness. If the golden bracelet were safeguarded, it would become a formidable killing machine. However, if the bracelet were lost, the individual who once controlled it would become its primary target. Folklore also spoke of the possibility of redemption for the blood child. If it shed its sanguine hue, it would regain its rationality while retaining its formidable combat prowess. Lastly, a small line at the bottom read, 1 purple gold card to start the bidding. After reading all of this, Dao Changchen's expression darkened, yet he felt an undeniable surge of desire. Such a creation would be utterly devoid of morality. Yet, when it came time to save his junior sister, no one would stand guard for them. He forcefully closed the invitation, anxiously rubbing his temples while overlooking the final line. The ultimate treasure was rumored to break the bonds of ghostly marriages and revive the dead. 1 purple gold card to start the bidding. He picked up the invitation again to check the auction date. It was today. He glanced at the statue of the 8th master and proceeded to gather many stones into the courtyard. After lighting a significant number of incense sticks and closing his eyes, he turned to the pile of stones. Indeed, the 8th master had once again transformed them into gold. The statue's 8th master silently observed the frenzied Dao Chang, knowing precisely what had captured his attention. It had briefly glanced as well. After watching Dao Changchen depart, the 8th master recalled a fragment of his spirit from the statue. Until the task was completed, he could only wish him good fortune. Unaware of any of this, Dao Changchun headed straight to the auction. He showed little interest in the preceding items, merely idly toying with yet another purple gold card he had recently acquired. It was not until the tank containing the blood child was brought forth that he sat upright, alert. When the auctioneer announced the commencement of bidding, he immediately called out a price equivalent to 2 purple gold cards. Although the 8th master had permitted him to exchange for limitless gold at any time, he did not have the luxury of waiting. He possessed only these 2 purple gold cards. The auction required immediate payment. Failure to settle would result in the item being auctioned off again, and those who failed to win would lose the chance to bid on the same treasure once more. Thus, he had no choice but to declare his maximum acceptable price at once, hoping to intimidate any rivals. Incremental bidding would likely see him bested by those who came prepared. Unfortunately, his 2 purple gold cards failed to deter the determined bidders. Someone offered a higher price and promptly paid, leaving with the blood child in tow. Dao Changchen nearly crushed the card in his hand, seething as he followed suit. If he could, he would have resorted to robbery. However, the auction security was quite effective, leaving him with no opportunity to discern the identity of that individual or their direction after leaving. After scanning the area outside the auction house for a considerable time without spotting any suspicious figures, Dao Changchun eventually returned to his residence, dejected. In his heart, filled with disappointment, he failed to notice a face appearing in the window above the auction house, shaking its head as it watched him from a distance. Before entering, He had seen the statue of the Eighth Master and assumed it was still present. Exhausted, he smiled at the statue, neglecting to light incense for gold again. After all, there was no need if he only intended to purchase items necessary for rescuing his junior sister, as the gold he possessed was more than sufficient. Approaching his desk, he emptied his collection of odd trinkets and organized them. Ultimately, he compiled a list of the items still required. After tidying up the objects on the table, he took the 2 purple gold cards along with the list and headed out. Initially, he had no intention of seeking protection, believing that finding a concealed location to hide would suffice. Dao Changchun silently reassured himself. However, when he attempted to purchase the most crucial and expensive item, he discovered that its price had doubled. Fortunately, he had 2 purple gold cards. Otherwise, he would have been in dire straits. Thankfully, there were not many items with such exorbitant price hikes. After spending nearly all of his 2 purple gold cards, he managed to gather everything necessary to free his junior sister from the bonds of ghostly marriage and restore her to life. Now, he only needed to focus on collecting the souls. Speaking of souls, the guardian of the Eighth Master was certainly one of them. As he earnestly contemplated the matter, he found himself unable to establish contact with Bai Yi and was left with no choice but to await his arrival. After a moment of silence, as he resigned himself to the task of recounting the number of souls, the elderly woman from his household approached him. "Good sir, the royal tomb has opened since noon today, and we may visit," she remarked, glancing at the sky where the sun was already descending. Having made 2 previous attempts to find him without success, she had returned to inform him, noting the impending darkness. The woman fidgeted with her hands, perhaps hesitant to venture out as twilight approached. "Shall we go today, or would it be wiser to wait until tomorrow morning?" Yet, she too hoped for a swift resolution to her household's troubles. Despite her fears, she had witnessed the revitalization of her home after the Taoist intervention, and the disturbances from her old friend's household had ceased. She firmly believed in Chun Daozhang's capabilities. However, Chun Daozhang paid little heed to the time. He calculated with his fingers and instructed the elderly woman to prepare for their visit at noon the next day. After she departed, he retrieved the necessary tools for addressing the matter at hand, meticulously organizing them into a single package. Time flew by, and soon noon of the following day arrived. Chun Daozhang, with a red string wrapped around his wrist, moved with purpose around the grave of the elderly woman's son, making several rotations. When he finally halted, he produced a stone stained with dried black dog blood from his robe and struck it fiercely against the crack that had appeared at the grave's head. To their astonishment, a piercing scream, unmistakably feminine, emanated from the grave. The elderly woman trembled in fright, nearly losing her balance, but her husband steadied her just in time. The elderly couple exchanged bewildered glances. The grave contained only their son and the young woman who had been wed to him in the afterlife. They had neither sought wealth nor intended harm. They had acquired the ashes at a high price from a reputable marriage broker, not wishing to inadvertently commit any heinous acts. With trembling hands and eyes wide with panic, they looked at Chun Daozhang, fearing they had unwittingly brought upon themselves a grave punishment. "Tell me, how did the young woman come to be inside?" Chun Daozhang inquired, causing the elderly woman to falter and collapse into her husband's embrace. After regaining her composure, she tearfully stammered, "We purchased the aged ashes from an marriage broker." "Aged ashes?" Chun Daozhang mused, scrutinizing the grave once more. Something was amiss. According to his calculations, this should be the work of a newly deceased spirit. The malevolent energy surrounding the grave suggested it was capable of far more than what was currently manifesting. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to the elderly couple and proclaimed, "I fear we must exhume the grave. If the ashes are indeed aged, this situation is far graver than it appears. I must see what lies within." The elderly couple exchanged glances, their apprehensions regarding the grave forgotten in their eagerness to comply. They nodded fervently, yes. We must dig it up. Since their misfortunes began, they had taken to farming, and now they wielded their tools with practiced skill. Knowing they might need to exhume the grave, they had brought several strong men along to assist. With the collective effort of the group, they toiled until they finally unearthed the coffin. Initially met with a piercing scream that faded into silence, The grave once again reverberated with cries of anguish. Blood oozed from the exposed section of the coffin, swiftly pooling at their feet. The sanguine liquid transformed into sharp thorns, piercing through their souls. As the strong men let out a chorus of startled yelps, a woman's satisfied sigh echoed from the depths of the grave. As the blood pricked their feet, it summoned their own lifeblood back into the coffin, even pulling some earth along with it. Though it did not rebury the coffin entirely, it ensured that it remained exposed to the midday sun. A chill enveloped the crowd, their limbs weighed down as if filled with lead. It was unclear whether the female spirit was wreaking havoc or if they were merely terrified. Chen Daozhong, observing the scene, chuckled softly. The female spirit had yet to gain strength. The sun had merely touched the coffin. To think she could not resist feasting on human blood to restore herself. However, the sunlight bore down on the coffin, not directly upon her, and it had only just begun to emerge. Chen Daozhong seized an iron tool from a nearby companion, dusted it with vermilion powder, and with a swift strike, shattered the fragile earth covering the coffin. "My apologies, I seem to have forgotten to introduce myself," he quipped, noticing the astonished reactions of the crowd. Only then did he realize he had not instructed the elderly couple to prepare a new coffin in advance. Was there still time to have a new coffin made for them? The elderly couple, momentarily stunned by his words, quickly regained their wits. They hurriedly enlisted the help of those nearby to order a coffin, while simultaneously assuring Chen Daozhong, "There is still time, esteemed one. Please, attend to your matters." While the elderly woman spoke of having time, her heart was heavy with dread. Whatever the situation, she could not allow such calamity to go unchecked simply due to delays in procuring a coffin. Should they wish to enter the royal tomb again, they would have to wait a long while. With her lips pressed tightly together, she cast a glance at the coffin. It would be better to bury her son directly in the earth than to allow him to remain in such turmoil. Chen Daozhong, receiving the go-ahead, resumed his actions around the coffin. He cast a handful of vermilion powder, forcing the errant blood back into the coffin, then continued to shatter more areas, employing the same method to prevent any malevolent forces from harming them. Once he had created a continuous barrier, he took out nails made of peach wood struck by lightning and began driving them into the ground, ultimately forming a perfect octagon. He then wound-processed red string around the perimeter, and after completing this task, he turned to instruct the crowd to keep their distance and avoid approaching. He then stepped into the enclosed area, placing a foot upon the disturbed earth, creating a breach in the coffin. With this step, the previously sharp and piercing cries ceased entirely, and the strange blood that had intermittently emerged from the earth to test the boundaries of the vermilion barrier vanished without a trace. Pausing to observe, Chen Daozhong furrowed his brow, pondering whether the spirit had fled into another corpse. He beckoned more individuals to the vicinity of the coffin and resumed the laborious task of digging. This time, they successfully unearthed the coffin, but upon prying open the lid, they were met with utter disarray. What should have been a decayed corpse was instead a desiccated form, not entirely intact. The remains had been dismembered into countless pieces and then reassembled into a semblance of a human shape. Scattered across the shattered remnants were fragments of bones and shards of ash urns, likely belonging to the bride from the marriage. Yet among these bones, there were also a few pieces of an unusual hue. Chen Daozhong picked up a bone fragment of a different color and inhaled deeply, only to be seized by a fit of violent coughing, his face reddening as he struggled to regain composure. He cast the bone fragment aside and carefully continued his search, wary of any overlooked details. Finally, beneath the central mass of the remains, he unearthed a small, plump jar, no larger than a thumb. Upon opening it, he found the opening too narrow to see its contents. Raising it to his nose, he detected a strong metallic scent of blood. He procured an empty bowl and began to pour the contents out slowly. A small, unidentified mass of flesh and blood lay before him. Based on the time of the royal tomb's opening, this entity had been placed there for at least several months, yet it exhibited no signs of decay, appearing as fresh as if it had just been removed from a living body. Taoist Chen casually set the object aside, intending to continue his examination of the remaining half of the coffin. However, the female ghost, who had cultivated into a ghostly immortal, quietly informed him that this mass of flesh was, in fact, a living creature. Chun's hand, which was reaching for the coffin, halted abruptly. Reflecting on where he had placed the object, he realized it was still within the restricted area. The others, having pried open the coffin and fearing another attack, had instinctively retreated to the perimeter to wait. A subtle smile crept across Chen's lips. Externally, he maintained a facade of nonchalance, continuing to investigate the remaining half of the coffin. Yet, privately, he inquired of the female ghost whether the flesh was the source of the earlier sound. No, she replied. There are two ghostly entities involved. This form is uncommon in this vicinity. Chun pressed further, asking if she knew what they were. I am uncertain, though I believe I have encountered something similar long ago. Upon hearing this, Chen requested the ghost to keep a discreet watch on the mass of flesh to discern its intentions behind feigning lifelessness. After thoroughly examining the coffin, he noted that the mass of flesh remained utterly still. Before turning away, he allowed himself a mischievous smile. Upon facing the mass of flesh again, he resumed his stern demeanor, a serious Taoist scholar. He lifted the bowl, scrutinizing the mass from various angles, deliberately exposing it to the sunlight. It showed no reaction, indicating it feared not the sun. He cast a glance at the vermilion powder scattered on the ground, suddenly pinching a small amount and sprinkling it into the bowl. Observing the stillness of the flesh, Chun could not suppress a raised eyebrow. He had anticipated that this entity would recoil at the sight of the vermilion, at least moving in response. To his surprise, it remained motionless, as if playing dead when it had the perfect opportunity to escape. Chen glanced back at the coffin and then at the bowl containing the flesh. He transferred the flesh back into the coffin and, drawing a dagger from his shoe, thrust it toward the mass. Yet, the flesh remained unresponsive. However, Chun felt a slight tremor from the fragments of dry corpses within the coffin. He skeptically raised the dagger again, making swift motions toward the mass of flesh, but this time his focus shifted to the corpse fragments. Indeed, he had not been mistaken. He set down the bowl and aimed the dagger at the corpse pieces that had reacted most strongly. Just as he was about to stab, a muffled, sorrowful sob emanated from behind him. He recalled the grieving parents standing near the corpses. His hand, momentarily frozen, shifted from stabbing to prodding. He gathered the more responsive fragments and piled them together, then retrieved fresh vermilion from his robes and sprinkled it over the assemblage. This time, the corpse pieces remained silent, while the mass of flesh began to emit a series of squeaks. What could this mean? Based on what was known, one possibility was that a girl from the grave had transformed into a ghost and was hiding among the corpse fragments to evade the scorching midday sun. The other possibility was that her transformation was abnormal, weaker than that of a typical ghost. Thus, could this mass of flesh be the catalyst for her sudden change? Chun pondered deeply while simultaneously confirming how long he could remain in the royal tomb. Old man, until when will this royal tomb remain open? 3 days from now, the elder replied, his mind distracted by the fragmented state of his son's remains. Chun nodded in understanding. Then let us conclude our activities for today. I would appreciate it if you could take all these corpse fragments back. He gestured to the writhing mass of flesh. This entity is not easily frightened. Should it escape with the female ghost, it may lead to unforeseen troubles. The elderly couple exchanged glances before reluctantly agreeing to Chen's suggestion. After all, he was there to assist them, and it would be unwise to leave him alone amid the graves. They turned their sorrowful gazes toward the remains of their son, reflecting on the futility of bringing him home in such a state. Chun, having received their consent, observed their tear-filled eyes, yet he refrained from saying more. Silently, he signaled to those assisting him to tidy up, and they departed together. Once he had sent everyone away and returned to his quarters, he placed the corpse fragments and the mass of flesh within the mayu. With the jade, he felt reassured that they would not cause further disturbances. He then retrieved a collection of books from his ring space, all given to him by his master, chronicling various cultivation tales from different eras and regions. Perhaps he could glean some insight into the nature of the flesh. To expedite the process, he even summoned a few literate ghosts to assist him in researching the texts. Unfortunately, despite their collective efforts, they only gained a broader understanding of the world, with no concrete information about the mass of flesh. Ultimately, Chen found himself compelled to seek his master's guidance. He returned all the books to his space, produced special yellow paper, and took up a brush, dipping it in vermilion to begin his drawings. After completing the talisman, he filled a bucket with water, burned the paper, and tossed it into the bucket. Bai Guo, curious about his actions, joined him, her gaze fixed on the ashes floating in the water. She watched intently until fatigue set in, prompting her to leave. Yet, just as she was about to turn away, she noticed the water's calm surface ripple unexpectedly. Bai Guo mused, glancing toward the outside, noting the stillness of the trees. Moreover, even if there were wind outside, it should not reach inside, as all doors and windows were shut. This realization quelled her desire to return to the Bai. Instead, she felt a sense of excitement and pulled Huang Yuanji out to watch as well. They did not have to wait long. The rippling water began to flow upward along the sides of the bucket and, upon reaching the top, resumed its normal descent. However, once it hit the ground, it behaved abnormally, writhing like a living entity and gradually forming into recognizable characters. What could this signify? Noting her master's response, Chen took up another brush, dipped it in the water from the bucket, and began to write on the ground. Master, a household has been troubled by ghostly entities. Upon investigation, the female ghost does not appear to be naturally occurring, and she is accompanied by a mass of flesh that exhibits no fear. However, when the ghost is harmed, the flesh reacts. After completing his message, he awaited a response. Is there any presence of fragmented corpses or discolored ashes in their vicinity? Chun felt a surge of excitement as his master's inquiries aligned perfectly with his observations, prompting him to write, yes. Bai Guo marveled at the extraordinary phenomenon of the water continuously responding to Chen's questions, unable to resist reaching out to touch the flowing lines of water that were forming new words. Unexpectedly, the water line came to a halt. Upon witnessing this, Bai Guo quickly retreated. She thought that Chun Daozhong would stop her, believing her presence would not affect the ongoing process. Unbeknownst to her, she indeed had no influence. However, when she touched the water line, the elderly Taoist writing nearby suddenly paused, as if sensing something, leading to the suspension of the water line. This was a form of witchcraft from the Yajiang region, utilizing the embryos of stillborn infants to aid the forlorn spirits in forming consciousness. Chapter 41. For my use. The stronger the ghost they fostered, the more potent it became. Chun Daozhong, convinced that his master was aware, eagerly inquired if it could be resolved. Yes, it could. However, that mass of flesh could be either meat or blood. It could only parasitize the ghost it had fostered. The further it was from the ghost, the weaker it became. Yet this weakness pertained solely to its offensive capabilities. The mass itself was indestructible by blade, fire, or water. As long as the ghost it nurtured remained alive, this flesh would endure eternally. Furrowing his brow, Chen Daozhong wrote, "What should my disciple do? First, they must be isolated to prevent the flesh from enveloping the ghost entirely. If harm could not reach the ghost, then the situation would become dire." Upon reading this, chaos ensued around Chen Daozhong, for he had carelessly tossed both into the ink jade. In a flurry, he dropped his brush and stood up, yet refrained from haphazardly moving the two. This was prompted by Huang Yuanji's remark, "That mass of flesh is quite patient. It initially pretended to be dead. Indeed, it had not encircled the female ghost when they were placed together." Regaining his composure, Chen Daozhong cast a glance at Huang Yuanji. It likely remained unaware that the assembled individuals had already discerned the female ghost was its lifeline. They tacitly refrained from voicing this latter thought. Thus, following its previous behavior, it should not encircle the ghost now, lest it inadvertently reveal itself. Chen Daozhong utilized his consciousness to extract the bowl containing the mass of flesh from the ink jade. He smiled, for the mass remained obediently in the bowl. After discreetly inquiring about the female ghost inside, he confirmed that they had not interacted since entering. The other ghosts still feigned death within. Chen Daozhong felt increasingly at ease. At that moment, he turned back and observed his master's subsequent words. However, if the corresponding ghost were harmed, the mass of flesh would suffer multiplied damage. If the corresponding ghost perished, the mass would disintegrate into a pool of blood. Bai Guo, having seen this, could not help but exclaim her realization. So that's how it is. No wonder it showed no reaction when stabbed. While the female ghost screamed when doused with vermilion, Chen Daozhong glanced at Bai Guo before continuing to read his master's words. Thus, when the ghost it nurtured suffer harm, it would transform from a mass of flesh into a thick pool of blood to absorb nutrients and strengthen its symbiotic ghost. At this point, Chen Daozhong recalled the peculiar blood that had pierced everyone's feet earlier. It seemed that the female ghost was not the source of trouble, but rather this entity. It made sense why the blood was unafraid of sunlight, while the female ghost was terrified. Chen Daozhong understood. With a relaxed demeanor, he observed the mass of flesh still pretending in the bowl. He weighed the bowl and then discarded it into the blood jade. If it was indeed indestructible, it would be better contained within the blood jade. This way, it would have no opportunity to protect the female ghost. Chen Daozhong toyed with the blood jade, and after concluding, he used his various tools to re-establish a boundary, extracting the corpse fragments hiding the female ghost. Then he intended to check what else his master had said, only to discover that his master had fallen silent. Confounded, he drew a question mark. The words that appeared before him were unrelated to the current events. "Who is beside you?" Chen Daozhong turned to survey his surroundings. There was no one, only a few wandering souls. Even the elderly couple had stepped out to attend to their son's new coffin. Thus, he swiftly wrote, "Master, there is no one beside me." Meanwhile, the old Taoist, upon reading this line, felt his hand tremble as he held the tortoise shell. He had clearly divined that she was nearby. The old Taoist despondently set down the tortoise shell, resigning himself to continue searching, believing he had still divined her presence in the nearby town. The old Taoist perked up and redirected his attention to his disciple's situation. "How is it on your end? That entity hasn't wrapped the ghost it nurtured, has it?" Upon seeing his master's concerned inquiry, Chen Daozhong promptly replied, "I have already separated them." "Master, the mass of flesh seems to exhibit thought, as it continues to pretend. It is made from an infant, whose soul is also contained within. Thus it possesses consciousness and can naturally grow over time." Chen Daozhong was taken aback. Fortunately, this matter was discovered early. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. As he pondered this, he noticed his master's new message. "Based on your description, that mass should not have existed for long, so it is not a major issue. Since you have separated them, simply proceed as I have taught you and eliminate the female ghost." Chen Daozhong was about to respond affirmatively when he saw his master's message on the ground. But it was not a complete sentence. Instead, it appeared as a puddle of water, resembling spilled ink while writing. "What happened to Master?" Chen Daozhong feared that something was amiss on his master's side. "Nothing. If you can subdue the female ghost nurtured by the mass without killing her, that mass can be of use to you." The latest line of text emerged, quickening Chen Daozhong's breath. This entity was indestructible. If it could be harnessed for his own purposes, he envisioned the two unprotected bodies when rescuing his junior sister. If this mass could envelop them, would it not ensure their safety? Chen Daozhong's gaze towards the corpse fragments shifted. He now desired not just the female ghost. No, that was not right. She must not enter the Great Formation to save his junior sister. Otherwise, if the female ghost perished, the mass would not be able to protect her. However, the optimal moment to activate the formation was approaching, and several qualifying individuals were still missing. Chen Daozhong found himself in a quandary. Following his master's previous message, Chen Daozhong asked, "Master, is there a way for the formation to avoid harming souls?" The old Taoist fell silent upon hearing this question. He was aware of what his eldest disciple had been tinkering with recently. To this day, he remained uncertain whether the formation he had bestowed upon his disciple was right or wrong. Observing his disciple's current question, he surmised that the ghost nurtured by the mass was likely one of the qualifying souls. "There is a way, but you may not be able to accomplish it." Chen Daozhong's eyes brightened at the hint of hope. "Please guide me, Master. Do you remember the family guardian I mentioned to you before?" Chen Daozhong recalled the Gray Spirit, He Bai, who had recently visited. "I do. Every great spirit possesses an inner Dan. If you can find one and have the ghost consume it, she will not be harmed by the formation." Chen Daozhong remembered He Bai. Chapter 42, Heaven Helps Me. He claimed to have a method to protect his ward's descendants. and it appeared to be through the inner Dan. Chun Daozhong glanced at the statue of Bai Yi, contemplating whether he could request another inner Dan from him. He would be willing to forego that opportunity, even to offer more in return. As he pondered, his peripheral vision caught sight of the words on the ground, shifting once more. I have heard that there will be an auction in Haicheng soon, where an inner Dan will be available. Haicheng. It was right next to Jingdu. Chun Daolang was momentarily overwhelmed with joy. The auction was indeed a place where wealth alone did not guarantee success. The situation had taken an unexpected turn, and even he could not help but display his delight. Ha ha, truly, heaven aids me. With a heart full of happiness, he took up his brush to bid farewell to his master. Disciple, thanks, master. I know what to do now. Without waiting for a response, he eagerly gathered his spiritual energy and splashed the water from the bucket. Bai Guo was taken aback, remarking on his lack of sentimentality. Once finished, he hastily departed. Meanwhile, Chun Daolang, buoyed by excitement, hurried to the location of the auction he had previously attended. He believed that information would be exchanged between auctions, so he intended to inquire about the capital needed to secure that Naiden, thereby preparing himself adequately. However, his thoughts drifted to the missed opportunity with the Shui Tong, which he had lost by a mere Zijin card. Although it might seem nearly impossible for others to suddenly acquire such a card, he had the protection of Bai Yi, making it as simple as moving a few stones. The last time had indeed been a pity, but Chun Daolang quickly regained his composure. Opportunities in this world were not limited to one. Having missed the Shui Tong, the prospect of the Shui Row was still within reach. With a light step, Chun Daolang made his way to the auction house and successfully inquired about the starting price for the Naiden at the Haicheng auction. He even asked about the highest starting price item at that auction to estimate how much money attendees might bring. For one must know oneself and one's opponent to ensure victory. As he cheerfully walked back to his residence, a farmer pulling a cart rushed by him. Chun Daolang paused momentarily, turned to look at the departing cart, and hurried after it. Wait, brother, please hold on. He recalled how he often moved stones from the farmer's yard to turn them into gold, and the yard was nearly depleted. This could not continue. He could hire this man to help him transport some stones from the outskirts, while also replenishing the garden with attractive stones. After stopping the farmer, he produced a silver ingot and expressed his intentions. That's fine, I just finished my work. What do you need to go for stones? I'll go with you. The farmer, seeing an opportunity for profit, readily agreed. However, Chun Daolang soon found himself at a loss, unsure of where to find stones. So he asked, do you know where there are many stones? They need to be larger. The farmer scratched his head in an earnest manner. On my way home, I will pass by a potter's field. There are quite a few large stones there, but I'm not sure if you mind the nature of the place. As a practitioner of the Tao, Chun Daolang was unconcerned. No problem, I don't mind. Lead the way. All right. The farmer, pleased with the arrangement, set off. Noticing Chun Daolang walking alongside him, he innocently asked, young master, would you like to sit in the cart? It's quite a distance. Chun Daolang chuckled, thinking about how the farmer would help him haul many stones. He shook his head. No, you'll need to help me carry quite a few stones. It's better to save your strength now, so you can carry more later. The farmer, still innocently curious, asked, do you need a lot of stones, young master? It's the time for ancestor worship, and the village boys are all around. Should I gather a few more people to help carry? Do they all have carts? Chun Daolang was indeed worried that one man alone might not be able to gather enough stones, especially with the auction approaching. The farmer smiled broadly. Yes, every household has one. We all need them during the busy season. Suddenly, he remembered something and shifted the conversation. By the way, young master, you don't need to give us all a full ingot of silver for just moving a few stones. He laughed shyly while discussing compensation. If you're willing, I can find 5 or 8 more to help. I assure you, they will all be as strong as I am, each with their own cart. We can work until dark. After he finished speaking, he noticed that Chun Daolang was merely observing him, so he realized the NT clarified the compensation. Usually, merchants were reluctant to negotiate payment afterward, fearing that someone might demand an exorbitant fee. Remembering a few who indeed might shout out unreasonable prices, he offered a price up front. Just give us another silver ingot, and we'll split it among ourselves. Afterward, he glanced at Chun Daolang and resumed pulling the cart. In truth, he felt somewhat guilty asking for another ingot, knowing that even a full day of labor typically yielded only a few copper coins. The single ingot Chun Daolang had given earlier could support the entire village for several days. He merely sought to test if he could ask for more, thinking if he succeeded, he could keep the initial ingot for himself. If he failed, he would simply share a portion of his earnings. With these thoughts in mind, the farmer quickly stole a glance at Chun Daolang, pondering if the young master only needed sufficient stones in the end and wouldn't he be watching closely. He could let the villagers do the labor while he enjoyed a drink. After all, it was a rare opportunity to have some extra coins. Unbeknownst to him, Chun Daolang was unaware of these considerations. Having worked in this field for years, he was not well versed in the pricing of such labor and readily agreed. All right, then I'll give you another ingot. You all help me until dark. Carry as many stones as you can. He then glanced back towards his residence. I will follow you for a while. The rest can find their way back afterward. I have other matters to attend to. Wonderful. The farmer was ecstatic upon hearing this, not only because he had struck a favorable deal, but also because he could arrange work for the villagers. Those individuals would surely be respectful and grateful towards him for this opportunity. However, Chun Daolang was aware that he could not pay the entire amount up front. Initially, he had planned to stay with them for assistance, which was why he had given the full payment. Now that he would not be there, it was essential to reserve part of the payment to be given upon completion of the work. When you finish and are ready to head home, remember to come find me for the other ingot. Let us set off. With that, the farmer joyfully resumed pulling the cart, demonstrating newfound vigor. After accompanying him for a while, Chun Daolang turned to attend to his own matters, allowing the farmer to continue his work. Ultimately, he would settle the payment based on the results achieved. If there were insufficient stones, he would not insist on more. However, when evening arrived and he came to collect the stones, he was taken aback by the enormous pile they had gathered. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that this was not merely stone, it was all gold. He could simply have it taken away, leaving nothing behind. The more, the better. After settling the payment, he eagerly moved the Bai outside and lit incense for it. But to his astonishment, he found it was still just stones. Upon realizing this, he recalled that he had only lit a small amount of incense for such a vast collection. Suddenly, it dawned on him, perhaps I need to buy more incense. He hurriedly dashed out of the yard to procure a large bundle. However, throughout his journey, a heavy sense of foreboding weighed on him. He understood that this was not a favorable omen. Practitioners of the Tao often had accurate premonitions, and he feared misfortune awaited him. Indeed, even after he had spent all his remaining money on incense and offered it to Bai, the pile remained unchanged, still just stones. Chun Daozhong found himself at a loss for words. Initially, he intended to summon Bai and confront him. However, upon reflection, he realized that the promise made was to provide opportunities after the fact, not beforehand. Thus, he felt he had no right to question Bai. With lips pressed tightly together, he stood before the statue of Bai for considerable time. His right fist clenched and relaxed repeatedly, and only after a prolonged period did the tension in his expression ease. Eventually, he cautiously carried the statue of Bai back to his room. Yet, within his demeanor, there is a noticeable reduction in obsession and reverence, giving way to a touch of rationality. It was my transgression. Our interaction was merely a transaction. After earnestly bowing in apology, Chun Daozhong turned to attend to his own matters. It was of little consequence. I had already exhausted my funds. Now, I was merely returning to the starting point. Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude to Bai, for at least I no longer need to worry about the essentials to save my junior sister. Chun Daozhong lamented the piece of flesh within the blood jade. That flesh, let it be as it may. Are you still planning to attend that auction? Just as Chun Daozhong was lost in thought, the ghostly woman, skilled in necromancy, suddenly appeared. Why do you ask? Chun Daozhong inquired, puzzled. I don't know why, but after waking up again, I have this persistent feeling that there is something of great importance there. This whimsical ghost, for once, spoke seriously. However, I am currently bound by a marriage contract, so I cannot wander freely. Yet, before long, she returned to her playful demeanor. But if you go, you could take me with you. If I were to gain an opportunity, I would certainly remember your kindness. Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. The desire to accompany him clearly etched across her face. She was indifferent to whether Chen Daozhong needed to go. Her sole wish was for him to take her along. You will remember my kindness? What could that bring me? Chen Daozhong regarded her with a bemused expression. The ghost faltered, I. After much hesitation, she floated into the air, swirling irritably above. Observing her conflicted expression, Chen Daozhong, eventually weary of her antics, called out, "Come down." He had intended to halt her tiresome behavior, but his words were interrupted. I have it. What is it? Chen Daozhong stared numbly as the ghost descended to stand before him. Aren't you searching for someone bound by a ghostly marriage contract? There must be others, and I believe I know one. If you go to that auction, once I acquire what I need, I will take you to meet her. Are you certain? Upon hearing of a potentially useful spirit, Chen Daozhong's demeanor grew serious. I am certain, the ghost affirmed confidently. If you deceive me, I have the power to obliterate you. Chen Daozhong feigned fierceness, testing her resolve. The ghost frowned at his demeanor and raised 3 fingers to the sky in an oath. I swear by my full power as a ghostly immortal, if I have lied, I will instantly turn to ash. Chen Daozhong was taken aback. I did not ask you to swear, though I do not understand why you care so much about this matter. I believe this is the quickest way to earn your trust. The ghost adopted a serious tone. I think we both wish to avoid wasting time. Indeed, I cannot afford to waste time, Chen Daozhong replied, furrowing his brow. Taking a deep breath, he glanced at the ghost. Are you in a hurry? If not, let me first extract the ghost from that corpse and return the remains to this elderly couple. Once the ghost is out, we can leave? She seemed to grasp his intent and, fearing misunderstanding, asked for clarification. Yes. Chen Daozhong's affirmative response caused the ghost's eyes to glisten with excitement. Do you have any other matters to attend to? If not, arrange everything quickly. No. Chen Daozhong, observing her eagerness, chose to remain silent. Very well, wait for me. I shall provide you with a corpse shortly. After confirming that Chen Daozhong had no other tasks, the ghost eagerly took charge of the situation. She swiftly returned to the MOU, addressing the corpse. Come out. This strike was gentle. You felt that, didn't you? If you don't emerge, I shall be less courteous. After a moment of silence with no response, she declared, if you refuse my invitation, do not blame me. After confirming the ghost's indifference to her words, she summoned her ghostly immortal power. Although significantly weakened, dealing with these insignificant spirits was a trivial task. I will give you one last chance to come out on your own. Otherwise, I will count to 3, and you can wait for me to force you out. Her entire being radiated with ghostly energy, her garments swirling without a breeze. Husband, she mused, she looked so ethereal. In that moment, she appeared utterly unghostly. Bai Guo, watching her, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Did she not mention how long she has been cultivating as a ghostly immortal? After a brief pause, she continued, I suppose, had she not encountered this setback, she would have nearly achieved her goal. Bai Guo gazed at her with envy, though she refrained from voicing it. Who knows? Huang Yunji glanced down at his adorably naive wife, amused as he gently ruffled her hair. Well, each has their own opportunities. Bai Guo turned to him, and the sour feeling dissipated. Well, your opportunity is me. Ha, silly girl. I am no match for the opportunities of a ghostly immortal. Huang Yuanji affectionately embraced Bai Guo in response. Bai Guo looked up, her eyes filled with adoration for Huang Yuanji. To me, being a ghostly immortal pales in comparison to having you as my husband. Huang Yuanji, feeling her gaze, swallowed hard and pulled her into his embrace, burying her head against him. All right, there are now many people in MOU. Huang Yuanji's voice trembled slightly. The sentiment expressed was somewhat perplexing, and it was unclear to whom it was directed. Suddenly, amidst his reverie, a loud scream startled him. Husband! Bai Guo quickly looked up at him, only to find him staring at the newly arrived corpse. She turned to see a new ghost, distinctly different from the others. The ghost bore a hint of blood, and her form appeared almost translucent. Unlike the usual weak spirits on the verge of dissipating, she seemed to be composed entirely of blood mist. Bai Guo observed, her lips twitching involuntarily. The sight was somewhat frightening. If she resembles blood mist now, will she eventually appear as blood plasma? Huang Yuanji, returning to his senses, was about to reassure his wife when he caught a glimpse of the blood-colored ghost glaring at them with resentment. What are you staring at? Never seen a normal ghost before? Perhaps the ghostly woman, skilled in necromancy, had influenced Huang Yuanji, or perhaps it was merely his own words that slipped out. He found himself speaking in a manner entirely different from before. Realizing this, he paused for a moment, but then resumed his serious demeanor, protecting Bai Guo while fixing a cold gaze on the blood-colored ghost. When the ghostly woman crossed her arms, preparing to enjoy the spectacle, the blood-colored ghost suddenly retreated back into the corpse. Her smile faltered, and her entire face twisted with fury. "Ah, you wretch! How infuriating!" At a loss for words, she could only resort to exclaiming in frustration. "You deserve a beating." With a fierce wave of her sleeve, she launched another attack. Observing the blood-colored ghost being struck out once more, she scoffed derisively. With a huff, she mused whether he believed that her capabilities were limited to such trivial force. "I advise you, do not provoke the wrath of one who offers you a drink." Just as she was imparting this lesson, her brow furrowed in sudden concern. She fell silent, glancing at the corpse on the ground before raising her gaze to the bloodied female ghost before her. "What do I care about your obedience? What I seek is a corpse, and now that I have yours, is that not sufficient?" She smacked her forehead and hastily took the corpse away. When she reappeared, she found herself once again before you in Chen Daoshang. Unfortunately, Chen Daoshang was asleep. Thus, she delivered a phantom slap through the air, causing a sudden gust of chilly wind to whip through the room, forcefully tossing aside Chen Daoshang's blanket. Yet, he merely rolled over, snoring away. Frustrated, the ghost exclaimed, "Do not feign slumber before me." Initially, she had intended to berate him, asserting her ability to sense whether mortals were truly asleep. However, her perception revealed an unexpected truth. He was genuinely asleep. Did he possess no sense of danger? Such a fierce gust of wind blowing towards him, and he remained utterly unresponsive. Reluctantly, she approached and shook him, incredulous at his audacity. How had he managed to grow up safely under the influence of spirits? Perhaps it was due to Chen Daoshang being particularly weary lately, or perhaps the ghost believed she had finally secured the corpse, allowing him to rest soundly. In any case, this female ghost caused quite the commotion, yet he remained undisturbed throughout the night. Ultimately, she stood at the side of Chen Daoshang's bed, glaring at him as he slept soundly through the hours. When he awoke, he was startled, exclaiming, "Who?" Before his question could dissipate, a peach wood sword, forged from lightning-struck Tao Hua wood, materialized in his hand. The ghost floated backwards, retreating beyond the range of his attack before finally speaking. "If I had wished to harm you, every moment prior would have been an excellent opportunity." Upon seeing Chen Daoshang cease his movements, she drifted back to the corpse nearby. "There, I have accomplished what you needed." Chen Daoshang scrutinized the lifeless body on the ground before looking back up at the ghost. "So soon? What do you mean so soon? I could have been faster." Mentioning this ghost made her seethe with frustration. "Had you not slept like a log, I would have completed the task for you last night. I stood vigil for you the entire night, and you would not awaken." As she continued, her voice gradually softened. Her gaze drifted, unwilling to recall certain actions from the previous day. "All right, I shall now arrange for the body. Once that is done, we shall depart for the auction." Chen Daoshang tidied himself up and took the remains to find the elderly couple. "Elderly couple, I have expelled the ghost from within. You may now lay her to rest. Will we no longer experience any strange occurrences in our home?" The trembling elderly couple inquired, their disbelief evident. "As it stands, yes," Chen Daoshang replied, eliciting joyous embraces from the couple. "I have not detected any other issues in your residence. However, out of caution, I promise to return once more. After I finish my current matters, I will come back to check on you. Should any problems arise, please inform me." Thank you," the couple exclaimed, their excitement causing them to stumble over their words. "We are grateful for your assistance." Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, they hurriedly scurried away. "Oh, you're leaving now, right? Allow us to prepare some provisions for your journey." "No," Chen Daoshang intended to decline, but suddenly remembered his empty pockets, swallowing his words. "Then I sincerely appreciate your kindness." After expressing his gratitude, he bowed deeply to the elderly couple. "Come, take this bundle with you." Chapter 45. verification of funds, the elderly couple handed over a generously stuffed bundle to Chen Daoshang. Esteemed one, what purpose do the stones in your courtyard serve? Should we keep them for you? The frail old man recalled the pile of stones in the yard, fearing neglecting them would displease Chen Daoshang. No need. Just leave them as they are. I will handle them upon my return, Chen Daoshang replied thoughtfully. Observing the couple's eager expressions, he added, if they pose any inconvenience, feel free to place them in an out-of-the-way spot. I will return promptly to take care of them. No inconvenience at all, esteemed one. Come back whenever you wish. The couple insisted, waving their hands. Very well, I shall take my leave now. Allow us to see you off, they said eagerly, trailing behind Chen Daoshang as he exited, watching him until he disappeared from sight before returning home. Old man, do you truly believe our lives will be peaceful now? Indeed, the Taoist has assured us there is nothing amiss, the frail old man replied, concern glimmering in his eyes despite his comforting words. Deep down, he shared his partner's worries, though they were not as burdensome as before. Chen Daoshang made his way to the auction venue without a hitch, presenting an invitation obtained from another auction. He approached the guards at the entrance. Greetings, I am here to participate in the auction. Please, the guard said after confirming the legitimacy of the invitation, allowing him entry. As he ventured further inside, the voice of the ghost grew increasingly animated. When Chen Daoshang finally settled into his seat under the guidance of an attendant, the ghost's excitement waned. Ah, it is still not enough. We must go further inside. Chen Daoshang sighed, secretly urging her to be quiet. Stop your wailing. We cannot go any deeper. Once the attendant exited the box and closed the door, Chen Daoshang turned back to privately assure her, we cannot move now. After the auction concludes, I will request to meet the organizers, and we shall venture further then. The ghost's voice fell silent for a moment before returning with urgency. Are you not concerned that the items may be sold before we have a chance to retrieve them? Chen Daoshang suddenly recalled the blood child he had overlooked. If it were sold, it would be lost forever. What do you propose we do? He questioned, his tone grave. I shall go secretly, the ghost asserted. And what then? Can you simply take the items? Chen Daoshang pondered the potential consequences of items flying through the air and being discovered. He promptly shook his head. No, that is out of the question. What is wrong with that? After all these years, I must have acquired some treasures, the ghost retorted, disregarding Chen Daoshang's concerns. Upon hearing her words, he decided not to hinder her, allowing her to drift away, following her instincts to find the right direction. If anything goes awry, do not come looking for me. Oh, I will not. I will not, the ghost replied dismissively, her impatience clear. Chen Daoshang turned his attention to the auction floor below, awaiting the commencement of the event. A mere 2 minutes later, a muscular host stepped onto the auction stage, striking a gavel and announcing, in half an hour, our auction will begin. Chen Daoshang thought to himself that even 10 of them would not stand a chance against this host. After a brief pause, the host surveyed the crowd before continuing, in 3 minutes, we will conduct our customary verification of funds. Guests who require privacy should make the necessary arrangements. This consideration struck Chen Daoshang, causing his brow to furrow as alarm bells rang in his mind. At this moment, he felt a nagging sensation that he had forgotten something, yet his mind was blank, leaving him to ramble aimlessly in search of his thoughts. Minutes later, a staff member entered the private room to verify his funds. Esteemed guest, may I kindly request proof of funds amounting to at least 1 Zijin card? Suddenly, Chen Daolang experienced a moment of clarity. However, he wished to put up a futile resistance, stating, I came with an invitation. The staff member remained respectful and gentle. Indeed, each esteemed guest must possess an invitation to enter. Chen Daolang hesitated, struggling for words. After a moment of contemplation, he sheepishly confessed, I did not bring it. The staff member maintained her sweet demeanor. Is this your first time attending our auction? A flicker of hope rose within Chen Daolang, leading him to respond, yes. Ah, then it is quite all right. Many first-time guests are unaware of the rules. Upon hearing this, Chen Daolang sighed in relief. Yet, the staff member's next statement swiftly returned him to an awkward predicament. You may send one of our staff members to retrieve funds for you at a designated location. I did not arrange for any place to withdraw funds, Chen Daolang replied, feeling an urge to leave. The staff member tilted her head adorably. May I ask if your invitation was directly bestowed by our auction house? No, it was given to me by the auction house in Jingdu, Chun Dowling replied honestly, hoping to alleviate the situation by mentioning another auction house. Unfortunately, the reply was disappointing. Esteemed guest, if your invitation was not directly issued by our auction house with the assurance of no fund verification required, you must undergo the verification process to remain here. Chun Dowling exhaled deeply. I apologize. I shall return when I am better prepared. If you possess items for auction and the proceeds reach one Zijin card, you may also remain here. The staff member's tone shifted. No thanks. I have nothing to auction. Although Chun Dowling had valuable possessions, they were all essential to him, and he could not part with them for sale. Thus, he graciously declined, but this marked the beginning of an unexpected turn of events. Please hold on. The staff member called softly, stopping Chun Dowling as he was about to leave. Maintaining her sweet tone and expression, she stepped back towards the door, raised her hands to her ears, and clapped twice. She then turned, opened the door, and swiftly exited. Chun Dowling was puzzled by her actions. However, upon hearing what sounded like the door locking, his expression changed. He rushed to the door, twisted the doorknob, and pulled it open forcefully. Chapter 46. My rear, Chun Dowling stood momentarily frozen, a look of embarrassment on his face as he regarded two muscular men at the door who were now looking back at him. My apologies, I was just leaving. Yet, as he attempted to step outside, the two men blocked his path, one on each side. Chun Dowling felt more bewildered. Is there something else your esteemed organization requires? Indeed, there is. A voice came from behind him. Chun Dowling was startled. Turning abruptly, he found that the previously empty room now contained several imposing figures. Their stature was comparable to that of the host from earlier. He intended to ask how they had entered, but a sudden realization struck him as he recalled the sound made by the verification staff member upon leaving. Exhaling slowly, Chun Dowling attempted to understand the situation before him. Can you please explain why your organization is behaving in this manner? That is a question for you to answer, replied a relatively slender man standing behind the muscular ones. What do you mean? Chun Dowling inquired, noticing the man holding a stone for capturing images, which made him feel even heavier. What I mean is, if you look down upon the items at our auction house, why bother coming here at all? The man replied with a sarcastic tone. What? Is it forbidden to visit your auction house without an interest in bidding? Chun Dowling retorted with displeasure. Of course not. We welcome visitors who wish to observe at any time. The man initially denied such restrictions and expressed warm hospitality. However, his demeanor shifted dramatically as he continued. But do consider the timing. Chun Dowling furrowed his brow, unsure of the implication. Before he could voice his confusion, the man provided the answer. For the safety of our guests, we do not accommodate unrelated individuals during the auction, nor do we allow non-bidders to participate. But you, on the other hand, the man paused, surveying Chun Dowling with disdain, as if assessing an unworthy individual. Chun Dowling felt anxious, yet forced himself to remain composed. This is my first visit, and I was unaware of your rules. Ha, what are you saying? The man erupted into exaggerated laughter, as if he had encountered something utterly bizarre. After he finished laughing, he wiped the tears from his eyes and continued, Esteemed guest, did the Jingdu auction house not provide you with any explanation when they gave you the invitation? Did they not remind you to read it carefully? Chun Dowling struggled to maintain his calm as he attempted to recall the moment. There seemed to have been a reminder, but he had been too preoccupied with joy to absorb any details. As he was leaving, they had asked him to show them the invitation, stating that their auction house had requirements for funds. Chun Dowling clenched his fists in astonishment, glancing at them, but words escaped him. We've accommodated careless guests before. Yet at least they had something they desired and came prepared for it. As the man spoke, his gaze grew colder. You, on the other hand, came without any intention of bidding and without preparation. He produced the invitation Chun Dowling had previously used. Your reaction just now clearly indicates that you were informed of the rules. Is it not inappropriate for you to behave this way? He fixed his gaze on Chun Dowling. I acknowledge my oversight, Chun Dowling admitted. I apologize for causing trouble to your organization. I shall take my leave now. Leave? Humph. The man scoffed at the apology, refusing to relent. This is not a place where anyone can come and go as they please. Since you have already arrived, why not accompany us for a while? After the auction concludes, we will naturally escort you out. Where to? Chun Daolang, aware of his fault, was willing to cooperate. To the dungeon. The atmosphere grew tense. Chun Daolang initially thought he misheard. After a long pause, he finally asked, "What did you say?" "To our auction house's dungeon." Observing Chun Daolang's reaction, the man repeated himself and added kindly, "Please rest assured, we take guests to the dungeon merely because it can block signals." Chun Daolang stood still, his brow furrowed. "What if I refuse to go?" "What do you mean, refuse? You have no idea what the dungeon is for, do you? Just because I made a small oversight. You want me to enter such a place?" Chun Daolang feigned indignation. "You jest. The dungeon we use for accommodating guests like you is quite lavishly decorated. Additionally, we will provide entertainment to keep guests occupied," the man explained earnestly, noting Chun Daolang's reluctance but willingness to cooperate. Unexpectedly, Chun Daolang flicked his sleeve and turned his head away. "I will not go." After turning his head, Chun Daolang pressed his lips together tightly. He felt his heart racing slightly. However, the staff member speaking was genuinely feeling the quickening of his heartbeat. His chest heaved violently, daring them to toy with him. "Subdue him," he commanded fiercely, then dramatically flung his robe before turning and leading the way to the dungeon. He could not fathom how so many burly supermen could possibly be outmatched by a mere Chen Daozhong. However, as he approached the entrance of the tunnel, a voice pierced the air. "Ah, why can't I move? What sorcery have you cast? Something is gnawing at my backside." Amidst the cacophony of wails, he rigidly held the recording stone and turned to investigate, only to find himself frozen at a 30-degree angle, unable to move further. Attempting to turn back proved futile as well. His face turned ashen with dread. "Have mercy! Have mercy!" After swallowing hard, he hastily softened his tone. "Please, esteemed one, show us mercy. We can negotiate." Although he was accustomed to handling such situations, the most troublesome encounters typically arose with those possessing greater martial prowess. He had simply brought more companions along for support. Yet, he had encountered similar supernatural phenomena before. As he began to recall those instances, a shiver ran down his spine. He quickly shut his eyes, muttering affirmations to calm himself. It's over, it has passed." The voice trembled with palpable fear. "Do not harm them. Merely restrain them." Seeing his apparent fright, Chen Daozhong warned several spirits not to overstep their bounds. He had no intention of offending anyone. He merely sought to buy time until the female ghost returned. Yet the screams persisted. It's still happening. She is still biting my backside." Following the sound, Chen Daozhong was taken aback. What on earth? How did she escape? Realizing that the blood-colored female ghost had also been released, he quickly called upon the other spirits to restrain her and prevent her from causing harm. His booming shout startled everyone, causing some to shiver, and even the one who had been bitten felt a warm wetness in his pants. The anguished cries that escaped his lips echoed with an even more profound despair. Yet, in the next moment, everyone sensed they could move again. Once their mobility returned, they hastily scurried to the furthest corners of the room, eager to distance themselves from Chen Daozhong, except for the unfortunate soul still immobilized by the blood-colored ghost. He remained oblivious to the fact that she had elongated her limbs, ensnaring him, and was gnawing at his backside to replenish her waning spirit. The couple, Bai Guo, attempted to subdue her, but found her unyielding. The two weaklings were no match for even a moderately stronger adversary, resulting in the blood-colored ghost's triumphant laughter. However, the vengeful spirit, having regained consciousness, attempted to restrain her. Yet, the blood-colored ghost found delight in her predicament, her laughter growing more derisive. She failed to notice that Bai Guo and his partner had suddenly calmed their urgency. As she reveled in her merriment, a sudden force struck the back of her head. Smack! She paused, her expression shifting from pride to a dark scowl as she turned to retaliate. Yet mid-swing, her hand froze, suspended in the air, swaying as though swayed by an unseen rhythm, lost in a moment of joy. "Oh, you were so brazen. Why not continue?" Pretending as if nothing had occurred, she slowly twisted her head back. Smack! Another slap landed. The cautious ghost momentarily contorted her face in anger before retracting her neck, suppressing her rage. "Oh, quite the bravado. Aren't we?" The returning ghost, observing her immobility, unleashed a barrage of words. Are you just going to stand there waiting for us to bring you a palanquin? The ghost's sarcastic remarks elicited an unexpected chuckle from Chen Daozhong, who found himself laughing heartily. However, his mirth was short-lived as he noticed the staff members nearby, leading him to frown in disappointment. All right, enough of that. Send her back. We must take our leave. Yet, upon uttering those words, he hesitated, realizing they could not depart just yet. He quickly inquired of the female ghost, "What do you seek? Have you obtained it?" They were being instructed to remain in the dungeon until the auction concluded. Would lingering for too long incite complications? Anxiety surged within him as he bombarded her with questions. He could intimidate a few with his spirits, but if the entire auction crowd stirred, he too would be apprehended. "I have what I need," the ghost replied. Her spirits lifted as she beamed at Chen Daozhong. "Rest assured, I have made arrangements. As long as they do not use that item, it will remain concealed." Upon hearing this, Chen Daozhong secretly exhaled in relief. "Then I shall lead you," accompanying them into the dungeon. "If trouble arises afterward, we may not escape." "No worries. I shall shoulder any trouble that comes our way." The ghost was elated, confidently alleviating Chen Daozhong's concerns. "Let us go. I will descend with you." Thus, Chen Daozhong altered his demeanor, taking the lead down the tunnel. Wait. The man holding the recording stone rushed toward him, attempting to block his path. Yet, as he approached, he recalled the earlier peculiarities and abruptly halted, his heart racing from the near encounter. "No need to go. You need not enter the dungeon. With your remarkable abilities, the dungeon cannot confine you. There is no point in escorting you inside. Please allow me a moment. I will contact my superiors. We will arrange a more suitable place for you." He nodded and bowed, retreating toward the entrance. He then produced the recording stone from his pocket and handed it to someone at the door, instructing them to quickly seek out their superiors. Upon seeing the contents recorded in the stone, the higher-ups promptly rose to greet Chen Daozhong in person. "Oh dear, this esteemed guest arrives without prior notice. We have been remiss." Chen Daozhong regarded the wiry figure before him with slight discontent, but responded courteously. "No need. I have troubled you. I can depart immediately." Yet, reflecting on the earlier events, he rephrased, "If it's inconvenient, feel free to arrange accommodations for me. I can wait until the auction concludes. It is our duty to host you." The slender man clapped his hands in delight and approached Chen Daozhong. He gestured to the previously anxious leader, who nodded and quickly departed before turning back to Chen Daozhong with a beaming expression. After exchanging pleasantries, he led the way upstairs. As they passed a staircase corner, he glanced down a side corridor. Chen Daozhong instinctively followed his gaze. The walls there seemed to shimmer with a red glow. After a brief moment, the earlier departing man reappeared from that direction, politely nodding and smiling at Chen Daozhong. Observing his seemingly composed demeanor, Chen Daozhong felt his heart race. Yet just as quickly, the man averted his gaze, continuing his ascent. Upon reaching their destination, Chen Daozhong was struck by an overwhelming sense of opulence. At that moment, the others in Mayu were chattering excitedly. "Heavens, this is far too extravagant. It's nearly crafted from pure gold." The gaze of the female specter scrutinizing the surroundings grew increasingly cautious. Indeed, if the glaring sun were to shine through, it would undoubtedly dazzle the eyes. Bai Guo interjected. Such a place would undoubtedly be well managed to ensure that the sunlight streaming in would not be blinding. Huang Yuanji affectionately patted Bai Guo's head, imparting knowledge. "How do you know?" A few female specters turned their attention to him upon hearing this. Chapter 48. A favor to ask, he chuckled gently. "I had the fortune of residing in a similar place for a while." "Oh, is that so? Impressive." After a flurry of astonished remarks, the women resumed their focus on the happenings outside the ink jade. "Haha, this brother is from Jingdu, right?" The slender figure was chatting amicably with Chen Daozhong while seated on a couch as soft as clouds. Chen Daozhong showed little interest in engaging with him. "Haha, with such remarkable skills, what treasures are you hoping to acquire at our auction?" His eyes sparkled with keen interest. "If it isn't something too extraordinary, I could take the liberty of gifting it to you." Chen Daozhong turned to regard him directly, then lowered his brows. "No need for that. What I seek is not something commonplace." The man's eyes darted around. Although many items at this auction were indeed valuable, far more were shrouded in secrecy. However, if one were to consider tastes such as his, it would likely pertain to that particular item. Is it the grand finale treasure? How could you possibly give it to me? Chen Daozhang's face twitched slightly, yet he could not resist the allure and turned his head to reply. Ha, that is, of course, beyond my authority. The man's eyelids lowered, concealing his schemes. However, I can consult with my superiors. Chen Daozhang adjusted his demeanor. What do you need from me? Ha ha, no need, no need, the slender figure declined politely. I cannot guarantee your satisfaction. Please allow me to consult first. I will provide you with an answer before the auction begins. Does that sound agreeable? Very well. Chen Daozhang agreed readily. Ha ha, as long as you are pleased. That is sufficient. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Chen Daozhang, the man exited the room. Shortly after his departure, a multitude of young women began to stream into the room in an orderly fashion. At a glance, they were each distinctive in their own right. Yet they all shared one common trait. They were all extraordinarily beautiful and alluring. Is there something you need? Chen Daozhang, dissatisfied with this commotion, responded coldly. The leading young woman was taken aback, then turned to observe her companions. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, "We were sent by the head of the guild to entertain you." She cautiously gauged his expression. "What kind of leisure do you typically enjoy?" "The ladies I brought can sing and dance. If you prefer music, chess, calligraphy, or painting, they are well versed in those as well." Chen Daozhang's expression softened slightly, his voice gaining warmth. "No need. You may all leave." "Understood." The young woman complied obediently. "If you require anything, please feel free to summon us." As she spoke, she pointed to a button on the table before Chen Daozhang. "Press this button, and we will send someone to assist you." Chen Daozhang glanced over and indeed saw a button-like object. Accepting her good intentions, he saw them off again. "All right, I understand. You may leave." The group bowed to Chen Daozhang one last time before exiting in an orderly manner, just as they had entered. Once the room was devoid of outsiders, Chen Daozhang relaxed. He took note of the situation among the spirits within the ink jade, only to overhear, "Do you think he could possibly be a lifelong bachelor? Ignoring all these beauties. It's that ghostly immortal." Chen Daozhang cast a cold, piercing glance at the ink jade. Yet he suddenly remembered that if they were not paying attention to the outside, they would not know his current expression or demeanor. Sighing in solitude, he spoke aloud. "You all should tone it down. I'm not deaf." The spirits within the ink jade paused, then glanced at him, promptly falling silent. However, Chen Daozhang noticed them turning their backs, with one shoulder even shaking excessively. It was evident that they had merely silenced their mouths, while their minds were likely still wandering. Rolling his eyes, he sought to redirect their attention. "What are you searching for? Have you found it?" The ghostly immortal cautiously revealed her newfound treasure from within the ink jade, a round object whose nature was uncertain. "Do you know what this is?" The ghostly immortal's eyes sparkled with excitement. "This is the inner Dan of a great immortal, a tremendous tonic." Chen Daozhang had initially intended to divert their attention, but her declaration struck him like a thunderclap. He stood upright in shock. "The inner Dan of a great immortal. Is this the centerpiece of this auction?" "I have no idea if it's the centerpiece. All I know is that this is the treasure I sought." The ghostly immortal was unaware of the auction's significance and regarded Chen Daozhang with puzzlement. Thus, Chen Daozhang rephrased his inquiry. "You mentioned this is the inner Dan of a great immortal. Which immortal are you referring to? Bai Xian, perhaps?" The ghostly immortal glanced between the inner Dan and Chen Daozhang. "I'm not certain, but after acquiring it, I felt much better. Bai Xian is the main healer. I suspect it belongs to Bai Xian," she mused while caressing the inner Dan. Suddenly, a distinct sound broke the silence. The ghostly immortal, lost in contemplation of the inner Dan, was startled by a loud, gulping sound echoing in her ears. She quickly concealed the inner Dan, as if fearing it would be snatched away after all her efforts to procure it. Chen Daozhang, sensing urgency, stammered, "No, that's not." He abruptly halted, stabilizing his emotions before continuing, "You, As he began to speak, he could not suppress another swallow, prompting the ghostly immortal to look at him incredulously. "You?" "Ahem, yes," he awkwardly replied, then continued his unfinished thought. I wish to inquire how you intend to use this. Upon hearing this, the ghostly immortal fixated on him like a thief guarding her treasure. What do you intend to do? If you're not in a rush to use it, I would like to borrow it for a while and will return it shortly. Absolutely not. The ghostly immortal interrupted before he could finish. Do you have any idea how much effort I expended to acquire this? Chen Daozhong remained silent for a moment, yet refused to relent. I only need it for half a day, and you may observe the entire process. The ghostly immortal regarded him with suspicion. What are you planning? Chen Daozhong contemplated the other spirits in the jade, realizing that she would also need to enter the formation. Hence, he could not divulge the truth. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. What? Do you have some unspeakable secret? The ghostly immortal queried, intrigued. Chapter 49 just came out and quickly returned him. Chen Daozhong, upon hearing her words, assumed she would not press further. He looked at her with hopeful anticipation and nodded. If you cannot discuss it, then do not use it. However, the ghostly immortal unexpectedly unleashed her barrage of inquiries. You want to take a treasure that others have painstakingly acquired and expect no questions in return. It was akin to asking one's own parents for pocket money while being questioned about its intended use. The ghostly immortal could not help but roll her eyes. I will tell you when the time is right, Chen Daozhong replied. His expression darkened. He had forgotten that this was merely a sacrificial item for saving his junior sister, devoid of any emotional ties. Thus, he refrained from mentioning borrowing the inner Dan again and instead inquired about her plans. What do you plan to use this inner Dan? I will do my utmost to clarify matters before your usage. Several months later, though I remain uncertain, who would dare to speak too clearly about Guo Xian? Very well. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. If I am able to assist, I shall certainly repay the favor, stated the venerable Chen Daozhong in his usual stern manner. The two had been engaging in casual conversation when, quite suddenly, a silence enveloped them. They both sensed an eerie presence beginning to seep into the room. What was happening? At an unknown moment, the vengeful spirit of Mou interjected with a question. Possessing a modicum of spiritual awareness, her sensitivity to this oddity was somewhat diminished. However, the reactions of the two individuals beside her were so pronounced that she became aware of the faint, unsettling anomaly. It will be best for you to enter the jade now. Both individuals turned to glance at her, with the Guo Xian even offering a verbal reminder. Thus, the vengeful spirit, having endured much suffering, was quick to comply. Having learned the meaning of fear through her trials, she recognized the unmistakable signs of danger. With the warning to enter, she hastened away. If there is anything I can assist with, do call for me. I shall enter first, she stammered nervously, her words faltering in the face of the formidable presence of the two before her. After Mo, you had retreated into the jade. Chen Daozhong and the Guo Xian stood back to back, each vigilant of their respective halves of the room. I perceive no significant issues on my side. Have you made any discoveries? Chen Daozhong inquired after a thorough inspection yielded no findings. However, no response came. Frowning, Chen Daozhong turned back, only to find the Guo Xian enveloped in a crimson glow, her eyes particularly striking. Chen Daozhong quickly retreated, but the Guo Xian followed suit with an unsettling smile. Cease your smiling. Chen Daozhong felt a chill run down his spine. In truth, her smile was gentle and charming, befitting of a hero's tomb. Yet it was utterly out of place upon her visage. In this context, it felt even more disconcerting. Do not approach any closer. If you do, I shall not hesitate to retaliate. Uncertain of her current state, Chen Daozhong attempted to gauge the situation. Yet, the Guo Xian remained silent, closing in on him with alarming speed, following his every maneuver. This prompted Chen Daozhong to adopt a stern expression. Indeed, trouble was afoot. He began to rummage through his pockets, retrieving a Bai Guo mirror, which he directed towards the Guo Xian. She merely frowned, yet her smile only intensified as she continued her advance. Chen Daozhong then produced a handful of vermilion powder, waiting for the opportune moment to cast it at the Guo Xian. A piercing scream escaped her lips. Chen Daozhong halted, bewildered, and turned to look back. Yet, in an instant, the Guo Xian's expression returned to normal, even breaking into laughter, though her eyes gleamed with a mischievous delight akin to a cat playing with a mouse. For reasons unknown, Chun Daozhang's mind was flooded with the memory of the crimson light he had seen earlier in the corridor. He promptly dashed towards the door, racing to the floor that lingered in his recollection. Upon arrival, the scene was indeed unsettling. The room was adorned with red candles, filled with grotesque black statues that seemed to venerate a malevolent deity. Could it be? Chun Daozhang suddenly surmised that the inner elixir might have been acquired through the nefarious actions of this very demon, having slain some wandering immortal. Casting a quick glance back at the red-eyed Guo Xian trailing behind him, he plunged into the room. If that madwoman could not be moved, he would have to confront the others. Chun Daozhang surveyed the area. Each statue appeared lifeless, devoid of discernible agency. He then extracted ancient copper coins, hurling them at the various malevolent idols. With a cacophony of clattering, the statues toppled, creating a scene of chaos. Many of them shattered on impact, producing a resounding noise. The red-eyed Guo Xian's gaze flickered with crimson light, her demeanor shifting from playful to predatory, her hands spreading wide as her nails elongated, poised to pounce and rend. Chun Daozhang cast her a glance, swiftly evading her approach. He switched to a copper coin sword, fiercely striking at the remaining statues that stood undisturbed. After demolishing another batch of idols, he stowed the sword and retrieved a small pouch filled with black dog blood. Seizing a moment of opportunity amidst the Guo Xian's assault, he sprinkled the remaining statues with the contents of the pouch, then slashed with a pure silver dagger, darkened as if soaked in blood. What a shower of dog blood! As the destruction of the statues escalated, the red-eyed Guo Xian grew increasingly agitated, her attacks becoming more ferocious. With a violent rip, her frenzy peaked, her speed accelerating, tearing through Chun Daozhang's robe and exposing his robust chest. The final statue crumbled under his strike, exploding spectacularly. Yet, the red-eyed Guo Xian seemed unfazed, her laughter echoing mockingly. You do not suppose I would foolishly remain there waiting for your assault, do you? Chun Daozhang clenched his fists, casting a fierce glare her way, and decisively removed one of his shoes, hurling it skyward. The Guo Xian's eyes flashed crimson, darting forward to shred the shoe into pieces. If you wish to inquire, ask me directly. Am I not right before you? With a cackle, she continued her derisive laughter. Why seek distant answers when the source is so close? Chun Daozhang's expression darkened as he observed her maniacal mirth from across the room. As she raised her hand, he instinctively witnessed her begin to grope herself. His lips twitched at the sight, an image too vulgar for him to endure. Enough nonsense, he interrupted directly, charging forth. However, as he reached halfway, the light in the Guo Xian's eyes flickered out, prompting him to halt, only for it to flare back to life. This pattern repeated several times until Chun Daozhang, having lost all patience, retreated, maintaining a safe distance and opting to observe the unfolding events. Ultimately, he witnessed the complete extinguishing of the crimson glow in the Guo Xian's eyes, followed by a fervent outburst of traditional invective. After venting her frustrations, the Guo Xian exhaled deeply. Foolish creature, I was merely curious about your actions. I feigned death to humor you, not truly perishing. Your paws all over me. How utterly devoid of shame. A distant whimper echoed, invoking memories of the dog his master once kept. Listening intently, he searched the surroundings, but found nothing. What lamenting? The Guo Xian confronted a vacant space, rebuking it. Following her gaze, Chun Daozhang noticed a lavish, intricate black chandelier on the ceiling. Its darkness was so profound that staring too long felt as though one might fall into it. After closing his eyes, he cautiously peered again, observing a section of black shifting, eventually moving to the edge before leaping down. A dog? Chun Daozhang was taken aback as a small, furry black dog descended from above. With its head hung low, it cautiously wagged its tail as it approached the Guo Xian. Yet, she kicked it aside, admonishing, "Cease this charade of pity. I am not unacquainted with you. Reveal your true form." With a look of disappointment, the Guo Xian shot a glance at Chun Daozhang before turning to scold the dog, admonishing it not to fool the foolish. The little dog, having been kicked, fell weakly to the ground, rolling several times before struggling to stand upright, eventually managing to position itself at Chen Daozhang's feet, trembling as it attempted to shake off the dirt. Chen Daozhang observed the situation and chose not to intervene, instead directing his gaze towards Guo Xian. Before he could articulate his thoughts, he was taken aback and instinctively dodged to one side, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" To his astonishment, Guo Xian had launched an attack against him. Was the recovery merely a facade? As he evaded, his shifting perspective revealed the dog beneath him, which appeared to be covered in festering sores and occasionally bore sharp, elongated spines. Each of its 3 heads, each the size of humans, strained to reach his feet. One head tilted away, followed by another. What are you being so smug about? You were revealed in your true form and harmed someone. Before the 3rd head could be knocked aside by Guo Xian, the creature let out a splat as it toppled over, guided by the other 2 misaligned heads. All 3 heads opened their mouths in a collective, resentful roar. Having lost, it ought to accept its fate as a dog. Truly, it could not bear to lose. Guo Xian, however, leisurely approached the creature and raised her foot. Chen Daozhang initially thought she intended to kick it to death, and in a moment of impulse, he urged her to show mercy. To his surprise, she disdainfully extended a foot to assist the 3-headed dog back to its feet. Chen Daozhang found himself at a loss for words, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. Guo Xian glanced at him and kindly explained, "Did it not attempt to control me? It was unable to defeat me. Now, I am its master." Chen Daozhang's mind momentarily ceased functioning as he silently observed the 2 for a while before speaking again. "Shall we return? All right. Shouldn't you inquire if there are any other unusual occurrences here?" "What? I already asked earlier. There's nothing amiss. Let's proceed." Guo Xian cast a wary glance around the room before leading the way out. Along the path, she jokingly teased Chen Daozhang. "Oh dear, you're quite the failure. You struggled for so long against such a small creature." Chen Daozhang shot her a glance, retorting, "It was clinging to you. Were you not the one being attacked?" He then looked down at the dog, stating, "If we are to confront it, we should at least locate it first." "That is a valid point," Guo Xian conceded. Thus, a new member joined their ranks as they ascended the stairs once more. Throughout the journey, Chen Daozhang cast several glances at the 3-headed dog. Ultimately, he could not restrain himself and inquired, "Was it that lean individual who summoned you to engage with us?" One of the dog's heads tilted slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Chen Daozhang, clearly disinterested in responding. "I'm addressing you. Why the dismissive attitude?" As a result, Guo Xian's palm once again greeted one of the dog's heads. The 3-headed creature emitted a pitiful whimper, shaking its tail and articulating in human speech. "It was indeed him who called you. However, I was not permitted to cause you any harm. It was merely a test of abilities." "Oh, what more did you desire? With such limited skills, what could you possibly hope to achieve?" Guo Xian remarked, amusement evident in her gaze. The 3-headed dog fell silent. Its ability lies in controlling other ghostly entities for its own purposes. When it initially latched onto Guo Xian, it was with such ease that it had presumed Chen Daozhang would soon arrive at a conclusion. After they returned to the room, it was not long before the responsible individual rushed in, visibly anxious. "Ah, esteemed guest," Chen Daozhang, noticing the man's flustered demeanor, interjected, "Speak plainly." "Ha ha ha, it was a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding? Might I inquire about the items you collected earlier? Could they be returned to us?" The man stammered, unable to form a coherent response. Chen Daozhang, feeling somewhat wronged by the unexpected turn of events, regarded him with a cold demeanor, contemplating imparting a lesson. The man, sensing the tension, reluctantly began to explain, "What you may not know, Daozhang, is that we previously offended someone. The atmosphere in this establishment had turned nearly hellish." He paused momentarily, gauging Chen Daozhang's reaction before continuing. "Since then, we have experienced strange occurrences intermittently within our auction house." He awkwardly bowed slightly, a nervous smile plastered on his face as he rubbed his hands together. "Seeing as you appeared to possess some capabilities, we thought to request assistance from the immortal beings who guard our premises." He licked his lips and earnestly added, "If you are willing, we assure you that we will provide a reward that would meet your satisfaction." "Oh, a reward that would satisfy me?" Chen Daoshang raised an eyebrow. Inquiring further, what might that entail? The man's gaze shifted towards Guo Xian. For instance, the item that was taken. Guo Xian expressed surprise. You can see me? Chapter 51. Please forget what you just heard. The man, however, completely disregarded her question, merely glancing briefly in her direction before fixating his attention back on Chen Daoshang. Chen Daoshang regarded him with curiosity, suggesting, convince her. If she agrees, I will consider your request. The man's expression revealed his dilemma. Is there a problem? Chen Daoshang probed. Observing him closely, the man cast another furtive glance towards Guo Xian. To be honest, I cannot see the other individual. He humbly bowed towards an unseen presence. It was only with some guidance that I realized you had another companion. Upon turning back, he looked troubled as he addressed Chen Daoshang, but now, if you would allow me to converse with her. Upon hearing this, both Chen Daoshang and Guo Xian understood. He cannot see her, hence he cannot engage in conversation with her. Indeed, that is the case. Please excuse us, he stammered while casting another glance towards Guo Xian's previous spot. Unbeknownst to him, Guo Xian had already stealthily moved beside him, intently observing him. Should that individual have any requests, we shall endeavor to accommodate them. He bowed towards both sides, acknowledging them as esteemed guests. Guo Xian, realizing he truly could not see her, playfully flitted around him. Watching him bow repeatedly and flatter her as he gazed in the direction she had just vacated, she burst into uncontrollable laughter. In high spirits, she even spoke on his behalf. Consider this. Assisting us might also yield benefits for you. Chen Daoshang cast her a glance and relented. Very well, speak your mind. What? The man clearly failed to grasp that Chen Daoshang had already acquiesced. I said if something occurs and you seek our assistance. Chen Daoshang regarded him, reiterating each word meticulously. The man's expression shifted, ultimately leading him to sigh. I request that you forget everything you have just heard. He ceased speaking, fixating his gaze on Chen Daoshang, awaiting his agreement. Chen Daoshang nodded. The man exhaled, visibly relieved, and elaborated. Previously, someone attended the auction with a notice. He lacked funds, but attempted to leave with the items. Naturally, we could not permit this. He paused, cautiously glancing towards Guo Xian's former position before lowering his voice to continue. However, to our astonishment, that man was well-versed in dark arts and slaughtered the attendees. He slightly lifted his hand, gesturing towards Guo Xian's direction. The inner elixir that was taken belonged to one of the great immortals we venerate. We incurred significant losses in our efforts to apprehend that individual. As he spoke, he cast a pained glance at the three-headed dog. It was unavoidable. We had to employ even the young one to maintain order. At this point, he suddenly looked at Chen Daoshang with hopeful eyes. Might we reclaim our underdeveloped little creature? Chen Daoshang, of course, was unwilling to comply. That was the spoils of Guo Xian. He had no authority to decide. Shaking his head, he continued to watch him in silence, waiting for his next words. Guo Xian raised an eyebrow, concerned that Chen Daoshang might agree to return it. And she took the liberty to remind him, "This is indeed my trophy. There is no reason to return it." As she spoke, she floated over to the three-headed dog and began to stroke it. Upon hearing the little dog's contented hums, she immediately began to murmur to it, "From now on, you shall be my little pet, so be clever." The three-headed dog, thoroughly enjoying the affection, wagged its tail and collapsed into the hands of the ghostly immortal, occasionally emitting soft purring sounds to curry favor. Taoist Chen cast a brief glance at them and conveyed the message on her behalf. She was displeased. A flicker of disappointment crossed the man's eyes, but he swiftly regained his composure. It seemed he was merely taking a chance by mentioning it, fully prepared for rejection. Thus, he naturally resumed the conversation that had been interrupted. Although that previous issue had been temporarily resolved, it had also planted a hidden danger in our midst, leading to sporadic strange occurrences. Sighing, he lamented, "That is why we had to summon the younger immortal to suppress it. Little did we expect that the only remaining immortal would also fall under your control." He couldn't help but exclaim. Taoist Chen, not having received sufficient information, hesitated to agree outright and remained silent, allowing the man to gaze at him expectantly. Ultimately, he felt obliged to continue. "If Taoist is willing to assist, I can take you to see some peculiar items that were left behind. Perhaps you might discern something from them." After speaking, he glanced at Daoist Chen again, aware that this endeavor might not proceed smoothly. After all, as a supplicant, his actions were rather dubious. Yet, uncertain of the other party's capabilities, he dared not disclose too much. However, if the other party was still willing to investigate, there remained a glimmer of hope. "Let us proceed," Daoist Chen declared as he rose. The man's eyes brightened instantly as he turned to lead the way. "Please, right this way." He guided Daoist Chen and the others through a maze of twists and turns, descending deeper underground until they reached an area so dark that one could not see their own hand in front of them. He lit a torch carefully to illuminate the path for Daoist Chen. Some items would turn to ash under bright light, so he trailed off. But Daoist Chen understood the implication and refrained from asking further. He continued to follow cautiously, step by step, deeper into the inky darkness. They arrived at a massive stone door, from which sporadic sounds emanated. Thud, 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 chirp. The man directed the torchlight towards the corner and found a small stone. He picked it up and placed it into a small hole at the base of the door. As the stone fell, the door rumbled open, and the sounds that had been issuing from within ceased abruptly. As the stone door slowly moved, Daoist Chen noticed that it was remarkably thick, about the size of half an arm. How had those sounds escaped? "After you," came a deliberately lowered male voice, just as Daoist Chen was about to ponder further. Upon stepping inside, they were met with utter darkness once more. Yet inexplicably, Daoist Chen could see everything inside with clarity. He frowned at the man beside him, who was slightly hunched over, gazing up at him. "This was arranged by our immortal previously, to prevent our people from entering and seeing nothing should the flame extinguish." Daoist Chen nodded, retracting his gaze to assess the situation within the stone door. There were jars sealed with talismans, peculiar specimens of flora and fauna, strange coins, eerie empty jars, and the bones and fur of unknown creatures. Chapter 52. Acquiring a black pearl upon first glance, Daoist Chen was overwhelmed by the chaotic scene. Yet a strange cry from the ghostly immortal drew his attention. "Oh my, what in the world are these ghastly things?" He turned to her, as she hugged her arms tightly, visibly shivering. I haven't experienced this sensation in years. As she spoke, her feet shuffled towards a medium-sized jar. Upon reaching it, she lifted her leg and kicked it, exclaiming, "What a peculiar thing." Daoist Chen scrutinized the jar, then turned his attention to the other items. However, he found the medium-sized earthen jar rather unremarkable amidst the clutter. With a serious expression, he inquired of the ghostly immortal, "Do you feel a strong reaction to it?" "It's all right, just a few goosebumps," she replied, still rubbing her arms, though the frequency had diminished significantly. "Can you discern what lies within?" Generally, these ghostly entities could overlook the barriers posed by such jars. Thus, Daoist Chen posed the question to the ghostly immortal. She turned her head casually, glancing at him with indifference. "I cannot see. Something is obstructing my view. It must be the talisman." Daoist Chen raised an eyebrow, moving closer to the jar and circling it meticulously. He even lifted the jar to carefully inspect its base. After a thorough examination, he held onto the jar for a while without moving, his furrowed brow betraying his agitation. Finally, he affixed the talisman to the jar before setting it down and resumed his inspection of the other items. After a careful survey, he selected a few that appeared particularly threatening. "Arrange for an empty room to store these. I need to deal with them." "Certainly. I will have someone bring them up shortly," the man replied promptly, attentively pointing out each item to verify their accuracy. Once confirmed, he stepped aside to wait. As for the remaining items, Daoist Chen directly drew talismans on the spot, sealing certain jars and even setting up a small formation to suppress them. Once he completed his tasks and ensured everything was in order, he clapped his hands and instructed the man, "The other items should remain sealed here. Do not allow anyone to disturb them." Daoist Chen waited for a response, but when none came, he turned to inquire, "What is it?" "I must first obtain approval from above before agreeing to seal this area." The man hesitated before explaining. "However, with Daoist's assistance, approval will surely be granted. This is just a formality." Yet before Daoist Chen could retract his gaze, the man looked around and continued, "However, if this area is sealed, What will happen when new items need to be stored? Understanding the implication, Daoist Chen interrupted, I will set up a designated area for you. You just need to provide the space. As he spoke, he bent down to pick up the small jar that the ghostly immortal had shown interest in and led the way out. The man's eyes lit up. You are truly a blessing, immortal master. Please tell us what type of space you require. The duo in front remained oblivious, while the ghostly immortal cast several glances at a black pearl nestled in the corner of the room, feeling a strange connection to it, akin to that of the jar. Ultimately, she swiftly took it and hurried to catch up with the two. Upon rejoining them, she heard the man asking Daoist Chen, Immortal Master, what kind of space should we prepare? A spacious, well-lit room is ideal, preferably facing south for optimal light, Daoist Chen stated as he glanced at him. Continuing his strides towards the exit, upon reaching the surface, the man escorted Daoist Chen to a luxurious guest room. After bidding farewell, he hurried off to find a suitable space. Immortal Master, please rest. I will have my team expedite the search. Then, recalling something, he paused before continuing. Regarding the items you mentioned wanting moved from the basement, should they be brought here for you, or directly to the new location once found? Either is fine, but if they are to be moved to the site, I must first prepare it before the transfer, Daoist Chen replied casually. Noticing the man lingering in place, Daoist Chen diverted a bit of his attention from the small jar to him. If one seeks to resolve matters expeditiously, it is best to relocate here immediately. Very well. I shall soon gather individuals to transport our belongings. From the man's eager expression, it was evident that they had grown weary of these items. Chen Daoshang acquiesced, then lowered his gaze to ponder the small jar. Yet, despite his contemplation, no new insights emerged, leaving him perplexed as to why the ghostly being reacted so strongly to it. Perhaps next time, he mused, as he casually stored the jar within the blood jade. He then rose to organize his portable items in preparation for the forthcoming arrangements. Unbeknownst to him, he would soon regret this decision. Not long after the jar was placed in the blood jade, it began to exhibit changes. Initially, the rim of the jar gradually became damp. As time elapsed, the cork covering the jar's opening was intermittently dislodged, as if something within desired to escape. Meanwhile, Chen Daoshang remained oblivious outside, engaged in conversation with the ghostly being. How did you acquire that inner elixir? How did they discover your presence? It seems you were unaware beforehand. Who knows? If I had known, I would not have returned so easily, the ghostly being replied with a roll of its eyes. As Chen Daoshang finished packing, the man returned, personally inviting Chen Daoshang to inspect the venue. Xianshi, the location has been secured. He even assigned someone to assist Chen Daoshang. Our people await your instructions over there. When shall we depart? We may go at once. Chen Daoshang gathered his organized belongings and gestured for him to lead the way. Once everything was arranged, night had nearly fallen. The man then remarked to Chen Daoshang, Xianshi, you must be tired. I have arranged for food and drink. Let us proceed. After the meal, he added, I shall take you to the nearby hot springs for a soak. I shall forego the soak. Chen Daoshang nonchalantly declined his kind offer. Nevertheless, the man persisted in his wish to escort him there. Oh, Xianshi, this is your first visit here. Yes? It is truly a splendid place. The mention of the hot springs ignited a gleam in his eyes, a wealthy and powerful man as he was. Those who have visited all rave about it. I assure you, after one visit, you will wish to return. Chen Daoshang regarded him once more, choosing not to respond. The man continued to enthusiastically extol its virtues. It is quite near to our dining location. I specifically sought it out, fearing that Chen Daoshang might leave immediately after the meal and miss out on the splendid experience. He proposed a deal. After we eat, should you wish to leave, I would not hinder you. Chen Daoshang cast a peculiar glance back at the suddenly loquacious man, who had completely forgotten his decorum. Examining him from head to toe, Chen Daoshang eventually relented. Very well, let us go and witness it. After the meal, both host and guest enjoyed themselves, and even the ghostly being was not neglected. Unexpectedly, they had prepared an abundance of incense, which was quite impressive. Come, Xianshi, allow me to lead you to the hot springs. I guarantee you will rave about it afterward. The moment the man exited the tavern, he eagerly pulled Chen Daoshang in a specific direction. In the distance stood a modest courtyard, adorned with a sign that read Yuling Quan. The ghostly being observed from afar and commented, "Not bad. While it may not be an opulent establishment, it possesses a certain poetic charm. Such a name would surely appeal to literati." The man continued to happily elaborate to Chun Daoshang. This hot spring was initially undiscovered. It is said that a gravely injured individual, while camping in the wilderness, stumbled upon its ability to expedite healing. And then, upon hearing of its healing properties, Chun Daoshang's interest was piqued. The man continued. After recovering, the individual silently purchased the entire area where the hot spring is located, subsequently constructing this establishment to commence business. He gazed at the sign, stating it was once a tranquil locale, hence the name Yuling Quan was bestowed upon it. Chun Daoshang listened attentively. Initially, when he promoted its benefits, few believed him. However, as more people benefited, disbelief became untenable. Thus, the hot spring gradually gained renown. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Moreover, it truly merits its name, as it has indeed brought benefits to the local populace. Chun Daoshang surveyed the surroundings with a contemplative expression. Meanwhile, Mou, who typically enjoyed observing the outside world, found herself unusually preoccupied. It was not due to a lack of curiosity, but rather a lingering unease from a prior encounter with Baozi. At that time, Baozi had handed her an object, saying, "Madame Huang, take this. While my senior brother assures its safety, it could also pose risks. I cannot assist him now, and you possess no knowledge of the Tao. Carry this with you. It may aid you in times of danger, perhaps even save your life." Although Bai Guo felt it inappropriate to accept something unearned, she was currently aiding them, and recognizing the potential for salvation, she felt compelled to accept it. Additionally, Huang Yunji had encouraged her to take it. In matters of indecision, she typically sought her husband's counsel. Thus, she acquiesced to her husband's wishes and accepted the gift. Upon examining it, she found it to be a lovely, colorful stone. The last time she had been wounded by a vengeful spirit, she had not sustained any injuries, which had caused her to remember this stone. When she had the opportunity, she took it out for a closer look. Indeed, this small stone appeared altered from its original state. Its colors had dulled somewhat, and a fine crack had emerged. Now, however, the once dimly colored stone was not only healing the fissure, but also beginning to emit a faint glow, gradually becoming brighter. Bai Guo exchanged glances with her husband, decisively taking the stone with her as she exited Mou. This stone had undergone a sudden positive transformation after entering the hot spring. Thus, they decided to see if closer proximity would enhance its effects. After all, it was a crucial item that could save lives in dire moments. Bai Guo gently submerged the stone in the water, while Chun Daoshang suddenly furrowed his brow and retrieved the blood jade. As he probed within, he discovered that the small jar had lost its seal. At that moment, a half-human, half-snake creature was perched on the jar's opening, surrounded by severed red threads emanating from the blood jade. Chun Daoshang's expression hardened as he swiftly stood and began to inspect the area. He confirmed that this small hot spring was indeed completely monopolized by its caretaker, used solely by him, before frowning and commencing the arrangement of protective formations. He first created a maze to prevent anyone from inadvertently entering, followed by a formation to seal malevolent entities. He meticulously established several other formations with varying effects. Finally, he extracted the jar and the snake child from the blood jade. The moment this entity emerged, Chun Daoshang was overwhelmed by a wave of comforting sensations that intensified, causing his demeanor to grow grave. How could this be? Could it be that the hot spring is transformed from a malevolent spirit? Before he could ponder further, the female ghost from the ghostly sect approached, her excitement directed at the small snake child. The snake child frowned, clutching the jar with dissatisfaction as he regarded the ghostly being. However, she paid him little heed, circling around the small snake child to observe him. After a moment, seeing he bore no ill will, she began to engage him. She poked his arm, then his face, eventually fixating on his serpentine tail. "Little one, may I see your tail?" she inquired. "I have often heard that if one encounters a snake, one should grasp its tail and give it a shake. It is said that this action would dislocate the snake's spine, rendering it paralyzed and doomed. I have always been curious whether this is indeed the case. You're not exactly a serpent, so you should not perish, right?" Let me see your tail, dear sister exclaimed excitedly while gazing at the little snake child. The little snake child remained silent, merely raising its chubby little fist and striking the jar beneath it in a display of discontent. However, the ghostly fairy, in a playful mood, intentionally disregarded the little one's displeasure and said, "Not speaking means you agree," fearing that the little snake child might refuse. She swiftly darted to its side, entirely pulling it out of the jar, her eyes sparkling as she fixated on its tail. As her hand reached out, she continued to coax it, promising that if you were to get hurt, dear sister would ensure your healing and even assist you in enhancing your cultivation. Even if you do not sustain any injuries, as a reward for satisfying my curiosity, I can also aid you in advancing your skills. Her hand successfully brushed against the snake's tail, causing the little snake child's expression to sour considerably. It opened its mouth to reveal two small, fang-like teeth and turned to bite the arm of the ghostly fairy, which was gripping its tail. Yet, it could not pierce her skin. Astonished, the little snake child released its grip and observed the spot it had attempted to bite, finding no marks left behind. Chapter 54. Just rescued such a large ghost? With a disgruntled expression, it glared at the place it had just bitten. Before it could react further, it was already being lifted by the ghostly fairy by its tail, dangling upside down. "Ah!" The little snake child yelled fiercely at the ghostly fairy. However, the sight of such a tiny creature attempting to be intimidating was utterly adorable to the ghostly fairy, causing her to momentarily forget to release her grip and shake it a few more times. It was not until she noticed the little one's face turning an unusual shade of red that she abruptly realized what was happening. She quickly flipped it back upright, but the little snake child's originally dark eyes had now transformed into a brilliant red. Its fangs had sharpened slightly, yet it still appeared quite adorable. Thus, the ghostly fairy took only a fleeting glance and did not dwell on it further. Anxiously, she probed her ghostly energy into its body to ascertain whether it had truly been harmed. "You are so adorable. If you were genuinely hurt, dear sister would be quite saddened." While the ghostly fairy was fully focused on examining it, a sudden sharp pain erupted in her chest. She looked down to see the little creature withdrawing in displeasure. With a small, innocent voice, the little snake child displayed its tiny fangs. It threatened the ghostly fairy with a fierce cry. The ghostly fairy could only smile wryly, admitting her fault. For who told her to dangle it like this? "I shall overlook this bite. My, you little creature, though small in stature, your bite is surprisingly fierce." Once the ghostly fairy confirmed that the little snake child had not sustained any real injuries, she released it and stepped back to avoid another bite. While tending to her wound, she muttered to herself, "Its attack power is quite insignificant, yet the wound it inflicted is rather painful." However, her nonchalant demeanor would soon lead her to dire consequences. The little snake child's red eyes had transformed into serpent-like slits as it remained motionless, fixating its gaze on the ghostly fairy, seemingly waiting for something, until the ghostly fairy, puzzled, placed a hand on her forehead and remarked, "Why do I feel a bit dizzy? This wound is not severe. Why can I not seem to recover?" The moment she looked up, she saw the little snake child lunging at her with lightning speed. She wanted to laugh, believing that this little creature could hardly pose a challenge to her. Yet, her body did not respond to her thoughts in time, and she was caught squarely by the little snake child. With a splash, they both fell into the spring. The ghostly fairy, her mind muddled, stared at the little creature, only to discover that its adorable cherry-like mouth was drooling. Green saliva? At this moment, her mind was too sluggish to comprehend the situation. Oh no, she was in trouble. Oh no, it's poisonous. She heard the alarmed voices of the Bai Guo couple. Then, she was hastily pushed towards Huang Yuanji, who pulled her and threw her towards Chun Daolong's direction. Without pausing to check whether she had been successfully thrown, he turned back to pull Bai Guo along. "Madam, return. That stone cannot withstand for long. Here it comes." Bai Guo was aware of the gravity of the situation. Knowing the capabilities of the ghostly fairy, she realized they needed to seize the opportunity to flee after blocking with the stone. As Bai Guo turned back, she immediately grasped Huang Yuanji's outstretched hand, and together they made their way to Chen Daoling. Just as she was about to slip into the MOU, however, a foot grabbed her ankle. Bai Guo gasped, turned to look back. The little snake child was about to bite her leg. She had no time to kick it away when she caught sight of another foot in her peripheral vision. That foot was heading straight for the little creature's face. Bai Guo's eyes widened in alarm. Husband. The angle of this kick could either clear it away or become a meal. It directly blocked the gap between Bai Guo and the little snake child's gaping maw. Bai Guo was not pleased. She tightened her grip on the stone, determined to charge forward. Madam, don't. Huang Yuanji's voice rang out in an attempt to stop her. Bai Guo, with a fierce expression, thought, what if this stone could attack as well? She focused intently on the little snake child's wide-open mouth. If it were to bite, who knew what would become of her husband? Just look at that ghostly fairy. Despite being so powerful, she had been poisoned. The mere thought sent a shiver down Bai Guo's spine. She could hardly imagine what would happen if Huang Yuanji were bitten. She resolved that if there was no time to intervene, she would use this stone to strike it fiercely. It would serve as revenge for her husband. Stand back. At that moment, Chen Daolong's voice erupted nearby. The water changed color, and the little snake child's movements halted. Its eyes even shifted to fixate on Chen Daolang. In that brief moment of distraction, Huang Yuanji pulled Bai Guo into the MOU. Meanwhile, the little snake child focused on Chen Daolang. Knowing that once they were inside the jade, they would not be easily harmed, they felt secure in watching the battle unfold. However, Bai Guo then noticed that the little snake child bore injuries. No wonder it hesitated to bite. It was instead fixating on Chen Daolang. Apparently, it had developed a grudge. From within the jade, their minds returned to clarity. Carefully observing the external conflict, they seized a moment to privately inquire, does the Taoist require assistance? No need. Chen Daolang promptly declined. Then let us observe the injured one. If you need us, please call. Understood. Let's go, husband. We shall check on the ghostly fairy's condition. As they redirected their focus and ceased to pay attention to the outside, they discovered that the ghostly fairy was missing. Bai Guo questioned, where'd she go? The couple exchanged puzzled glances, for she had clearly seen Chen Daolang pull her into the jade. He turned his eyes and recalled carefully it was this piece of jade. They pondered deeply but could not decipher the situation, eventually exchanging glances. They fixed their gaze on the only entity outside of them that remained alert within the jade, the ghostly figure resembling a blood mist. Did you consume her? Bai Guo scrutinized her curiously. Yet, the ghostly figure appeared unchanged, leading her to wonder if the ghostly fairy's poisoning had enabled her to possess the capability to devour her in this moment of confusion. Yet that female ghost merely snorted and turned away, completely disregarding Bai Guo and the others. Bai Guo raised an eyebrow and crossed her arms. If only she possessed ghostly power as well, she would surely teach that girl a lesson. After finishing her thought with a disappointed pout, she turned her attention back to the recently emerged ghostly figure, Lin Jinji. Did you see the ghostly fairy enter? She came in, but then disappeared on her own. Disappeared on her own? Bai Guo exclaimed in surprise. She turned her head to glance at Why, realizing that Taoist Chun was also occupied at the moment, leaving her in a state of distress. Chapter 55. The Truth of the Ghost Spring. Bai Guo anxiously rubbed her temples, pondering for quite some time without arriving at a solution. Ultimately, she exhaled deeply, relinquishing her thoughts, and turned her gaze towards Lin Jinji. You have been out for 2 days now. How are you feeling? Are you well? I am fine, but I still feel somewhat unwell, Lin Jinji replied. After hearing this, Bai Guo furrowed her brows in contemplation for a moment before producing a small, colorful stone from her possession. Come here. Let me see if I can assist you and alleviate your discomfort. Bai Guo reasoned that saving anyone would ultimately aid Taoist Chun as well. Moreover, since there was a method to restore this small, colorful stone, she deemed it appropriate to use it to help. Thus, under Lin Jinji's puzzled gaze, Bai Guo moved behind her. In a position where the blood-colored female ghost could not see, she brought forth the small stone and pressed it against Lin Jinji's body. In truth, Bai Guo was unsure how to utilize it. She had merely carried it with her previously, and it had protected her from harm. Hence, she believed that merely touching Lin Jinji would suffice. To their relief, the small stone's brilliance gradually dimmed while Lin Jinji's condition improved incrementally. When Lin Jinji finally felt restored to her former self, Bai Guo swiftly stowed away the small stone. Looking back towards Why, she noticed that Daoist Chun had finally freed himself from his earlier obligations. Consequently, Bai Guo rushed out to inform Daoist Chun about the disappearance of the ghostly fairy. Daoist Chun frowned, his spirit probing within you. Indeed, he found no trace of the ghostly fairy. Despite having previously cast her inside, she had not emerged. Please wait a moment. I must deal with this matter first, Daoist Chun said, observing the fainted snake boy before him. All right, Bai Guo replied obediently, remaining at a distance. She could not comprehend what Daoist Chun was doing. All she could see was that the snake boy's complexion grew increasingly pallid. As time passed, his entire body became more transparent. During this process, Lin Jinji also emerged to join the commotion, leaving only the blood-colored female ghost inside you. Thus, no one noticed that the ghostly fairy had repeatedly manifested within you. The ghostly fairy herself was quite vexed. What is this? Is the celestial path truly this heartless? Could you not leave me a single chance at life? Time and again, she observed herself being forcibly extracted from the independent space she had established to evade divine punishment. Ultimately, exhausted, she lacked the strength to return, collapsing directly within you. Fine, let it be. In 18 years, I shall rise again. However, once she ceased attempting to return to her independent space, she felt a peculiar itch in a certain part of her body, as though small insects were crawling upon her. Curiously, she looked down to see the black pearl she had retrieved from the basement scurrying out of her embrace. She raised her hand in astonishment, eager to grasp the pearl and understand its significance. Yet before she could reach it, her form quivered uncontrollably. Divine punishment was imminent. Before she could react, her figure vanished once more. What is happening? How did I end up back here? The ghostly fairy was bewildered. Her refuge had the ability to autonomously incorporate her, a safeguard against losing consciousness and becoming vulnerable. However, she had just attempted to enter voluntarily and failed. Suddenly, she recalled the black pearl. Could it be? A shiver ran through her as she dared not ponder further. If it truly was the black pearl's doing, then how formidable was the being behind it? Already depleted, the ghostly fairy was even less inclined to abandon her sanctuary upon realizing the severity of the situation. The divine punishment she had previously suppressed was enough to overwhelm her. If she were to offend a powerful entity, she would not survive, no matter how many lives she possessed. Reflecting on her earlier experiences of being repeatedly extracted from her space without any other incidents, she concluded that the pearl had merely departed, not harboring any ill will towards her. Thus, she resolved to remain hidden and avoid calamity. Once she comprehended the situation, she closed her eyes and settled down to recuperate within her modest domain. Little did she know that after the black pearl exited, it charged directly towards the snake boy. However, Daoist Chun was quick and deft, swiftly swatting the pearl away and even sealing it. When he realized he could not contain the pearl, he turned his attention to the fainted snake boy instead, ensnaring him so that the pearl could not approach. Initially intending to assess the situation further, Daoist Chun concluded that given the numerous variables, he had no choice but to eliminate the threat. To prevent further complications, he raised his hand, intending to obliterate the snake boy entirely. The black pearl seemed to possess sentience. Sensing Daoist Chun's murderous intent towards the snake boy, it ceased its attempts to draw near. It spun rapidly before plunging into the hot spring. Yet, it was still too late. The snake boy had been completely deprived of life by Daoist Chun. Due to the strange pearl, Daoist Chun even retrieved a small vial and poured its contents over the snake boy, leaving no trace of the little creature behind. A sorrowful wail erupted, shaking the entire hot spring, and the black pearl resurfaced. However, it was now entirely white, radiating with brilliance. Beneath it lay a frenzied, red-clad female ghost, dressed in bridal garments. Her every utterance resonated with the sorrow of a cuckoo lamenting blood. You hypocritical cultivators! You claim that as long as I willingly confine myself here and disperse my powers for the benefit of the living, you will spare my child's life. Yet, what have you done? You have not only reduced my poor child to this wretched state, but also brought him before me to kill. Do you think that after being sealed here for so long, my powers have waned? Do you believe I am now incapable of dealing with you? As her final words fell, her clothes and hair stirred without wind, and blood tears began to flow from her eyes. She fixed her gaze on the direction where the snake boy had perished, lamenting her foolishness for believing the deceitful words of these hypocritical villains, which had led to her child's unfounded suffering. Mother shall seek justice for you. She raised her hand, attempting to draw the remnants of the snake boy's clothing towards herself. But Taoist Chun instinctively blocked her. Her expression turned vicious in an instant, and she began to accumulate power. The hot spring was filled with her ghostly energy. Every blade of grass and every tree formed from her spectral force. Here, she could rightfully claim to be the embodiment of the celestial path itself. Chapter 56. The Second Sealing. Thus, as she unleashed the accumulated ghostly energy upon Taoist Chun without reservation, the ghostly fairy within the ink jade was also embroiled in the turmoil. What the hell? The ghostly fairy watched in horror as her long-nurtured sanctuary shattered, swept away by an unfamiliar yet potent ghostly force. How could it shatter just like that? The ghostly fairy cursed, hastily gathering her ghostly energy to suppress herself and evade the impending divine punishment. If I can buy some time, it may help. Her eyes continued to wander, scanning her surroundings. She is now filled with curiosity about what could be so formidable. She hastily glanced within the jade, finding nothing of significance. Redirecting her focus outside, she was immediately struck by the sight of crumbling walls and the figure of Chun Daoshang emerging from a heap of debris. Goodness, who could have done this? Remarkable. The ghostly being's eyes widened in surprise, and in the next moment, her gaze shifted to seek the instigator. Eventually, she spotted a swaying silhouette among a tangle of weeds. The figure appeared disheveled, with a blade of grass stuck in her hair. A bride? Clad in her wedding attire. She must have just become a newlywed at the time of her demise. Was this also a ghostly marriage? The ghostly being pondered, touching her forehead in confusion. However, before she could formulate new thoughts, she witnessed the two figures clashing once more. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky, causing pain in her ears. Accompanied by a massive purple lightning bolt, it struck the red-clad female ghost directly. Following this, the filthy hot spring began to flicker ominously, culminating in a surge of crimson radiance. Ultimately, it formed an ancient seal. Although the ghostly being did not recognize this mark, she sensed an immense threat emanating from it. The red glow within the seal gradually enveloped the red-clad ghost. As the range of the red light diminished, the ghost was drawn further into the seal. In truth, the seal alone could not contain her. The ghostly being watched helplessly as the female ghost attempted to break free from the seal. Each time she did, another bolt of lightning would strike her down, forcing her deeper into the seal. Eventually, she was completely absorbed, sinking to the bottom of the pool. Chun Daoshang sat indifferently amidst the ruins, observing her unwilling screams as she was dragged into the abyss once more. Once everything settled, he finally shut his eyes tightly and stood up. He surveyed the surroundings. His formation and the walls meant to separate different pools had long turned to dust. Thus, there was no hope of isolating the living any longer. A glance revealed that people were lurking at a distance, unwilling to leave, merely watching the spectacle unfold. Did these onlookers not realize that a fire in the city could endanger the fish in the moat? Chun Daoshang sighed as he brushed the dust from his clothes. In the distance, he could faintly hear the voice of the person in charge. Immortal Master, what was that just now? Are you all right? I am fine. Please have the authorities seal off this hot spring. Do not return here. This is the territory of that female ghost. Chun Daoshang thought anxiously as he gazed at the pool's depths. If she were to emerge again without anyone to restrain her, those still soaking here would likely meet their demise. Heavens, how could this happen? This is such a wonderful place. The person in charge lamented as he looked longingly at the pools. Upon hearing Chun Daoshang's deliberately raised voice, the surrounding crowd also expressed regret. Some shook their heads and departed, while others angrily accused him, saying, "Her territory? We've been coming here for years, and nothing like this has ever happened. I suspect you have cast some sort of spell to monopolize this treasure. You can come if you wish. I merely offered a warning." Chun Daoshang's expression darkened as he retorted coldly to the ungrateful crowd. "Your lives or deaths are of no concern to me." He inhaled deeply, trying to suppress his overwhelming emotions. Meanwhile, Bai Guo's panicked voice reached his ears. It's bad. The ghostly being has vanished. You must find her. We couldn't locate her when we returned to the Jade earlier, and we don't know her current state. Outside the Jade, Bai Guo's concern deepened while the ghostly being within felt voiceless. Having just witnessed the heavenly punishment unleash upon a major figure, she dared not show herself. However, she could no longer remain hidden, as that secluded space had vanished. She did not require them to search for her. She merely needed another refuge where she could evade divine retribution in peace. Fortunately, her worries did not linger for long. After hearing Bai Guo's words, Chen Daoshang immediately plunged his consciousness into the Jade for an examination. Without lifting his eyelids, he replied to Bai Guo, "She is well within the Jade. Go back and take a look. There's no need to call out anymore." Chen Daoshang did believe Bai Guo's earlier words. It was just that he lacked the energy to delve deeper into the matter. Fortunately, Bai Guo did not persist unnecessarily. After hearing this, she directly returned to the Jade with Huang Yuanji. Upon entering, they indeed found the ghostly being had reappeared. "Hiss!" Bai Guo exclaimed, gazing at the re-emerged ghostly being, unable to suppress her curiosity. "Where have you been? We couldn't find you earlier. Do not concern yourself with my whereabouts. I can no longer go anywhere now. Please relay a message to that Taoist. Tell him I need a sanctuary that can shield me from the heavens and earth. I wonder if he has a solution?" "All right," Bai Guo replied, her eyes wide with determination. Although she was curious as to why the ghostly being did not inquire herself. Given that she could communicate from within the Jade, she refrained from questioning further and instead conveyed the message to Chen Daoshang. However, Chen Daoshang responded, "I apologize, but I have also suffered greatly this time and require time to recuperate. I fear that even if I wished to assist her now, I would be powerless." Bai Guo's eyes, already round with surprise, widened even further. She cautiously relayed Chen Daoshang's message to the ghostly being. Upon hearing that the Taoist could not provide assistance, the ghostly being felt an unexpected sense of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted, leaving her feeling light and unencumbered. It was as though some significant matter had finally reached a resolution. She regarded Bai Guo earnestly for a while, causing Bai Guo to feel a shiver run down her spine. Finally, she spoke, "Thank you for rescuing me earlier." Chapter 57, Little Colored Stones. I currently have no place to evade divine punishment. To survive, I fear I must disperse all my cultivation. Rather than waste it all away, it would be better to bestow it upon you both. May I share in a portion? Before Bai Guo and her husband could respond, Lin Jinji's voice suddenly interjected. "Huh, why should it be divided with you?" The ghostly being turned in surprise, arching an eyebrow at Lin Jinji. Lin Jinji stammered for a moment, but could not articulate a coherent response. Ultimately, she had to ask, "On what grounds do you give it to them?" "They saved me earlier," the ghostly being replied nonchalantly. "Had it not been for them, the lightning might have obliterated me as well." With this, the ghostly being regarded Lin Jinji with rare seriousness. "I advise you to think less about things that do not belong to you." She then turned back to Bai Guo and her husband. "Come, both of you together. One alone would not be able to withstand my ghostly power. This doesn't seem appropriate, does it? Wouldn't it be better for you to keep it for your own survival?" Bai Guo was taken aback by this unexpected offer. "You come when called. Stop talking nonsense. I can no longer control this ghostly power, and leaving it behind would cost me my life." Hearing this, Huang Yuanji also spoke up. "This thing would take your life. Wouldn't it affect us as well?" "Oh, it won't affect you. You don't have to face any divine punishment," the ghostly being explained. "While I carry this ghostly power, I am like a bright beacon, glaring under the gaze of the celestial laws. I managed to remain safe before, but now that I am injured, I can no longer contain it. I must either recover immediately or disperse the ghostly power. It is a choice between the two for a chance at survival." The ghostly being gazed longingly at Bai Guo and her husband, contemplating that rather than waste it all away, it would be better to bestow it upon them, as they had no need to evade divine punishment. "You have risked your lives to save me once, so consider this a favor returned." Bai Guo and her husband exchanged glances, and it was ultimately Bai Guo who spoke first, suggesting that they might be able to assist her. The ghostly immortal could not suppress her laughter. Responding with gratitude for their goodwill, though her skepticism was palpable. "Stop hesitating, come quickly," she urged. Bai Guo then turned to Lin Jinji, asking her to confirm whether she still felt unwell. Lin Jinji yearned to become stronger. At the very least, she hoped not to become weaker. If she could dissuade the ghostly immortal's intentions, she would remain the second strongest spirit in their midst. With a nod, she replied, "Yes. I felt quite unwell after emerging from that cocoon. However, after what Madame Huang did, I feel completely fine now. Is that so?" The ghostly immortal raised an eyebrow, observing Lin Jinji intently. You seem to have no issues now." She turned to Bai Guo, uncertain. "Can you truly heal my wounds?" Bai Guo hesitated, saying, "I'm not entirely sure, but we can certainly try. It has to be better than the current state." She lacked confidence in her assertion. The small, colorful stone that had previously aided Lin Jinji appeared dim and lifeless, though it had not yet shattered. Initially, she had thought to soak it in the hot spring to restore its brilliance, but now they were hesitant to approach it. "Let us give it a try. If it can help retain my ghostly strength, I would be grateful," the ghostly immortal replied. Bai Guo discreetly retrieved the small, colorful stone and began to tend to the ghostly immortal's injuries. Unbeknownst to her, the jade pendant allowed them only to enter and exit, while Chen Daolang could perceive everything that transpired within. With a mere thought, he could monitor their every action, rendering any behavior before him utterly transparent. Thus, the scene of Bai Guo attempting to heal the ghostly immortal was observed by Chen Daolang, who found the stone strangely familiar, reminiscent of one he had given to his junior sister. She would not have given it to them. It was meant for her protection. Yet, his gaze was fixated on the small stone, unable to divert his attention elsewhere. When the stone eventually crumbled to dust, revealing a tiny glass ball containing his junior sister's portrait, Chen Daolang lost his composure. "How could this be?" he exclaimed, swiftly extracting Bai Guo from the jade. He seized a miniature glass ball, his voice stern as he demanded, "Where did you acquire this?" Bai Guo, realizing she had been caught, stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. After a prolonged moment, she managed to say, "When my husband and I returned last time, I encountered your junior sister. She gave it to me." Chen Daolang's expression darkened, filled with discontent. "Why would she give you this?" Bai Guo replied, "She mentioned that she could not be by your side to assist you and feared that we might hinder you in times of trouble due to our weakness. Thus, she entrusted me with this to ensure our safety so that we could flee if necessary." Chen Daolang closed his eyes tightly, murmuring, "Junior sister, I apologize. I merely wished to attempt healing the ghostly immortal. I did not foresee it would shatter." Bai Guo hesitated, glancing towards the hot spring. "Perhaps we could try throwing it into the pool," she added, fearing Chen Daolang might misunderstand her intentions. "Earlier, before that female ghost emerged, we soaked in the pool and discovered it could restore the stone." Chen Daolang opened his eyes, appearing suddenly aged by a decade. "It's no use. The pool is ineffective, and the bead is useless." "What? Useless?" Bai Guo, perhaps feeling guilt, found herself momentarily at a loss, unable to comprehend his words. Chen Daolang looked down at the bead with a heavy heart. "The hot spring is of no value. The bead is also without merit. Let us depart." Bai Guo, uncertain of what to do next, softly acquiesced, taking the hand extended by Huang Yuanji and silently following Chen Daolang. "The ghostly immortal calls for you to enter." Yet Lin Jinji, unaware of the situation, suddenly emerged from the jade, inadvertently breaking the oppressive atmosphere between them. Bai Guo offered her a grateful glance, which left Lin Jinji puzzled. She turned back to Chen Daolang, who said nothing, merely gesturing for them to proceed before continuing on his path. Upon returning to Mou, Bai Guo heard the ghostly immortal express her gratitude. "Thank you for your kindness, but my injuries remain unmanageable." She smiled faintly, adding, "However, I am much improved. Previously, I might have perished after expending my energy. Now, I am certain I will survive." Although Bai Guo felt a weight on her heart, she managed a slight smile, feeling happy for her. "That is good. As long as we preserve our vitality, we need not fear future troubles." Indeed, the ghostly immortal agreed with a nod. "Let us proceed without delay." Bai Guo and her husband exchanged a knowing smile, hand in hand as they approached the ghostly immortal. To their surprise, despite her condition, the ghostly immortal was still in a playful mood. "Hey, what are you two up to? Be careful, or I might just sprinkle some mischief on your romance," she exclaimed, causing Bai Guo to burst into laughter. For the first time, the couple realized that her intentions were not malicious. She merely enjoyed playful banter, akin to her curiosity towards the small snake child. Though she had playfully touched him, her concern for his well-being had led her to check on him, inadvertently resulting in an attack. They observed that, had she been cautious, the ghostly immortal could easily have overpowered the snake child. Yet, she had not perceived him as a threat and had been caught off guard by his venomous bite. Bai Guo, lost in her thoughts, was unaware of when the ghostly immortal had completed her energy restoration until she heard her voice again. "Hey, what are you thinking about? Come back to reality." Bai Guo snapped back to attention, seeing the ghostly immortal reaching out toward the air as if to capture her focus. "Oh, my apologies. I zoned out for a moment," Bai Guo responded, feeling a twinge of regret at the sight of the now weakened ghostly immortal. "There's no need to apologize. Losing focus is common," the ghostly immortal replied, somewhat exasperated. Bai Guo fell silent, acknowledging that while losing focus was indeed frequent, her guilt overshadowed her thoughts. They had received her hard-earned power so easily. "Please, refrain from that look. Stay focused and listen well. I will teach you how to harness your ghostly energy." "Thank you," Bai Guo replied, puzzled that such skills required instruction. She had assumed that possession alone would suffice. However, she refrained from questioning further, nodding obediently and expressing her gratitude as she awaited the ghostly immortal's guidance. The ghostly immortal provided a general overview of the energy usage before inquiring if they had any questions. She emphasized key points, offering explanations until one of them fully comprehended. Then instructed, "Now, give it a try. Show me how you can wield your ghostly energy." Huang Yuan-ji raised his hand and conjured a foreboding purgatory, then turned a glance at Guo Xian. "Indeed, put away," he remarked. Observing Huang Yuan-ji's seamless command of the power, Guo Xian redirected his focus towards Bai Guo. "As for you, since you cannot articulate what you do not comprehend, why not simply demonstrate? Let's see how you wield it." All right," Bai Guo replied, casting a nervous glance at both her husband and Guo Xian. Under their scrutinizing gazes, she mustered her courage and raised her hand to unleash her power. In an instant, a surge of ghostly energy erupted, stirring up a tempest within the depths of Mou. Guo Xian even noted the occasional emergence of small whirlwinds, hinting at the potential formation of a cyclone. "Impressive. Continue to harness it as you are now," Guo Xian observed, genuinely astonished by Bai Guo's display. "Though I instructed you to create an illusion, what you have manifested is quite different. Nevertheless, if you refine this skill, the offensive capability will be substantial." After expressing his admiration, Guo Xian cast a glance at Huang Yuanji. "In the future, the two of you will coordinate. One will master illusions. The other will excel in attack. Working in tandem, you will effortlessly vanquish those who seek to trouble you, achieving perfection." Before the couple could become overwhelmed by their elation, Guo Xian's playful nature resurfaced. "Oh dear, you too must protect this humble soul in the future." He raised a hand, wet his finger with saliva, and brazenly drew 2 lines beneath his eyes while feigning tears. "Oh, you must take care of this lonely elder." Bai Guo and Huang Yuan-ji exchanged bemused and anxious glances, uncertain whether she was jesting or speaking truth. Yet in the next moment, she could no longer contain her laughter and burst into giggles. "Ha ha, look at you two. Am I to be the fool here? Without my ghostly power, I would naturally evade danger. If I were reckless, I would not have survived this long." The couple shared a knowing look, realizing the truth in her words. And thus their worry subsided. They still made a promise, expressing their gratitude for the opportunities she had afforded them. "If you ever require assistance in your endeavors, do not hesitate to summon us. At least our presence will enhance your safety." "Ha ha. Well then, I thank you in advance." Guo Xian laughed heartily. However, after a round of laughter, he suddenly noticed the couple still seated before him and widened his eyes. "Oh, Shushu, you have already taken your share of ghostly energy. What are you still doing here?" He teasingly added, "Are you planning to devour me or something?" Bai Guo averted her gaze, awkwardly clearing her throat, while Huang Yuan Ji stood up graciously, taking Bai Guo's hand as he addressed Gue Xian. We are grateful for your assistance. Should you require anything, please feel free to ask. Just as Bai Guo began to rise, Chen Dao Zhang's voice echoed from outside. Young Master Huang, young Mistress Huang, please step outside. I have matters to discuss with you. Bai Guo and Huang Yuan Ji exchanged glances and replied in unison. All right, we are on our way. They bowed to Gue Xian before departing from MOU. Once outside, they found Chen Dao Zhang seated solemnly in the main position, his expression grave. Upon seeing the couple, he gestured for them to take their seats before addressing them with visible fatigue. That little Tsai sure, it was given to you by my junior sister, correct? The couple nodded in agreement. Yes, they replied. Chen Dao Zhang sighed, rubbing his forehead. That artifact was imbued with my junior sister's blood essence during its creation. However, due to the perilous nature of crafting such tools, I did not inform her of its significance. He gazed wistfully at the miniature glass orb. Consequently, when it remains in my junior sister's possession, its effectiveness will be double, if not more, compared to what you will experience. He sighed again. But now that it has been utterly destroyed, it is of no consequence. Do not mention its demise to her. Chen Dao Zhang rummaged through his belongings before producing another identical Xiaocai Shi. Here, take this. It was forged simultaneously with your original, albeit without my junior sister's essence. Its efficacy remains consistent in any person's hands. Should she inquire about your Tsai Shi, simply show her this one. If she does not ask, let it be. The couple nodded in agreement. Understood, we will do so. Seeing their compliance, Chen Dao Zhang fell silent, appearing exhausted and in need of respite. After a prolonged silence, he resumed. Here, take this as well. He produced another item from his robe. Although I did not inform my junior sister about the essence in the Tsai Shi, I did tell her that it was of great significance and instructed her to keep it close at all times. By entrusting you with the Tsai Shi, she has expressed her immense trust in you, and I must not fall short in my dealings with you. This bracelet does not possess any extraordinary abilities. It merely allows you to traverse freely between the realms of yin and yang. He placed the bracelet before Bai Guo. If you find yourselves in peril and cannot escape, utilize this bracelet to return to the underworld, take refuge for a while, and then return to the mortal realm. However, do not return immediately, as it only permits you to return to the last location where you vanished. Thus, if you encounter danger here and retreat to the underworld, returning right away will simply lead you back to the same predicament. Moreover, it allows for 2 round trips within a single day. If both of you use it together, you will only have 1 round trip available. Bai Guo felt somewhat bewildered, even inexplicably exhilarated. Her response was somewhat dazed. Thank you. Huang Yuan Ji merely cast a sidelong glance at Bai Guo, remaining silent as he waited for Chen Dao Zhang to continue. However, Chen Dao Zhang had no further words. He simply lowered his head and waved his hand dismissively. There is nothing more. You may return to your tasks. Thank you for your concern, Dao Zhang. Huang Yuan Ji expressed his gratitude and, contemplatively, led by Guo Wei. They did not return to MOU, but instead utilized the bracelet's power to journey back to the underworld. Once they arrived home, Huang Yuan Ji took out paper and pen to leave a message for his parents. The note read, Father, Mother, the Taoist has assisted us previously and has provided us with several artifacts to ensure our safety. These items are hard-earned, and it seems that Bai Guo and I inadvertently destroyed a precious artifact belonging to their sect. Therefore, I believe that in addition to our efforts to seek out individuals on his behalf, I will also dream of informing grandfather and grandmother, asking them to enlist the help of 4th uncle and others to investigate matters concerning Chen Dao Zhang. Perhaps we can uncover more information. I will return tomorrow night. Huang Yuan Ji carefully placed the note aside, returning the writing materials to their rightful place. As he reached for Bai Guo, he noticed that she had finally emerged from a reverie. He jested, Haha, I thought you intended to remain lost in your own world, laughing foolishly. Bai Guo, aware of her earlier demeanor, merely lowered her head, blushing shyly, and smiled without replying. It was only when Huang Yuan Ji took her hand once more that he suggested, Let us return to MOU. Bai Guo abruptly withdrew her hand. Wait a moment. Huang Yuan Ji turned back in confusion. What is it? Dear husband, perhaps we should delay our return? Why? Is there something amiss? Did we not just acquire Gui Xian's ghostly power? Let's find an open space and test it out. Huang Yuan Ji hesitated. Gui Xian was rather reticent when she was here. Is it appropriate for us to openly wield the power she just granted us? Bai Guo was taken aback by his words. Indeed, we must not let this newfound power lead us into peril. That would truly be a case of losing both the lady and the soldiers. With a light-hearted laugh, they decided to return home, planning to seek guidance from the ghostly immortal later. Huang Yuanji affectionately patted Bai Guo's head and wrapped his arm around her as they made their way back to the human realm. Meanwhile, Daoist Chun left a message for Baozi through a special communication method. Junior sister, the talisman I previously provided was crafted using your blood essence. It is most effective in your hands, so refrain from giving it to others. As for the colorful stone, it is of little consequence now that it has been relinquished. You need not worry about Bai Guo and her husband. Until this matter is resolved, I shall ensure their safety. After leaving the message, Daoist Chun sighed in despair, pondering whether his junior sister would be able to see it today. The thought of his beloved disciple being trapped in the underworld, toiling like a beast, filled him with rage, causing his eyes to redden and his body to tremble slightly. After taking a few deep breaths to compose himself, he acknowledged his poor state and took some restorative medicine before resting. Upon returning to the realm of Mu Yu, Bai Guo timidly sought out the ghostly immortal, her cheeks flushed and her eyes sparkling as she inquired, Immortal, where do you usually cultivate? The ghostly immortal teased her. What? Are you eager to begin your training already? Bai Guo shyly chuckled. If I can master it sooner, we will have an added layer of safety. Recalling how she had always remained at a distance during Daoist Chen's battles, she realized she had never dared to step forward, let alone offer assistance. Moreover, having received the ghostly immortal's power, they had previously discussed the possibility of seeking help whenever needed. Therefore, it was imperative for her to quickly master her abilities to avoid feeling helpless. The ghostly immortal, displaying rare seriousness, praised her. Indeed, it appears you possess great potential. You may practice here, and I shall provide guidance. Right here in this jade? Bai Guo's eyes gleamed, though she felt a hint of trepidation. What is their problem? The ghostly immortal raised an eyebrow. Bai Guo hesitated. Won't we damage our sanctuary? The ghostly immortal laughed heartily. You underestimate this place too much. I once fought here, and it barely reacted. If it were so fragile, how could it protect so many spirits? You must understand, even among spirits, there are those who prey upon one another. After all, both humans and ghosts can harbor malice. Bai Guo shivered at the ghostly immortal's words, realizing how fortunate she was to have never wandered aimlessly. Well, rest assured in practice. Currently, you can release your ghostly energy, but you cannot yet condense it at will, nor can you manipulate it as you desire. When you use it, imagine it like a large fan vigorously stirring the air, suddenly creating a gust of wind. Thus, strive to release more and more, allowing the wind to expand infinitely. If you can focus it from a single point, the resulting whirlwind will grow in power, ultimately possessing formidable lethality. Whether you engage in group attacks or one-on-one battles, mastering this will serve you well. And what about my husband? Bai Guo turned her gaze toward Huang Yuanji after hearing the guidance. The ghostly immortal glanced at Huang Yuanji. Your husband can adeptly control his ghostly energy, allowing it to shift at will. Since you have already embarked on the path of offense, I suggest he specializes in illusions. Given your close bond, a collaborative approach will yield results far greater than if you were to each pursue unrelated paths. However, if your husband has the energy, he could also learn offensive techniques. After all, possessing multiple skills can be advantageous. Bai would cast a shy glance at Huang Yuanji. So, my dear husband, shall you focus on illusions first or on offensive strength? I am uncertain of your intentions, but the ghostly immortal suggested that we collaborate effectively. Bai Guo looked at Huang Yuanji with hopeful eyes, wishing to fight alongside him rather than always falling short and becoming a liability. I will practice illusions. You focus on honing your skills. The ghostly immortal then imparted lessons on how to better master their respective abilities, correcting their mistakes each time they attempted to use their powers. They continued their training until Daoist Chun awoke from his slumber, curious about what they were doing. Upon seeing their progress, he inquired, "What you all engaged in?" The ghostly immortal replied, "Naturally, they are cultivating. They are excellent prospects." Suddenly recalling something, she slapped her forehead and exclaimed, "Oh, right. I had mentioned that if you helped me acquire a treasure, I would share information about a soul-bound marriage. So much has happened that I nearly forgot to tell you. You are heading to the royal tomb of the previous dynasty, correct? I recall hearing that a princess was betrothed, but her fiancé died unexpectedly. Nevertheless, her father, who wielded significant influence over the court, insisted she marry regardless. Thus, the princess was buried alongside him, entering into a soul-bound marriage. You should investigate. You might uncover something of interest." Daoist Chun pondered for a moment. "Do you know the approximate location of that royal tomb?" The ghostly immortal replied, "I cannot recall. It was too long ago. You must inquire and gather information yourself." "Understood," Daoist Chun said, preparing to depart. After some exploration, he discovered that the royal tomb was quite distant. He gathered his belongings and planned to leave promptly to reach the royal tomb of the previous dynasty. Throughout his journey, the ghostly immortal continued to guide Bai Guo and her husband. Bai Guo successfully transformed her feeble whirlwind into a more powerful vortex. She could now conjure both fleeting gusts and tightly coiled mini-tornadoes, akin to crafting a cone of wind. This enabled her to deliver precise strikes with considerable impact. Meanwhile, Huang Yuanji's illusions grew increasingly vast and realistic. At times, the ghostly immortal mischievously led Bai Guo into Huang Yuanji's illusions, allowing her to immerse herself fully. The ghostly immortal marveled. This unexpected twist has yielded remarkable results. Consequently, Bai Guo shifted her practice to Huang Yuanji's illusions, enhancing her training efficacy. Huang Yuanji could conjure adversaries for her to confront, instilling a sense of urgency and fear, yet she remained unharmed. Thus, she engaged in continuous battles against the illusory foes, gradually sharpening her practical experience. Likewise, Huang Yuanji refined the content of his illusions through their encounters. Ultimately, when their training concluded, even the ghostly immortal was astounded by their remarkable progress. "Impressive. You have surpassed my own abilities from the past." She particularly commended Bai Guo. "I once thought you would be mediocre, yet you have proven to be exceptionally strong." Bai Guo bashfully lowered her head, scratching the back of her neck. Huang Yuanji, noticing her embarrassment, instinctively pulled her into his embrace. Bai Guo, in turn, wrapped her arms around her husband's waist, burying her face in his chest. As Huang Yuanji's gentle voice resonated above, he said, "Your guidance has been invaluable. It is thanks to you that we have made such strides." The ghostly immortal burst into hearty laughter. "You know, watching you both fills me with immense pride. I've always felt that I have nurtured remarkable individuals." A few exchanged glances and smiled, yet Lin Jinji remained silent, crouching at a distance, observing them with a hint of envy reflected in her eyes. Her expression unmistakably conveyed jealousy. Consequently, the blood mist specter grew increasingly wary of them. Time passed without measure as Qin Daozhong finally reached the royal tomb of the previous dynasty. He called out to those within, asking them to be vigilant regarding the aura. Should he happen to sense the binding force of a ghostly marriage at any point, regardless of its strength, he implored them to inform him, expressing his gratitude in advance. He bowed slightly towards the empty air. Throughout the journey, he intermittently observed the situation inside, witnessing their relentless practice over the days. Chapter 61. Heartless and ungrateful, he feared that upon arriving at the royal tomb, they would still be engrossed in their cultivation, potentially missing the ghostly bride. Thus, he could not help but voice a reminder. "All right, we understand. We will be attentive," Bai Guo replied earnestly. She then joyfully rushed to Huang Yuanji's side and sat down on the ground. "Husband, shall we take a break? It is better to balance work and rest." "Of course," Huang Yuanji replied, affectionately ruffling Bai Guo's hair. "If Guo needs a rest, I have no concerns. This merely requires the creation of an illusion, which does not exhaust me. I will continue practicing since I am of no assistance." Bai Guo pouted in disappointment, feeling that they had been tirelessly practicing for far too long and deserved a break. However, seeing her husband steadfast in his decision. She turned her gaze towards the ghostly fairy, hoping she might interject. The ghostly fairy glanced between the two and smiled. Indeed, a balance is preferable. You may take a rest. Perhaps after a brief respite, you may gain fresh insights. Huang Yunji inhaled deeply, looking at the fairy before lowering his gaze to Bai Guo. Observing her face scrunched up in discontent, he finally sighed with resignation and gently stroked her head. Then we shall heed your wishes, shall we? He smiled indulgently, his eyes filled with affection for Bai Guo. Naturally, she was delighted to rest and eagerly nodded in agreement. As they paused, Huang Yuanji began to reflect on his last conversation with his parents. Why had they urged him to be cautious? He cast a worried glance at Bai Guo. He was still unaware of the specifics and debated whether he should warn his wife, given her inquisitive nature. Sighing, he suddenly exhaled loudly. Bai Guo, resting her head on his shoulder, lifted it in curiosity. Playfully yet with a hint of worry, she turned to him. What troubles are you pondering, husband? Huang Yuanji discreetly concealed his concern, pulling her closer and placing her head back on his shoulder. Nothing, just thinking of my parents. They're alone down below, and I worry for them. Bai Guo had initially intended to push away Huang Yuanji's hand that was pressing down, but upon hearing his words, she settled back against him, even wrapping her arms around his waist. What is there to worry about? If you are concerned, we can return a check on them. After saying this, she nuzzled her face against his shoulder before looking up with bright eyes. Let us go back tonight. I will accompany you. Huang Yuanji replied softly, saying nothing further. He merely smiled, holding his silly wife tightly. He rested his head on hers, gently rubbing against her as his thoughts began to analyze the situation. After seeking out his fourth uncle for some time, they had advised him to be cautious. Did his uncle discover something amiss? His expression darkened as he glanced towards the outside. Chen Daozhong was still meticulously searching the royal tomb, fearful of missing the next ghostly bride. However, fate did not favor him. By the time the last glimmer of daylight faded, he had still not located his next target. Disheartened, he returned to his lodging to wash up and rest, while the couple Bai Guo took advantage of the night to return to the underworld. Bai Guo initially thought this night was merely to accompany her husband in checking on his parents. However, they sat with solemn expressions, serious in their discourse. You must always be wary of that Chen Daozhong and anyone around him. You shall remain by my side, and we must not disperse. Bai Guo was bewildered. What is happening? Is there something I am unaware of? Huang Yuanji was at a loss for words. He only knew there was an issue, but the specifics remained undisclosed by his parents. Perhaps they had yet to uncover the truth, or they lacked sufficient evidence and feared misjudgment. He turned to his parents, wondering if they had discovered anything new after all these days. The two exchanged glances before closing their eyes briefly, gathering their thoughts before speaking again. In the past, we could not ascertain the truth and were hesitant to reveal it to you. Now, based on what your fourth uncle and his companions have uncovered, the so-called formation capable of breaking the binding of ghostly marriages is exceedingly rare, comprising only a handful of them. The most vicious requires 81 individuals, and it is truly the most sinister of formations. The elderly couple appear to struggle with their emotions, taking deep breaths before continuing. This formation demands the sacrifice of 80 individuals to save the life of the solitary one positioned at its center. They regarded Bai Guo and her husband with reproachful eyes. Huang Mu, in particular, expressed her indignation, exclaiming, I do not understand why you are aiding such heartless individuals. Huang Fu comforted his wife, patting her hand. Perhaps there are other unparalleled formations we have yet to discover. After calming his wife, he turned his serious gaze to Bai Guo and her husband, his expression stern but betraying deep concern. You two must exercise caution. Huang Mu, unable to contain her frustration, interjected, when entering the formation, Bai Guo, ensure you observe their designated positions closely. Request to swap places with his disciple. If they agree, proceed as instructed. If they refuse, leave immediately. Continuing, Huang Fu said with a calmer tone, I have heard from Yuanji that you both have made some progress in your cultivation. If possible, it would be even better to destroy that vile formation, preventing it from harming others. Huang Mu muttered her dissatisfaction. Indeed, there are clearly non-harmful methods available. Why choose such a malicious one? Bai Guo's ears perked up, overhearing Huang Mu's murmurs. In her impulsiveness, she interjected, "Mother, how do you know there are non-harmful methods?" Upon realizing the three were staring at her, Bai Guo's face flushed. She chuckled awkwardly and nestled into Huang Yuanji's embrace, leaving her ears, now bright red, exposed. With a sigh, Huang Mu remarked, "It is not that I cannot tell you. I was merely annoyed when I glanced at the two of you. Previously, you mentioned that he wished to save his disciple and had assisted you. I privately consulted your fourth uncle and shared his situation. He told me that we must repay even the smallest act of kindness. Thus, he endeavored to procure something that could not only break the ghostly marriage, but also revive the deceased." Chapter 62. Heart like ashes, he exerted tremendous effort to acquire a treasure that could achieve both. Once in possession, upon learning that he intended to attend an auction, arrangements were made to include the item among the auction lots. To prevent him from missing it, he ensured a clear description of its effects was written on the notice. At that moment, I thought this effect was solely needed by him, and it would surely fall into his hands. However, I never anticipated this outcome. Huang Mu deeply closed her eyes and exhaled a breath. It was indeed my fault. I did not clarify your matters when I sought him. That led him to mistakenly believe that the formation was still beneficial. You have been by his side for so long. Now, if you suddenly leave, you may find it difficult to escape. Thus, remain vigilant around him. If you wish to assist, do so, but do not endanger yourselves in the process. This is the bottom line. Understood, Mother. You need not worry about us." Huang Yuanji readily agreed. "Rest assured, Guo and I will plan accordingly." "How will you plan? Are you intending to leave?" Huang Fu, however, did not heed his words and inquired instead. Bai Guo exchanged glances with her spouse, feeling guilty, and responded that they would not be leaving for the time being. "Why not?" Huang Fu persisted in his questioning. "The strength we possess has been bestowed upon us by others, and she remains in his grasp. Moreover, she is one of those in need of assistance. Though she may seem weak now, if we leave, we would have to take her with us." After a moment of silence, Huang Fu spoke. "Very well. You may decide for yourselves. You are no longer children. We have grown old and can no longer intervene." Having said this, he led his wife away, suggesting they go rest. The fortunes of the younger generation are their own. They have been informed of what they need to know and should make their own decisions. Huang Mu cast one last worried glance at the couple before nodding to Huang Fu, following him back to their room. Bai Guo and her husband sat quietly in the hall, and after a long while, one of them finally spoke. "Husband, what do you think we should do now?" Huang Yuanji remained silent for a considerable time before finally looking at Bai Guo. "For now, let us act as though we know nothing. We will continue as we did in the past few days, seeking knowledge from the ghost immortal and assisting Cheng Daolang in finding some marriage candidates. I will observe further, hoping that we have misunderstood him." From that point onward, Bai Guo noticed that Huang Yuanji's training became increasingly reckless. Concerned, she pressed him down as he practiced. "Husband, cultivation is meant for our protection. You cannot neglect yourself in pursuit of it." As she spoke, Bai Guo angrily seized Huang Yuanji's hand and placed her own next to his. "Look at yourself, then look at me. Your soul body has become somewhat transparent. Yet you are merely practicing." Tears nearly brimmed in Bai Guo's eyes. Huang Yuanji gently ruffled her hair, assuring her that he would pay attention to moderation. Bai Guo stubbornly gazed at him, knowing he was merely placating her, yet feeling at a loss for words to persuade him. "What exactly do you intend to do? Please tell me." Huang Yuanji fell silent again, ultimately just ruffling Bai Guo's hair once more. "I'm not planning anything. Let's rest now, shall we? I will not practice. We shall take a break together." Bai Guo felt both heartbroken and suspicious as she stared at him, still unsure how to handle the situation. Eventually, she could only muster a pout and embrace him. "You said it. We shall rest now. You are not permitted to practice until you recover." "Very well. I will heed my wife's words." That night, Huang Yuanji observed the peacefully sleeping Bai Guo. He gently laid her down and covered her with a blanket before turning his attention to the sleeping Cheng Daolang outside the jade. Initially, Huang Yuanji did not venture out. He merely attempted to cast a spell within the jade, only to find it ineffective outside. Thus, he silently approached the exterior. standing at the bedside and watching Cheng Daoling sleep. Regardless of the circumstances, I still hope we have misjudged you. After whispering this to himself, Huang Yuanji waved his hand, conjuring a vast illusion before Cheng Daoling. The immense wave of ghostly power jolted the vigilant ghost immortal awake. Yet she merely frowned without voicing any concerns and flashed outside to the jade. Initially, she intended to inquire about Cheng Daoling's actions. However, upon emerging, she inadvertently plunged into Huang Yuanji's illusion, seemingly walking into her own demise. Has this fellow grown so powerful? The ghost immortal gasped in astonishment at the rapidly changing surroundings. Huang Yuanji noticed her, but could not halt his actions. He was accumulating all his ghostly power in that moment. This did not solely come from his own strength, but also included the fragments he had been gathering over the past few days. This is why, despite his constant training, his soul body had grown weaker. He was not only cultivating, but also depleting his power daily in exchange for strength reserves. Over time, such a practice inevitably took its toll. However, if he did not proceed this way, he feared that with his current capabilities, he could never secretly confine Cheng Daoling within the formation. If he abandoned this now, he would not know when the next opportunity would arise. At least until he regained his strength, he would certainly be unable to attempt it again. Thus, after careful consideration, he spoke to the Ghost Immortal. Ghost Immortal, I must ask you to endure within the formation for a while. Please do not speak. I will withdraw the formation once I ascertain a few matters. What do you intend to do? The Ghost Immortal regarded him with confusion, glancing at Cheng Daoling, who was also ensnared within the formation. Ascertaining a few matters? I do not have time to explain. You will understand in a moment. At this point, Huang Yuanji paused momentarily. No matter what you witness, please do not reveal anything until I withdraw the formation. Huang Yuanji looked solemnly at the sleeping figure of Cheng Daoling. This matter is of great importance to you as well. Consider yourself a part of the formation. After he spoke, he noticed the Ghost Immortal's lingering silence and frowned, pleading with her. I beg you, this pertains to your life as well. If we do not begin soon, I will not be able to sustain this any longer. The Ghost Immortal's heart shuddered, and she squinted at him for a while before finally nodding in agreement. Very well. Huang Yuanji felt a sense of relief, exhaling deeply before raising his hand to continue his actions. When he eventually guided Cheng Daoling back to bed to continue resting using the formation, his heart felt desolate. Even the Ghost Immortal felt a chill as she watched Cheng Daoling. The atmosphere remained silent for a long time until a voice finally reached Huang Yuanji's weakened ears. Let me assist you back into the jade. You should rest for a while, and then we could discuss matters. The Ghost Immortal's expression appeared grave. Chapter 63, The Old General. Huang Yuanji found himself at a loss for words, not wanting Cheng Daoling to notice. He allowed the Ghost Immortal to assist him back into the jade. Once inside, the Ghost Immortal hesitated several times, wanting to speak but holding back. Finally, glancing at the others in the jade, unsure if anyone else was awake, she shook Bai Guo awake. Using the pretense of teaching the couple, she guided Bai Guo and established a barrier to isolate them from external sounds. Then, donning a facade of ease, she inquired of Huang Yuanji, when did you come to know of this? When she posed a question, she did not look at Huang Yuanji, but rather at Bai Guo, who had just been awakened. Observing Bai Guo, who typically appeared dazed, now devoid of any peculiar expression, she realized that the couple was indeed aware of the situation. However, it made sense, as they were almost inseparable. Once she confirmed that the two were in the know, the Ghost Immortal felt no need for further restraint. Since you are aware that he seeks our lives, why do you still rush to assist him? As she concluded, the Ghost Immortal appeared momentarily perplexed. She turned her head to glance at Bai Guo, then back at Huang Yuanji, her slightly tilted head revealing her confusion. The couple exchanged looks, and Bai Guo boldly settled beside Huang Yuanji. We only learned of this a few days ago, so that is how it is. Then why have you not left until now? Huang Yuanji smiled helplessly as you witnessed my actions earlier. We were uncertain before, but he has indeed aided us in the past. If possible, both my husband and I wish to assist him, and we certainly do not want to misunderstand him. Gu Xian reflected on Huang Yuanji's frenzied cultivation over the past few days. In the past, Bai Guo would have certainly intervened under such circumstances, yet recently, she had ceased to do so. Thus, your intense practice these days is merely an attempt to confuse him with illusions, to observe what he intends to do once he gathers his followers, ultimately to ascertain whether we have misunderstood him. Indeed, Huang Yuan, Ji's expression darkened. Ah, it is of no consequence. Gu Xian sighed. Now that we are aware, it is still not too late to leave. However, Huang Yuan Ji lifted his gaze towards her, asking, "Do you believe you would allow us to depart unscathed?" Gu Xian found herself at a loss for words. In the end, she could only reluctantly concede with a statement. If I were in his position and remained unaware, then it would be fine, for if I could not assist, then so be it. However, if he were to know, then undoubtedly we could not remain. By that time, whether we verbally offered assistance or not would be rendered inconsequential. All would meet their demise. Huang Yuanji did not respond, merely gazing solemnly at the ground, lost in contemplation. Bai Guo remained silent, quietly leaning against Huang Yuanji as they awaited his thoughts. Until the dawn broke brightly, none of them had determined how to extricate themselves. It was then that Chun Daoling received a reply from his junior sister, Bao Zi. "Senior brother, I shall take good care of it. Additionally, an old general has come to find me, claiming his descendants are foolish and have committed foolish acts. Upon hearing that we could dissolve the ghostly marriage, he sought our assistance. I have asked him to wait at the place you descended to see if he can encounter you. If you have the opportunity, you may wish to come down." Upon reading the content of the reply, Chun Daoling was immediately filled with excitement and made his way to the underworld. Indeed, as soon as his vision cleared, he beheld a burly elder clad in armor. The elder bowed deeply upon seeing Chun Daoling, greeting him as a young friend. Once he rose, he uttered no further words, his eyes glimmering with a hint of hope directed towards Chun Daoling. Such a formidable figure now stood in such a state. Bai Guo observed from afar and felt a twinge of sorrow for the once majestic elder, now seemingly diminished. However, as a general, he remained a hero, a guardian of the people and a defender of the nation, irrespective of the era. Chun Daoling, of course, could not be disrespectful, and he returned the bow with utmost sincerity before inquiring, "What does the general require of me?" From his junior sister's letter, he could discern that the old general sought to resolve the ghostly marriage. However, he had come alone, without the relevant individual in tow, prompting Chun Daoling's inquiry. The old general did not respond directly, instead stating, "It is the fault of this old man for not properly guiding my family, leading my reckless descendants to commit foolish deeds. Family matters are better kept private. Young friend, please follow me, and I shall take you to see the situation." Chun Daoling followed the old general to his residence in the underworld, which was a grand mansion adorned with intricate carvings and paintings, guarded by imposing stone lions at the entrance. Chun Daoling discreetly assessed his surroundings and concluded that the old general must have accumulated considerable virtue in his lifetime. Upon entering the main hall, he was invited to take a seat, and attendants brought forth tea. Chun Daoling grew increasingly astonished. The underworld was not like the mortal realm, where wealth and power could procure servants. Here, all was a matter of expending merit. The need for other spirits to serve tea was indeed a significant consumption of merit. No one would be foolish enough to engage in such actions. With such merit, one could choose a favorable reincarnation. After reincarnation, any surplus merit could be preserved to ward off calamities in one's next life. Unless, of course, the individual possessed boundless merit, in which case they were directly granted such treatment upon entering the underworld, requiring no further expenditure, merely to enjoy. Chun Daoling meticulously scrutinized his surroundings, and indeed, every brick and tile, every blade of grass and tree, and all the servants exhibited no signs of consuming the master's merit. In that moment, Chun Daoling's attitude towards the old general grew even more cautious, and he found himself somewhat reluctant to involve himself in this matter. This could be deemed a favored child of heaven. While it may not have been innate, the final outcome certainly suggested as much. If this situation posed a threat to the old general, Chun Daoling would undoubtedly refrain from intervening. He was already engaged in acts contrary to the will of heaven and would not dare to entangle himself with someone so favored under the gaze of the heavenly path. After a moment of anxious waiting, the old general finally emerged, accompanied by a young woman with striking features, yet exuding an air of femininity. The woman glanced briefly at Chen Daolang before lowering her head once more, her face flushed as if it might bleed. The old general sighed and introduced, "Young friend, this is my great-granddaughter-in-law." Chen Daolang was filled with confusion, wondering why the great-granddaughter-in-law would be presented before him. Yet he dared not voice his thoughts, merely nodding in silence as he awaited the old general's further words. "Alas, my incompetent great-grandson was very fond of her, yet she is of thin fortune, having passed away at such a young age." The old general cast another glance at her, and his voice faltered as if the words were caught in his throat. "What?" Chen Daolang instinctively expressed his bewilderment. The general looked at him with a troubled expression. After a moment of deliberation, he turned away and declared, "My great-granddaughter-in-law died young due to her thin fortune, and my unfortunate great-grandson loved her dearly, fearing that she would lack care in the afterlife. Having heard of my esteemed reputation, he took it upon himself to marry her to me." As the general spoke, his irritation grew, causing him to dramatically wave his sleeve and stomp his foot. "Nonsense! Truly, it is absurd." Chen Daolang, upon hearing this, fell silent, bewildered by the situation. He lowered his head, pondering. Given these circumstances, it seemed unlikely that he could refuse to assist. He found himself at a loss for how to evade involvement. However, should he choose to assist, the old general, being an esteemed figure, would surely hold him responsible should that woman meet her demise. After a considerable period of distress, an idea suddenly struck Chen Daolang. He raised his gaze directly at the old general, then glanced at the woman. "General, I am uncertain whether I should assist in this matter. Under normal circumstances, I would indeed help with your situation. However, you must understand that my array possesses side effects. If it succeeds, the outcome would be joyous for all. Yet, if it were to fail, the ghostly marriage would also be severed, and your great-granddaughter-in-law could very well be reduced to ashes. Moreover, the likelihood of fatality would be significantly high, hence I fear I cannot assist you in this matter." The old general hesitated. He wished to dissolve this ghostly marriage and rectify this absurdity, yet he certainly did not wish to send his great-granddaughter-in-law to her demise. Not only would it weigh heavily on his conscience, but he also did not know how to explain it to his unfortunate great-grandson when he eventually arrived. Chen Daolang, observing the general's indecision, felt a surge of elation. He believed he could extricate himself from this predicament. However, a resolute female voice suddenly pierced through the air. Turning, Chen Daolang beheld the woman kneeling before him. "This situation has disrupted the natural order, an occurrence that should not be." She raised her head, her gaze unwavering as she looked at Chen Daolang. "If this unwarranted marriage can be dissolved, then even if I meet an untimely death, I shall have no complaints." The old general hesitated, his words caught in his throat, ultimately unable to articulate anything further. The woman, however, turned to him with concern. "It is the fault of my descendants for placing you in this predicament. If that rascal comes down one day and cannot find me, you may inform him that I have already reincarnated. You must make your decision." The old general gazed at his great-granddaughter-in-law with an inquisitive expression. The Taoist priest had remarked that should she venture forth, the likelihood of her being obliterated was quite high. Conversely, if she opted to remain, they could maintain the status quo for the time being and devise alternative strategies. However, the woman bowed her head, expressing her gratitude for his concern, yet assuring him of her resolve. She raised her gaze and fixed her eyes upon the old general, declaring her fearlessness in the face of death, asserting that this matter should not be prolonged any further. She was prepared to bear any consequences that might arise. The old general sighed deeply, ultimately conceding to her wishes. He turned away for a moment, remaining motionless, lost in contemplation. After a considerable pause, he turned back to the Taoist priest, assuring him that he could rest easy, as he had witnessed the situation firsthand. Although he continued speaking to the Taoist, his gaze shifted back to the woman, revealing the high regard he held for his great-granddaughter-in-law. You may proceed without worry. My descendants are not without understanding. She is capable of standing on the battlefield, defending the common people as a young general. She can bear the weight of her own decisions. The Taoist priest was taken aback, realizing that this woman had once commanded troops. Logically, he should have felt more apprehensive. Yet, the prospect of her demise alleviated his concerns entirely, leading him to subconsciously nod in agreement. It was only when he regained his composure that he felt a sudden chill down his spine. Nevertheless, having already acquiesced, he resolved to reinforce the protective barrier surrounding the formation, striving to enhance its ability to obscure celestial insights. The Taoist priest, having solidified his intentions, adjusted his demeanor and addressed the woman, inquiring when she might be available. "There is no time like the present. I am free now," she replied, exhibiting a decisive nature. Upon reflection, the Taoist recognized that such assertiveness was befitting of a general, for indecisiveness does not befit one of her stature. Moreover, as a female general, she would undoubtedly excel beyond her male counterparts of equal rank. Contemplating the unfortified barrier, the Taoist priest declined her immediate invitation, suggesting they select another day. As he was currently occupied with pressing matters, he expressed concern that the old general might grow impatient, and thus had only managed to carve out a fleeting moment. "Once I arrange my affairs, I shall promptly return to summon you." The woman, demonstrating understanding, reassured him that a few days would not be detrimental, bidding him to attend to his responsibilities. Her eyes, resolute, remained fixed upon the Taoist priest as she declared, "I will await your arrival." Under her unwavering gaze, the Taoist felt a tightening in his chest, as if guilt surged within him. When he finally responded, his voice lacked its usual vigor. He grappled with the morality of the situation, knowing that sacrificing a common person was unjust, and the same held especially true for these two generals. Yet, thoughts of Baozi compelled the Taoist to turn resolutely away. "It is imperative that I prioritize my junior sister's safety above all else." With a steeled resolve, he departed from the estate, unflinchingly heading towards the formation, acknowledging that employing her would heighten the risk of detection by the heavenly Tao. He promptly decided to fortify the barrier further. Despite exerting every ounce of his effort, an unsettling feeling lingered in his heart. "Perhaps I should consult my master," he murmured to himself as he departed, glancing back at the barrier. Meanwhile, the Bai Guo within the jade pendant felt a pang of sorrow. She refrained from passing judgment on the Taoist decisions, recalling the old adage that one must look after oneself. Yet, she felt an inexplicable sympathy for the two generals and envied the old general's affection for his descendants. Though it appeared he had taken no overt action, such individuals are often most protective of their dignity, and he had willingly lowered his guard. If the woman were to perish, it would be a finality, an end to all matters. Yet the old general would remain, bound to confront potential inquiries from his great-grandson in the future, perhaps even facing discord. It must have taken considerable resolve for this elderly man to silently support the woman's decision. Chapter 65. Seeking Qin Huang Yuanji looked down at the pained expression on Bai Guo's face. "What troubles you, Guo?" he inquired gently. Bai Guo lifted her gaze, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "It's nothing. Everyone has their own fortunes and misfortunes. Why should I lament?" Huang Yuanji, with a tender expression, reached out to stroke her hair. "Yet you seem quite distressed." Bai Guo scrunched her nose and blinked, managing a weak smile. "It's just that I suddenly thought of my parents." Huang Yuanji observed her closely, noting the tears threatening to spill. She blinked rapidly, attempting to suppress her emotions, which tugged at his heartstrings. He leaned in closer to face her directly. "Those are not your parents. Do not be saddened." Bai Guo remained silent, merely gazing at him. He continued, "Let us seek your true parents together. We find ourselves at a loss for direction." Bai Guo understood Huang Yuanji's intentions. While the Taoist priest's assistance was no longer plausible, they could not simply depart without purpose. Rather than anxiously ruminating in place, they could engage in a quest for answers. After all, she found herself envious of others with benevolent elders, so it was time to uncover her own true lineage, surely superior to the thieving couple that constituted the Bai family. Furthermore, this endeavor could serve as a convenient excuse for her eventual departure. Thus, Bai Guo's thoughts shifted, and she sniffled, arching an eyebrow. Aware that the Taoist priest might be eavesdropping, she refrained from voicing her thoughts aloud, merely allowing her eyes to dart around before discreetly nodding in agreement. All right, let us go in search of my biological parents. Huang Yuanji chuckled softly. Very well, let us review the clues we have. Clues? Bai Guo questioned, puzzled. During our previous conversation, they mentioned that a Taoist had caused their troubles, leading to my abduction. Bai Guo pondered aloud. So my father is a Taoist? Huang Yuanji affectionately embraced Bai Guo. Indeed, my clever Guo. He rested his head atop hers and continued. They also mentioned it was in the town, did they not? They referred to him as a wandering Taoist. Bai Guo pouted. So he was a traveling Taoist in our town decades ago. They both exchanged knowing glances, sharing a quiet laugh. I wonder if he has settled in a temple somewhere or if he still resides in the town. Upon hearing the term wandering Taoist, Bai Guo felt a sense of trepidation regarding her search for her father. Huang Yuanji playfully flicked her forehead. My fourth uncle has been a Taoist since my earliest memories. I shall visit him in a dream and inquire about the wandering Taoists in our town during your childhood. Perhaps he has heard of a Taoist who lost a child. Bai Guo turned to Huang Yuanji in admiration. You are truly remarkable. She nestled closer to him, her gentle face brushing against his chest. I am fortunate to have you. Before they could indulge in their tender moment, the ghostly fairy, appearing displeased, circled around them. She clucked her tongue in exasperation, observing the couple with a disapproving glare. In broad daylight, you two are what? Fooling around? She shook her head in dismay, lamenting, you should be focusing on your cultivation instead of indulging in such distractions. You could feed a pack of dogs with the amount of affection you share. Bai Guo and Huang Yuanji exchanged awkward coughs, sharing a knowing glance before bursting into laughter. Rising to their feet, they gathered around the ghostly fairy. Bai Guo playfully bowed and teased. Then please, esteemed teacher, impart your wisdom upon us. The ghostly fairy, feigning disdain, took a few steps back, declaring, I am not your master. Do not mistake me for one. With a hearty laugh, she added, I cannot compete with you both. So do not cause trouble outside and then push me forward, claiming, this is my teacher. The ghostly immortal fixed her gaze upon them, half seriously lamenting, in such a weakened state. I could easily be frightened to the point of losing my spirit, but do refrain from calling me master. As she concluded her jest, a fleeting moment of melancholy crossed her features, only to be replaced by her usual boisterous demeanor. Oh, why don't you practice? You all keep asking for my guidance, yet do not train. How am I to know what to teach? She playfully retorted. The Bai Guo couple exchanged knowing nods, mentally noting her words before returning to their prior training routines. They persisted until twilight descended, only pausing when Chun Daolang succumbed to slumber. They exchanged glances, erecting a barrier to confer privately. You were whispering this morning. Were you plotting your escape? The ghostly immortal initiated the conversation. The Bai Guo couple shared smile, affirming with a yes. Huang Yuanji then elaborated, my wife is not her biological parent, as even Chun Daolang is aware. Thus, we intend to commence our search for her true relatives. This will not only reveal her genuine kin, but also provide a continuous reason for her to venture forth. Bai Guo interjected, moreover, we might have the opportunity to secretly disrupt the progress of this formation. The ghostly immortal was taken aback. Disrupt the formation's activation? Were you not hoping to assist him? How could you wish to harm him further? Bai Guo was momentarily speechless, opening her mouth but finding no words. Unsure if she could voice her thoughts, she turned to Huang Yuanji. He responded, we too have practitioners in our family who have heard of a situation. He paused, his expression somber. In fact, we expended great effort to procure a treasure capable of severing the bonds of the ghostly marriage that entraps his apprentice. To aid him discreetly, we even arranged for it to be placed at an auction. The effects were clearly documented, yet he disregarded it entirely, instead fixating on another gruesome item. Huang Yuanji sighed, relieved that the treasure had not fallen into his hands. Otherwise, who knows what he intended to do. Bai Guo murmured, wait, I don't quite understand. Are you saying there was a treasure that could have liberated his apprentice from the ghostly marriage and resurrected her, yet he remained oblivious? And instead, he focused on another sinister item? Huang Yuanji nodded gravely at the ghostly immortal, affirming, Indeed. Could there be a misunderstanding? The ghostly immortal found it hard to fathom. He often helps others to accumulate virtuous deeds. Surely, this cannot be the case. Why then? I have no idea, she responded, uncertain of what to say. It could either be a misunderstanding or some reason compelling him to relinquish that opportunity. Ultimately, the ghostly immortal was forced to confront the harsh reality. The worst-case scenario was that he intended to proceed as he was. But why? She could not comprehend what benefit there was in harming them. Huang Yunji remained silent, shaking his head, unwilling to delve further into the topic. You have been in the mortal realm for quite some time. You must have encountered various techniques for locating individuals. Are there any suitable methods we could learn? Bai Guo inquired, noticing Huang Yunji's abrupt shift in conversation. Or perhaps any other useful techniques that could assist us in our search. After her question, she glanced back at Huang Yunji, raising an eyebrow in a tentative inquiry. Huang Yunji, understanding his wife's intent, nodded in tacit agreement. Bai Guo, satisfied, turned back to the ghostly immortal, awaiting her response. He chuckled softly, redirecting his gaze to the immortal, only to be met with her exasperated retort. You two are performing a duet here. Who is your audience? Following her comment, she rolled her eyes dramatically before stating, however, if you wish to search for someone, there are indeed several techniques that may prove useful. Do you have any leads? The Bai Guo couple was astonished that their casual inquiry might yield results. They asked, is there a distinction between having leads and not? The ghostly immortal cast a surprised glance at Bai Guo. Of course there is. Many techniques rely on certain characteristics or personal items of the person you seek to guide the process. If you have no information, what can guide you? Without a guiding object, even if I teach you the techniques, they would be of little use. After speaking, the ghostly immortal scrutinized the couple once more. So, do you have any leads? Bai Guo considered Huang Yunji, recalling I believe he was once a wild Taoist, possibly residing in our town. Ah, I see. In that case, we could employ divination techniques to ascertain whether he is still in your vicinity. The joy on Bai Guo's face was unmistakable. They truly had a method. She gazed at the ghostly immortal with admiration. You are remarkable. Huang Yunji, amused by Bai Guo's almost starry-eyed expression, pulled her into his embrace. Observing her gaze directed at another, he playfully tousled her hair. Unsurprisingly, Bai Guo lost her focus on admiration, exasperatedly attempting to swat his mischievous hand away. Oh dear, stop that. It will get tangled. Huang Yunji laughed and relented, finally giving her the chance to swat his hand away. She begrudgingly repositioned his hand on her shoulder, pouting as she tidied her hair. The ghostly immortal silently observed their antics, finally losing her temper for the first time in their presence. If you do not wish to learn, you need not ask me. Her expression darkened. Every day is the same. You two are constantly flirting. You have no sense of occasion or time, do you? Her low, harsh tones startled Bai Guo, leaving her momentarily frozen. She raised her hand, her eyes betraying a concealed fear as she remained still, staring at the ghostly immortal. Huang Yunji was at a loss for words, realizing the truth in her remarks. He had indeed been inconsiderate. He glanced at Bai Guo, and in that instant he saw the embodiment of fragility and helplessness. He felt a wave of guilt wash over him, instinctively reaching out to comfort her, only to notice the ghostly immortal's disapproval. Her teeth clenched, and her eyes followed his hand's movement. He abruptly halted, awkwardly retracting his hand. Ahem, we wish to learn, we truly do. Huang Yunji quickly turned to Bai Guo, raising his hand to gently pat her back, which had instinctively hunched in fear, before straightening his posture and addressing the ghostly immortal seriously. It is our oversight. We will be more mindful moving forward. Please continue. The ghostly immortal, not one to hold grudges, huffed lightly, allowing the matter to pass. She did not rush to continue teaching, instead sizing up the Bai Guo couple for a considerable moment. After a thoughtful pause, she finally spoke. I do not wish to interfere with your relationship. However, we cannot ignore the fact that we are uncertain how many souls Chan Daolang still requires. Tomorrow, we could all meet our demise. Enough talk. It is of no use. If you wish to find someone but only have vague information from decades ago, I shall teach you divination. Peering into the mysteries of fate may provide you with new insights. The Bai Guo couple exchanged a knowing glance, responding in unison. All right. In the town of Yuli, various spirits engaged in their own pursuits, while Chun Daolang wandered outside, seeking information about the imperial tombs of the previous dynasty. After a fruitless search, he settled in a tea house, intending to ponder his next move. However, as the old saying goes, after the dark will come the dawn. Just as he took a sip of tea to clear his thoughts, he overheard a storyteller's exaggerated tales. The narration was rather lackluster, and the embellishments were easily discernible to a discerning ear. Yet, it mentioned a particular place, reputed to be an excellent source of information. Chun Daolang, unsure if the place truly existed or was mere fabrication, inquired further. He produced a few copper coins from his pocket, placing them on the storyteller's tray, and feigned curiosity as he questioned, "Is there any truth to your words? Is this place truly so remarkable for gathering information?" Indeed, the news spans all eras, and it is reliable, the storyteller assured him. Chun Daolang continued to coax him. "Oh, dear sir, do not doubt my credibility. The offerings in this modest and are meager." Chun Daolang added more coins to the storyteller's nearly empty tray, hoping to entice him further, perhaps even to gain a few more coins in return. He lowered his voice conspiratorially, inching closer to Chun Daolang. "I have heard that even nobles and dignitaries seek news from that place. Surely, it cannot be fabricated, right? If it were false, how could it still be thriving?" Chun Daolang nodded in feigned agreement, prompting the storyteller to elaborate on various topics until he finished his last sip of tea. He placed a few more coins in the tray, nodded at the storyteller, and rose to depart. Guided by the storyteller's key pointers, he ventured around, ultimately discovering the fabled information hub, which turned out to be the largest brothel in the area. Hesitating, he contemplated the few coins left in his pocket, feeling apprehensive about crossing the threshold. However, the young women inside had already spotted him. Observing his lingering presence at the door, they exchanged glances and swiftly surrounded him, ushering him inside. Chun Daolang instinctively leaned back, attempting to resist their advances. Yet his feet moved forward with an undeniable honesty. The girls, noticing his predicament, teased him, "Oh, young master, just yield to us. Do not go against your heart's desire. The door is open and awaits your arrival. Look how earnest your feet are." Their laughter rang out, creating an alluring atmosphere. Feeling overwhelmed, Chun Daolang closed his eyes and, with a resigned breath, called out, "Ladies, please spare me. I am but a humble traveler." In an instant, their laughter ceased, and they froze, exchanging uncertain glances, unsure whether to continue pushing him inside. Should they persist, he had no money. Yet, retreating seemed equally unwise. Seizing the moment of hesitation, Chun Daolang lowered his voice, clarifying his intent. "I merely heard that this place is known for gathering information, and I was curious to take a look." Fearing further complications, the girls glanced at each other before stepping aside. The last one lingered momentarily, saying, "Wait." Most returned to their positions, awaiting the next patron, while one, the plainest of the bunch, entered the establishment. Shortly after, she re-emerged, accompanied by another woman of unremarkable appearance. The newcomer beckoned, "Esteemed guest, please follow me." With the awkwardness dissipated, Chun Daolang complied and followed her to the innermost courtyard, winding through a series of turns until they reached a fake mountain. As they walked, light faded, and he lost his sense of direction. Fortunately, the woman soon lit a fire stick, illuminating the wall adorned with unlit torches. She took one, igniting it, and continued, guiding him forward. Eventually, they arrived in a dark stone chamber, devoid of furnishings, save for a peculiar feature on the opposite wall. A hole, currently obstructed, caught Chun Daolang's attention. The woman approached, extinguished the torch, and began tapping on the obstruction with the end of the fire stick. After a pause, a distant tapping echoed in response. "Please wait a moment. I will remain nearby," she instructed. Chun Daolang nodded, watching her depart, then turned his gaze back to the hole. Observing it for a while yielded no revelations, and when silence persisted, he approached cautiously. Upon closer inspection, he reached out and inadvertently pushed the obstruction aside. To his surprise, a figure cloaked in black robes and a mask emerged within the limited view of the opening, holding the very object that had blocked the hole. Chun Daolang's heart raced, relieved that he had not triggered any alarms. "What do you wish to know?" The figure rasped, as if their throat had been scorched. I have heard that women buried with the deceased of the previous dynasty are interred within the imperial tombs, yet I could not find them. Where have they been laid to rest? 3 miles north of the southern city gate lies a potter's field, where the remains of the previous dynasty's malefactors are buried. Very well. What shall I offer you as recompense? No need. When the women of this brothel seek your assistance in the future, help them when you can. Chun Daolang raised an eyebrow, puzzled yet refraining from further inquiry. Agreed. Take care, the cloaked figure replied, sealing the hole once more. Chun Daolang stood in silence for a moment before retracing his steps. He soon spotted the woman who had led him in. I have gathered the information, she stated, reigniting the torch to guide him out. Their journey was silent until they reached the entrance, where she finally spoke, I shall not accompany you further. Chun Daolang acknowledged her with a nod. Thank you. He ventured towards the market, intending to procure a horse. Though 3 miles was not far, darkness loomed. As he neared his destination, he noticed flickering lights in the distance. Disembarking, he tethered his horse and continued on foot, his heart heavy with foreboding. The flames seemed to emanate from the very place he sought. At night, why would there be so many torches at a potter's field? As he approached cautiously, his steps grew tentative, his body instinctively lowering to conceal his presence. He was determined to avoid any sound that might attract attention, fearing he would be discovered and faced with unforeseen complications. Fortunately, his caution allowed him to draw near, revealing that the torches were not held by people, but rather affixed to wooden stakes. The wooden stakes formed a circle, illuminating the modest Wanzong Gang with a bright glow. Chun Daolang surveyed the surroundings, but discerned no presence of individuals. Thus he refrained from rash actions. After some contemplation, he called out to Bai Guo and her companions, urging them to sense whether there was an aura of the deceased bridegroom, In Hun, nearby. If so, they could devise a plan. If not, it would be prudent to quietly depart. However, whether it was fortunate or unfortunate, they indeed detected the presence of the In Hun. Chapter 68. A Novice's Journey. A complete victory. Chun Daolang closed his eyes deeply, resuming his scrutiny of the area. This time, he was significantly more cautious and attentive. He noted the conditions around him, carefully observing for any signs of human activity. Ultimately, he concluded that this place was seldom visited, as evidenced by the scant traces of human presence. He then meticulously examined the wooden stakes and torches, discovering that each stake was covered in dust. However, certain locations bore faint handprints, which, although not pristine, indicated that someone had indeed been here, albeit infrequently. Chun Daolang speculated that these visits might have been for the purpose of replacing torches, considering that they could burn for several days, and perhaps others had calculated when to return for replacements. With renewed diligence, he assessed the state of the torches. To his delight, they appeared capable of burning for over a day, prompting him to express his joy aloud. After another thorough inspection, he noted that aside from a narrow path showing signs of passage, there were indeed no other indications of human activity. The narrow path, however, had sprouted several tiger thorns. Chun Daolang's spirits lifted immediately. He pushed aside the concealing foliage and stood up, walking boldly forward, unencumbered by the need for caution, as the torches illuminated his path. He felt no apprehension about stumbling due to poor visibility. Yet, as the saying goes, a clear arrow is easy to avoid, but a hidden dart is difficult to defend against. Just as he stepped into the illuminated area of the torches, peculiar sounds emerged from the surroundings. Chun Daolang's ears perked up, but before he could discern the source, he suddenly spotted a dark, slender arrow hurtling directly toward him. No need to identify the source of the sounds now. It was evident that he had inadvertently triggered a mechanism that unleashed a flurry of arrows. He gracefully twisted his body, skillfully evading each arrow. However, while dodging the last arrow, he misstepped and nearly fell into a deep pit. Fortunately, his quick reflexes allowed him to grasp the edge of the pit, and with a forceful pull, he managed to hoist himself back to safety, narrowly avoiding a fall. Peering cautiously into the pit, he beheld a silvery sheen. To his dismay, he noticed knives embedded at the bottom. "This is utterly perilous," he muttered under his breath. He carefully skirted the deep pit and continued toward the center of it, but found himself unable to approach any closer. He stood dumbfounded, realizing he had unwittingly become ensnared in a maze laid by someone unknown. Initially oblivious to the trap, he had only now recognized the anomaly after being confined within it for some time. Nevertheless, mere recognition did not imply he would remain trapped. Chun Dowling diligently recalled elements of the 5 elements in Bai Guo, correlating them with his current predicament as he cautiously maneuvered left and right. Eventually, he managed to extricate himself from the maze. Glancing back, he saw he was merely a meter away from the pit. Good grief, this path is rather time-consuming, he thought. After avoiding all traps, he reached Dung and conducted a meticulous inspection, aided by Bai Guo and her companion's guidance. At last, he discovered the resting place of the Inhan. He crouched down and selected a sharp stone, using it to dig into the earth. Just as he triumphantly prepared to gather the soil from the grave, a furious voice interrupted him. "Who are you? What are you doing here at this late hour?" Startled, Chun Daolong's hands released the soil, scattering it. In a flurry of anxiety, he raised his hands to catch the dispersed earth, managing to salvage a small portion. With an exasperated eye roll, he retrieved the remaining soil and packed it back into the cloth. Finally, he exhaled deeply and turned to confront the voice. "And who might you be? Aren't you also loitering here at this late hour? What business do you have with this grave?" The old adage rings true. One cannot learn the good, yet easily adopts the bad. Having spent considerable time among spirits, Chun Daoling, much like Huang Yuanji, was prone to making startling remarks. The man's face flushed with anger, but it was clear that he had no legitimate claim to the grave. Thus, he retorted indignantly, "Even if it isn't my family's grave, what right do you have to dig up another S at night? You ignorant child, I could have you sent to the authorities." Taken aback, Chun Daoling couldn't suppress his laughter. "Sent to the authorities? Ha! Spare me the jest. Do you not recall whose grave this is?" The man fell silent. Chun Daoling, sensing a surge of confidence, continued, "Before we discuss your intentions of sending me to the authorities, let us consider this. You seem rather anxious about this place. Did you set up these torches? Are you guarding it? What would happen if I reported you to the authorities, revealing your vigil over the graves of the treasonous officials of the previous dynasty?" Laughter erupted from Chun Daoling. "What are you plotting? Surely you're not a remnant of the previous dynasty, attempting a rebellion?" The man's previously fierce demeanor began to falter. He was well aware that this was the grave of a treasonous official, yet he remained silent, gazing sorrowfully at the spot Chun Daoling had disturbed. Losing patience, Chun Daoling said, "If you wish to gaze, then continue. A word of caution. Such places are best avoided to prevent attracting unwanted attention." The man's eyes reflected sorrow and anger, mistakenly believing Chun Daoling was referring to him as the unwanted attention. "Do not trouble yourself," he retorted angrily, glaring at Chun Daoling before fixating on the soil in his hands. "Now that you have what you came for, why not depart promptly?" With a heart as cold as ice, Chun Daoling had no desire to linger in conversation. He feared further delays might attract more individuals. Who knew who had set those traps? Confronting them was risky, and time was a luxury he could ill afford. The man glared at Chun Daoling as he departed, his eyes filled with rage, until he was completely out of sight. He turned back to the grave, sorrow etched across his face, moving forward with a vacant gaze. Chapter 69. The transformation. Even after sitting atop the grave for a while, the arrows and deep pit had vanished without a trace. Where once they existed, now there was nothing but the ordinary expanse of the Lanjiang. Meanwhile, by Chun Daoling's side, Bai Guo and her companions were filled with excitement. Though they dared not utter a sound, they raised their hands to conjure a protective barrier, finally expressing their suppressed exhilaration. "How fortunate it is that I was not discovered." "Not bad, young man. Your illusion technique is quite impressive." "Hee, my husband is truly remarkable," Bai Guo exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Huang Yuanji's neck, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Currently, I am of little use." He was not deterred by fear and still went to fetch soil. Huang Yuanji held Bai Guo's waist, stabilizing her balance, feeling a tinge of regret. After pondering for a while, he even sought Guotian's advice on what circumstances might compel someone to retreat in the face of difficulty. Letting him navigate through several traps is not what we desire. Gu Xian stroked his chin thoughtfully to make someone retreat. This is quite sudden. I am at a loss. You could brainstorm together, Gu Xian suggested with a frown. Finally inviting Bai Guo and her husband to contribute ideas. Under what conditions would you relinquish something you desperately want? Bai Guo and her husband exchanged glances and began to ponder deeply. Eventually, Bai Guo spoke. If I were the Chun Daozhong of that time, I would only give up if it was clear that the item would cost me my life, or if it had become useless. She was uncertain about the circumstances under which she would voluntarily surrender. Huang Yuanji added, aside from what my wife mentioned, there's another situation in which I would also relinquish something. Bai Guo looked at him expectantly as he continued, if I found something more useful, or if I came across the same item with an easier chance of acquisition, I believe I would readily give up what I currently possess. Gu Xian nodded in agreement, summarizing. Thus, to make him abandon something, creating such traps would be laborious and thankless. So, next time we set obstacles, shall we also provide him with a glimmer of hope to lead him astray? Bai Guo frowned, sensing something amiss, but could not pinpoint it at the moment. After Huang Yuanji contemplated the feasibility of her suggestion, he countered, what if we give him new hope? Once he turns away, only to find that he cannot obtain an equivalent item, he might just come back for it again. Over time, he may even lose faith in the process. If we expose ourselves in the process, the loss would far outweigh the gain. After much discussion, the trio failed to devise a perfect solution. Finally, Gu Xian sighed. Let's take one step at a time and remain clever. With that, Gu Xian, wary of the couple worrying too much, intentionally changed the subject. How is your practice of the divination technique coming along? Bai Guo turned to look at Gu Xian before focusing on Huang Yuanji. They had previously agreed that Huang Yuanji would practice the auxiliary techniques, while Bai Guo would concentrate on honing her control to maximize the potential of her ghostly powers in both single and group attacks. Therefore, when asked about the divination, she turned her gaze to her husband. I have no clue, Huang Yuanji admitted awkwardly. He had attempted countless times, but had yet to grasp the essence. After a round of inquiries from Gu Xian, he fell silent. He had tried every method and had even demonstrated his attempts, but nothing seemed to yield results. Eventually, Gu Xian turned to Bai Guo. Why don't you give it a try? What? Bai Guo was taken aback. Me? Am I supposed to try divination? She recalled her straightforward approach to utilizing ghostly power and found it hard to imagine that she, who simply unleashed her power without finesse, could control it for divination. Come on, just give it a shot. There's no need for so much chatter. Bai Guo looked to Huang Yuanji for support, but he encouraged her, give it a try. What if you possess exceptional talent? Though she wanted to retort, she realized her options were limited. Finally, with a determined heart, she agreed, fine. A bold woman shall try. If I fail, I'll just endure your teasing for a while. Without further ado, Bai Guo rolled up her sleeves and began the divination. Having listened to Gu Xian while Huang Yuanji practiced, she was familiar with some steps. After completing the steps, she remembered, she frequently cast her gaze at Huang Yuanji and Gu Xian, hoping they could provide guidance on the finer details. They did not disappoint her, consistently offering insights at critical moments. After numerous failures, the time she could independently proceed grew longer. Yet, whenever the results were about to manifest, she would inevitably come to a halt. Gu Xian remarked, it is still because you cannot manipulate the ghostly power, and divination requires a degree of such ability. Otherwise, how can the hidden truths be revealed? Regrettably, Huang Yuanji had yet to succeed, or else Bai Guo would not have had to step in. Now, one was unable to succeed for reasons unknown, while the other was hindered by the inability to transform ghostly power, leaving both of them at a loss. Ultimately, Gu Xian suggested, you both should practice together without worrying about who is responsible for what. Perhaps observing each other will lead to unexpected realizations. Bai Guo and Huang Yuanji exchanged glances, realizing they had no other options. They diligently continued their practice, regardless of the number of failures, persisting through each iteration. They began with failures, then continued, unsure of how long they had practiced. Bai Guo felt her vision blurring and the surrounding space spinning. She sensed she might soon drift off to sleep. However, after a moment of concentration, she suddenly saw a flicker of green light in her field of vision. It worked. Immediately after, Huang Yuanji's voice burst forth in excitement. Chapter 70. The infatuated princess consort Bai Guo, half asleep and half awake, was startled into a shiver. She looked down at her hands, where a glimmer of green light swirled. What is this? She wondered, feeling dazed. Oh, not bad. The couple has learned together. How did you manage it? Tell me. I need to know where the issue lies. I don't know. Huang Yuanji's enthusiasm waned. Guo raised an eyebrow. Then how did you succeed? I simply kept repeating what you said was correct. I just kept at it. Huang Yuanji reflected. I feel that with each attempt, my movements became more skilled and quicker. When I encountered no obstacles, it just happened. Is that so? Guo mused as she gazed at the several glowing green turtle shells. After a moment, she turned to Bai Guo, eager to ask how she had achieved it. My goodness! Upon seeing the spectacle, Guo exclaimed, a phrase seemingly learned from somewhere. She circled Bai Guo a few times and waved her hand in front of her eyes, receiving no response. Unable to contain herself, Guo turned to Huang Yuanji. Are you tired? Huang Yuanji chuckled awkwardly. Not really, he replied softly, bending down carefully to sit beside Bai Guo. He then gathered the still, drowsy Bai Guo into his arms. Guo, unsure of what to say, glanced at the sky for a moment. Realizing there was none, she turned her attention to the vengeful spirit, casually waving her arms as she went off to play with the ghost, Lin Jinji. As she left, she couldn't help but glance back at Bai Guo from time to time. Lingered beside Lin Jinji. She opened her mouth and inquired, Are you asleep? Lin Jinji cast her a disdainful glance, replying, Not asleep. Then aren't you tired? The ghostly fairy pressed on. Having died, what do I have to be tired about? Lin Jinji retorted irritably. Indeed, whether I sleep or not depends solely on my mood. I can go without sleep and still not feel weary. The ghostly fairy was left utterly perplexed, akin to a monk who could not grasp the essence of the matter. After a prolonged moment, she could no longer restrain herself and pointed at Bai Guo, questioning Lin Jinji. Why do you think she can sleep so soundly? One moment she was cultivating, and the next she simply dozed off. Lin Jinji had also observed that this ghost, named Bai Guo, required sleep like a living person. If she skipped sleep or rested inadequately, she would inevitably feel drowsy. How would I know? I'm not her. Yet Lin Jinji was equally unaware of the reason. For her, sleep was of little consequence. If you wish to know, wait until she awakens and ask her yourself. After all, you two share such a close bond. As Lin Jinji pondered the growing strength of the two, an uncomfortable feeling settled within her. The ghostly fairy glanced back at her, chuckling. What is wrong? Are you feeling jealous? Would you like me to teach you too? Lin Yinci replied nonchalantly. The ghostly fairy gazed at her with a gentle smile, remaining silent. When she saw Lin Jinji suddenly become lost in thought, tilting her head as if in contemplation, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. At that moment, Lin Jinji finally grasped what the ghostly fairy had just said. Yet she felt an inkling of disbelief, stammering, what did you say? This person approached her daily, either mocking her or teasing her, and she had no desire to engage with this individual. Ha ha ha. The ghostly fairy's laughter grew more boisterous, yet remained restrained. She remembered that there was a peculiar ghost here who needed rest. I said, if you desire, I could teach you. Once the ghostly fairy had enough of her mirth. She composed herself and earnestly repeated her offer to Lin Jinji. Lin Jinji stared blankly, unsure of how to respond. After all, such unexpected happiness could easily seem unreal. The ghostly fairy raised an eyebrow. What is the matter? Are you uninterested? With that, the ghostly fairy abruptly stood and, shaking her arms, prepared to walk away. I shall not teach you then. No, I want to learn. Lin Jinji, though doubtful, felt the need to seize the opportunity, fearing that perhaps she might indeed be taught. She immediately sprang up to follow the ghostly fairy, asking, What are we learning? Are you asking me? The ghostly fairy looked at her quizzically. Shouldn't you tell me what you wish to learn, and then I will decide what I can teach you? I want to learn something. Lin Jinji echoed, her mind a blank canvas. In that sudden moment, excitement made her hands tremble, and she temporarily forgot how to think. Huh. The ghostly fairy didn't rush her, smiling as she said, Take your time to ponder. When you've made up your mind, let me know. Turning back, She observed Lin Jinji following her every movement. There's no need to shadow me all the time. All right, Lin Jinji replied, though her feet continued to unconsciously trail behind the ghostly fairy. The ghostly fairy paid her no mind, instead focusing on the happenings outside. Outside, Chen Daolong had just found the ghostly bride corresponding to the grave soil in the underworld. He was gently coaxing and guiding her to heed his words, urging her to seize the opportunity to break free from the shackles of fate with his assistance. The ghostly fairy contemplated intervening once more, wishing to ensnare Chen Daolong in an illusion, letting the woman witness what he would do upon achieving success. However, she realized it was not feasible. Her strength was nearly depleted, making it impossible to ensnare the Taoist without detection. Though Huang Yuanji was capable, such actions might prove effective if done occasionally. But frequent attempts could lead to dire consequences. The ghostly fairy silently observed the entire exchange. Initially, Chen Daolong had been persistently persuading the woman, yet she remained resolute, declaring, "I have wed my husband. I shall harbor no other thoughts. Please leave. I do not require your salvation." She even angrily waved her sleeve at Chen Daolong. Chen Daolong felt exasperated, clenching and unclenching his fists several times. The ghostly fairy sensed that if the situation did not demand consent, Chen Daolong might even resort to forcefully abducting her. Watching the woman's unwavering stance, she silently hoped the spirit would fail to collect her resolve. Suddenly, a male voice echoed from a distance. "Just abduct the woman already." What? Chen Daolong was momentarily bewildered, unsure if he had misunderstood the man's words. "I said, this woman is impervious to reason. I have no acquaintance with her, yet she insists on clinging to me. Just knock her out and take her away. We must resolve this absurd engagement swiftly." Chapter 71. The Sacrifice. As he spoke, he disdainfully scrutinized the woman, noting her pleasing appearance, yet unable to fathom why she could be so foolish. "I've already expressed my affection for someone in the underworld. I do not recognize you. Find yourself a suitable partner and marry them. Why do you refuse?" "Sir," the woman cried, her eyes reddening, "you cannot treat me this way. Ever since His Majesty bestowed this marriage upon us, I have belonged to you." Tears streamed down her plump cheeks as she lamented, "If the decree commands my death, I must comply. Even if a royal edict were to claim my life, I have never uttered a word of complaint. But now, how can you cast me aside?" She pressed her hand to her eyes, striving to maintain her vision through the tears. "Without you, what significance does my existence hold?" She turned away, weeping. "If you do not want me, I might as well dash myself against this stone." With that, she lunged toward a boulder, half her height, seeking to end her life and spare herself the shame of facing her pitiful father. "Enough!" The man seized her arm. "The Chancellor is not an unreasonable person. You claim that if the sovereign commands death, you must comply. Now I, the prince, command you, now immediately, follow that man and cooperate fully until this dreadful engagement is dissolved." "Your Highness," the woman wailed, attempting to throw herself into his embrace, only to be forcefully pushed away. "Keep your distance. My beloved does not wish you near me." The woman fell to the ground, sprawled out, helplessly pounding the earth as she cried until her breaths came in heaves. It was only when Chen Daolong suddenly spoke again that she paused. "The previous dynasty has long since fallen. Its chancellor has passed away ages ago. If you fear facing him, there is no need. If you could have met him, you would have done so by now. If you haven't met him, you shall never do so. Why cling to a man who does not love you, demeaning yourself in the process? The prince offers you freedom. You should rejoice." The woman ignored him, lost in her sorrow. She cried until her voice grew hoarse, her body weary, and her eyes vacant, quietly resting on the ground. The former prince lingered for only a short while before departing, leaving Chen Daolong to stand by, waiting for her to regain her composure. When she finally took a deep breath, weakly attempting to rise, Chen Daolong was the first to extend a hand to assist her. She instinctively recoiled, adhering to the notion that men and women should not engage in physical contact. As she uttered this, her ears, which had previously remained unflushed, suddenly turned crimson. Chen Daolong did not immediately withdraw his hand. Instead, he produced a handkerchief from his pocket, delicately placing it on the back of his hand. He then released her, offering his hand before her. "Then you may use my hand to help yourself up." The woman pouted, fresh tears cascading down her cheeks. She suddenly threw herself into Chun Daolong's embrace, crying, Why? What is wrong with me? Where have I gone awry?" Chun Daolong stiffened momentarily before regaining his composure. She even raised her hand gently to pat her back, soothing her as best she could. There was no need for explanations. The intricacies of love are often inscrutable, and he simply did not love her. The woman remained silent, her tears flowing more profusely. Throughout her life, she had prepared to sacrifice for her family, only to be told at the last moment that her sacrifice was unnecessary. The crown prince did not require her as his consort. She felt as though she had been cast aside, shattering her lifelong beliefs. Chun Daolong had already offered all the advice he could. Now, he could only wait for her to come to her own understanding. Fortunately, after crying herself to sleep and awakening, she perhaps felt indebted to Chun Daolong and began to reflect on the crown prince's attitude and some of Chun Daolong's earlier words. Finally, she nodded and sighed. "Then I shall go. He does not want me. I am at a loss for what to do." She looked up, her eyes shimmering as she continued. "You are a good person. Let this be my assistance to you." However, her spirit soon waned, and the brilliance in her eyes dimmed. As for the future, she thought, it would be addressed in due time. For now, she would take one step at a time. Chun Daolong interrupted her just in time. She looked up, gratitude glimmering in her eyes as she nodded, deciding that future matters could wait. With a final sigh, it seemed as if she had relinquished something profound. Pondering how she could aid him, the ghostly immortal closed her eyes, unwilling to witness any longer, and thought, well, now there's one more. She listlessly resumed her observations of the jade. Bai Guo was still asleep, while Huang Yunji embraced her and practiced divination. Lin Jinji stood not far away, gazing at her intently. "What do you want?" The ghostly immortal raised an eyebrow and inquired directly. "Ahem, I also wish to become a ghostly immortal." Lin Jinji, suppressing her excitement, cautiously asked, "What should I learn?" The ghostly immortal chuckled. "You wish to become a ghostly immortal?" Yes, Lin Jinji nodded fervently. "That will not be easy." The ghostly immortal tilted her head skyward at a 45-degree angle. "How could it be difficult? What makes it difficult?" "I can change," Lin Jinji exclaimed, growing anxious. The ghostly immortal playfully glanced back at her. "Have you forgotten who you are? A vengeful spirit." "Huh?" Lin Jinji understood each word, but struggled to comprehend the entirety. The ghostly immortal leaned forward slightly, gazing earnestly at Lin Jinji. "You must first sever the karmic ties that bind you." Lin Jinji understood this time. Yet, she did not wish to return or face them again. Her emotions began to recede, and the prospect of becoming a ghostly immortal seemed increasingly insignificant. Observing her demeanor, the ghostly immortal chose not to tease her further and simply patted her shoulder before departing. Although she had been joking, if Lin Jinji desired to become a ghostly immortal, it was indeed a hurdle she must overcome. The longer she delayed, the more challenging it would become. The ghostly immortal refrained from voicing this thought, wanting Lin Jinji to believe she needed to resolve her issues before beginning anew. This approach would be more beneficial for her, as avoidance is not a commendable habit. Bored, the ghostly immortal raised her hand to weave ghostly energy, engaging in a brief bout of practice. However, she could not afford to be too powerful at the moment, so she merely distractedly summoned the energy to play. Her thoughts drifted beyond the jade, captivated by the unfolding drama of the Prime Minister's daughter in a shadowy marriage. What a pity it was, she observed, shaking her head, such a well-bred individual, and yet she is to be squandered. It was unclear what these living beings were so fervently vying for. Chapter 72. Coincidence does not happen without purpose. Was it not sufficient to raise such an outstanding daughter? Why must they brainwash her into becoming a puppet? Day by day, she lost her sense of self. She lowered her head, watching the faint flicker of ghostly energy at her fingertips, wondering, what am I to do in the future? The ghostly immortal pondered, neglecting to pay attention to what was transpiring outside the jade. It was not until Bai Guo stirred awake that the ghostly immortal's spirits lifted, and she eagerly approached her. "Do you sleep every day?" "Yes, why?" Bai Guo replied, somewhat perplexed. The ghostly immortal observed her upright posture, momentarily at a loss for words. Bai Guo found this amusing and chuckled. Just say what you want. If I can help, I will. After a brief contemplation, the ghostly immortal ultimately refrained from asking anything further. She was uncertain what inquiries would satiate her curiosity. Thus, she waved her hand dismissively. No, I was simply curious because you looked so peaceful while sleeping. As she turned to leave, she abruptly recalled something and spun back around. Oh, by the way, I plan to go for a stroll. Would you like to join me? Bai Guo thought for a moment and asked, is it dangerous? The ghostly immortal was taken aback. Laughing, of course, it's not dangerous. Oh, then I don't want to go. Bai Guo assumed the ghostly immortal was headed somewhere perilous that required her protection. If not, the young lady preferred to remain indoors. The ghostly immortal likely realized this as well. Chuckling, there are no dangerous places I am going. I merely wish to clear my mind. If you do not wish to accompany me, I shall depart and return after my stroll. Well, goodbye. Remember, if anything comes up, feel free to find us. All right, the ghostly immortal replied before departing, not even bidding farewell to Chun Daolang, as she had no desire to converse with the cold-hearted priest. Alone, the ghostly immortal wandered aimlessly, glancing around as she went. As darkness enveloped the sky, she spotted a gathering of shadows in the distance and floated closer to investigate. What could be happening there? Approaching the scene, she discovered a simple thatched cottage. At the entrance to the bedroom, several figures clad in dark clothing were conspiring suspiciously. Upon witnessing their malevolent intentions, the ghostly immortal lost her motivation to move. Thus, she perched upon a tree in the courtyard, stretching her neck forward. Her neck elongated as if it were an exceptionally elastic rubber band, allowing her to peer directly into the bedroom, where a young woman lay soundly asleep. However, the ensuing events revealed that she had misjudged the situation. The dark-clad figures were working in tandem. Some remained outside to keep watch, while others entered to abduct the girl. Indeed, they were abducting her, urging one another to hasten as they stuffed her into a sack. Once they lifted the sack onto a cart alongside some husks, they planned to quickly change out of their attire to avoid being caught. After a flurry of activity, the girl was finally secured inside the sack, which was then tied shut. One of the men remarked, "Brother, this tranquilizer was indeed a good purchase." He patted the sack, adding, "No matter how we tussle, this woman remains asleep." Another man, referred to as brother, merely glanced over his shoulder. "Stop talking nonsense. Save your words for after we deliver this woman to accompany However." Right. Let's first deliver her to accompany However. The first man agreed with a hearty grin. Together, they hoisted the sack and exited the courtyard, the cart awaiting them. Upon seeing them leave, the ghostly immortal finally moved from her perch. She floated onto the cart, watching the unfolding drama as they pushed it into the dense forest. After changing their clothes inside, they re-emerged with the cart. They brazenly pushed the woman along, traversing a considerable distance, even passing by several homes. Yet, no one took notice of the situation. Even when the ghostly immortal deliberately created the sound of a woman's cries to draw attention from a brightly lit house, those who emerged only shook their heads in confusion and returned inside when the noise ceased. No one scrutinized the oddity of a cart being pushed through the night. Sighing, the ghostly immortal murmured a prayer for her own well-being. In the past, she could have used her spectral powers to thwart the wicked. Yet now, she found herself feeble, capable only of producing faint sounds. She sat quietly on a cart, arriving at the destination of the group, a house situated in a remote area. Unlike the earlier thatched hut, this abode, while not grand, was certainly decent, adorned with a few carvings in places. The group cautiously secured the courtyard gate and called for those inside to come out. They gathered in clusters, all clad in mourning attire. A few burly figures approached, inquiring which bag contained her, ready to assist in moving it. After a long journey, panting and resting, they all pointed to the same bag. One stepped forward, feeling around, then turned to beckon the other larger men, indicating, "It is this one. Who will help me?" "I will," replied one, rolling up his sleeves as he came over. "This woman caused my brother's death. I shall personally deliver her inside," he declared, viciously grasping one end of the bag. Looking up, he saw the other end being lifted and, with no gentleness, flipped it over his shoulder, and carried it into the house. The ghostly immortal, refusing to give up, drifted in after them. Unbeknownst to her, a figure was hiding behind a massive old tree trunk, his gaze fixated on the bag, occasionally glancing at the ghostly immortal. Observing her slip into the house, unseen, he scanned the surroundings and eventually spotted a staircase. Leaning against the eaves near the entrance, he swiftly ascended to the roof, quietly lifting a tile, only to be met with an unexpected sight. Inside, resembling a spirit hall, stood a coffin at the center, and the figure within was attired in a groom's outfit. He witnessed someone pulling an unmoving woman from a bag, uncertain if she was alive or dead. Upon realizing the preparations for a ghost marriage, the ghostly immortal became increasingly intent on causing disruption, extinguishing candles and fidgeting with the woman, as if attempting to awaken her. Chapter 73. A glimmer of hope amidst shadows. Chun Daolong's gaze deepened as he observed the ghostly immortal for a moment. He noted how the people below trembled in fear at these strange occurrences, listening as the more compassionate among them began to plead for the unconscious woman. One produced a hand-length incense stick, lighting it and extending the burning end into the room. Soon, the coldly observing Chun Daolong witnessed the occupants inside grow increasingly agitated. Their fear diminished significantly, nearly vanishing, and their treatment of the unconscious girl became markedly rougher. They no longer restrained their voices as they had at first, instead glaring and cursing at her. What a wretched woman! Our However lost his life saving her, and she still eats and sleeps soundly. After venting his frustrations, one man, seemingly unsatisfied, approached and kicked the girl. "What are you doing?" Another larger man scolded angrily, pushing him away. "She is to be our However's bride. Why kick her?" While he defended her, a look of disdain crossed his face. Moreover, today was supposed to be her wedding day with However. If you injure her, when she goes to accompany our However, he won't be pleased. Grabbing the woman by one foot, he dragged her toward the makeshift bed beside the coffin. Approaching, he seized her hand and foot, lifting her as though she were livestock, and placed her onto the platform. He sought out those responsible for her wedding attire. Bai Guo and her husband anxiously observed from within their jade enclosure. Although they had rushed to the authorities at the first sign of trouble, their preparations and the journey took time. Unlike Bai Guo, they could not simply fly back in an instant. Hidden in the jade enclosure, Bai Guo anxiously scanned the distance, desperate for the arrival of the officials. It wasn't until the ceremony was nearly complete and they were about to seal the girl in the coffin that help finally arrived. Fortunately, it was not too late. The girl was ultimately rescued from the coffin. However, the indignation of those involved was palpable as they reversed the facts. "Your Honor, we are wronged. We were deceived." They protested. "Oh, now that you've been caught in the act, you dare cry innocence? Do you think we are fools?" The head official scoffed. "We were deceived as well. The man told us she was dead, which is why we secretly took her. Indeed, Your Honor, fearing deceit, we even kicked the body to check if she would react. If she were alive, she would surely jump at such a kick, yet she remained unmoving. We truly had no idea she was alive." As they lamented and pleaded for mercy, they began to offer their valuables to the officials, piling them into their hands. The leader was even pulled aside, given a substantial bribe. The officials shared glances, nodding slightly before turning a blind eye as they departed. "Considering this is your first offense and you were deceived, we shall let you go this time, but I must take this woman with me," declared the head official, casting a sharp glance back at them. "Take her. If she is indeed alive, we wouldn't dare keep her." "Please, take her away," they replied. The official snorted in response. "Very well, disperse." As they exited, he warned, "If anything happens to this woman afterward, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." "We wouldn't dare." The group hurriedly knelt in apology, pleading and offering blood money to ensure her safe passage. They accompanied her to the courtyard gate, watching until the officials' figures disappeared from view. Only then did they close the gate, hearts still racing, retreating to the inner room. Once seated, the eldest woman among them spoke up. "What transpired that brought the officials here?" "I don't know," another replied. "Was it you, who was seen while attempting to abduct someone today?" "Impossible," another interjected. "We had so many people stationed in all directions. How could we have been discovered?" "Then what do you propose?" one inquired, puzzled. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, and, finally, a frail woman spoke. Could it be that we were followed on our way back? The others frowned, bewildered. What do you mean? No one stopped us. The woman lowered her head in thought, then looked up at the others. Do you not recall how I was on the way? What do you mean? The previously skeptical man asked. People, she exclaimed, slapping her thigh. Typically, when we are busy, we might pass by at night, and only a few dogs bark. Yet today, lowering her voice, she leaned toward the group. This time, it was as if every few houses had someone come out to check. Perhaps this isn't our misfortune, but rather a divine intervention, aiding us. How so? One questioned. When something unusual occurs, it often harbors trouble. The sheer number of people coming out to investigate indicates we may have stirred up something sinister. He lowered his voice. Fortunately, we have not yet succeeded. Have we done so and then been discovered? Is it still possible for us to avert disaster by incurring losses? At that moment, they feared that others might be left with no means of survival. The others exchanged glances, uncertain how this matter had come to light. Aside from this, they could not conceive of any other possibilities. Thus, a group of individuals fell silent, remaining still for a considerable time. Daoist Chun had waited for a long while, and upon noticing their inaction, he began to contemplate departing. Yet, he soon recalled the purpose of his visit. He had come in search of the Guo Xian, who possessed a precious inner elixir. However, before he could devise his next course of action, the eldest lady among them suddenly spoke again. Howard cannot be left alone. If that woman cannot be approached, then we shall find a corpse instead. I have heard that a fresh burial has taken place at the Anjing, Wanzhonggong, in the east. You should see when it's convenient to go and dig it up. Yes, mother, the others responded in sparse agreement. Daoist Chun initially thought today would bring nothing but empty joy. Unexpectedly, a glimmer of hope emerged. Chapter 74, Turning the Tables. He surveyed the surroundings, committing the location to memory. Then, from his pocket, he procured a small pouch of powder and discreetly sprinkled it upon the male corpse within the coffin. Having completed this task, he leaped onto the crown of a nearby sturdy tree, taking refuge. After lingering there for a while, and seeing that no one was paying attention, he descended from the back. After crouching in a nearby thicket for a time, he awaited the emergence of the Guo Xian. He followed her silently until they reached a point beyond the observation range of the household, at which point he revealed himself and called out to her. Wait! Daoist Chun furrowed his brow and raised his hand, attempting to halt her. Yet, the Guo Xian sidestepped gracefully, questioning his intent. What is it? Daoist Chun felt a bit awkward. You should have no further use for that inner elixir. Might I borrow it? Who says I have no use for it? The Guo Xian retorted, speechless. Have you ever seen a ghost expend all its power and still remain alive? She crossed her arms and regarded him pointedly. Do you think I'm still here, lively and animated, for no reason? Daoist Chin's breath caught in his throat. I apologize. I made an assumption. His apology was sincere. What else could he do but offer genuine remorse, as he still needed the Guo Xian to participate in the formation? If she chose not to leave, he could not ascertain if other spirits would follow suit. As long as these spirits remained present, he only needed to locate the final participant in the Enon, and his numbers would suffice. Daoist Chin chuckled to himself, envisioning the imminent assembly of 81 souls, inadvertently laughing aloud. Regrettably, the one beside him was the Guo Xian, who was already in a foul mood. Upon hearing his laughter, she glared at him with impatience and exclaimed, Laugh, laugh, laugh. What are you laughing about? If you laugh again, I will leave immediately. Daoist Chun was taken aback, observing that her demeanor seemed genuine. He quickly suppressed his smile. I am not laughing. I merely noted that the numbers are about to be sufficient. I was just a bit pleased thinking that I could soon release you and my junior sister from your constraints. However, he could no longer maintain a facade of cheerfulness. Encountering a ghost who falters at such a critical moment was enough to test anyone's patience. After all the effort to gather them, the prospect of disarray loomed ominously, a situation that would hardly bring joy to anyone. Fearing the peculiar Guo Xian might suddenly vanish, Daoist Chun hastily urged her to return. Please come back. If you have business, just let me know, and I can assist you. No need, she replied. I simply wish to clear my mind. I want to wander far. Just inform me when you are about to begin, and I will return on my own. The Gui Xian continued to refuse, contemplating the true effects of the formation. When she looked at Taoist Chun, her expression was inscrutable. Unable to press further, he conceded for the moment. Very well, enjoy yourself, but remember to come back. The Gui Xian responded indifferently, turning to leave once more. Taoist Chen's eyelids twitched as he discreetly reached for the hem of her skirt, rubbing his fingers in the air. In his heart, he felt a surge of satisfaction. Since she would not remain, he would sprinkle some tracking powder on her. If the numbers fell short, he would send insects to locate her. Taoist Chun had initially hesitated to use the tracking powder on the Gui Xian, as it could be somewhat harmful to spirits. Watching her retreating figure, he muttered under his breath, "Who told you to be so unyielding?" With that, he turned and focused his attention back on the family from earlier. The last ghost was about to make an appearance, and he could hardly bear to leave. Thus, Taoist Chun settled into a watchful position in the trees near that household, observing as they departed and returned. He noted their empty sack upon leaving, now filled to the brim upon their return. He did not need to ponder. He knew it certainly contained a female corpse. A smile crept across his lips as he watched the family meticulously carry out the Yin Hun ceremony, even offering to keep watch for them. However, his behavior was evidently unwarranted. The officials, having just received their share, were well aware of the danger they were courting and would not return to strike again. When the Yin Hun finally concluded, Taoist Chun gazed in delight as the spirit of the previously empty corpse suddenly manifested. Thankfully, the Yin Hun was bound by constraints that would automatically draw forth these spirits. Otherwise, he would have had no idea where to search for her across such vast distances. This time, Taoist Chun refrained from recklessly appearing to converse with the spirit. Instead, he produced a small, bottle-shaped talisman and deftly maneuvered his fingers, drawing the female ghost into the vessel. The female ghost, who had been minding her own business, was bewildered when she suddenly found herself back in her own body, only to be thrust into a pitch-black space moments later, where she erupted in rage, cursing aloud. "What the hell is going on, you damned heavens?" Taoist Chin glanced at the bottle, remaining composed and not rushing to respond. He carried the female ghost back to his residence, releasing her from the talisman's seal upon arrival. "Who are you? Where is this? What has happened? How'd I end up here?" The female ghost bombarded him with questions as soon as she emerged. Taoist Chun chuckled, with such a barrage of inquiries. Which one shall I address first? Realizing her own impatience, the female ghost took a moment to recompose herself, choosing to ask her questions one at a time. "Where is this? My residence. How did I end up here? You were exhumed and stolen for Yin Han, and I could not abide by such an act. So I brought you back." "Stolen?" The female ghost wore an expression of disbelief. She had not been guarding her own corpse, and thus was entirely unaware of the situation. "Did you witness them stealing?" "Yes." One of her brows arched while the other furrowed. She appeared perplexed. "If you found it unacceptable, why didn't you simply stop them from stealing the corpse?" Taoist Chin replied with a calm smile. "If I had stopped them from stealing you, they would simply resort to stealing someone else next time. Rather than addressing the symptoms, it is more prudent to allow them to take you. Once they have accomplished their goal, I shall rescue you, and they will not attempt to steal from others again, and you will be unharmed." "Rescue me? Just like this?" The female ghost felt something was amiss. Chapter 75. The final preparations. She felt a binding force enveloping her, growing stronger with the passage of time. "Of course not. Bringing you out does not equate to saving you." "Well, that's a relief." Upon hearing this, the female ghost felt reassured. She understood that what Taoist Chun said was indeed a genuine promise of rescue, rather than merely a transient extraction of her soul. "So, how will you save me now?" Taoist Chun smiled gently, while Bai Guo and the Jade couldn't help but comment on his demeanor. "What a sight to behold." He replied, "My junior sister has also been wronged and entangled in a ghostly marriage. I am preparing to set up a formation to free her. There is still a spot within the formation. You can join as well." The female ghost hesitated, continuing to inquire, "What do I need to do?" Taoist Chin glanced at her, feigning ignorance. "I have some matters to attend to and cannot initiate the formation immediately. For now, I can only take you to leave a formation guide. Subsequently, You will need to stay by my side, alongside other souls requiring liberation from their ghostly marriages, and wait for me for a time. The female ghost scrutinized Taoist Chun until his smile nearly faltered. Finally, she spoke. All right, if there is anything you need, feel free to ask. Within my capabilities, I shall assist you. Taoist Chun, naturally, would not decline her offer. Good, then you may join the others inside the jade. Can I stay alone? If you remain alone, I will not have time to create a third piece of jade. The first jade is for everyone together. The girl in the second jade is a bit overwhelmed. I would advise against you entering. Must I enter the jade? What will happen if I stay outside? As long as you are content, Taoist Chun replied, at a loss for words. However, our formation exists in the underworld. If you descend without entering the jade, you might be captured by the Yin soldiers. Just a kind reminder, it is not merely about having some spiritual knowledge to act as you wish. Oh, I understand. I will enter before descending. All right, Taoist Chun replied calmly. I have matters to attend to. Shall we arrange a meeting point, or will you accompany me now? What is the difference? The female ghost instinctively asked. The difference? Taoist Chun pondered. If you stay in the jade and depart with me, your restraints will not bind you. However, if you walk alone, as the time of your marriage contract lengthens, its hold over you will intensify. In the end, you may be drawn directly to that man. The woman fell silent for a moment, then looked at Taoist Chun and said, Then I will go with you. Good. Taoist Chun raised his hand to produce the ink jade. You can enter here. The woman nodded, transforming into a wisp of blue smoke that slipped into the jade. Taoist Chun tightened his grip on the jade pendant. Blue smoke? He promptly sealed the jade's sensory perception of the outside world, then hurriedly ignited a communication talisman to contact his master. What is it? An elderly voice resonated from an unknown direction. Master, is there a way to enhance the effectiveness of my barrier that obscures heavenly secrets? You seek even greater efficacy? The old Taoist's tone shifted. Indeed. What have you done that necessitates such an enhancement? There was a hint of confusion in the old Taoist's voice. Master, several new associates have arrived, and they possess considerable strength. We cannot afford to be complacent in this matter. I fear that if I do not reinforce it, we may not evade heavenly secrets and could encounter new troubles. The old Taoist began to respond, but paused, leaving Taoist Chun wondering if he had severed the communication. Lowering his gaze, he checked, only to suddenly hear a voice that felt like a melody to him at that moment. I will provide you with some items. Gather them together. Then, encircle the barrier with an additional layer, following the sequence I provide. Finally, use the original barrier as the core to establish a new isolation formation. At that point, you could tear the heavens apart from within, and no one would intervene. Truly, Taoist Chun felt a surge of excitement. Yet, the old Taoist's words carried a note of caution. However, in our line of work, every action carries greater karmic repercussions than others. Do not go too far. Taoist Chun gazed forlornly at the towering trunks of trees. I understand, Master, but my junior sister must be saved. Alas, the old Taoist said no more. As long as you are aware. Yes, I shall prepare the items now. Taoist Chun concluded, swiftly severing the communication. However, he did not immediately begin gathering the items the old Taoist had mentioned. Instead, he lit another communication talisman. Before long, a sweet, childish voice echoed through the air. Tao brother, what prompts you to contact me today? Is there something you require my assistance with? This was the voice of the little Taoist girl whom Taoist Chun had rescued after she had exploded someone's grave. I am about to activate the formation. Can you make it here? Taoist Chun, pressed for time, wasted no words. The two exchanged concise dialogue, finalizing their meeting time and place. All right, we have an agreement. Taoist Chun then cut off the communication once more, rising to hasten toward the marketplace. He busied himself until the sky darkened, finally readying all the necessary items. Once he finished his tasks, he washed up and prepared to rest. Early to bed, early to rise is good for one's health. Tomorrow, he would rise early to arrange the new formation. He even remembered to lift the restrictions he had set earlier, allowing the ink jade to listen to the sounds of the outside world once again. Inside the jade, Huang Yuanji. Upon discovering that Taoist Chun had once again sealed their ability to hear the outside world, sat cross-legged in meditation. This time, he divined something extraordinary and immediately turned to Bai Guo. "Madam, how is it that I have divined an infinitely high probability of your kin encountering us? What about now? Now, it is unfeasible, yet feels both distant and near. Is there a difference between these two time frames?" Bai Guo, sensing Huang Yuanji's focus on the divination, observed from outside the divination. The difference, Huang Yuanji glanced at Daoist Chun, who was asleep outside the jade, is that when he sealed our ability to hear external sounds, he must have contacted someone. Now, however, he has not. Huang Yuanji pondered thoughtfully. Chapter 76. A return to the general's manner thus. The person he contacted could potentially be my kin? Huang Yuanji's expression grew solemn, and after considerable contemplation, he reluctantly nodded in acceptance. He felt a rising agitation. They say that a crooked beam leads to a crooked roof. Given Daoist Chen's current state, if he had grown up beside Guoguo's relatives, what might her family be like? He dared not delve deeper into this thought, nor did he want Bai Guo to ponder it further, so he abruptly shifted the topic. Let us not concern ourselves with the details for now. We cannot sit idly, speculating without knowledge. Let us see who will come to find him, and we can consult the divination then. All right, Bai Guo observed Huang Yuanji, who was evidently more agitated than before, and refrained from pressing him further, fearing it might provoke him. Yet, she was keenly curious. She gazed towards Huang Yuanji repeatedly until he could no longer hold back and asked, "What does the madam wish to say?" Bai Guo, hearing him inquire, brightened with excitement. Yet, she hesitated, stammering for a while until she finally blurted out, "Daoist Chun is indeed a Daoist." What? Huang Yuanji immediately misunderstood, thinking Daoist Chun had always been a Daoist. Bai Guo fidgeted for a long time, ultimately mustering the courage to say it all at once. "Do you not recall the information we received? It suggests that my father might be a Daoist, and that Chun Daoshang is also a Daoist. When he made contact earlier, the divination revealed that he seemed to be reaching out to my relatives. Could it be that my father is his master?" As Bai Guo spoke, her chest rose and fell with increasing intensity. "If my father is indeed his master, could you divine in that direction? Let us see how the divination ultimately reveals itself." Bai Guo gazed at Huang Yuanji with hope in her eyes. Although it was Huang Yuanji who first proposed searching for relatives, it did not mean that Bai Guo was uninterested. She simply felt that after so many years of no one seeking her out, it was most likely futile. Either they had forgotten she was their daughter, or she was simply meant to be abandoned. Otherwise, the items she carried with her would not have been pawned by Bai's couple, and no one had followed the clues to find her. However, now that they were searching, they might as well dig everything out and question him thoroughly. In the end, whether to sever ties or reconcile would depend on the circumstances. Huang Yuanji felt a tinge of worry, yet it did not deter him from assisting his naive wife in finding her family. After all, they had not been together for so many years. The character of that person mattered little to Bai Guo. After all, Guo was already married to him. Even if he turned out to be a villain, he would no longer have the chance to corrupt her. Thus, he eagerly resumed the divination, yet this time it was not as smooth as usual. He seemed to have exhausted his spiritual energy. Every time the process reached a point requiring significant energy, the divination would abruptly cease. After several attempts with the same result, he widened his eyes and glanced at Bai Guo, finally saying, "Guo, I'm afraid I won't be able to assist you this time." "What is wrong?" Bai Guo asked, observing him repeat the process, noticing the green light that had not appeared again. She found it perplexing, as everything had seemed fine earlier. With a sigh, Bai Guo resigned herself to the situation, her tone tinged with melancholy. Huang Yuanji looked down at his hands, clenched his fists, and then raised his gaze to Bai Guo with determination. "Regardless of the reasons behind this failure, I will certainly continue to divine for you in the future." Huang Yuanji reached out, affectionately stroking Bai Guo's silky hair, affirming his resolve, regardless of the outcome. Bai Guo gently pulled Huang Yuanji's hand down to her cheek, leaning against it and vacantly rubbing her face against his large palm, lost in thought. Meanwhile, outside the jade enclosure, Chun Daoshang was experiencing considerable success. After preparing his items, he ventured into the underworld and, after several maneuvers, managed to reinforce the barrier's efficacy. Once he confirmed that everything was in order, he proceeded to the general's residence. Upon finally meeting the general, the latter's demeanor was remarkably calm. He raised his hand to summon a servant, instructing them to bring forth the woman who had become a minor general in a female form. Go in and invite her out, and inform her that Chun Daoshang has arrived. Yes, General, the servant acknowledged and departed, returning shortly with the woman. She first bowed respectfully to the elder general seated at the head of the table before turning to Chun Daoshang and saying, I have met the esteemed sir. Chun Daoshang nodded, not wishing to waste time, and directly stated, Madam, I have nearly completed the tasks at hand. If you are available, I can take you to set the formation now. Is it convenient for you? Of course, I have been waiting for this moment, the woman replied, eager to resolve this unnatural situation as swiftly as possible. She found the very thought of it burdensome and desired to conclude it without delay. Even if she had other matters to attend to, they would have to take a back seat to this affair. Very well, you may follow me now. Chun Daoshang stated he was ready to leave, yet his body remained still, seated firmly in his chair. Shall we proceed then? The woman asked, confused but not wanting to press for explanations, opting instead for action. She took a step back, half turning towards the door, and glanced back at Chun Daoshang, asking, Are we to exit this way? Chun Daoshang raised an eyebrow at her question. Is there something else? The woman turned partially back, surprised by his inquiry. I have nothing further, but do you not need to inform your family? Chun Daoshang added, glancing in the direction of the elder general. Oh, that? The woman replied with a bright smile. There is no need. We can leave directly. I have already informed them during our previous conversations. The time spent was sufficient for that. Her eyes sparkled with warmth and admiration as she looked up earnestly into the elder's gaze. With the elder present, there was no need for her to worry. Let's go, she declared, feeling a newfound lightness and freedom from her burdens. After leaving the general's residence, the two made their way towards the grand formation. As was his custom, after establishing the formation for the female general, Chun Daoshang escorted her back. Before parting, he assured her, when we activate the grand formation, I will signal you with fireworks. If you see them in the sky, come immediately to join me here. It should be within the next few days. The female general agreed cheerfully, I understand. I will be on the lookout for the signal. Once Chun Daoshang had conveyed his instructions, he departed to seek out the other female spirits. After notifying everyone, he returned to the realm of the living. On a nearby street, he casually purchased a stick of incense, and upon returning to his dwelling, he retrieved the statue of Bai, lighting the incense before it. He began to speak. Bai, I acknowledge my previous mistakes, but the formation is about to commence, and you may emerge now. Until our agreement is fulfilled, I will not demand any gold from you. Let's first save those we need to rescue. If you hear me, please give me a sign so that I may prepare appropriately. This time, Chun Daoshang brought nothing with him. He simply came to notify Bai Yi. He had expected that even if Bai Yi did not appear, there would be some acknowledgement. Much to his surprise, after his monologue, the half-burned incense suddenly transformed into gold. Chun Daoshang was taken aback, trembling as he pulled the incense out, confirming that it had indeed changed. He looked up at the statue, relieved that Bai Yi had understood. Glancing back at the small piece of golden incense, he gestured gratefully, Thank you. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly recalled something. On the day the formation is activated, I will set off fireworks in the underworld. If you see them, you can come to the grand formation. If you happen to overlook it, do not worry. I will come to light incense for you before entering the underworld. It should be in the coming days. So please pay attention. After ensuring he had conveyed everything, he turned to depart. This time, he did not put the statue away, thinking it might as well remain outside to monitor the progress. Regardless, he needed to find his junior sister's body first. Chun Daolang first took advantage of the daylight to purchase an assortment of peculiar items before returning to his residence for a restful slumber. Bai, nestled within his own statue, observed him. He had anticipated that this young man would be quite busy in the coming days. He was surprised to find him napping in broad daylight. Bai Yi shook his head and departed, leaving behind a subtle, unconscious thread of sensing power to continue monitoring Chun Daolang's incense offerings. This way, when Chun next lit incense, Bai Yi would be able to return immediately. Thus, Bai Yi missed the events of the evening. Chun Daolang slept soundly until darkness enveloped the sky, after which he set out to acquire iron shovels and a plethora of other items. He then ventured into the night towards a specific direction where his junior sister's remains lay buried. Excellent, he thought, with the Taoist artifact placed in her mouth. Her resurrection was assured. With it in place, her body would not decay or emit foul odors, thus preserving her chances of revival. Perhaps in his fervor, he was oblivious to a person nearby who was stealthily harvesting vegetables, casting curious glances in his direction. Once Chun Daolang unearthed his junior sister's remains, he swiftly concealed the body within his spatial ring. He then toiled to restore the grave site to its original state, ensuring that the family would not discover his actions and complicate matters further. Upon finally returning to the inn, he even drew water to gently cleanse the face and arms of Baozi. As for more intimate areas, he decided to wait for his sister to awaken and tend to herself. He even changed her outer red wedding gown for a new outfit in her favorite color and style. "Junior sister, wait for me. Your elder brother will bring you back soon," he murmured. He remained by the bedside, vigilantly guarding Bao Zi's body until the first light of dawn. Reluctantly, he returned her to the spatial ring. He hurried back to the resurrection formation he had prepared for her in the mortal realm, meticulously inspecting it to ensure there were no oversights. He then turned and contacted the young Taoist nun. "Taoist friend, have you arrived?" Soon. I was delayed while selecting treasures in the storeroom," came a breathless voice, as if the speaker was racing. "I'll be there shortly. I must hang up now." Chun Daolang felt no anger at the hurried farewell. Running breathlessly, how arduous, he thought. Glancing around, he contemplated his current tasks. With nothing pressing to attend to, he decided to visit the elderly couple. However, upon returning to their sparsely furnished abode, no one responded, no matter how he knocked. He stood at the door for quite some time, even squatting down to divine their fate. The result was void, gone. He stared at the divination, a sign usually seen only when searching for the deceased, and fell into silence. He was uncertain how long he remained there, lost in contemplation, until a voice suddenly called out to him, bringing him back to reality. Upon rising, he felt a wave of dizziness. When his vision cleared, he saw a former servant of the elderly couple approaching. "Esteemed one, you have come to see them?" "Yes," Chun Daolang replied softly, remaining still. He wished to inquire about something, but his mouth seemed to have a will of its own, tightly sealed like a clam. The man, perceptive of Chun Daolang's demeanor, seemed to understand. He spoke, "Esteemed one, please accept my condolences. Their departure may not be all bad." "How so?" The words sounded benevolent, as if expressing relief at their escape from suffering, yet bore an undertone of opportunistic glee. "I do not know how to phrase it," the man stammered, observing Chun Daolang's solemn expression. "But this way, they suffer no further torment." His final words were murmured, almost inaudible. "Better to be free from constant torment than to endure it indefinitely," Chun Daolang replied tersely, unsure what else to say. He turned his attention back to the door. "May I enter?" "Yes. This house has not yet been sold," the man replied, producing a key from his pocket. Before his passing, the master instructed us to give you the key, saying you would surely return. Yet, they had no means of contacting him. "So I come by daily," the man continued. Stepping closer, he rambled on, reaching into his pocket to retrieve a letter. "This is a message from the master." Chun Daolang accepted it and opened it on the spot. "Esteemed one, we can no longer remain. We must depart. Remember, you promised to return. Previously, we troubled you greatly, taking up your precious time without offering anything in return. Now, we leave behind this house. The deed is among your belongings. Before departing, please leave it as you see fit. Do not worry about us." "Did they mention anything else?" Chun Daolang inquired quietly, examining the letter and noticing a faint bloodstain. "No, but they left a spare key. I included it in the envelope." The man added, "You may check again if you wish." Chun Daolang obediently turned the envelope upside down and shook it. A soft chime resonated as something fell to the ground. He picked up the key and stood still for a moment before silently unlocking the door and stepping inside. The interior appeared unchanged, yet the occupants were gone. Such is the nature of life and death, he thought. As a cultivator, he had witnessed many farewells and could not afford to be overly sentimental. Had it not been for the elderly couple, He would have merely completed his task without any lingering attachments. Perhaps it is better this way. Death brings an end to suffering, he murmured, echoing the sentiments of the man. Yet now, he was alone, unsure to whom he was speaking. Chen Daolang took a final look around before returning to his own humble abode. Gazing at the pile of stones, he appeared lost in thought. With a wave of his hand, he gathered everything into his spatial ring. Afterward, he paused, contemplating if there was anything still within. Chen Daolang delved back into his spatial ring, utilizing his absolute mastery and keen perception to quickly identify the remnants outside the stones. After retrieving them, he opened a small box to discover a collection of keys from various rooms, along with land and property deeds. Sighing, he took one last glance before departing. As he prepared to leave, intending to pay his respects to the elderly couple with incense, he suddenly realized he did not know where they were buried. He had neglected to ask, and the man had not mentioned it either. Looking around, he found no trace of the man, who had evidently left before he entered. With a heavy heart, Chen Daolang closed the door behind him. However, he pondered that these two elderly individuals were once members of a benevolent and esteemed family. It seemed likely that their affairs were known to some, so he resolved to inquire about them on the streets. Yet upon doing so, the heart of Chen Daolang grew cold. Could it be that these two elders were not victims of those who envied them, nor were they harmed by their acquaintances, but rather by his own actions? The elders had not been gone long, and their bodies still lay unburied in the mortuary. Listening to the descriptions from passers-by, Chen Daolang clearly identified the troublemakers as the family that had detained his junior sister. Those garments could only have been purchased by that family, and their timing was suspiciously precise, arriving on the very day after he had disturbed the grave. Early that morning, they had taken action. In an instant, Chen Daolang felt a profound sorrow and regret. "All right, I understand. Thank you." After hastily expressing his gratitude, he stumbled his way toward the mortuary. Along the way, he found himself questioning how this could be the case. Despite having no familial ties to the two elders, he could not fathom the reasoning behind such events. However, towards the end of his thoughts, someone suggested that perhaps they believed him to be unconnected and, therefore, a threatless target, prompting them to eliminate those closest to him first, a warning by killing the innocent. This notion was plausible, leaving Chen Daolang speechless. He silently sought assistance to ensure the two elders were properly laid to rest. Yet, upon returning to his residence alone, Chen Daolang closed his eyes, lost in contemplation. He had previously vowed to avoid a direct confrontation with that family to prevent any calamity. But now, since they had already come so close, he felt compelled to take a stand. After all, if they could murder two strangers today, what would prevent them from discovering his master's whereabouts tomorrow? What if, after rescuing his junior sister, she fell into their clutches again? Resolute, Chen Daolang recalled the matters his junior sister had uncovered. He turned to retrieve his writing implements and began to pen a letter, even producing some evidence from his spatial ring. After meticulously reviewing his preparations, he placed everything into an envelope and set out. Upon arriving at a certain estate, he smiled brightly, an expression that would not hint at any malice. He pulled the letter from his pocket and climbed a tall tree, positioning himself where he could observe. He remained perched in the branches until he spotted a particular individual, at which point he took a small stone, placed it in the envelope, and threw it toward the person. Chapter 79. The Open Scheme Afterward. He did not hide or flee, but remained seated in the tree, watching. The individual nearby was quick to intercept the envelope, exclaiming in anger, "Who dares to attack the prince?" While he recognized Chen Daolang sitting calmly in the distance, he was momentarily taken aback. The man did not flee. Regardless of whether he chose to run, the audacity to throw something toward the prince warranted action. Thus, he stomped his foot and prepared to charge forward. However, to his surprise, the seemingly frail prince restrained him. "Your Highness," the man protested, but the prince, not waiting for further explanation, raised a hand and interrupted. "Give me the letter." "What letter?" The man was bewildered, having received no correspondence recently. The prince cast a detached glance at him, adjusting his outer garment, and said, "The one in your hand." The man's breath caught as he looked down, realizing his mistake. He turned a glance back at Chen Daolang, who remained seated. "Let us not concern ourselves with him for now. Please read the letter first, and inform me whether I should deal with him. He obediently presented the letter, albeit still harboring intentions of violence. The prince, referred to as such, opened the envelope and perused its contents, carefully verifying the evidence. His fingers began to whiten with tension. Once he had finished, he handed the letter to a burly man beside him and turned his gaze seriously toward Chun Dowling, who was leisurely perched in the tree outside. "Will you not come in for a moment?" His voice was elegant and soothing, yet it carried an air of fragility, as if his very being were delicate. It was no wonder the public regarded this prince as a frail figure, destined for an early demise. Chun Dowling descended from the tree and made his way to the main entrance of the prince's residence. He did not knock, but soon someone arrived to open the door and respectfully usher him into the front hall. The frail prince was already seated in the main position, cradling a steaming cup of fragrant tea. The aroma was invigorating, and although a similar cup awaited Chun Dowling, he had little desire to savor it. "What business do you have, your highness?" The prince paused his delicate handling of the tea leaves and raised his gaze to Chun Dowling. "Shouldn't that question be directed at me? This matter holds little significance for me. I am more curious about your intentions." Chun Dowling conversed with him as if he were an ordinary person rather than a prince. The frail prince chuckled softly. "I must thank you for your kindness in delivering their incriminating evidence to me." He set down his cup, his expression revealing a hint of the royal family's cold indifference. "Thank you is unnecessary. We are merely serving our own interests." Chun Dowling lowered his gaze, avoiding the prince's penetrating stare. Regardless of how long this prince might live, he remained an undeniable royal figure. Although Chun Dowling had no fear of him, it was illogical to provoke him unnecessarily and create an enemy. Noticing Chun Dowling's averted gaze as a sign of submission, the prince lost interest in prolonging their exchange. After all, that family was a thorn in his side as well. He lifted his cup again, leisurely toying with the tea leaves, and continued. "My health has deteriorated due to their schemes, and thus I seek to teach them a lesson. What is it that you require?" Listening to the ailing prince's inquiry, Chun Dowling hesitated before responding. He furrowed his brow, gripping the embroidered pouch at his waist, and after a moment of silent contemplation, he removed it. "This pouch belonged to my junior sister, which I discovered among their belongings. My junior sister has been missing for some time. Initially, during my search, I heard that shortly after her disappearance, this family held a clandestine wedding ceremony for the deceased. Now, I can confirm they have taken my junior sister to arrange such a ceremony. Why should I trust you?" The prince's tone remained leisurely, as if he were merely observing a play unfold. "You need not trust me. My sole purpose is to avenge my junior sister. Therefore, I have compiled the information I uncovered during this time and presented it to her enemies, seeking to use their animosity against them. Whether this enemy is you or another, I do not particularly care. I merely heard from my master that you have once assisted him, hence my decision to approach you first. What I provided earlier was only a portion. If you have no interest in them, I shall take my leave and seek others." Observing the prince's demeanor, Chun Dowling adopted a stance of feigned reluctance. The frail prince smirked coldly. "Sit down. Do you think I will let you leave?" "Very well," Chun Dowling conceded, complying with the prince's command and taking a seat once more. The prince cast a sidelong glance at him, slowly closing his eyes and leaning back against the chair. As for other items, Taoist Chun feigned raising his hand, rummaging through his own robes, then his boots, and finally the collar of his garment. Therefore, when the prince raised his hand, growing impatient as he waited, and finally opened his weary eyes again, he was taken aback. "How did you conceal those items?" He watched in astonishment as Chun produced one object after another from various places. Ultimately, a small pile accumulated on the table, yet he did not appear any thinner. Taoist Chun maintained a calm demeanor, for the preservation of items was paramount. One cannot simply claim to possess a spatial ring. Though such artifacts are not unheard of among cultivators, they are scarce in ordinary sects. Perhaps only one or two exist. Furthermore, common folk have likely never even heard of them, even if that commoner is a prince. The principle of bearing the burden of wealth is well understood. No cultivator would disclose the existence of a spatial ring. The prince scrutinized him, circling around without uncovering any clues and redirected his attention to the pile of items. As he examined each one while seated, a smile gradually spread across his face. "What is it that you desire?" The young Taoist expressed that he needed nothing, only hoping the prince would choose an opportune time for revenge or perhaps seek out trouble with them at a specified time. Taoist Chun straightened, gazing earnestly at the prince. "Is that agreeable?" "Certainly. But what if I have pressing matters to attend to?" The prince, feeling somewhat led by the rhythm of the conversation, seized the opportunity to be mischievous. "If it cannot be done, so be it. Let us consider my visit as an act of repaying a favor owed to my master." Chapter 80. The childlike voice of the young Taoist returns. The prince did not speak to hinder him, merely observing as Taoist Chen departed. It was not until he stepped outside the gates of the royal residence that he turned back for a moment. His fist clenched and then relaxed. "I refuse to believe that after all they have done to you, you would not seize the opportunity to use the leverage you have." With that thought, he turned and left. After notifying all the absent female spirits, he intended to organize those that were present. Upon returning to his lodgings and summoning the female spirits, he suddenly noticed the blood-colored spirit. A Taoist, Chen turned to Bai Guo and her husband, uncertain. Has she not yet been taken to plant the array? The couple exchanged glances, hesitating before nodding. "If you did not take her while we were away, then she has not been planted." Taoist Chun rubbed his forehead in exasperation, resting his hand there as he gazed at the blood-colored spirit. After a moment, he sighed. "Very well, I shall take you to do so shortly." With that, he turned his attention to the others, counting them one by one. However, after tallying, he found one less than expected. How could this be? I clearly counted enough earlier. Bai Guo and her husband exchanged puzzled looks, while the bewildered spirits began brainstorming. "Did you include your own esteemed junior sister?" Taoist Chen shot him a glance. "Fine." The vengeful spirit looked around, attempting to ascertain who was present. "What about that young girl who is alone in a piece of jade?" "What?" Taoist Chun was taken aback. "It seems I did not account for her." He had forgotten who he had already counted, so he approached the desk and began writing, listing by Z and Bai Guo. He penned a long string of names before counting again. This time, he confirmed it was 81. However, Taoist Chun furrowed his brow, first crossing off the blood-mist spirit, then moving his hand to the girl in the other piece of jade. Yet he merely shifted his gaze without writing. "Have I taken her to plant the array?" He remained still, his eyes landing on the young Taoist instead. Ultimately, he encircled all the uncertain spirits. "Never mind. I will take them all into the grand array together. If they have already been planted, the array will not react again. If they have not, it is precisely the right time." He took another smaller piece of paper, writing the names of the uncertain spirits on it. Indeed, a sharp memory cannot rival a poor pen. Just as he finished writing, he received a communication. Naturally, he went to answer it. "Hello, Tao friend, I've arrived. Where are you? Give me your location, and I will come find you." The voice on the other end was a sweet, childlike tone. It was the young Taoist. Taoist Chen's expression brightened, immediately providing his current temporary residence. "Great. I'll be there shortly. Wait for me. I brought you plenty of good things." The young Taoist's voice bubbled with excitement. However, perhaps due to her immediate departure, just before the call ended, Taoist Chen heard the sound of rushing wind from her side. "Ah, things are becoming increasingly perfect," he thought to himself, feeling elated. With a content expression, he turned back to continue on the unfinished list. After completing it, he stepped outside, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the young Taoist. Fortunately, she was not far away, and soon he spotted her approaching on a small pony. Taken aback for a moment, he teased her as she drew near. Even employing child labor now." "Ha!" The young Taoist laughed heartily, her voice as sweet as ever. "It's not me. It's my master and senior brothers. They always think of me as just a little child, fit only to ride this small pony." She cast an exasperated glance at the obedient little pony behind her. "But I must say, the pony they chose for me is quite well behaved." She affectionately stroked the little pony's head and turned to Taoist Chun. "By the way, aren't you going to take me inside? Where am I supposed to lead my little pony?" "Come with me," Taoist Chen replied, extending his hand toward the little pony. He intended to pet it, but to his surprise, the pony turned its head away from his touch. It even seemed to exhibit a hint of human-like disdain, snorting at him, as if to say, I despise those who lack boundaries. Taoist Chun chuckled. Oh, this one is quite discerning, understanding how to treat people differently. The young Taoist affectionately patted the little pony's head. This little creature is rather shy. If I hadn't watched it grow since it was small, I probably wouldn't have been able to touch it. Haha, no need for hypothetical situations. It is simply fond of you. As they chatted leisurely, the little pony was led into the stable. Taoist Chun glanced at the stable and then back at the little pony. This little child's mount is far too small. The stable's posts cannot contain it. He raised his hand to point toward a further area. Let us go there. There are support posts, and we can tie it up securely. All right, the young Taoist agreed cheerfully. However, once she approached, she did not immediately tie up the little pony, but instead cast a worried glance at the stable. Cautiously, she grasped the post and shook it gently. It seems sturdy enough. It should be fine, she said while still shaking it. What is the matter? Taoist Chun teased again. Is it strong enough to break a flimsy stable? Indeed, this little one is quite mischievous, the young Taoist replied, swiftly tying the pony to the post. Let us go inside and chat in detail. Once Taoist Chun saw that the little pony was settled, he invited the young Taoist into his study. After they both took their seats, the young Taoist began to pull out a multitude of items from her robes. Come here, choose for yourself. I am uncertain of your needs. I have taken much time to persuade the master and others to retrieve these items from the storeroom for you. Please examine what may be of use or to your liking, and I shall gift it to you. The young Taoist maiden tilted her head and smiled, adding that if you have any inquiries regarding uncertain items, feel free to ask. Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at the assortment before her, many of which had long piqued my interest. Chapter 81. The Allure of Wealth. Haha. Taoist Chun chuckled at her exaggerated reaction, unable to suppress his amusement. What is it that has you so captivated? Ignoring rank and quantity, this item can control all spirits within a mile radius. The young girl's eyes almost sparkled with light, exclaiming that she had never experienced such a thing. Isn't this a remarkable tool for escape? When confronted by formidable spirits, we often find ourselves needing to flee. Once activated, it can control them for an entire day without any adverse effects on us. The young Taoist maiden's face was etched with disbelief. Can you truly imagine such a thing? She stared intently at the pile before her. Had I not witnessed it in action once, I would not believe it even now. I would not trust anyone who told me otherwise, she said, her throat making a gulping sound. Just as Taoist Chun was about to inquire which item she referred to, he suddenly remembered the spirits surrounding them and fell silent. First, he raised his hand to seal off the presence of MOU before resuming his conversation with the young maiden. Which item is so powerful? How could something so incredible have no side effects? The young maiden dug through the assortment and produced a tiny insect's corpse. You must understand how challenging it was to acquire this. Rather than lacking side effects, one could say that its repercussions were made abundantly clear during its creation, she continued, tilting her head in deep thought as if pondering a complex riddle. It is akin to planting a tree for future generations to enjoy. We do not have to plant it ourselves. Someone has already done that. For the first time, Taoist Chun uncontrollably licked his lips. You've brought these for me to choose from. May I select this one? His voice had turned hoarse. The young maiden glanced at him curiously, then at his throat, but she merely returned her gaze to the items on the table, saying, Everything here is for you. If you wish to take them all, you may. I only wish to ensure that if there is anything you do not desire, I can take it back. After all, these are treasures to us, yet preferences vary. You may not find them all appealing. Hence, I invite you to choose freely. Should you find anything unappealing, I will take it back. If you wish to keep everything, you may. I am genuinely sincere in my offer. The young maiden spoke rapidly, resting her chin on her hand as she watched Taoist Chun. After waiting for a while, she even began to swing her short legs leisurely. Taoist Chun's throat moved back and forth, struggling to suppress his desire for the other treasures. May I first inquire about the other items and their effects? Certainly. Which would you like to know about first? I can explain them one by one. After a lengthy conversation, Taoist Chun found himself reluctant to part with any of them. Finally, suppressing his desires, he awkwardly chuckled. Indeed, they are all invaluable treasures. The young maiden, seemingly flattered by this compliment, responded with pride, "Of course. I am the beloved little sister of my master and senior brothers." Taoist Chen exhaled deeply, forcing himself to quell his desires. He then asked, "Are there any items here that hold significant importance for your sect? Preferably those that should remain within your order." The young maiden furrowed her brow in contemplation, glancing at the treasures on the table. After some deliberation, she shook her head, then nodded, unable to reach a conclusion. "Why do you ask, benefactor? Each of these items is a treasure of great significance to our sect. Yet if one must be deemed indispensable, then I must be the most indispensable of all," she said playfully, cupping her face in her hands, resembling green leaves cradling a blooming flower, protecting the most beautiful thing at its center. Taoist Chun remained incredulous. Any one of these items, if fallen into the hands of a lone and abandoned cultivator, could lead to dire consequences. If I were to take them all, would it truly not cause serious harm to your sect? He sought reassurance repeatedly. "Oh, it would not. Even in my favored position, I could never claim anything fundamental to our order for myself. After all, I'm not the only one in the sect," the young maiden assured him. "Feel free to take whatever you desire," she urged. Taoist Chin chuckled helplessly. "What here is not enticing? The most ordinary item is your spatial ring, yet even that has 10 times the capacity of mine. Even a small one I currently use, if exposed to others outside our circle, would cause quite a stir. But yours," Taoist Chun found himself in disbelief at this unexpected windfall. Finally, he surrendered to his desires, abandoning all hesitation. "Then I shall take them all." He was well aware that, regardless of the circumstances, he had merely saved a person and could not possibly claim such a reward. "Should you ever require these items in the future, do not hesitate to seek me. As long as they remain with me, I will ensure their safe return." "Thank you, benefactor." The young maiden expressed her gratitude once more, her joy evident as she revealed no trace of regret. Taoist Chun accepted the treasures with a heart racing in disbelief, wearing an expression as if caught in a dream, and led her to find lodging. Upon reaching the inn's front desk, he suddenly felt his face flush crimson at the sight of the shabby establishment. He inwardly cursed himself, thinking, given all these precious items, how can I allow her to stay in such a place? I truly am despicable. However, he was genuinely short on funds, having previously relied on credit. The 8th elder had only settled the bill after turning the remaining incense into gold, leaving him with little to spare. After contemplating for some time, he suddenly had a moment of clarity, recalling the residence left to him by the elderly couple. He slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Ah, of course, I still have that." He laughed heartily, but when he looked ahead, he was abruptly dragged from heaven to hell. Chapter 82. A solitary man and woman sharing a room before him stood the innkeeper's assistant, who looked at him with a perplexed expression, as if watching a once normal person suddenly behave oddly. Taoist Chin instantly grasped the meaning of social death he had recently heard. "Ahem, my apologies. I just remembered something. I will return later." The innkeeper's assistant had extended credit to him for quite some time, making it inappropriate for him to voice any inappropriate remarks. Thus, he quickly made an excuse and left with the young maiden, heading directly to the residence gifted to him by the elderly couple, allowing her to choose her own room. Once selected, they proceeded to procure bedding and other necessities. In truth, Taoist Chin could have moved in from the very beginning and saved on lodging costs. At that moment, he felt sorrowful, not wishing to enter the elderly couple's abode, as he was troubled by the misfortune he had inadvertently caused them. In retrospect, it seemed rather foolish. Being impoverished, he pondered why he had engaged in such matters. Once everything was tidied up, Chen Daozhong turned to the young Taoist maiden and said, "You shall reside here from now on. You may venture out as you wish, and should you require assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. I reside in the small courtyard opposite yours. When you activate the formation, feel free to summon me as well." Nodding in understanding, Chen Daozhong then bid farewell to the young maiden. "I still have a few spirits to lead down. I will take them with me. You may entertain yourself in the meantime. May I accompany you?" The young maiden inquired eagerly. "I have yet to visit the underworld." Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at Huang Yuanji. Sensing his hesitation, she added with a hint of flirtation, "If you agree to take me along for a visit, I will comply with any request upon our return. Chen Daozhong furrowed his brow, responding with an odd tone. If you insist on going, I suppose I can take you. However, it is unnecessary for you to do anything else. He gestured toward the pile of treasures still resting on the table. The weight of these items is already sufficient to warrant my troubles in making several trips. The young maiden grinned slyly, her charming demeanor completely dispelling any previous suggestiveness. What must I do now to accompany you? She asked, not giving herself a moment to feel bashful. Chen Daozhong's gaze turned inquisitive. Come with me to my room. Upon hearing this, the young maiden's previously vibrant expression momentarily stiffened in surprise. That sounds delightful. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, as if she had not reacted at all. Is the formation arranged in your own room? Did you not just move in? I have resided here for a period before moving out for other matters. Chen Daozhong replied candidly. I see, the young maiden murmured, her expression shifting to one of contemplation as she followed Chen Daozhong to his room. Upon entering, she was immediately enveloped by a chilling aura, as if the gateway between the realm of the living and the underworld stood perpetually ajar. Here, take these items and find a suitable place to lie down, Chen Daozhong instructed, handing her a collection of belongings. He then secured the doors and windows and reinforced the protective barrier, saying, You may attend to whatever you wish while I work. First, find a comfortable spot to rest. Chen Daozhong, concerned that this spirited companion might linger too long in the underworld, reminded her, We may not return swiftly, so choose a place where you can remain comfortable. Very well, the young maiden replied, eager to comply. She set her sights on Chen Daozhong's bed, gazing at it with longing before looking back at him. May I lie here? If I must rest for a while, this is the most comfortable option. Chen Daozhong hesitated, his brow furrowing. He felt an unsettling impression that the young maiden was behaving unusually, as if she were attempting to allure him. However, he dismissed the thought, murmuring to himself before cautiously suggesting, Of course, you may lie as you wish. However, I must clarify that I will also be on the bed. That is perfectly fine, the young maiden responded without a hint of embarrassment. Chen Daozhong swallowed hard, his gaze unabashedly sweeping over the young maiden. He had intended for her to choose first, expecting her to select the bed, while he would sit cross-legged in the center of the room. To his surprise, she agreed, Let us lie together. His gaze deepened as he approached the bed, deliberately stopping close to her. He began to remove his clothing, but as soon as he slipped off his outer garment, regret washed over him. What was he thinking, undressing for no reason? He tossed the garment aside onto a nearby screen and climbed onto the bed without removing anything further. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the young maiden had also begun to shed her attire. His eyes widened in shock, but before he could ponder further, she tossed her outer coat onto the screen and climbed onto the bed in her remaining garments. What is happening? Chen Daozhong momentarily lost his train of thought, recalling his earlier words to her, Do as I do. Perhaps he had misjudged the situation. Yet, his gaze drifted back to the discarded garments. If he had stripped entirely, would she have followed suit? Turning to the young maiden, now lying beside him, he asked, Are you ready? Yes, I am prepared, she replied softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Close your eyes and only open them when I call your name, Chen Daozhong instructed, his tone tinged with gravity. The young maiden's cheeks flushed with an odd hue. Observing her demeanor, Chen Daozhong grew increasingly convinced that she harbored ulterior motives. Thus, he silently fortified his own protective barrier. After executing these preparations, Chen Daozhong proceeded to extract both their souls from their bodies, as was customary, ushering them into the underworld. Once there, he instructed the female spirits who had not yet left their traces to approach one by one. Initially, those who had not left any markers did so at this juncture. While he was diligently engaged in these tasks, peculiar activities unfolded in the realm of the living. Individuals associated with the Huang family, as well as others invited by the Yuan family, and even his own master, were all on the move. Though the old Taoist was uncertain of their intentions, he felt an inexplicable sense of agitation. Restlessly, he performed divinations, convinced that something ominous was about to transpire. Yet, the omens remained shrouded in ambiguity. Too many variables, he lamented, pacing in circles in his agitation. This time, Chen Daozhong lingered in the underworld longer than usual. One reason was the protective item gifted by the young maiden, and the other was his desire to resolve matters swiftly, aiming to complete the necessary arrangements all in one day. Thus, he delayed his return to the realm of the living, inadvertently missing the unusual occurrences that transpired on the streets that day. As evening approached, Chen Daozhong finally concluded his tasks and returned to the realm of the living, only to find that twilight had barely fallen, yet the streets were nearly deserted. He had intended to go out to procure some items. Before he could ponder further, the young maiden's voice broke through his thoughts. I heard this place was quite bustling. Why are there so few people? Unclear, Chen Daozhong replied, his brow furrowing in confusion, equally perplexed by the situation. As he approached the familiar shop, a glimmer of light seeping through the crack of the closed door caught his attention. He realized that although the door was shut, there were still people inside. He stepped forward and knocked on the door. The shopkeeper opened it slightly, inquiring who it was. I need to buy something, he replied. The voice that emerged was dismissive. We're closed. Come back tomorrow. However, Chen Daoshang's keen eyes noticed that the light gap in the door darkened in one spot. Upon closer inspection, he saw someone peeking through the crack. Stepping back to allow the person inside to see him fully, he called out, Shopkeeper, do you recognize me? I'm a frequent visitor. I urgently need something. If you could kindly open the door, I will leave right after my purchase. The shopkeeper, still peering through the crack, replied, Oh dear, I truly cannot open the door. Why are you closing so early today? The street seems almost deserted. Could you enlighten me on what has transpired? As a valued customer, I would appreciate a heads up if there is something going on. The shopkeeper hesitated, glancing at Chen Daoshang before finally speaking. Who is this young girl with you? She seems unfamiliar. Chen Daoshang noticed the shopkeeper's evasive demeanor and assumed he was reluctant to share any information. Yet, he felt compelled to clarify matters, as there was no one else to inquire. Thus, he resolved to address the shopkeeper's questions. This is my friend. She has come to visit me after a few days, he explained. The shopkeeper's eyes widened with a hint of fear. When did she arrive? Was it today or yesterday? Chen Daoshang sensed the urgency in the shopkeeper's tone and fabricated a response. What is the matter? Has something occurred in the past few days? My friend has been here for 3 or 4 days. I was busy with other matters, and she has been staying indoors. Ah, so she arrived a few days ago? Well, do you see anyone else around? The two outside looked around in confusion, shaking their heads at the shopkeeper. No one, they affirmed. Good, wait a moment, and I shall open a small door for you. Thank you, esteemed shopkeeper, Chen Daoshang said, bowing gracefully. The shopkeeper cautiously moved aside the door panels, keeping a vigilant eye on the surroundings. Be careful now. If anyone else approaches, let me know. I cannot open the door for strangers. Rest assured, I will keep watch. Chen Daoshang replied, though his gaze merely swept the area casually. Once inside, he began selecting the items he needed while engaging the shopkeeper in conversation. What has truly occurred today? Why are there so many practitioners of the Dao about? Chen Daoshang only uttered the beginning of his inquiry before falling silent, trusting that the shopkeeper would understand without needing an elaborate explanation. You have no idea, the shopkeeper sighed. Today, there are far too many Dao practitioners on the streets. The presence of practitioners suggests trouble is brewing, Chen Daoshang noted. What connection do these events have? The shopkeeper, visibly anxious, replied, Indeed, let me confide in you. But do not share this with others. Long ago, we experienced a strange incident involving a female ghost. It was quite formidable. All the practitioners in the city came together, monks, Taoists, and even female practitioners, to corner that ghost. It was said that even a group could not overpower her. Ultimately, it was believed that someone had threatened her by taking her child, which quelled the chaos. What happened next, we do not know. That ghost was incredibly powerful, and now, suddenly, there's so many practitioners appearing again. Who knows what might arise? Once your purchases are complete, do not linger. Return home promptly and secure your doors and windows. If night falls and a stranger knocks, do not open the door under any circumstances. It was uncertain whether the shopkeeper was advising himself or them. After expressing gratitude to the shopkeeper and clarifying the situation, Chen Daoshang and his companion departed with their purchases. What could be so formidable? The young female practitioner mused. still unaware of the ghost in the hot spring. Chen Daoshang, however, had gleaned some understanding, realizing that the ghost must have willingly sealed herself away. He knew she could not escape, so the townsfolk were likely misunderstanding the situation. With that thought, he continued on his way, allowing his mind to remain restless. Why had so many practitioners suddenly appeared? What were their intentions? Just as he was lost in thought, the young practitioner pressed her forehead against his. "Your forehead is burning," she exclaimed, glancing at him before checking her own. "But you seem fine otherwise." "It's nothing. I just had a snack." Chen Daoshang interrupted her analysis. "I need to eat beforehand to activate the Great Formation. Once my spirit departs, I will feel better." "Oh, that's a relief," she said, patting her chest. "Let us continue our search and gather everything to return soon." "Indeed, rest well once we are home," Chen Daoshang teased, adding, "Otherwise, how will I have the energy to attend to you?" The young practitioner, hearing this, remained silent, only letting out a soft cough, perhaps to mask something. The vastness of the area brought with it a mix of skepticism and naivety among newcomers. They completed their shopping and began their journey home. Were they bold or simply ignorant? The young practitioner pondered aloud, gazing at the items in her hands. Regardless of their courage or ignorance, everyone has their own fate, Chen Daoshang remarked, not sparing her a glance as he urged her onward. "The night is deepening. We must hurry home." Upon returning, Chen Daoshang began to meticulously prepare the newly acquired items. "You go tend to your own matters," he encouraged the young practitioner, suggesting she rest while he worked. Meanwhile, other Taoists entering the city began to scrutinize Chen Daoshang under the influence of various factions. After organizing his belongings, he covered his incessantly twitching right eye. It is said that the left eye twitches with fortune, while the right forebodes misfortune. "Why has my right eye been so restless today?" He sat in contemplation for long, while before reaching out to contact Bao Zi and his master. Finding both to be unharmed, he felt a sense of relief. As long as his closest companions were safe, he too would be fine. If the eye twitches, let it be. It is of little concern. The following morning, Chen Daoshang lit an incense stick and notified the statue of Bai Yi. "I shall commence the formation today." He rose to beckon the young Taoist, maiden to accompany him outside, guiding her to the location where the body of Bao Zi was concealed within a formation. After a thorough inspection, the two of them entered an adjacent protective formation. They activated the formation, and their souls departed for the underworld. When the 81 female spirits, including Bao Zi, gathered together, Daozhong Chen's eyelids began to flutter rapidly. Suddenly, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, and with a furrowed brow, he retrieved a magical artifact from his spatial pouch. Concealing it behind his back, he discreetly crushed the artifact, which had the power to control all souls within a certain radius. He promptly issued an instruction to refrain from any actions unless contradicted. However, should anyone dare to defy him, he would exert forceful control, ensuring they adhered strictly to his commands. Following this decisive step the previous night, he sensed a newfound stability in his eyelids. With a deep, relaxed exhale, he declared, "All right, everyone, please step into the formation. I have already designated the spots for each of you. Find your names on the formation and stand upon them." Suddenly, Bai Guo exchanged a glance with Gui Xian before interrupting. "Daozhong, may I switch places with Miss Bao?" Chen Daozhang's heart raced, though his expression remained composed as he replied, Bai Guo had previously scrutinized their positions, and unexpectedly, the central spot was occupied not by Bao Zi, but by another female spirit with whom she had no prior acquaintance, while Bao Zi was positioned at the edge of the formation. Bai Guo was situated precisely between the two, slightly to the left. Thus, she improvised, "I wish to hold my husband's hand. Let me stand beside him." Initially, Chen Daozhong pondered whether the situation had been compromised. However, upon hearing her reasoning, his expression darkened. "No, that cannot be permitted." Fearing she might voice more nonsensical inquiries, he preemptively clarified, "While the formation operates, your husband will be excluded. You cannot hold hands, so there is no need to switch." "It's all right, let us switch. I can stand beside her," Huang Yuanji interjected, exchanging a glance with Bai Guo. Chen Daozhang's voice carried an imperceptible hint of impatience and annoyance as he responded, Must you insist on being together? Apologies, Daozhang, my wife is rather clingy. Many matters we previously found difficult to mention, you've willingly proposed and agreed to upon discovering. We thought changing positions wasn't a significant issue, hence we decided to inform you directly. Standing beside her is not impossible, Chun Daozhang mused. Casting a glance at Bao Zi, who stood at the formation's center, then at the vacant spot beside her. Very well. My junior sister has entered the formation and is positioned there, but the person next to her has yet to step in. You can simply switch with the individual beside my junior sister, saving her the trouble of stepping out again. Otherwise, we would have to re-establish the formation, which would be a hassle and waste everyone's time. Correct? Bai Guo, Gui Xian, and Huang Yuanji exchanged glances. Gui Xian then spoke. What about re-establishing the formation? She feigned ignorance while gazing longingly at the formation, appearing eager to change positions. I want to stand there. My intuition tells me that being in that spot will expedite my recovery. Chapter 85. Something feels amiss. Chun Daozhang stared blankly at Gui Xian, sensing her nonsensical ramblings. Yet he lacked evidence against her. He could not allow any of them to switch places. Otherwise, it would merely enable another soul to resurrect through his junior sister's body. With a slight frown, he refrained from showing anger and subtly utilized the artifact he had recently activated, discreetly issuing commands through its power. She is already inside. It would be more troublesome for her to come out again. You should simply take your designated positions. Bai Guo and Gui Xian raised their eyebrows, exchanging another glance. But the scene before them shifted. They no longer stood idly watching Chun Daozhang. Instead, they instinctively began to walk towards their designated spots within the formation, where their names were inscribed. A flicker of astonishment crossed Huang Yuanji's face as he reached out to grasp Bai Guo's arm. Wife! Yet before he could finish, Chun Daozhang's gaze landed on him, and he spoke, Young Master Huang, please remain quietly by the side for a moment. This will be resolved shortly. Huang Yuanji found this outrageous. How could he allow himself to witness his wife disintegrate into nothingness, becoming sustenance for another's resurrection? Anger bubbled within him, and he opened his mouth to confront Chun Daozhang, yet discovered he could not utter a sound. In disbelief, he raised his hand to his lips, confirming he had indeed opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. He glanced at Chun Daozhang, whose previously dark expression had transformed into one of utter satisfaction. Realizing the situation was dire, Huang Yuanji turned, closing his eyes and attempting to conjure an illusionary formation to confound Chun Daozhang. However, he was shocked to discover that he could not even harness his ghostly powers. How could this be? He silently lamented, resigned to waiting for the conclusion. With a heavy heart, he closed his eyes, secretly praying that his fourth uncle and the others would not encounter any mishaps. Upon reopening his eyes, he looked at Bai Guo, only to find her expression equally troubled. Glancing at Gui Xian confirmed that several of them were facing issues. After a moment of silence, Huang Yuanji raised his hand to interrupt Chun Daozhang before he activated the formation. He attempted to speak once more, but unfortunately, he still could not produce any sound. Finally, Chun Daozhang, noticing his distressed and agitated expression, remarked, "If you wish to say something, please do. I have matters at home that require my immediate return." Huang Yuanji's eyes widened, desperately trying to express his thoughts. Yet, his mind struggled to keep pace with what he wished to convey. Before he could form a coherent thought, Chun Daozhang responded, "Then you may return at once. There is no need to wait for us." Upon receiving the command, Huang Yuanji's feet moved on their own, leading him back toward home. The shock on his face was now impossible to conceal. What was happening? He intended to voice his astonishment, but found himself rendered mute once more. Forcing himself to remain calm, he suddenly realized that this was the work of Chun Daozhang. However, he had no idea how it was accomplished, nor had he witnessed any actions taken by him. Desperately, Huang Yuanji attempted to turn back to warn Bai Guo, or simply remain by her side. Yet at that moment, his will was utterly ineffective. After catching a glimpse of Bai Guo's worried expression, he turned and sprinted towards home. He would rely on his parents to convey dreams to his fourth uncle. Surely they had not been influenced by Chun Daozhang. If he could just be fast enough, perhaps he could disrupt the formation he had set up in the mortal realm and thwart his nefarious plans. Regrettably, concern had clouded his judgment. He forgot that his parents were unaware of the formation's activation today and would not be at home. Moreover, their workplace prohibited entry at that hour. Attempting to send a dream was futile, as he felt as if he were under some malevolent control, completely devoid of autonomy. After hesitating for 3 seconds, he recalled his studies in divination. Though he could not control the situation now, it did not mean he would always be powerless. He resolved to try again. If one attempt failed, he would try twice, and if that failed 3 times, he would persist until he succeeded. He could not simply do nothing. With determination, he returned to his room and lay on his bed, hoping to deliver news to his 4th uncle soon. To his surprise, he succeeded on his first attempt. Bewildered, he allowed his consciousness to drift in the mortal realm for some time before realizing it. He swiftly floated towards the direction of his blood relatives. "Excellent, 4th uncle. I'm coming to find you." As he passed by other cultivators, he could see some of their compasses and faintly sense their presence. Some were even emanating a fierce aura, causing their bronze swords to quiver and point directly at him, as if they were poised to strike him down at their master's command. Thankfully, I did not approach directly. I merely came to deliver a dream. Otherwise, encountering so many cultivators at once would have turned me into a pincushion. While Huang Yunji searched for his 4th uncle, he pondered why these individuals, who had arrived just a few days prior, were not attending to their own affairs, but instead traveling in the same direction as him. He even entertained the ridiculous thought that they were all seeking that Taoist Shun. Yet, as soon as this idea surfaced, his suspicions grew. After all, that Taoist had deceived many spirits, and his 4th uncle had fallen prey to his tricks. Furthermore, these individuals seemed to be following the same trajectory as his uncle, who must have received accurate information about the location. It appeared that they lacked precise intelligence and were merely groping in the dark, which explained why they had emerged with a variety of talismans when the Great Formation was activated. He willed his consciousness to drift towards his 4th uncle, only to be taken aback upon seeing him preoccupied. Who was he to entrust his dream to? Dumbfounded, he stared at the group of people before deciding to turn and observe his surroundings for any small items he might influence. Although spirits typically find it difficult to encounter objects from the mortal realm, as a detached consciousness endowed with ghostly power, he still had a slim chance. Indeed, fortune favored the diligent. He spotted a stack of yellow papers on a newly arrived chubby boy. Judging by their size, they were likely intended for practicing talisman drawing, being much thinner than standard talisman paper. Without hesitation, he floated over to the boy, raised his hand, and exerted his ghostly energy to summon a gust of wind. After a considerable effort, he managed to extract one of the papers from the boy's bag. As the practice paper fluttered to the ground, he sighed in relief, instinctively glancing up at the chubby boy, who was staring intently at him. Huang Yuanji was momentarily taken aback, but after locking eyes with him for a couple of seconds, he noticed that the boy's gaze seemed unfocused. Tentatively, he waved his hand in front of the boy's eyes, but aside from the occasional blink, there was no sign of abnormality. Huang Yunji considered this and slightly shifted his body to the side. The chubby boy continued to gaze at his previous position, blinking intermittently. It seemed he had zoned out, fortuitously fixating on the direction Huang Yuanji had occupied. With a sense of ease, Huang Yuanji resumed his struggle with the yellow paper. However, he was oblivious to the fact that the chubby boy, after observing him for some time, discreetly cast another glance in his direction. Ultimately, Huang Yunji managed to bring the item to his 4th uncle, who began to sway it back and forth in confusion. "What is happening?" Huang Si, as he wished, noticed and exchanged glances with the others accompanying him. Before they could discuss further, a group of individuals entered the dilapidated temple where the formation was hidden. Unlike themselves, these newcomers did not sneak in nor quickly seek cover. They entered brazenly. Those 2 fools. Their audacity is astounding, daring to provoke us time and again. Huang Si heard them chatting from a distance. Indeed, the master has instructed us to deal with these 2 pests, promising a generous reward upon our return. We must express our gratitude to these 2 clowns. Enough chatter. Let's quickly retrieve that woman's corpse from the formation. If they succeed in reviving her, we will be the ones to suffer the consequences. What about the man? We can't simply stab him to death. that would attract the authorities. The man at the forefront glanced back at the chattering group and suggested tossing the man's body into the formation. Upon saying this, he even chuckled with interest, prompting laughter from the others behind him. Well, our leader is indeed clever. Huang Si and his companions exchanged glances, clenching their fists but refraining from charging forward. Although they disapproved of the newcomer's methods, it was indeed a way to prevent those with ulterior motives from succeeding. Huang Si closed his eyes tightly, instructing that once the time was right, they would find a way to lead them away, allowing him to handle the situation. It was crucial to disrupt the Taoist formation without allowing it to activate fully, sparing so many spirits from being sacrificed alongside them. Before Huang Si's companions could respond, they witnessed a white-haired old Taoist rush into the scene. This is not good. How did two of them end up here together? Catastrophe. The old Taoist charged directly towards the two bodies without bothering to conceal himself. He had arrived just before the individual who moved Chun Daozhang's body. Catching sight of him clearly. The master has come to find me. Should we be concerned? Ha ha ha. As the group utilized their talismans to disregard the formation and extract the body of Baozi, the old Taoist arrived and swiftly threw Chun Daozhang's body into the formation. After completing this, he quickly turned to the old Taoist, reaching out to reclaim the talismans from his companions. Ui, Colosseteo. The old Taoist cried out in anguish, pulling an object from his robe and hurling it towards the group. This was something Chun Daozhang had given him days ago. Feeling uneasy, he had informed him of the formation's location and provided some items as a precaution. While the object rendered the formation ineffective, the individuals remained, seeing the boundary of the formation open and boldly advancing, using themselves as shields to prevent the old Taoist from approaching the core of the formation. Old man, you couldn't manage your disciples. Now watch them perish. As the opposing group hurled insults, the formation behind them began to shimmer with points of light. The old Taoist could not see this due to his position, but Huang Si and his companions had a clear view. This is bad. Why has it begun prematurely? Huang said they would delay for a while. The time isn't right yet. At that moment, the yellow paper he had previously noticed drifted back into view. Swaying from side to side, Huang Si's heart raced. He clutched the wound at his chest, realizing the gravity of the situation. He quickly closed his eyes, gestured towards the direction of the floating yellow paper, and indeed, Huang Yuanji's figure appeared. Upon realizing he had finally been detected, he blushed and urgently exclaimed, "Fourth uncle, that person has taken control of everyone. No one can resist." At his words, those nearby who could hear fell into a grim silence. Does this mean their plan is destined to succeed? That cannot be. The official summoned us here for this purpose. He explicitly stated that the demise of the vengeful spirit troubling his home and the Taoist-esque deception must be thwarted, just as both groups prepared to rush out. The elusive Guo Bei had set his sights on them. I care not for who lives or dies. This formation must succeed. In an instant, chaos erupted. The old Taoist charged into the fray, brandishing his weapon and shouting in despair, "My son, I have finally found you. How can you let these foolish disciples take you away?" Meanwhile, the official and Huang Si's group were halted by Guo Bei's raised hand. Only a few knew of Huang Yinji's ghostly power, and no one paid him any mind as he stood there, motionless, well aware that all attention was focused elsewhere, save for the faint flickering light behind him. In a mere moment, the formation's radiance surged, enveloping everyone present.